The story unfolds in a time of impending doom, as a peculiar entity known as the Campfire Company awakens from its slumber, extending an invitation for employment to the populace. While delivering a prophecy, at the end of the year 2044, a dark calamity shall descend from the heavens. The protagonist, Colin, is a terminally ill patient who, while preparing to discharge himself after ceasing treatment, unexpectedly receives an invitation from the Campfire Company for special item containment. Driven by curiosity and a primal instinct for survival, he presses his thumbprint, embarking on a journey of containment. Colin is transported to an unfamiliar realm, mistakenly identified as a prisoner suffering from beastification syndrome. Utilizing his intellect and courage, he completes tasks to return to the Campfire Company. Chapter 1. The Campfire Company. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is commonly referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease. Your condition has progressed to a troublesome stage, and the prognosis may not be favorable. Though we can attempt. No, that's unnecessary, Colin interjected, shaking his head from his wheelchair. Dr. Wong, I've been here for nearly a year. I believe I have comprehended all that I need to. May I proceed with my discharge? Dr. Wong faltered, opening his mouth as if to speak, but upon observing the young man's serene countenance, one seemingly prepared to face whatever may come, and reflecting on the familial circumstances noted in his medical records, he ultimately sighed and remained silent. Please prescribe some medication. It may alleviate the discomfort. He paused, adding, don't worry, it won't be costly. Not long after, as he watched the young man depart in his wheelchair, Dr. Wong couldn't suppress a sigh. Barely 20, he was still so young. As a physician, he naturally wished for every patient to leave the hospital in good health. Yet, sometimes, life is undeniably cruel. Colin sat at the edge of his bed, furrowing his brow as he gazed at a letter in his hand. Campfire Company employment invitation. This letter had arrived that morning while he was lost in thought about his test results. Inside was a parchment-like sheet bearing an intriguing message. Do you wish to escape despair and regain new life? Do you yearn to truly perceive the world's reality? Join the Campfire Company and reverse your fate. It resembled a line from a classic novel from over a decade ago. If you wish to join our company, please press your thumbprint below before the countdown reaches 57 minutes and 59 seconds. To his astonishment, the countdown was actively moving. Upon witnessing the ticking clock, Colin felt a surge of certainty that some force transcending reality had encroached upon him. Yet simultaneously, questions began to bubble within him. Why had this company chosen him? What made him so special as to warrant such an invitation from an extraordinary entity? Compared to those exceptional individuals whose talents defied the odds, he hardly considered himself remarkable. This doubt was the reason he hesitated to press his thumbprint. Seated in his room, Colin's thoughts spiraled aimlessly. Could it be that they seek someone on the brink of death because the risks of harvesting my organs are minimal? Perhaps they believe a body with no value can be discarded without notice, especially since I possess little wealth and am afflicted with an incurable ailment. Who would notice if I simply disappeared? A person on the verge of death, Colin muttered to himself. A realization struck him. He turned his gaze towards a full-length mirror in the room, catching sight of his pale, gaunt face that could not conceal his essence. He recognized that, setting aside the implausible and unverifiable notions, he possessed an undeniable advantage. He was dying. Typically, individuals in his predicament, resigned to await death, discover a glimmer of hope however faint. Colin believed that, driven by the instinct to survive, even the most morally reprehensible demands would compel someone to act, even eagerly. However, that does not include me. If they intend to transform me into a mere puppet, it would be an affront to my very conscience. As the countdown approached its final moments, Colin wished to voice this sentiment, but reconsidered. Though he had maintained exemplary morals throughout his life, steadfast in the face of perilous temptations, this did not guarantee that others could withstand such a lure. What if the company's machinations succeeded with him, only to prey upon others? His gaze sharpened. Instilled with a sense of virtue from a young age by the old director, Colin found it impossible to remain indifferent in the face of potential innocent victims. Let me uncover your true nature. Without further hesitation, Colin pressed his thumb firmly against the paper. The moving countdown froze the instant his finger made contact. Watching the nearly completed countdown, Colin silently exhaled in relief. He had almost missed the opportunity. Indeed, he had nearly failed to prevent the potential misguidance of others. Simultaneously, new content began to materialize on the parchment. The employment trial task is about to commence. Incursion Protocol G1 is now activated. The Campfire Company full name, Campfire Company for Special Item Containment wishes you success in this endeavor. Incursion Protocol G1 has been initiated. Ding, ding, ding. A distant, heavy, ancient chime resonated in his ears. An unknown gray mist enveloped the surroundings, and Colin felt himself sinking. This seemed to signify that he was being transported to an unknown and mysterious realm. Yet, at that moment, a message interrupted his thoughts. Report. An unexpected strong interference occurred during the operation of Incursion Protocol G1. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. We are swiftly working on a resolution for you. 1. Upon regaining consciousness, please recite the full name of the company to establish new contact. 2. Please. Before he could read further, darkness enveloped him. After an indeterminate period, as he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he was taken aback. Where am I? Colin propped himself up, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. His vision gradually shifted from blurry to clear, revealing a prison-like setting. He beheld rusted iron bars, torches affixed to the corridor walls, and, horrifyingly, a corpse lying beside him. Damn! Colin jolted awake, springing to his feet, shaking off the haze from his mind. Beside him lay a corpse, more accurately, a desiccated cadaver, devoid of flesh. It had clearly been dead for some time, its tattered rags barely concealing the thin layer of skin that clung to its bones. Its hair was disheveled, and its face exposed the remnants of teeth, with sunken eye sockets that appeared both ghastly and grotesque. To Colin's relief, this cadaver was thoroughly lifeless, offering no threat of rising unexpectedly to assault him. Taking a deep breath, Colin regained his composure, quickly realizing he had seemingly crossed over into another realm. As for the reason behind this transition, he pondered. What has transpired? It feels as though a voice is urging me to recall something. The last memories must be of great significance. But just as he began to sift through his thoughts, the sound of an iron door creaking opened beyond the prison corridor abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Chapter 2. The Beastification Syndrome. A middle-aged man, sporting a beer belly reminiscent of a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy, strode into the prison alongside a slender young man. They approached the cell door where Colin resided. As they drew near, Colin discerned their appearances: pale skin, brown hair, clad in what resembled chainmail, beneath which lay ordinary garments, with swords at their waists, definitely not of local descent, more accurately, not of modern times. Had he not been aware of his transmigration, Colin might have believed he had stumbled onto the set of a medieval film. At that moment, the two individuals began to point at Colin, conversing in a language he could not comprehend. Gradually, however, Colin felt as if he were beginning to grasp their words. Your Excellency the Warden, can this truly be the demeanor displayed after contracting the beastification syndrome? He shows no signs of madness. I even sensed he was merely observing me. Devoid of malice. The slender young man, gripping the hilt of his sword, spoke with a tone laced with uncertainty. Hey, chuckled the beer-bellied middle-aged man. How else could I explain to you that this is an exceptionally rare case? Among the hundreds we have encountered in our dungeon over the past 2 months, only this instance stands out. Then, shall we deliver him to the Holy Healing Church? The middle-aged man pursed his lips, evidently displeased with the church's lackadaisical attitude. Colin, eavesdropping discreetly, was taken aback. Wasn't he perfectly fine? How could he be on the brink of death? What exactly was the beastification syndrome? The middle-aged man gestured towards Colin, then turned to his assistant, casually remarking, to be honest, even if you were to tell me he would speak shortly, I wouldn't express even the slightest surprise. Is that so? What is this beastification syndrome? A somewhat heated voice interrupted. Well, the beastification syndrome is. The middle-aged man instinctively began to respond. But his smile abruptly froze as his subordinate remained silent. Instead, the one who spoke was, hiss. There's something foul. With an agility unbefitting his stature, the middle-aged man leapt backwards, landing 2 meters away, his expression one of sheer horror as he stared at Colin. The young man, presumably his subordinate, unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, aiming it at Colin, his face etched with seriousness and vigilance. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dungeon grew tense, suspended in silence for several seconds. What is there to be surprised about? Did you not say yourself that I would not be astonished if you spoke? Colin mused internally. Nodding slightly, he intended to inquire further about the earlier conversation, but the warden seemed to have recalled something and interjected first. Do you remember your name? I do not. Colin shook his head, aware that he appeared to lack the memories of this body. Yet, instinctively, he had inherited some language skills. What a pity, the warden lamented. Had you retained your memory, we might have unraveled the origins of the beastification syndrome. However, memory loss is common with this condition. What is the beastification syndrome? Colin interrupted, pressing for clarity. The warden regarded Colin thoughtfully before continuing. Why don't you take a look at your hands, particularly the hair upon them? He hoped to ascertain whether understanding could aid in restoring Colin's memory and, consequently, uncovering the cause of the beastification syndrome. Should he succeed in solving this mystery, it would be a tremendous achievement. Upon hearing this, Colin, puzzled, lowered his gaze. He had been eavesdropping with his head bowed and had seemingly overlooked any peculiarities. What the hell? Colin's eyes widened as he gazed at his arms, suddenly realizing that the hair on his body had grown 2 to 3 inches long, and his fingertips had sharpened into claws reminiscent of a beast. The beastification syndrome. Colin suddenly grasped the significance of the term. Simultaneously, he sensed an inexplicable ferocity within him, akin to a simmering rage, though it seemed temporarily suppressed. The one you were confined with appears to have perished, following death from the beastification syndrome. The body swiftly becomes a desiccated corpse, the warden remarked, only to be interrupted by a horrific scream from a nearby cell. Let me out. I'm not insane. My child hasn't been fed. Hurry, let me go to feed my child. A woman, her body covered in wild hair and her expression frenzied, repeatedly banged her head against the iron bars, drawing blood without apparent pain. Colin felt a shiver run down his spine, his scalp prickling with unease. After a full minute, she gradually ceased her torment. The warden gestured towards her, shaking his head with a sigh. In the 2 months since this affliction emerged, you are the only unique case. It is unfortunate you have lost your memories. Otherwise, recalling your past experiences might have revealed something that could expedite a solution to this dilemma. Previous experiences? What could those possibly entail? Colin's mind swirled with fragmented memories, recalling that he had dined alone at a hot pot restaurant, scrolling through his phone, before dipping a piece of tripe into a mound of wasabi and consuming it whole. Did I choke to death on a mouthful of wasabi? Surely, I did not perish in such a comical manner. However, what mattered now was how to address this beastification syndrome. Colin inhaled deeply to steady himself and inquired, Did you just mention that the Holy Healing Church has a means to resolve my predicament? The church? I haven't seen any results, the warden scoffed, but was quickly silenced by a cough from his subordinate. He abruptly recalled something, closing his mouth. After all, the Holy Healing Church is one of the 3 orthodox churches of the Knightly Kingdom. Best to avoid provoking them. Colin's heart sank. Did this imply that being sent there would mean his end? He yearned to glean more information from them. But the sound of bells suddenly echoed from the iron door of the prison corridor. Very well, I must take my leave. Tomorrow, someone will come to clear out the corpse in your cell. I hope to see you maintain your sanity by then. With that, the warden departed, dragging his subordinate along. As they exited, Colin could faintly hear the warden admonishing his assistant. In the face of a crisis, the first thing is not to think about resistance, understand? It is crucial to retreat first. A teammate of mine met a gruesome fate once due to that habit. His body was so mangled that no piece was left intact. Yes, I am indeed referring to your father. Their voices faded into the distance, and the dungeon returned to its eerie tranquility, save for the heavy breaths and occasional gnashing of teeth. I'd barely transmigrated and already faced death? Colin slumped down in his cell, staring at his hands, feeling as though the beastification syndrome had unwittingly deepened. The ferocious temperament within him resembled an abscess, poised to erupt at any moment. It was as if a drop of ink had been introduced into a pristine bucket of water, continuously tainting the clarity. He too was on the verge of contamination. Nevertheless, as this thought crossed his mind, he forced himself to remain calm and redirected his focus to the memory of that mouthful of tripe. Ultimately, through his persistent efforts, fragments of memory began to resurface. Indeed, that bite of wasabi had triggered a catastrophic reaction. As it slid down, it provoked an overwhelming rush, tensing every muscle, before causing him to collapse to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. It was then he discovered his body had become weak, diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. To be precise, he had long been afflicted, but the wasabi had merely exacerbated the symptoms. Subsequently, during a year-long treatment, he had found himself confined to a wheelchair at such a young age. Yet, to contract a terminal illness before transmigration only to acquire another after, it seemed his journey had been in vain. Colin could not suppress a sarcastic remark. Before long, he recalled that just as he had exhausted all his savings and was ready to give up, a mysterious organization had sent him a letter of employment. This organization was known as the Campfire Special Items Containment Company. A message emerged within the mind. Distractions have been eliminated. re-establishing contact with the task force investigator. The details of the current mission are being loaded. Please hold on. Chapter 3, The Book of Destiny, Fragments, Trial Task, An Unfamiliar World Yet to Be Understood. Event 1. Not long ago, the company received a cross-border distress signal from a former employee. And you will assume the role of a special investigator to locate the source of this signal. Note, based on limited information, it is estimated that individuals of this level possess the strength to effortlessly move objects weighing over 1 ton. Please be prepared before engaging in this event. This entry is for reference only. Specifics may vary. Event 3. Surviving in this world for 7 days. Remaining time, 167 hours, 23 minutes, 33 seconds. At first glance, Event 3 seemed the easiest to complete, but upon deeper contemplation, Colin realized that his beastification syndrome might not allow him to last that long. Absorbing the information swirling in his mind, he perused it several times. He initially focused on Event 3, but, after a moment's reflection, abandoned the thought. His condition would not endure until then. He then glanced at Event 2 but quickly averted his gaze. What did it mean to possess the strength to move objects weighing over a ton? That equated to the weight of a small car. Colin believed that upon contact, he would likely be reduced to a mere smear. The aberrant beings tainted by the ancient god's aura had grown considerably more formidable than those afflicted by beastification syndrome. Yet, it seemed to touch upon some deeper essence and origin. Colin did not dwell on this matter, shifting his attention to Event 1. As his focus settled on this, he distinctly sensed something in the direction of 9 o'clock, as if something were drawing him near. If all went as expected, it should be the former employee who had sent the distress signal. However, the predicament was that he himself was akin to a clay idol crossing a river, unable to ensure his own safety. The warden, while seemingly amicable, would undoubtedly not permit his escape. Colin rubbed his forehead, sensing the situation was becoming troublesome. Nonetheless, Event 1 appeared to offer the greatest likelihood of accomplishment compared to the other two. The minimum prerequisite for achieving it was an escape from prison. With this thought, he grasped the iron bars and shook them vigorously, but they did not budge. The iron cage seemed custom-built for them, with visible signs of recent welding in certain areas. Just as Colin felt a sense of despair, 3 pages suddenly materialized in his mind, as if torn from a diary. The Book of Destiny, Fragments. Utilizing it will allow you to foresee the fate you are about to face, enabling adjustments to your future. An explanation related to this emerged, indicating that assistance had been rendered by the company. A rookie package? Colin pondered, and under some guidance, he used one of the pages. Soon, lines of text appeared on the blank page. It is a creature with fur like a wolf, protruding jawbones resembling a werewolf. A beast of irrationality that exudes a terrifying power in its frenzy. Thus, to prevent you, a special individual, from escaping, he has specifically reinforced your cage, welding the door shut. In the afternoon, under the warden's expedited request, you are transferred to the Holy Healing Church. The entire process is heavily guarded, and you realize clearly that even without the cage's reinforcement, escape is impossible. However, during this process, your cells collapse, turning into a pool of blood. You have perished. 3 days later, in a ritual, you become a part of them. The effect of the Book of Destiny concluded at this point. The content of this page seemed to imprint itself in his mind before vanishing. Although the descriptions were mere words, Colin felt an eerie illusion of having experienced them firsthand. Was this a foreknowledge of the future predicated on my waiting for the right moment? This path of waiting and adapting was unfeasible. Colin's heart raced with astonishment. However, he refrained from overanalyzing, for the most crucial information was singular. The path of waiting for the right moment was not viable. After a brief contemplation, he utilized the second page of the Book of Destiny, Fragments. At night, the neighboring beastification syndrome sufferer loses control, yet this time, you remain relatively calm due to prior mental preparation. The following day, the warden arrives, and you engage him in conversation, feigning benevolence. Seizing the opportunity as he becomes complacent, you attempt to launch a surprise attack, grasping his throat in an effort to control him as a hostage, coercing his subordinates to aid your escape. Regrettably, you underestimated this portly middle-aged warden with a beer belly. Though beastification syndrome has altered your body, enhancing your strength to the point where you can easily wield heavy objects, you are but a child in comparison to the robust human before you. You have failed. You find yourself back in this place, watching as the church official approaches, warning him against using purification on you. Yet the official scoffs, asserting, "You, a patient, dare to instruct me on the duties of a healing cleric? The authority of my judgment is unquestionable. I have saved more lives than you have had meals." He insists on saving you today, declaring that even death itself could not claim you, as he proclaims. Consequently, you spiral into madness and, in the subsequent blood therapy, collapse into a pool of blood. You cannot escape the inevitability of death. 3 days later, in a ritual, you become a part of him. This premonition concluded, and Colin first felt a phantom pain coursing through his body, as if he had endured a severe beating. Before rubbing his forehead, mentally exhausted, akin to having solved numerous complex mathematics problems for an examination. This item seems to consume considerable mental energy. Taking a deep breath, Colin examined the specific information. The premonition process aligned with his expectations. He had indeed intended to strike at the warden, but unexpectedly. The latter seemed to possess some special ability, transforming into a muscular giant. No wonder he appeared unperturbed by the beastification syndrome inmates in the dungeon. The warden was likely no ordinary person. However, more than the warden himself, what now preoccupied Colin's mind was the final line of this premonition. 3 days later, he would become a part of him in a ritual. Chapter 4. Becoming a part of me. Whom does he refer to? This has been mentioned for the second time. Why is it specifically highlighted? I cannot shake the feeling that it is hinting at something. A breakthrough lies within. Yet I find myself thwarted before this ritual time and again. Colin pondered whether he should devise a strategy to endure until the ceremony, to discern who this he truly is. The crux of the matter lies in how to persuade the naive cleric of the Holy Healing Church to abandon his treatment of him. As it stands, both purification and the subsequent so-called blood therapy have proven to be remarkably stable, stability that is, quite frankly, disconcerting. If left unattended, death should not come swiftly for him. After a moment of contemplation, Colin formulated a plan, intending to exhaust the last fragment of the Book of Fate. Though only a single page remained, it was imperative to use it without hesitation, otherwise, in a moment of crisis, he might find no opportunity to employ it. However, Colin did not anticipate that the act of utilizing it would come to an abrupt halt before it even began. The previous 2 uses had drained him excessively, leaving him dizzy and his mind throbbing painfully. It was clear that he needed to recuperate for several hours before attempting a third use. Cold sweat trickled down Colin's back as he leaned against the iron bars, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. It was evident that, given his current mental state, forcibly employing this ability in the short term could lead to utter chaos. A brief respite of a few hours was essential. Yet, just as Colin was about to close his eyes for rest, a sudden scream pierced the silence of the prison, followed by a low, guttural shout. The madness in her voice intensified, and Colin's eyelids twitched as he suddenly realized something. The disheveled, diminutive figure of a mother seemed to be not far from him. The Book of Fate had mentioned twice that someone would lose control tonight. Could it be her? With a sigh, Colin accepted that the situation likely would not deviate from its course. He was powerless to intervene. At that moment, he heard a phantom-like sound of dice rolling near him, as though someone had cast a die at his side, but he saw nothing and attributed it to an illusion. The only sounds in the vicinity were those of the beastly afflicted. Among them, the mother's voice was the loudest. From her frenzy, Colin could sense her profound love and obsession for her child. While he understood her plight, his exhaustion rendered the noise unbearable, and he felt reluctant to speak harshly given her circumstances. He couldn't help but shake his head, offering a semblance of comfort. The warden's temperament is not lacking. If he has captured you, your child should be well cared for. Rest assured. After speaking, Colin prepared to endure the din and close his eyes for rest. But to his astonishment, the chaotic howling ceased abruptly. The silence enveloped him. Turning in confusion, he found himself staring into a pair of bloodshot, frenzied eyes. In the next instant, a chill ran down his spine as he witnessed the mother slightly parting her lips, her breath quickening, her chest heaving violently, hot air escaping her mouth and nostrils, while the body hair exposed beneath her tattered clothing began to grow wildly, thickening as if howling like a wolf. During this transformation, her face began to protrude outward, resembling a canine, her teeth sharpening. The once starkly contrasting eyes morphed, reflecting a ghastly, savage green glow. Colin gasped, feeling an icy dread wash over him as if he were prey locked in the sights of a top-tier predator. Unlike what the Book of Fate had described, she did not charge at the bars of her cage but stood trembling within, her hands gripping the iron bars, her gaze fixed intently upon him. The bloodlust in her eyes bore a strange, incomprehensible fixation. The aura emanating from her intensified, as if the 2 precognitive glimpses had unleashed a shift in destiny, causing the world line to deviate from its orderly progression. Suddenly, she released her grip on the bars, extending a long, trembling arm towards a crumpled object in her tattered pocket, an uncharacteristic calmness amidst her madness. With her grotesquely elongated arm, she grasped the object and slowly, shakily reached out to Colin, her beastly mouth emitting unintelligible, hoarse sounds. Was she offering him that item? What did she wish to convey? Colin swelled with a sense of foreboding but steeled himself to reach out, aware that a sudden grasp could easily sever his arm. Swiftly, he took hold of the object. It resembled a flattened piece of bread, hard and caked with dirt, exuding a foul, acrid odor. What is this? Colin wondered, grasping the bread-like object, ready to inquire, but suddenly froze. As he glanced down at the pool of blood, he faintly heard sounds of gnawing, chewing, and swallowing from an unknown source. His stomach growled hungrily, and a deep yearning for sustenance stirred within his soul. Simultaneously, the other beastly afflicted in the dungeon began to stir, howling like deranged baboons. However, the sturdy iron bars imprisoned them firmly. Colin, undeterred by the cacophony they generated, suddenly recalled the phrase that concluded the two previous uses of the Book of Fate. He had become a part of someone else. It seemed the Holy Healing Church had not discarded the liquid forms of those who had lost control. Instead, they were collecting it. Now, if viewed from a different perspective, could he not become a part of someone else? Might others also become a part of him? Colin swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that his path to survival might not lie in evading the foolish cleric's spells nor in seeking out that enigmatic key. The means to live were right before him. The ink within him bubbled and churned restlessly. Had it not been for the two precognitive insights, he would have instinctively avoided contact with the pool of liquid. Yet now, he hesitated briefly before crouching beside the iron bars, extending his hand to touch the blood-like liquid that flowed and spread, seemingly still writhing. In an instant, the liquid converged upon his fingertips, seamlessly penetrating his skin and merging with his being. Chapter 5. The Early Years of Ambiguity. Enveloped in red fur, a subtle sense of inexplicable satisfaction surged within Colin. The gnawing hunger in his stomach was momentarily appeased, and a wave of strength coursed through him. Despite the deepening symptoms of beastification, surprisingly, the violent fury within him had temporarily subsided. It was not due to suppression, but rather a gradual calmness that arose from satisfaction. Colin took a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady mindset, wary of provoking this entity. "Mom, I'm hungry. Can I come too? It's very dark. And I'm afraid." "No." Fragmented voices echoed in his mind, startling Colin at first, only for him to realize that they might be remnants of his mother's lingering obsession. She had soothed her hungry child before venturing out alone to pray for sustenance. From this point onward, his memories began to shatter conspicuously. "Don't be afraid. Eat quickly. And grow strong so you won't fear the dark anymore. Mom is always here. Don't cry. Don't cry." From her perspective, Colin understood that she envisioned him as a small, frightened child huddled in a dark corner, grappling with hunger. He comprehended the meaning behind her repeatedly uttered, hoarse words. "Don't cry. Don't cry." The firm yet gentle voice pierced through the madness and chaos, resonating in his mind. Colin listened silently, as if receiving solace, crouching quietly on the ground, absorbing blood through his fingertips. He could not articulate his present emotions, but they were likely devoid of the previous impatience. Nearly 3 hours later, all the blood had been completely drained. "If given the opportunity, I shall care for that child." Upon standing, Colin's appearance had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of earth-shattering. The dim light of the torch revealed his new form. His once slender physique was now filled with bulging muscles, rendering him exceptionally tall. His hands had morphed into enormous, beastly claws. His pale skin was shrouded in blood-red fur, and his dark vertical pupils glimmered with a predatory gleam. His head had fully undergone beastification, resembling a standing blood-colored werewolf. An aura of ominous foreboding emanated from his entire being. "If ordinary humans cannot contend with the Warden, then I shall forsake my humanity." Colin extended his crimson tongue to lick his fangs, carefully stowing the hardened bread, then seized the iron bars with both hands. Creak. The once immovable iron bars were effortlessly pried open, creating a passage in less than 3 seconds. As Colin exited the prison, dozens of reflective green eyes from various cells gazed upon him. It was as if they were slices of bread adorned with sweet cream. A powerful urge to feed surged within Colin's stomach. After further transformation, Colin possessed an instinctive understanding of beastification, realizing the imprisoned beings were no longer human. If he were to consume them all, his strength would undoubtedly escalate. Yet, alas, consumption was not an option. The prevailing rationality warned him that such an act would likely lead to a complete loss of control. His current power was sufficient, rather than seeking more strength. He required ample reason. Only power governed by reason could truly be deemed as power. "Though I remain lucid at this moment, it shall not last long." Colin shook his red fur, suppressing his hunger, casting a glance at the tightly shut prison door. Habitually, he inhaled deeply, causing a rush of air. Defeating the warden should not pose a challenge, yet time was short. My rationality can only endure for a day at most. Therefore, I must quickly locate that colleague and establish contact with the Bonfire Company. Otherwise, madness will inevitably ensue. Before I act, I shall consult the last remaining fragment. With a swift thought, Colin made his decision. Yet, before he could utilize an unexpected occurrence transpired. Footsteps approached from beyond the prison door. The intruders tread softly, evidently alerted to something amiss, cautiously drawing closer. Do you sense something is off? The dungeon seems excessively quiet. It has been several hours with hardly a sound. Could they all be asleep? Impossible. They cannot all rest simultaneously. This situation has never occurred before. There is a rare individual here that the warden pays special attention to. Let us investigate. As the guards conversed in hushed tones, Colin discerned their words with clarity. He could even identify that there were 5 individuals approaching by their scent. Damn it. Why do 2 of them smell like glue? Why must I endure such olfactory offenses? Colin sniffed, feeling aggrieved for his nose. In mere seconds, they would be upon him, leaving no time to consult the. Previously, he had been concerned that excessive noise would betray him, yet he had overlooked the fact that, given the manifestation of beastification, being too quiet posed its own issues. As Colin's thoughts raced, he retreated into the shadows of the dungeon, his dark vertical pupils reflecting the tightly shut iron door. Outside, the soft, rapid footsteps grew ever closer. As they approached, the other beastified inmates seemed to awaken, immediately becoming restless, crashing against their cages and emitting unintelligible howls. The guards released a quiet sigh of relief. The noise indicated that everything was likely still in order. Crack. One guard, caught off guard by the commotion, neglected to check the peephole and hastily unlatched the door, preparing to assess the situation. However, the moment the bolt was drawn back, the iron door was violently thrust open, and the guard stationed behind it was struck with immense force, collapsing unconscious to the ground. The remaining 4 were momentarily stunned, their faces contorted in fear as they beheld a massive, ominously red-furred beast charging forth. The towering creature loomed over them, instilling dread. Be careful. One guard reacted, attempting to retaliate, but before he could raise his hand, the fearsome beast swung a powerful arm, sending him crashing against the wall. In less than 2 seconds, 2 of the 5 were rendered unconscious. The remaining 3 seized the opportunity to swing their hand axes. Yet not only did they fail to pierce the skin, they could not even cut through the layer of blood-red fur. Chapter 6, Escape to Colin's astonishment. The fur he possessed surprisingly offered some protection. He extended the back of his hand and sent one guard flying, then reached out to grasp another. Although these guards appeared somewhat trained, they were no more formidable than a 3-year-old child in Colin's eyes. With a sharp crack, he pressed one against the wall, and the sound of cracking bones echoed from the guard's frail body. Colin recognized this guard as one of the warden's subordinates from just a few hours prior. The audacity of this wretch to draw a sword against him filled Colin with rage. How dare this despicable insect display hostility towards him, with just a little more force? He could crush him. A fleeting, savage glint flickered in Colin's eyes, accompanied by a vivid image of him biting off the guard's head, shattering his body, and bathing in a spray of crimson. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him. No, he thought, he could not succumb to this primal urge. Despite his current monstrous appearance, with red fur radiating an ominous aura and the ability to inflict grievous harm, he still regarded himself as a good person. He was not a beast. Colin paused, his dark, slit-like pupils regaining clarity as he forcibly redirected his thoughts away from violent impulses. Releasing the guard, he tossed aside the broken figure, limbs fractured at various joints. He did not wish to kill. His intention was merely to defeat and escape the dungeon to reunite with his comrades. Yet, if the situation necessitated lethal force, he would not hesitate. Such a choice, however, must arise from his own volition, not from frenzied compulsion. At that moment, a chill ran down Colin's spine as he envisioned a sword thrusting towards him from behind. An ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped, just in time to see the warden, towering at nearly 2 meters, lunging at him with a sword. The blade passed through Colin without inflicting harm, merely severing a few coarse hairs. The warden's expression shifted to shock, taken aback by Colin's swift evasion. Before a realization struck him, Colin possessed an uncanny instinct to foresee attacks from any angle. Yet, such foresight often proved futile against his superior strength. Now, however, the tables had turned. Seizing the moment as the warden's old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest, Colin struck out with a powerful palm. knocking the sword from the warden's grasp. Retracting his claws, he clenched his fist and unleashed a tempest of blows. He spared no mercy against this formidable foe. Nor could he afford to. Initially, the warden managed to withstand the assault, but gradually he found himself overwhelmed. Cowering and shielding his head as Colin's fist rained down like a torrential storm. What frustrated the warden more than his physical inability to counter the blows was the taunts accompanying each strike. "I won't let you go. I will reinforce your cage. I'll send you to the holy church. I'll have you beaten down like a child. Is this all you've got?" Pathetic. As Colin continued his relentless barrage, the warden could no longer contain his anguish, finally exclaiming, "When did I ever do such a thing?" A swift kick sent him flying. Colin felt a surge of relief. After 3 minutes of venting his frustrations, he exhaled deeply. Ignoring the warden's state, he dashed towards the staircase. Through a series of scents, he had caught a whiff of the exit, a route forming vaguely in his mind. This ability was somewhat overpowered, he mused, propelling himself along the path until he reached the staircase's corner. The half-open door seemed devoid of life. However, as Colin approached, 2 guards, each wielding a spear, lunged at him. Prepared for this encounter, Colin did not employ any elaborate techniques. With a single swipe, he knocked aside the spears and barreled through the astonished guards towards the exit. During his escape, he quickly grasped the architectural layout of the dungeon, which extended 3 levels underground, housing approximately 100 prison cells. Aside from his current level, the first and second floors contained ordinary criminals. Upon seeing Colin, these inmates screamed in terror, some even losing control of their bowels, the stench overwhelming. Anyone startled from a peaceful slumber by the clamor of an inhuman beast would hardly fare well. Nonetheless, Colin held little regard for their plight. After breaching several obstacles, he charged to the final door. The process was far simpler than he had anticipated. Yet, upon pushing open the last door and gazing at the scene outside, Colin's face reflected genuine astonishment. The area beyond was vast and barren, devoid of any structures, save for 5 stone pillars, each aflame, arranged in a pentagram at the cave's entrance. To Colin's amazement, the flames, though small, radiated an exceptional brightness, illuminating a radius of at least 100 meters. Outside this fiery glow lay an impenetrable darkness. The boundary between light and shadow was stark, lacking any gradient. Within the illuminated area, everything was clear, while beyond, all was obscured in impenetrable blackness. Above, the sky was devoid of stars or moonlight, an abyss that seemed to consume all beyond the reach of the flames. As Colin focused on the encroaching darkness, a wave of terror engulfed him, as if a torrential flood swept over him, causing his massive form to tremble. Above him, he sensed the faint outline of a terrifying presence lurking in the night sky. It was not his own fear that gripped him, but rather that of this body he inhabited. Yet, this realization deterred Colin from plunging headlong into the darkness, for such an action would surely spell his doom. The scene outside clarified why the prison guards were so few. Under such conditions, even a prisoner would struggle to escape. The frantic ringing of bells continued to echo, accompanied by the din below, yet no one came to thwart him. In fact, it seemed they were securing the interfloor doors, as if to prevent his return to the prison. Chapter 7. Peculiar phenomena. Earning only a few hundred coins a month, it is indeed unnecessary to exhaust oneself. Colin shifted his gaze toward one of the 5 blazing pillars and suddenly had a thought. He casually seized one. Its thickness was comparable to that of an adult's thigh, fitting perfectly in his grasp. At its apex, a blood-red crystal, approximately the size of a human head, shimmered with an unusual luminescence. Surely, this crimson stone could facilitate his escape. Without further hesitation, Colin attuned his mind to the events stored within and, once certain of his direction, departed from the location. Despite there being only one pillar of fire, its illumination spanned over 30 meters in diameter. The remaining time for Event 3 stood at 163 hours, 24 minutes, and 37 seconds, indicating that nearly 4 hours had elapsed since his awakening. He wondered about the current state of his former colleague, hoping there were not too many troubles on that side. Yes, he needed to quicken his pace to avoid being pursued. After all, there were likely many formidable individuals in this world. With the torch-like stone firmly in hand, Colin hastened his steps and soon found himself traversing a desolate plain. Struggling against the oppressive darkness overhead, he realized that after 5 hours of travel, he had yet to exit this barren expanse. There was no sign of his former colleague, whose location was far more distant than he had anticipated. As he journeyed, Colin engaged in self-talk to alleviate the sense of isolation that accompanied him in the dark. After another hour, he abruptly halted, his dark, slit-like pupils scanning the surroundings. a look of anthropomorphized astonishment gracing his face. Just after a fleeting blink, the surroundings abruptly brightened. The previously pitch-black scene transformed into a rugged plain. While no animals were visible, there were plenty of low shrubs, reminiscent of the desert's edges depicted on television. This was not the crux of the matter. The key question was, had dawn truly arrived? How could it have suddenly brightened? Was this yet another unique phenomenon of this world? In an instant, it was as if a light had been turned on. Colin was perplexed, ultimately categorizing this occurrence as a peculiarity of his environment. After all, this was a realm imbued with magic, and many things he found strange might merely be commonplace here. However, in the light of day, the torch-like stone in his hand seemed to lose its significance. He chose not to discard it, after all, given the suddenness of dawn. Who could predict whether darkness would return at any moment? He had no desire to learn what might transpire should he venture into the dark without illumination. Gazing into the distance, he sensed his colleague drawing nearer and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, at the dungeon entrance, the warden, sporting a bruised and swollen visage, cautiously peered out from within the dungeon. Excellent. There were no sounds from that monster outside, and a set of departing footprints suggested that the foe had long since vacated. The warden's swollen eyes squinted as he observed the direction of the retreating figure, which appeared to lead toward a no-man's land. "Warden, what should we do? Should we pursue?" A subordinate inquired softly. In this region, only knights possessing the power of virtue and clerics of the church had the capability to hunt that creature. He understood well that had the adversary unleashed a massacre the previous day, there would be no living soul left in the dungeon. Suddenly recalling something, he touched his swollen, pig-like face, wincing in pain, and queried his subordinate in confusion. "Did I ever mistreat him? For instance, by beating him?" "Never. Your character is akin to that of a true knight. You have never abused him like those executioners in the tribunal." "We all sincerely respect you," the subordinate replied, visibly moved. Word had spread throughout the dungeon that, to prevent others from suffering harm, the warden had silently endured everything alone. He had engaged that monster in an intense battle for over 10 minutes, the dungeon echoing with the sounds of their struggle, exhausting the creature's energy and forcing it to flee, thereby safeguarding everyone. Were it not for the warden's restraint, it was likely that no one would have survived. The guards expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Bah, what do you mean like? I am a knight blessed by nobility," the warden retorted, but then recalled something else. Yesterday, aside from cursing him, the creature had made comments that seemed to harbor substantial grievances against the Church of Healing, particularly that line, "If you hadn't sent me there, I would never have been in this situation." When had he ever sent the creature anywhere? And what did it mean by this situation? Was it possible that the creature had subtly hinted at issues within the Church of Healing? There was an indefinable nuance in its attitude. Unbeknownst to Colin, his vented frustrations had sown seeds of doubt in the warden's mind regarding the Church of Healing. Nor was he aware that a hunting party aimed at him would soon be dispatched. After another 3 hours of arduous travel, Colin finally completed the lengthy expanse of the plain and entered a dense forest. Simultaneously, the rescue signals became increasingly clear. However, shortly after stepping into the woodland, Colin sensed something was amiss. It was abnormally quiet, and aside from himself, there seemed to be no signs of life, no plants, insects, or any semblance of living creatures. Instead, he frequently encountered desiccated plants and animal corpses, which appeared intact and coated in a thin layer of ash, as if they had never been disturbed post-mortem and had not undergone decay. Colin's keen sense of smell hinted that, at a microscopic level imperceptible to the naked eye, those minute microorganisms were, like the ubiquitous corpses, equally bestowed with death. The sterile rooms in hospitals are not this clean. Am I about to step from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair? Colin's imposing figure traversed the forest with ease, observing the occasional remains of flora and fauna that appeared along his path. He pondered curiously, but found no answers. This world was rife with peculiarities. Fortunately, aside from the remnants of matter and death, Colin encountered no further disturbances within the forest. After half an hour, he came to a halt, squinting as he gazed toward the small town that lay ahead. Chapter 8. Mad. No chivalry. The walls surrounding the town had long since crumbled, revealing a lifeless expanse of ashen gray structures beyond. Colin stood a few hundred meters away from the town, certain of one thing: the creatures within were as extinct as those outside. The palpable sense of dread emanating from the town was far more intense than that of the outside world. If given a choice, Colin would have certainly opted to steer clear of such a forbidding place. However, the signal from his former colleague was unmistakably located within this very town. Alas, Having come this far, Colin shook off the fur covering his body. It had taken him 8 or 9 arduous hours to arrive here, and retreat was no longer an option. He felt a distinct fog clouding his mind, a stark contrast to the clarity he had experienced the previous night. Time was of the essence. Hesitation would only invite a dire fate, his body covered in crimson, fur foretelling an ominous end. Colin blinked his bloodshot eyes and grasped the stone torch firmly, taking a step forward. He half-crawled, half-walked over the ruins of the wall, and ventured into the town. As he advanced cautiously, he observed that the buildings were primarily constructed of various sized stones mixed with gray clay, exhibiting a homogeneous architectural style, adorned with faded signs. To his surprise, he found not a single corpse within the town. Every house stood ajar, devoid of any presence, as if its inhabitants had fled in anticipation of calamity. Colin's gaze swept through the vacant structures, pondering the unspoken tragedy that had wrought such an eerie desolation upon this area. Not long after, as he traversed the silent, deserted alleys, Colin halted once more. Before him loomed a building exuding a distinct ecclesiastical aura. This church, conspicuous within the town, was entirely white with a quaint architectural style. Its main entrance bore an engraved solid circle, surrounded by rays of varying lengths resembling the sun. Simultaneously, Colin discerned that the signal emanated from within the church. Hesitating briefly, he approached the 3-meter-high entrance and rapped on the door with a hand capable of crushing stone. "Colin, are you inside?" he called softly, leaning close to the door. "I'm from the Bonfire Company sent to retrieve you. I've just arrived. It's safe outside. You can come out now." Could he be afraid of him? Colin glanced down at himself, resembling a red-furred beast capable of speech. Certainly an unsettling sight. Nevertheless, he believed that effective communication could resolve the situation. Perhaps he should attempt a different language, just in case his colleague was from abroad. "Are you okay? Bonjour?" Given the building's size and the current silence, anyone inside would surely hear him unless they were deaf. Could it be that he had already met his fate? Colin furrowed his brow, sensing a high probability of danger. This cursed place bore a perilous nature. A moment of carelessness could lead to an inexplicable demise. Yet, clinging to a final hope, Colin struck the door with renewed vigor, only to be taken aback when the force of his blow cracked it open slightly. Not locked? Peering through the narrow opening, he cautiously glanced inside. The faint light barely penetrated the dimness, revealing little within. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed his hand against the door, ready to exert force and push it open. Suddenly, his fur bristled as if an agitated wolf had emerged from within. Had something stirred behind him? Why was there no scent? Wait a moment. Wasn't he the signal from my former colleague a distress call? Wasn't this area supposed to be safe? Panic surged through Colin as a profound sense of crisis overwhelmed him, as if something loomed behind him. Just as he intended to turn, his body froze in place. In the next instant, a line of crimson blood appeared at his neck, rapidly tearing apart, followed by the sickening thud of a beastly head crashing to the ground. A fountain of blood spraying forth from the severed neck. The disembodied head blinked, bewildered, scanning the empty space behind. Where was the enemy? However, before it could formulate a thought, its pupils dilated and faded, plunging its vision into darkness. As consciousness slipped into utter blackness, 3 thoughts flashed through Colin's mind. Mad. No chivalry. The blood sprayed high. Oh no, I hadn't deleted the study materials from my computer and phone before coming. What he had just experienced felt like an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. This was an ability that manifested after the beastification syndrome reached a certain degree. An experience he had undergone in the dungeon before. It only appeared when he was gravely injured. Yet this time, it was far more vivid. So vivid that he felt as if he had genuinely encountered death. This meant the enemy was far stronger than that warden. Do not attempt to retaliate. Immediately, he turned and shut the door. Swish. A sharp, secretive sound sliced through the air, as if someone had swung a long sword. The height of the strike was precisely where his neck had been moments before. However, Colin could not detect a hint of the enemy's presence. Even before closing the door, he had seen no sign of an assailant outside. What was this? An enemy that could turn invisible, concealing their scent as well? Colin's heart raced, fear gripping him as he trembled slightly. He was certain someone stood just outside the door. Yet, he could not perceive even the faintest trace of their presence. Seeing nothing, smelling nothing, hearing nothing. What manner of creature was this? It was like a ghost. For a long while, Colin dared not move, standing anxiously in place, fixated on the door. Yet, nearly 10 minutes passed without further assault. Could it be that it could not enter the church? A thought crossed Colin's mind, prompting him to glance back at the church. only to suddenly recall another possibility for his lack of an attack. Could it be that the creature's assaults followed a pattern? For instance, if he remained still, it would not strike? This was not impossible. No, if he could not confirm that, he dared not move at all. Right. How could he forget that he still had a Book of Destiny to use? Recalling this, Colin wasted no time in activating it. Chapter 9. Return after a moment of vigilance. You finally succumb to the urge to attempt movement. Initially, you engage in a limited range of physical activity, discovering that no attack ensues. Turning around, you are met with a shocking sight. The interior of the church is strewn with corpses, all maintaining a kneeling posture in death, directed towards the pulpit within the church, where there seems to exist an octagonal altar. Convinced that the reason the invisible creature does not attack is due to its unfamiliarity with entering the church, you proceed cautiously towards the altar. You are certain that the signal emanates from that octagonal altar. Throughout this period, you remain vigilant of the corpses, fearing their potential resurrection. Fortunately, such an occurrence does not transpire. They are more thoroughly deceased than you had anticipated, and even a necromancer would struggle to resurrect them. Before long, you arrive before the altar and behold the presence of a former company employee. His condition surprises you, but thankfully, aside from this unexpected encounter, no further surprises unfold. You successfully complete this task. Not long after, you once again descend into this world, feeling sufficiently empowered to confront the enemy lurking outside the church. Thus, you resolve to act decisively, opening the door to face the foe. Upon stepping outside, you utilize a colored spray in an attempt to reveal the enemy. But it proves unsuccessful, and shortly thereafter, you are ambushed once more. Employing the unique ability of deadly insight granted by your beast transformation instinct, you evade attacks several times with a 3-second warning, yet fail to discern the assailant's identity. In your final moments, realization dawns upon you. But before you can fathom the reason, your life fades away. The contents of the pages imprint themselves onto your mind before vanishing, and once more, you experience the sensation of being decapitated. After a thorough review of the information, Colin extracts several crucial pieces of intelligence. Firstly, the church poses no danger. It appears that once one enters here, the creature outside refrains from pursuing. Colin pauses to contemplate this. For him, these are the most significant revelations at present. Is the creature outside not invisible? He briefly ponders, but dismisses the thought, deciding to save it for later. The foremost priority is to complete the task at hand. He has no desire to linger in this cursed place any longer. Taking a deep breath, Colin turns around. Despite his mental preparation, he is still taken aback by the scene within the church. The expansive hall, approximately 1,000 square meters, is densely packed with corpses. They are all desiccated remains, huddled closely together, kneeling towards the back of the church. Following the direction of their worship, he spots an altar adorned with various offerings, surrounded by melted white candles. Instantly, a multitude of associations flood his mind. Did not all the townsfolk converge here instead of fleeing? What were they worshipping? What were they evading? The invisible enemy outside? No. That doesn't seem plausible. If it had struck, there would be nothing but dismembered bodies, not desiccated remains. Moreover, the disaster's reach spans dozens, if not hundreds, of kilometers, ensuring that even passing bacteria would perish. Colin gathers his thoughts, inhales deeply, and cautiously approaches the altar, as referenced in the Book of Fate, fragments. His task now is simply to proceed methodically. He gingerly tiptoes over the corpses to reach the altar, where he notices the items placed atop it. Where, he wonders, is his former colleague? He is puzzled, as he does not see the individual as described in the Book of Fate. At that moment, a piece of information surfaces in his mind. Signal source confirmed. Event 1 completed. Would you like to conclude this event? Is it truly finished? What about the former employee? Suddenly, a realization strikes him as his gaze shifts to a skull atop the altar. Could this be the former employee? The revelation flickers in his mind, and he comprehends that this indeed belongs to the ex-colleague. Cursing under his breath, Colin reflects on how he initially thought the employee might be in peril and in need of rescue. Upon entering the church and finding no sign of him, he assumed he might be gravely injured or perhaps deceased. Yet, he never anticipated that the former employee had not only perished but had his head severed and repurposed as a ritualistic artifact. This situation is indeed awkward. Was there something this individual did that incurred such wrath? It is no wonder the Book of Fate suggested he would feel astonished. He had encountered countless scenarios on his journey. Whether gravely injured or deceased, nothing had truly shocked him. Yet here, gazing at the polished skull, He recognizes this as an entirely new experience. Colin takes a deep breath, suppressing his rising emotions, and chooses to confirm the task's completion. Immediately, a transparent vortex materializes before him. Task accomplished. Simultaneously, the world around him begins to lose its color, becoming blurred, as if shrouded in layers of mosaic, gradually fading from its original hues and contours. In a fleeting moment, this place transforms into a gray, nebulous space. The distant, resonant toll of a heavy bell echoes in his ears, initiating Arrival Protocol G2. Chapter 10. Could it be a fake drug? A gentle breeze caressed his face as bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon him. The familiar cacophony of modern society enveloped him. And after a brief yet surreal experience, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Colin looked down at himself. His clothing was tidy, fatigue had vanished, and he had returned to the state he was in before entering the other world. Draped across his knees was a piece of parchment that appeared to be yellowed with age. Next arrival countdown, 167 hours 58 minutes 44 seconds. Another 7 days. He mused, contemplating the peculiar notion of spending 7 days here and 7 days there. However, something felt amiss. Colin glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It read Monday, 3 p.m. He distinctly recalled that before his entry, it was precisely noon, meaning only 3 hours had passed in reality. Yet, he had spent over 10 hours in that other realm. Was the flow of time different? Colin pondered this, unable to fully comprehend it, and he found it somewhat acceptable. At that moment, words began to materialize on the parchment. Your evaluation for this event, A-. You have completed this event with outstanding performance. You have earned Campfire Points 2,100, Random Item Draw Ticket 1, F-Grade Gene Compensation Agent, Silver Task Certificate 2. All items have been transferred to your storage space. Please check. Transferred to storage space? What is this storage space? Where did it come from? Colin furrowed his brow. Just then, the completed task details on the parchment faded, replaced by new text. Congratulations, you have become a Campfire employee, unlocking F-level company privileges. Please wait a moment. As this message appeared, a simple drawing of an eye began to take shape on the parchment, fixating its gaze upon him. In that moment of eye contact, Colin felt the image of the eye becoming increasingly real, as if a true eye was staring through the paper at him. A strange sense of embarrassment washed over him, as though every aspect of his being, even his artistic preferences, was laid bare before it. What is this? Why do I feel so exposed? Colin thought. And after what felt like 20 to 30 seconds, the eye finally vanished. He let out a sigh of relief. The sensation of being seen through was decidedly uncomfortable. At that moment, a character data chart emerged on the parchment. Personal profile, internal name, unnamed 123456 can be reset once. Title, none. Privilege, F. Status, early stage amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Early stage chronic myocarditis. Personal experience, completed 1 arrival task with an A evaluation. Next level privilege promotion requirements. Requirement 1. Privilege level must reach F. Requirement 2. Use F-grade gene compensation agent 3 times, current usage, 0.3. Requirement 3. Upon fulfilling requirements 1 and 2. Apply for E-level privilege trial. Initial E-level privilege promotion trial requires 3 silver task certificates. What? When did I develop myocarditis? Colin stared at his personal profile in bewilderment. He was aware of his ALS diagnosis, but he had no idea about the myocarditis. Regardless, it was trivial compared to ALS. After reading, the profile gently faded, transforming into a personal profile option. Additionally, several other functional options appeared beside it. Storage space, trading area, interaction hall, taskbar. So this is what they call F-level privilege. Colin reached out and tapped on storage space, only to find his hand slipping into an independent realm. Inspiration struck him. This was a personal space of approximately 100 liters. He could access items stored within through the parchment. To his astonishment, aside from the regular task rewards, he spotted a familiar revolver lying within. As he focused on it, related information surfaced on the parchment. Revolver the regressor, severely damaged, cannot be used, requires 337 points to restore to a minimally usable state. This belonged to that former colleague? Did the Campfire Company leave it to me as a trophy? Farewell, old friend. Colin wiped away a tear as he contemplated his inventory. However, uncertain whether repairing it would be a loss or gain. He refrained from rushing into restoration and instead turned his attention to the F-grade gene compensation agent, which piqued his interest. F-grade gene compensation agent, a special potion provided by the Campfire Company for F-level employees, capable of enhancing bodily functions comprehensively upon consumption. Each individual may use up to 3, can cure or alleviate various known genetic defect symptoms. The name clearly indicated it was what he sought. Colin retrieved it. Holding it in his hand, it appeared unremarkable, merely a transparent vial with a cork containing a viscous black liquid. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank it all in one gulp. A faint salty taste, nothing particularly special. It felt akin to consuming a bit of saline solution. Colin closed his eyes, attempting to perceive any changes in his body. Yet, it seemed nothing had occurred. Could it be a placebo? Just as Colin entertained such thoughts, he suddenly noticed that his legs seemed to regain mobility. Initially startled, he gazed in disbelief at his legs, then tentatively wiggled his toes and stretched his legs. Finally, Colin felt a surge of emotion. A year. An entire year. He had finally glimpsed hope. A wave of tears threatened to cascade down his cheeks. The physical weakness and paralysis of his legs had entailed more than mere reliance on a wheelchair. The glances of onlookers, the humiliating incontinence, these had relentlessly eroded his dignity. Now, everything was beginning to improve. Though he could not yet stand, Colin knew that as long as he remained alive, there was hope for a full recovery. Silver Task Certificate. Non-transferable, non-tradable. It serves as proof of task completion, typically used for purchasing special items or for career advancement. It was a silver coin, about an inch in diameter, gleaming with a metallic sheen, reminiscent of gambling chips, an object of considerable importance. Colin nodded, shifting his focus to another item. A scroll about the length of chopsticks. Random item draw ticket. Can randomly obtain an item with special functions manufactured by the company. Would you like to use it? A lottery? That can wait. I must prepare adequately first. A refreshing bath to wash away the misfortune sounds ideal. Now is the time to draw a miracle. Seizing the opportunity while it remained, Colin used the ticket, hoping to draw a powerful item. Suddenly, he was taken aback as flickers of light danced across his retina. Strands of pale golden light appearing. What a remarkable outcome. Lines of golden text began to materialize one after another on his vision. Chapter 11, Time Stasis. Name, Time Stasis. Rarity, extremely rare. Condition, usable. Integrity 29. Energy level, Class A effect. A wondrous card that, once activated, can freeze objects in time for 5 seconds. During this interval, all individuals except the user are rendered immobile within a 10-meter radius, with an effective range of 15 meters. Negative effects can be maintained within a controllable range if used no more than 3 times within an hour. These effects reset after 1 hour. Note: one of the 17 gold cards in the Divine Kingdom of Cards, it can be combined with other time series cards for synergistic effects. An anonymous inventor from Bonfire Company, Mr. Cardmaster, remarked, "I know what you're thinking when you see this card, because I feel the same way. Smash Voluto." Restoration conditions. Consuming 3,000 points will enhance duration and effect range. This item has been transferred to the storage room. Please check. Colin exclaimed in delight. Opening the storage room to find a card that looked somewhat familiar, he examined it closely. It was roughly the size of a palm. Featuring a black vortex on the back and a pale golden clock on the front, with its hands all pointing to midnight. Inscribed on the card was the phrase, "No. 17 time. Stasis." Beneath it, another line read, 5 seconds. 5 seconds is still too brief. Within a 10-meter radius, time halts for 5 seconds. What a divine artifact. Yet, as Colin gazed at the card in his hand, he mused on its familiarity, noting that beyond its function, its design resembled that of a Yu-Gi-Oh card. He couldn't help but internally scoff, wondering if the Bonfire Company had no fear of legal repercussions. At that moment, a flurry of wings caught his attention, outside the window. A pigeon was pacing back and forth while casting its gaze at him, cooing incessantly. "This damn pigeon is back begging for food again." Colin sighed, exasperated by his neighbor's dove, which seemed to think his home was a free dining establishment. Did they think rice was free? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grasped the card tightly. With a roar reminiscent of an engine, the world around him felt as if an invisible force had dragged it into a halt. Amidst the ticking of the clock, a spider in the corner, droplets of water falling in the kitchen, dust motes illuminated by sunlight. And the pigeon outside with its raised but unlimbed claw, all within a 10-meter radius of him, ceased their movement. Time stasis. At that moment, another pigeon approached from afar. But as it neared the 15-meter mark, it abruptly slowed down as if caught in slow motion. It was affected by the time freeze, but had yet to enter the area of absolute effect. Just as 5 seconds elapsed, everything resumed its natural movement. the spider in the corner, and the two pigeons appeared unaware of the phenomenon that had just transpired. However, a passing young man downstairs gazed up in astonishment at the seemingly suspended pigeons. Suspended? Can pigeons really fly like that nowadays? What just happened? After rubbing his eyes, he realized it was merely an illusion. A passerby, neither overly critical nor excessively laudatory, Colin felt it was a fair assessment. 5 seconds may seem trivial. Yet in this otherworldly realm, combined with his beastification powers, it became a lethal skill within a 10-meter radius. Of course, if he encountered something significantly larger than 10 meters, he could simply flee. Still, he pondered, if he had possessed this card in that other realm, he might have attempted a counterattack on the lurking entity at the entrance. No, even with this card, it seemed unfeasible. Colin frowned, recalling the description in the Book of Fate, fragment. It suggested that he believed himself well prepared and fully equipped, only to be slaughtered without even encountering an opponent. He wondered if the Book of Fate had accounted for this golden card. If it had, that entity at the entrance was indeed exceedingly formidable, capable of overcoming even time stasis. Caution was warranted. Colin shook his head, uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but after using the card once, he felt as though time had slowed, instilling a peculiar sensation of days dragging on endlessly. He surmised this must be the so-called cognitive distortion of time. Indeed, as mentioned above, using it in isolation was almost equivalent to not using it at all. He placed the Voluto card into his pocket and opened the trading interface. There were two options available, the shop and the auction house. It resembled a game interface. Colin briefly scanned the shop, which offered company-approved items, though with his F-tier privileges. The selection was limited to 2 items, an F-grade gene compensation agent and currency exchange. The compensation agent was priced at a silver task certificate for 1,000 points. Is this exorbitant? Colin thought, hesitating before deciding against it. This agent could only be administered 3 times, and since it seemed achievable through tasks, purchasing it felt like a waste. The currency exchange rate was 1 point for 164.71 yuan. With 2,100 points, he could convert it to over 300,000, nearly 440,000 yuan. So, completing one task could yield over 300,000? Colin found it hard to believe. However, he questioned whether points could be exchanged for money. It seemed not. He had not come across that option. Although he was short on funds, he felt no urgency to convert them. Moreover, he valued the gene compensation agent far more. After closing the shop, he opened the auction house, which boasted a wider array of items. It appeared to feature special items listed by other company employees post-task completion. Colin glanced through the offerings, his eyes widening in disbelief, followed by a grimace. What on earth are these ridiculous items? 3-legged toad cadaver, 5 points. Quantity 1. Note: this item cannot be retrieved in the real world without prior application. Mature brain, 30 points. Quantity 1. Note: this item cannot be retrieved in the real world without prior application. Remarks: the brain of a monster's corpse, seemingly possessing some magnetic properties. Purchase at your discretion. A fire-breathing yet particularly cheeky raven, 100 points. Quantity 1. Note: this item cannot be retrieved in the real world without prior application. Remarks: sweet-tongued and well-behaved, being sold at a bargain price. Act fast. Chapter 12. Observations at the Campfire Company. Where did all these bizarre items come from? Colin could not help but express his disdain. He had hoped to find some powerful items to purchase for himself, only to discover an assortment of inexplicable objects. Among them was a peculiar item, a fire-breathing raven for sale, accompanied by a note that seemed to suggest a hidden truth. However, upon a cursory examination, Colin unexpectedly stumbled upon something intriguing. Book of Fate, fragment for sale, 200 points. Quantity 1. Note: utilizing this will allow you to foresee the fate that awaits you, enabling adjustments to your future, but caution is paramount. Do not use 3 consecutive pages within 24 hours. Otherwise, it may trigger the probability die. While it might enhance your luck for the next 24 hours, there is a greater likelihood of experiencing extreme misfortune during that day, potentially affecting those around you as well. The probability of good fortune, based on testing, is merely 1%. Probability die. Those who attempt to alter their fate shall be deceived by it. Probability die? Colin mused. Why hadn't he noticed these annotations before? Had he been perusing a censored version? His brow furrowed at the thought. The dice sound he had heard earlier. Could it have been the probability die? Why had he encountered a modified version of the descriptions? Was it an unintentional oversight by the company, or a deliberate act? Contemplating this, he concluded that it was likely intentional. Otherwise, his nature would never have permitted him to gamble. This was akin to wagering with his very life. Colin felt a tinge of displeasure. Had he failed, he could have met his demise right there. If death meant merely being replaced to continue the task, he now understood how the odds of 99% and 1% were formulated. The only solace he found was that despite using it 3 times in succession, where the third use had failed, he had still triggered the probability die, resulting in a stroke of luck. Immediately, the trajectory of his future shifted. Going forward, he would need to exercise utmost caution when employing this item. Colin felt a shiver of apprehension at the thought of the overwhelming probability of misfortune against the slim chance of good fortune. He could afford to gamble once, but not repeatedly. Nevertheless, the Book of Fate fragment was still worth acquiring, provided he remained vigilant. After purchasing it, Colin had 1899 points remaining. He briefly scanned the trading area but found nothing of value, so he opened the previously flashing interactive hall. This space appeared to be the internal communication channel of the Campfire Company, encompassing forum posts and chat groups. Upon opening it, Colin's eyes were immediately drawn to a pinned post at the top. Guidelines for employee permissions at Campfire Company, applicable to FED-level permissions. Preface: the following information has been compiled and edited by the life coach, Kawaii Duo, for employees. It is generally accurate, but complete accuracy cannot be guaranteed. 1. Do not disclose any information that could reveal your geographical coordinates to anyone on parchment, to avoid tragic consequences. Supplementary note: some insider employees may deceive or hunt down others, either to acquire more parchment or for other unspecified reasons. Remain vigilant. 2. Company permissions at various levels do not necessarily correlate with the employee's individual strength. For instance, an F-level employee with complete equipment has the potential to defeat a D-level employee. However, genetic compensators and task certificates obtainable only through completion set a baseline for each level's strength, making such occurrences rare, presented merely as an example. 3. Tasks are assigned weekly, typically of an individual nature, though occasionally team tasks arise. Regardless, if you encounter a task that exceeds your authority, you are entitled to refuse it. The consequence is that you will not receive any tasks for the subsequent month. While such situations are uncommon, exceptions do exist. 4. The Campfire Company is aware of intruders, primarily found in the interactive hall. They appear in a humanoid form, attempting to verbally entice employees into revealing their real-world geographical locations. Once disclosed, the employee will vanish. Supplementary note: due to their insufficient humanoid characteristics, identifying them is not challenging. They are uniformly named with 6 random digits, presumably because they lack the character profile feature, preventing name changes. Furthermore, their messages often conclude with phrases like, "Let's meet privately to chat." 5. Currently, we can only view messages from company employees at the FED permission levels. Beyond this, it is speculated that C-level employees can be observed. However, the reasons for the lack of information regarding higher levels remain unclear. It could be due to confidentiality agreements or simply a scarcity of personnel. As of now, we can only discern their existence through certain items, having neither seen nor heard of their deeds. After silently absorbing this information, Colin's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Was the Campfire Company truly this perilous? The sentiments expressed in points 1 and 4 were similar, both warning against revealing one's real coordinates, albeit one referred to humans and the other to unknown entities. Points 2 and 5 seemed unremarkable, serving as standard information. It was point 3 that particularly unsettled Colin, especially the mention of arrival projects. If he was not mistaken, was his current task related to the arrival project? Reflecting on his previous experiences, if it hadn't been for a stroke of great fortune, the mortality rate was indeed alarmingly high. The colleague who had become a sacrificial offering stood as a testament to this. No one had informed him that he could refuse tasks. Colin gazed at the countdown at the top of the parchment, his head throbbing with tension, and could only sigh deeply. It was too late to voice any concerns now. Continuing to scroll down, he encountered various messages of gratitude left by other employees, such as expressions of appreciation towards the original poster and inquiries about meeting offline to convey thanks. To his astonishment, there was even an option to give tips. Pondering this, Colin decided to tip 1 point. "Thank you for your tip. Our company operates with complete transparency. After deducting processing costs, 0.1 points will be the earnings of the poster." Colin stared in disbelief. Was this so-called transparency limited solely to the poster's earnings? He opened his mouth, unsure of what to articulate, silently lamenting the company's exploitative nature, before closing the post and entering a chat group to observe. Inside, the number of participants seemed substantial, with messages continuously scrolling across the screen. Chapter 13. Golden Equipment Currency Merchant. 1 to 300 US, accepting points with integrity in transactions. You may trade using other currencies at the real-time exchange rate. I accept any amount. Please refrain from questioning my financial standing or challenging my pocket money with your lifetime savings. In any case, if you're interested, feel free to contact me privately. I have existing transaction records. By Shoku AI Duo. Do not believe it. Absolutely do not believe it. Minimize revealing your precise location within the company. I will respond to each of these scammers without hesitation. Son of Color Torture. Degrade Promotion Trial. Team Trial Project Ghost Train. I beg you. Please send a skilled support player. Unnamed 114514. I can play support, but I believe we should meet privately to discuss this matter. Never surrender. Help. I am trapped in a non-existent hospital on the -18th floor. Is there a big shot who can assist me with this task? I am willing to offer my entire life savings of 5,000 points for my rescue. I am begging you. Xiao Lu Zui Yi Dong Feng. Seeking advice. Why did I fail to win the lottery even after using the Book of Fate? Fragment. I tried twice and didn't win the jackpot. The first time I thought I had made a mistake, but the second time was the same. I kept missing out and lost a fortune. Unnamed 114514. Lottery? I have a method to win. Suggest meeting offline. I will take you to buy tickets. Mo Xianren. Ha ha ha. Give up on winning money through the lottery. That is a realm forever beyond your reach. Furthermore, can those bots that unnamed 114514 just disappear already? Singing Bard. Those who attempt to alter their fate shall be mocked by destiny itself. Probability dice. The atmosphere is indeed more joyous than I anticipated. Colin observed these dialogues, feeling as though he had entered a realm of folly. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. There were also discussions about scientific knowledge, casual chats, equipment trading, pleas for help, and exchanges of insults. After some contemplation, Colin thought he could subtly exploit the resources available here. For instance, he could inquire through forum posts about desirable equipment for purchase. Thus, he crafted a title and posted, "Forgive my candor, all items under 1,800 points are worthless. If you disagree, feel free to argue." This feature was quite remarkable, allowing for direct textual input through thought. Patience is crucial in fishing. Colin was not in a hurry. He casually ordered takeout, as he had yet to eat lunch. He ordered a meal from Fujian Grill via Meituan, and as he set down his phone, he noticed a message in the parchment scroll chatroom, causing the entire chat to buzz with activity. Unnamed 337546. A newcomer has joined Campfire Company. I just completed a task and obtained this self-healing mark. Its effect enhances physique and recovery. Even if a limb is severed, as long as it is reattached, it can heal, but it only works for D grade and below. Unnamed 114514. Are you willing to sell it? I am very interested in this item and can offer a substantial price. The terms are negotiable, and we can discuss it offline. Tianji Jiaozi. Blue name equipment? To be honest, not very useful. It occupies space in the backpack. I suggest auctioning it for 50 points to facilitate designated trades. By Shoku AI Duo. Damn, why am I so unlucky? Seeing you all auction equipment is more painful than death. Arsonist. I am so annoyed. I despise you seal clubbers. You seldom speak, but when something valuable appears, you leap out to flaunt it. Enough already. I have received your joy, so go boast somewhere else. A novice just acquired A-time, stasis, and feels the effects are decent, but the ability seems somewhat lacking. Is there a big shot who can provide some situational usage advice? Just as Colin finished editing his content and sent it out, he noticed the chat room seemed to freeze momentarily, with no messages appearing for several seconds. Suddenly, a flood of messages surged forth. Unnamed 114514. Golden equipment. I have a friend who is very interested in this item and can indeed offer a hefty price. The terms are negotiable, and we can discuss it offline. Mo Xianren. Wow, in the 5 years since I joined, I've heard about golden equipment but have never seen it. By Shoku AI Duo before this. The best items seem to be purple. I've never heard of gold. Wait, let me find my master to verify this life minor AI Duo. Anonymous 1997. To be precise, I heard there were orange items, better than purple, that caused quite a stir, but the legend of gold surpasses even that. Life Minter Ku AI Duo. I rushed over from the neighboring chatroom. Where's the golden item? Let me see. Let me see. Who is trying to show off? Wow, that is blinding. Anonymous. Unnamed 123456. Give me a breath of luck, please. Anonymous. It's average. Just like that. Licking lemons. JPG. Master of the Fish Pond. Unnamed 123456. Are you selling it, Brother Shun? I am a real person, genuinely interested in purchasing your item. Here's my resume, D-grade authority certificate, 10,000 points for 1 million US dollars. As long as you are willing, I can provide cash, gold, shares in large companies, or fixed assets, whatever transaction method you prefer. I can transfer it to your account immediately. Facing the wind urinating 3 meters, master of the fish pond, rich guy, verify my strength with 50. Life Mentor Coup AI Duo. Bro, I must remind you, although this person is likely a real individual, I still advise against any private transactions. Do not casually engage with someone who can easily produce 1 million US dollars. It would be effortless for them to deceive you. Furthermore, master of the fish pond. How can you be sure this golden item is from a real person? What if it is a new type of scam from an invader? See God Mingyu, are you playing a game of deception? If invaders had that kind of intelligence, I would immediately eat the cesspool in my backyard. Moreover, I just saw Brother Shun's employment notification. Anonymous, employment notification? What do you mean? I don't understand. Why does this message confirm he is not an invader? Immediately, someone began to explain. The current method of discerning whether someone is real hinges on the employment notification. Every new employee receives an employment notification. The foolishness of invaders is akin to suddenly appearing without such notifications. Chapter 14. Purchasing equipment. Colin shook his head regarding that man who had inquired about selling. He had no intention of selling, to be honest. If the price had been in the millions, he might have considered what he could do with that sum. However, if it reached $1 billion, for reasons unknown, it suddenly lost its allure. That price felt somewhat distant to him. Seizing the opportunity with the crowd around, he pondered whether anyone had knowledge about arrival-type quests. After some thought, he decided to post a question under his thread. He had just accepted an arrival-type task and completed the first phase. Seeking any advice from others. The first response, of course, came from the unnamed user 114514, suggesting a private meeting. It was clear he was trying hard to sway people. Colin chose to ignore him outright. Anonymous 135. Dear, I suggest reaching out to Xiao Yin from Wutan City. Overcoming challenges with strong allies is essential. Life Mentor Kawaii Duo? Advice on arrival-type tasks? I recommend finding a good grave. Brother Shunzi, what were you thinking accepting an arrival type? According to the information available, the FED levels are unsuitable for such tasks. Singing Traveler Shingo, at that time, Shunzi was still too young. Unaware that all gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Master of the Fish Pond. Unnamed 123456. Why bother? Although it may not be appropriate to say, the arrival project is known to be a dead end. Those who embark on it meet their demise. Rather than allowing treasures to gather dust, it would be better to leave a path for your family. Brother Shunzi, you wouldn't want your family to be left without support, would you? Can't you at least wish me some good fortune? Colin couldn't help but retort. Family? He didn't carry much burden in that respect. As he observed the messages refresh at an escalating pace, some reveling in misfortune, some offering encouragement, others lamenting the good things destined for the grave, Colin shook his head and departed from that tumultuous place. How could he accomplish his task among such pests? Many had rushed in, drawn by his presence. Colin jotted down several items: analysis lens, law book, fragment, eye of seduction, earthly talisman, ring of flame control. As he perused, Colin suddenly adopted the expression of an elderly man on the subway, for he seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable item named Widow Snowwoman. His browsing for the day concluded. Out of curiosity, Colin opened Auction House and searched for this name, blissfully unaware of its connotations or the story it told, merely intrigued. Soon, the green information regarding Widow Snowwoman appeared before him. Name: Widow Snowwoman. Quality: ordinary. Status: slightly damaged. Completeness: 38. Energy level: E level, suitable for FD level employees. Effect: upon wearing, one can summon a guardian named Snowwoman, who shares visual perception with the wearer and is capable of becoming mist-like or launching freezing attacks. The summoning lasts for 30 minutes and can be used once every 24 hours. Negative effect: Snowwoman's corruption. She perpetually yearns to invade your body, merging with you entirely. Therefore, dear man, there is no need for excessive persistence. A brief encounter suffices. Price: 1,800 points. Note: a Snowwoman who has painstakingly escaped her past arrives in a strange city struggling to survive until one day, she encounters a warm-hearted youth with a ring bearing an eye. From this description, it seemed rather appealing, albeit a tad expensive. Colin felt his pocket. He was short on funds. After previously rewarding and purchasing a law book, Fragment, he was left with merely 1899 points, making the acquisition feel somewhat beyond his reach. He decided to explore further. Colin began searching for the other items he had noted down, finding that the other employees' recommendations were indeed quite respectable. After a series of comparisons, Colin deemed the most practical to be the analysis lens, law book, Fragment, and ring of flame control. The first allowed one to interpret their surroundings like Sherlock Holmes, obtaining insights that might otherwise be overlooked. It bore no negative effects, aside from consuming mental energy, and often the information gleaned was of little consequence. Yet, for someone undertaking an arrival project, even mundane details could hold significant value. Price, 1,000 points. The second, akin to the law book, Fragment, was a single-use item that could temporarily establish a useful rule within a defined area. For instance, no urination or defecation allowed here. Should one transgress, Colin could smile and say, "Did you know you just committed an offense?" The transgressor would face punishment, and their luck would plummet for a specified duration. No negative effects were noted, but the established rule had to adhere to certain logic, ensuring it was enforceable. Regrettably, using it cost 600 points, which felt exorbitant. Its cost-effectiveness paled in comparison to the law book, Fragment. The third was less flamboyant, aptly named to influence and manipulate flames within a 15-meter radius. Its negative effect was that using it caused a phantom pain akin to burns on the skin, although there was no actual damage. The intensity of the pain was so overwhelming that it was priced at a mere 500 points, considerably cheaper than most similar items, 2 to 3 times less. Colin nearly questioned whether he had misread the price. Was the sensation of burning so dreadful? He clicked his tongue, pondering that in his beastly state, he possessed a notable resistance to pain. Perhaps it was worth a try? Combining the analysis lens with the ring of flame control and searching for another law book, Fragment should suffice. If all went well, he would still have 399 points remaining. Perhaps he could find something similar. No, he didn't even need to search, as he had something usable in his backpack already. Colin quickly calculated in his mind. He then retrieved the revolver from his storage room. If he recalled correctly, during his first task, one typically had no equipment. However, this note clearly indicated it was a special item, suggesting that the previous employee was indeed a formal staff member. Everyone, in the early stages, would be frugal and would not purchase subpar gear. Thus, even if it was lacking, it wouldn't be utterly useless. Colin reasoned that spending over 300 points to repair it was unlikely to be a loss. With this thought, he decided to allocate the remainder of his funds to refurbish the revolver. Soon, with only 62 points left, the revolver appeared as if it had been cleansed. With much of the rust removed and some defects mended, though it still looked on the verge of falling apart. Yet, it should function. However, upon seeing the newly appeared orange text, Colin was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 15. Revolver the Regressor Quality. Rare Status. Disturbing Completeness 11. Energy Level. None. Effect. Extremely low recoil, compatible with various conventional pistol and rifle ammunition. Capable of infusing certain skill effects onto the bullets, delivering attacks with special effects. Exclusive trait, Blade Draw. American executes a series of actions from drawing the gun to shooting within 0.2 seconds. Requires 300 points to activate this skill. Exclusive trait, Adaptive Aiming. With this, even a 3-year-old child can effortlessly shoot and explode the cranium of a well-off enemy from 80 meters away. Requires 300 points to activate this skill. Note, almost brand new, used by a female. Next repair, 3,346 points for a golden clearance voucher. Repairing unlocks more functions. Colin gazed at the revolver in his hand, murmuring to himself, his heart a mixture of joy and apprehension. Unboxing a piece of equipment ranked just below gold, an orange rarity, was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, a grand occasion indeed. Yet, he could not shake the worry that, as someone had suggested, it might be a gift of fate, marked with a hidden price. After all, this marked his first successful task completion, and while 99% of it was due to his own efforts, the 1% dictated by chance could not be overlooked. He feared the consequences that might arise once this effect faded away. Indeed, the throw of probability was ruthless. The day had unfolded with remarkable fortune, yet regrettably. He possessed only one box, and the bestowed luck was limited to a mere 24 hours. Colin sighed, contemplating how wonderful it would be if every day could be so fortunate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he utilize the Book of Fate fragment to harness another stroke of luck before his current effect waned? If so, could he not perpetually refill his fortune? After some contemplation, Colin inscribed a query on the parchment. I have a friend who. Responses arrived swiftly after his question was sent. It's not feasible. The throw of probability had indeed produced luck before, occasionally, during tasks. Unforeseen events would compel individuals into desperate situations, prompting some to attempt such actions. Yet, most met with dire outcomes. And among those few exceptions were individuals who had tried to refill, resulting in catastrophic failure and unknown reasons for their demise. An employee privately shared some little-known insights with Colin. As for the refilling, he could only advise against it. No amount of good fortune could shield one from self-sabotage. Alas, it was a pity. Considering the otherworldly context, he still had about 7 to 8 hours of effect remaining. He planned to venture out soon to purchase some instant scratch-off tickets to bolster his finances. Colin exhaled deeply, then organized his current equipment. Time, stagnation, revolver the regressor, decoding lens, ring of flame domination, Book of Fate fragment 1. With these 4 pieces of equipment and a single-use item, he felt slightly more confident. However, that confidence was not entirely unwavering. The Book of Fate suggested he believed his wings were sufficiently robust to confront the enemy, but he still wondered if those wings included the gold card and purchased items. One thing was certain, the orange equipment undoubtedly counted, as it would surely be obtainable in the hall. He decided not to rush, choosing to wait until the time came. After all, the Book of Fate would definitely be utilized. As Colin stored each item in his storage space, he suddenly recalled a pressing matter. What about the bullets? Blinking, he pondered whether he could procure bullets abroad in time. It seemed unlikely. Perhaps he should check the auction house. Upon exploring the auction house, he was fortunate to discover that bullets were indeed for sale. However, even the cheapest ones cost 3 points each. Converting points from the shop amounted to nearly $500 per bullet. Exchanging them at the offline rate of the interactive hall was a price that made Colin's heart bleed. The only consolation was the bullets appeared to carry a special effect. Silver bullets inflicts 150 damage against malevolent and vile creatures. Wouldn't 2 shots suffice at 150 damage? Colin scoffed but ultimately purchased 13 rounds, reducing his points from 62 to 23. This might very well be the first time in his life he spent so extravagantly. To his dismay, upon further calculation, converting points to currency revealed that he had squandered at least 300,000 in just a few hours. Exaggerated, indeed. At that moment, a new message suddenly appeared on the parchment. You have a new task. The call from afar has been added to the taskbar. Please decide whether to accept it within 1 hour. Oh, he nearly forgot about the taskbar. Colin opened it to find 3 existing tasks. The first, a pinned task, was to expel all intruders, which simply required clearing the robots in the interactive hall. Certainly, that task was impossible. The second was an unexplored territory, pertaining to a task set to commence in 7 days. The third was the recently acquired task, the call from afar. Requirements. Upon accepting the task, at noon on Wednesday, in a state of slumber, heed the call, and as an envoy, proceed to locate and complete the containment of the underlying source. Suitable for employee levels, F grade and above. Note: memory suppression is required upon entry to prevent the opponent from escaping. And please avoid exposing oneself as much as possible before confirming the underlying source. Will you accept this task? F grade and above, how fitting. Except the timing was the day after tomorrow. If only it were sooner, he could have tackled it while his luck was still intact. Leaning back in his wheelchair, Colin pondered the situation. This was a task received under fortunate circumstances, especially since he had just lamented his financial troubles, and then the task arrived. Thus, it seemed the task itself posed no issues. Without much hesitation, he chose to accept it. Chapter 16. Preparations before the mission. Today is Monday, and the mission event is the day after tomorrow. It is time to commence preparations. The 100-liter storage room can accommodate a considerable amount of supplies. Yes, I should procure some gasoline or something similar to complement the flame manipulation ring, Colin pondered. The flame manipulation ring has the capability to control the direction of flames within a 15-meter radius. The more flames he controls, the more intense the sensation of burning becomes. However, prior to this, he requires a substance that can generate a persistent and nearly extinguishable source of fire. Furthermore, these materials must be easily obtainable in reality. After some contemplation, he recalled hearing about a concoction involving gasoline and white sugar. The answers from the search engine seemed overly simplistic, so he turned to his colleagues for their insights. He came across suggestions of gasoline, sulfur, alcohol, and various chemical names that Colin could hardly comprehend. Despite this, he felt a vague understanding, yet remained uncertain about the practical application. His knowledge was fragmented and theoretical. In practice, he had no idea where to procure these items. The pressing issue was that he needed them by the day after tomorrow. At that moment, Colin noticed a user named Arsonist Tautau had mentioned him. For 100 points, I can sell you a special recipe for secret blended oil that can be used alongside the flame manipulation ring. I will guide you through the entire process to ensure its effectiveness in the final product. Many others chimed in beneath his post, expressing their agreement. Colin, though not fully understanding, sensed the potential of this offer. He believed in the value of paying for knowledge, provided it was worth the expense. Given the confidence of this individual, Colin decided to give it a try. Naturally, the option to pay after usage was a minor bonus. As for the claim that the individual was the previous owner of the flame manipulation ring, Colin was not particularly surprised, as many had used it. Akin to a common public transport, the remarkably low price led many financially constrained individuals to disregard any skepticism. Colin casually browsed the forum and found 9 others who had utilized it. It turned out that the weekly mission rewards were quite meager, amounting to merely 200 to 300 points, or even just 100 or 200. Colin observed the lively exchanges among these users. Completing a certain mission could yield over 2,000 points, nearly tenfold their usual rewards. The only downside was the slight risk of losing one's life. However, he did not dwell too much on this. Colin initiated a private chat with the colleague known as Tautau. It must be said, perhaps due to the monetary aspect, Tautau's service was remarkably attentive, providing Colin with a sense of meticulous care. He learned that, in the eyes of certain individuals, nearly every common item in the world, beans, fruits, bones, eggs, various oils, medicines, fertilizers, and even shower gels, was either flammable, explosive, or part of something that was. In Tautau's words, everything in this world is art, and art is inherently explosive. Of course, achieving this required a degree of processing. Under professional guidance, Colin acquired the coveted secret blended oil that very evening. It was golden in hue, slightly viscous, and had the advantage that even a small dab on the cap, once ignited, would continue to burn regardless of attempts to extinguish it initially, as long as it remained exposed to air. If mishandled, it could engulf a person in flames. Moreover, it was environmentally friendly, producing minimal smoke and containing few toxic substances upon combustion. Additionally, Tautau provided a recipe for a neutralizing agent contained in a glass vial, which, when thrown at the source of the flame, would swiftly react with the unburned portion, nullifying the effects of the secret blended oil, thereby preventing it from being exploited by enemies. It was an essential item for both home and travel, highly praised by users. Colin couldn't help but marvel at the talent of such individuals. They must have lived quite comfortably even in confinement. With a stroke of luck, the remaining time would be sufficient for him to produce at least 10 liters of blended oil. If adept and adequately supplied, the process would be relatively straightforward. Time swiftly passed, and by Wednesday at 11 in the morning, Colin reviewed his prepared materials. Following the call of the mission, he lay down on his bed, closing his eyes. Before long, he distinctly sensed the memories associated with the Bonfire Company fading rapidly from his mind, akin to a scallop buried in sand, only to be discovered when needed. Simultaneously, the only difference this time was that he did not receive an invitation letter from the Bonfire Company. The entire experience felt both despairing and helpless. Yet in this final moment, perhaps due to the notion that hope never truly fades, one night he suddenly heard a call in his dreams. Something was beckoning him. "Great heroes, save us. We beseech your gaze. May disaster be averted, save us." From the land bestowed by the gods, the long and distant cries echoed repeatedly from an unseen realm. An indescribable premonition gripped him, informing him that all his former friends, family, relatives, and everything else would soon become mere memories. Yet, there was nothing left to cling to. He yearned for rebirth, to break free from the frail, fleshbound reality he inhabited. Chapter 17. O great heroes, I beseech your presence, imploring you to rescue this epoch on the brink of extinction. May this decaying world be graced by your gaze. Fearless and noble champions, hear our humble supplication and descend upon us in this moment. A chorus of fervent calls echoed in his ears, awakening Colin from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback to find a throng of gaunt villagers, clad in tattered garments, kneeling before him. Behind them loomed an ancient town, distinct from the modern world, featuring a prominent white church. In the distance, a shroud of mist obscured the rest of the landscape. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His thoughts sank into confusion only to resurface as he realized he had inexplicably arrived at this place, although many crucial details eluded him at the moment. The strangeness of this unfamiliar world sparked an outrageous conjecture within him. Had he traversed dimensions once more? Indeed, why once more? Welcome to this perilous realm, noble champions. Among the villagers, one figure stepped forward, a venerable cleric adorned in a red robe, crowned and wielding a golden staff, gazing at Colin with fervent eyes. More accurately, he was gazing at Colin and the others surrounding him. As Colin turned to look behind, he discovered he stood upon a ceremonial altar, nearly 100 square feet in size, with 8 others flanking him. In this era, could one traverse dimensions accompanied by a cohort? Curiosity piqued, Colin scrutinized his fellow champions, who, like him, bore expressions of bewilderment tinged with vigilance. Their forms were cloaked so thoroughly that they appeared somewhat portly. Great and benevolent heroes. I am a bishop of the Light Church. Our world suffers from famine, monstrous beings, and encroaching darkness. Consequently, we have adhered to an ancient sacred rite, praying for your divine intervention. We implore you, merciful ones, to heed our pleas, descend upon our land, and wield your extraordinary wisdom and indomitable resolve to rescue this beleaguered world. Commencing from this humble town, should you succeed in saving our imperiled realm, we shall offer all that we possess as tribute. Every soul will express gratitude for your deeds, and all shall recognize your greatness and immortality. The red-robed cleric extolled the champion's arrival while earnestly recounting the dire circumstances of their world. After listening for several minutes, Colin's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he grasped the essence of the message. This alternate world was steeped in turmoil, beset by apocalyptic prophecies that had persisted for millennia. Indeed, for nearly 1,000 years, calamities had plagued humanity, leaving its existence hanging by a thread, save for this modest town. Not far away, noble princesses, pure maidens of the church, destitute noblewomen and their daughters, and the helpless sisters of the village awaited their salvation, oh no, their deliverance. Following the ancient prophecies, they had summoned 8 heroes to this place, destined to fulfill the foretold role of saviors in this ailing world. Of course, the elder did not spell it out so plainly, yet Colin discerned the underlying meaning. Whether they could indeed save the world remained uncertain. But the old man seemed well versed in the motivations of heroes, knowing that beautiful maidens inspired ordinary individuals to embark on grand quests. Moreover, the elder spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency. Wait, Mandarin? How could these individuals be speaking Mandarin? A sense of dissonance crept over Colin as he sensed something was slightly amiss. At the very least, these people should be communicating in an entirely different tongue. Oddly enough, he had not encountered these villagers before. Why had he assumed they could speak another language? Colin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, after the elder concluded his lengthy address, a golden-haired maiden clad in white clerical garb suddenly emerged from the crowd. At her appearance, Colin distinctly heard the collective intake of breath from the 8 individuals behind him. Indeed, this maiden was strikingly beautiful. She was petite, with a long, fair neck, dressed in simple white vestments, and amidst the villagers' lackluster appearances, she stood out like a lotus emerging unsullied from the mud, radiating a natural, unadorned beauty, pure, dignified, and captivating. The air around her seemed to shimmer with a delicate yet intoxicating floral fragrance, igniting a fervor within the champions. At that moment, the maiden's eyes were red-rimmed, and she gazed at them with a pitiful expression, parting her small, rosy lips. Great heroes, I implore you to save this world, to protect these kind-hearted and innocent villagers, and to vanquish the monsters that emerge from the chasms of the earth. Yes, please save us, noble heroes. The villagers echoed, kneeling in desperate supplication. A sea of bodies prostrated outside the altar. One hero, his gaze piercing through the throng of villagers without a glance in their direction, focused intently on the beautiful maiden and proclaimed, "Fear not, we shall surely rescue this world. Indeed, my friend speaks true. As heroes, we must aid the weak and suppress all foes. I shall disseminate my knowledge across this land, so that those so-called monsters shall witness the might of our iron flood. By the way, I am Lushing. May I inquire your name?" "Certainly, esteemed hero. I am Eliza Kent, a nun of the Light Church. You may simply call me Eliza." The majority of the other heroes standing behind Colin began to speak, eagerly embracing their newfound identities as champions set to save the world. Simultaneously, the fragrant aroma enveloping Colin stirred within him a previously dormant restlessness. This sensation was an inexplicable surge of confidence, as if a few words of flattery had transformed him into a savior. He felt an urge to make promises akin to those of his companions and to undertake nearly unattainable feats. But just then, a subtle wave of fierce temperament surged within him, and his pupils constricted as the world before him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 18. Who invited themselves? No longer were there any innocent villagers, nor were there nuns or priests. The villagers, once seemingly ordinary, now displayed decayed skin, dismembered limbs, and their pale eyes fixated on the onlookers, murmuring incomprehensible, foul languages reminiscent of the living. As for the exceptionally beautiful young nun, in Colin's eyes, she had transformed into a grotesque figure clad in pure white garments, her face decomposing and oozing, her skin swollen and pallid like a living corpse. Devoid of any semblance of sanctity or beauty, the red-robed priest beside her was equally a highly decomposed cadaver. Simultaneously, the surrounding edifices seemed to reveal their true nature. Having been abandoned for an indeterminate time, dilapidated and chaotic, with walls festooned with mold and luminescent moss, the once delightful fragrance in the air morphed into a nauseating stench of decay. Colin's body stiffened, but before he could ponder further, the scene shifted once more. The magnificent church, the pure maiden, the imposing red-robed priest, the villagers, gaunt and desperate, beseeching salvation, and the enchanting aroma in the air, all seemed restored to their former glory, as if the previous vision had merely been an illusion. The brave souls beside him remained lost in the fervor of the villagers' praises, making promises incessantly, while Colin felt out of place amidst the commotion. However, thanks to that fleeting moment of surprise, Colin finally recalled his true identity and mission, the Campfire Special Item Containment Company. He silently chanted this in his mind, and instantly, a connection was established with the company in his thoughts. Yet, before he could contemplate further, a chill ran down his spine as he noticed the beautiful maiden's gaze fixed upon him, and he suddenly realized that, compared to the others, he was the one who seemed amiss. Nobody understands better than I how to restore greatness to the world. Esteemed 8 warriors, please follow me to the church's treasure chamber, where I shall present you with precious weapons. Wait, why are there 9 of you? The red-robed priest sensed something amiss. 9 warriors? How could that be? 1, 2, 3. Indeed, there are 9 warriors. The maiden in her pristine white attire innocently extended her hand to count, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Warriors? Aren't there supposed to be only 8? Who has come uninvited? Colin remained silent, exchanging puzzled glances with the others, who seemed equally bewildered. A slender warrior clad in a shirt, with disheveled hair, curiously remarked, "Perhaps it's just an accident. Isn't it better to have more?" The maiden shook her head. "But the prophecy states there are only 8. No matter, praise the great creator, this must be his design," interjected the stern-faced elder in the red robe. "We cannot comprehend the wisdom left by the great creator, which is always profound. Since there are 9 warriors, it must surely hold significance." With that, the red-robed leader turned, and the villagers parted to clear a path. "Come, I shall present you with weapons to vanquish your foes. With these, you will save those ensnared in darkness. With such powerful weapons, why not take the initiative?" Colin silently scoffed, glancing at the others before following behind. The 9 of them moved as a collective, flanked by the devoutly kneeling villagers, led by the maiden and the elder, departing from the altar towards the pristine church in the town. The architecture of the church appeared vaguely familiar. Wait, wasn't this the kind of church where a former colleague had been made a sacrifice? However, it seemed to be several times larger, and this town appeared significantly more expansive than that one. Colin noted the sun emblem on the white church, a circular design surrounded by lines of varying lengths. Additionally, ominous gray clouds seemed to roil in the sky, paired with a familiar aura of brutality within him. Beastification syndrome. Colin wore a smile on his face but inwardly cursed, realizing that this was indeed a descending-type mission. Moreover, the location of the descent was one he recognized. "The probability die has betrayed me," he silently lamented, adeptly recalling the task-related information in his mind. Event: call from afar. Requirement: temporarily suppress memories, comply with the summons. Locate the entity, eliminate it, and complete the containment of the puppet master's corpse. Remaining time: 14 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Note: attempt to rescue the victims. This will aid you in achieving a higher task evaluation. When necessary, you may actively invoke the powers of the beastification syndrome to dispel illusions and confront foes. Finally, the Campfire Company, full title, Campfire Special Item Containment Company, wishes you success in this event. What could possibly be the reason for luring ordinary people from Earth here? Was it truly due to the so-called prophecy of the heroes? Colin maintained a neutral expression, his eyes subtly scanning the surroundings, preparing to observe before making any conclusions. The task required him to contain the puppet master's corpse. The figures before him were likely mere puppets. He needed to gather more information. In any case, caution and prudence are timeless virtues. Hey, Colin felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw a somewhat plump young man with messy hair. What is it? Colin inquired. Oh, I just wanted to ask why you've been staring at Sister Eliza. You don't have feelings for her, do you? He asked, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks. No, Colin replied decisively, shaking his head. I have no interest in women, especially those of the decayed variety. Well, that's good. Since that's the case, I shall pursue her. Bro, you really are something, Colin thought, recalling the maiden's grotesquely decayed visage. Feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief towards this aspiring undead warrior. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Dun. I found reality rather uninteresting, surrounded by frivolous people. Diodes, and recently emerging individuals who either produce erotic art or engage in political maneuvering, which is why I answered the locals' prayers. I wish to establish an ideal land here, free from conflict and hunger. You must possess a special skill to have received the summons, just like me. What is your name? Lu Dun's face bore a hint of arrogance, and his sense of superiority was palpable as he spoke of the locals. In his earlier introduction, he had already grasped that this was an ancient, magic-infused, backward world awaiting their conquest. Influenced by various factors, he believed he could resolve everything. Chapter 19. You perished on this night. Colin, an ordinary individual who has lost his dreams. He harbors no particular disdain towards Lu Dun or the others. He comprehends that they have become ensnared in the deceitful allure of the local rogues. These individuals, likely the reclusive types who seldom venture beyond their confines, exhibit a facade of bravado online while remaining somewhat introverted and insecure in real life. Engaging in conversation with strangers may not come easily to them, otherwise they would not be labeled as outcasts. Even without the influence of an unknown seduction, they would struggle to withstand the incessant calls of brave hero, let alone when enticed. Particularly, that decayed girl incessantly referring to them as sweet brave hero rendered them utterly dazed. Had he not come prepared, Colin would have likely found himself in a similar predicament. Come on, there's no need for such humility. Those who arrive here are undoubtedly extraordinary talents. Otherwise, what right would ordinary folk have to be summoned? He thought, recognizing the perilous nature of this world, realizing he would need to rely on them to shield him. Colin adopted a lowly demeanor. Rest assured, Lu Dun remarked, patting Colin on the shoulder. Although I am yet to discern your unique talents, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety. Colin felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, nearly losing his composure. He inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the surge of embarrassment within him. Revealing any vulnerability would be detrimental. While he possessed a degree of self-confidence, the unpredictability of these individuals unsettled him. They were, after all, just ordinary folk. Contemplating the implications of death on their scores, Colin's demeanor grew serious. His motives were not driven by mere scoring. Rather, he understood that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Just then, a blonde-haired transmigrator seemingly overheard their exchange and turned, exclaiming brazenly, "Beauty is only worthy of the strong. Sister Eliza belongs to me. For your own good, I advise you to prepare for the heartbreak." What did you say? Calm down, both of you. From an objective standpoint, women merely serve as stumbling blocks to our quest for a better future. I suggest you remain silent. A quarrel was about to erupt. And while Colin occasionally chimed in, his mind was occupied with earlier questions. What was the true purpose behind summoning them to this world? If they intended to act, why not do so now? The villagers, appearing to number in the hundreds on the surface, would clearly hold the advantage should conflict arise. If Chiang Kai-shek were in charge, a full-scale assault would have been launched without hesitation. As hushed disputes ensued, the group entered the church and made their way to the inner sanctum. At that moment, a nun clad in a pristine white robe turned, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, esteemed warriors, I sincerely apologize. Please do not quarrel over me. I am not worthy of such consideration. The church treasury awaits. I must fetch some purified water from the holy spring for you. Excuse me." The lovely nun bowed in apology before gracefully departing. Ahead, at the end of the path, stood a set of grand double doors. Upon their arrival, armored guards flanked the doors and together pushed them open. A soft golden light, symbolic of wealth, spilled forth from the crevice. As the doors swung wide, Colin and the others beheld a treasure trove of dazzling artifacts concealed behind the imposing entrance, a cross-shaped sword radiating silvery brilliance embedded in a stone pedestal. A longbow enveloped in a verdant aura of healing, a blood-red battle axe surrounded by a crimson mist, an imposing suit of knightly armor exuding a heavy presence, a staff crackling with lightning, among countless other relics. Without a doubt, the special effects were striking, making it immediately apparent that these items were far from ordinary. The aged priest in a red robe proclaimed, "Noble heroes, these are the sacred artifacts prepared for you, treasures that only esteemed warriors can wield. Take them up and save this world." Colin felt as though his intellect had been assaulted merely by listening. Yet, the 8 heroes, undeterred, stepped forward together, and Colin, with no choice, followed suit to select his own item. The cardinal remained outside, gazing at their retreating figures, suddenly appearing somewhat dazed. Once inside the chamber, Colin noticed that the other 8 were enveloped in a transparent aura that glimmered under the light of the artifacts. This aura evoked a sensation akin to amniotic fluid. It seemed to be an inherent quality they possessed upon arriving in this world. However, when one of the heroes withdrew the cross-shaped sword from its pedestal, it felt as though the protective aura was abruptly pierced and dissipated. It was only at that moment that Colin truly realized he had fully arrived in this realm. Was this the reason they had refrained from taking action? Were they wary of this aura? Colin pondered, noting that he too seemed to possess a similar essence. After a brief hesitation, he rose and began to peruse the treasures within the vault, occasionally nodding or scrutinizing certain items as if making a meticulous selection. Simultaneously, he activated the Book of Fate, fragment that had embedded itself within his mind, eager to discern what would transpire next. Under the watchful gaze of the drowned corpses behind you, everyone chose their items. To avoid exposure, you selected one as well. As you anticipated, you felt a true arrival in this world. After selecting your weapon, you expected the enemy to launch an attack. Instead, news of a monster invasion came. With Sister Talisa surrounded, at the beseeching of the drowned bishop, you proceeded south of the town to provide support. For the others, this battle was merely a matter of routine, but for you, it felt like child's play. As the celebration feast commenced, you cleverly avoided consuming the tainted food by storing it away. Throughout the ordeal, you strove to comprehend the underlying motives of the puppet master behind this deception. Regrettably, due to a lack of critical information, you remained unable to unravel the truth. The only certainty was that the adversary harbored ill intentions, and the situation seemed vaguely connected to a deceased former colleague. You remained vigilant against the impending assault from the enemy's zombies, yet unexpectedly, one of the heroes, with whom you had maintained a cordial relationship, stabbed you in the back. At that moment, a horde of drowned corpses surged forth, launching an attack on you. Only now did you realize that your presence had been discovered. The heroes had unwittingly been brainwashed into believing you were a traitor. Overwhelmed by the immense damage from the betrayal, you activated your beastly transformation, morphing into a red, ominous creature, and fought back, utilizing powerful items to carve your way out. The puppet master seemed unaware of your strength, leaving behind traces of their aura. Employing deciphering lenses and your keen sense of smell, you pinpointed the general location of the puppet master. That individual was concealed beneath this very land. Once you ascertain their position, you are confident you can eliminate them. However, having sustained grievous injuries from the ambush, you found yourself incapacitated. Retreating to a safe area, your consciousness gradually faded, reason slipping away, descending into madness. You perished on this night. Chapter 20. The contradictions of fate. As the effects subsided, Colin felt an intense pain coursing through his body, akin to being subjected to a gruesome execution. Yet, the most unbearable discomfort resided in his lower back. The world is indeed filled with treachery. One is either struck from behind or stabbed in the back. I shall henceforth don a bulletproof vest whenever I venture out, Colin mused, discreetly rubbing his lower back. Shaking his head slightly, he swiftly extracted useful information from his premonition. Choosing the holy artifact would not pose significant issues. Following the prescribed course of action, as long as he evaded the ambushes, he could pinpoint the puppeteer behind the scenes and effectuate a counterattack. The misunderstanding had been resolved. The probability of the task assigned was indeed feasible, with little difficulty. However, the contents of this premonition were intriguing. For instance, did the previous premonition account for this one? Herein lay a contradiction. According to the last premonition, he should not be facing death today. No, the previous vision seemingly did not mention this additional task. Or perhaps, the unexpected draw of the golden card had already altered his fate? Alternatively, could it be that the longer the time span, the less effective the premonition becomes? Neglecting numerous details? Colin pondered thoughtfully. He collected his thoughts and observed that others were nearing their decisions. He casually seized a beautifully adorned longbow encrusted with gems. Upon touching it, Colin squinted, noticing that the bow was devoid of jewels and instead was coated in writhing flesh. In that instant, the aura surrounding him dissipated, and the world before him sharpened into stark reality. He had truly arrived in this realm. The wooden bow, covered in flesh, exuded an unsettling essence that sought to invade his body through his palm. Colin did not resist, for as the essence flowed into him, it was instantly consumed by the ferocity of the beastification syndrome. What caliber of being dared to share space with it? Once everyone had chosen their equipment. Colin sensed a palpable gaze behind him, brimming with greed, causing discomfort. Yet, as described in the fragmented pages of the Book of Fate, there was no indication of imminent violence. Without action, Colin could not trace the threads of their intentions. Given their current display of caution, it was likely that any leads would be abruptly severed. Damn it, this shadowy figure clearly has the advantage in numbers, yet remains excessively cautious. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor. Your Excellency, a grave situation has arisen. A wave of monstrous entities is advancing from the south of the town. A bloodied figure clad in the garb of a sentinel burst into the church, gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, the cardinal's expression turned to one of alarm, and he urgently inquired, "What is the status of Sister Eliza?" She is surrounded by the monsters." The sentinel closed his eyes, uncertainty hanging in the air regarding her fate. "What did you say?" "The nun is besieged by creatures." Lu Dun rushed forward, wielding a bloodied longsword, while others displayed concern, evidently holding Sister Eliza in high regard. "Indeed, the urgency is palpable. I implore you to accompany me to confront the monstrous tide," the cardinal urged, suddenly coughing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "What is happening to you?" someone questioned, bewildered. "I sustained injuries while combating the monstrous tide," he coughed violently, expelling coagulated clots resembling internal fragments. "Rest assured, we shall rescue Sister Talisa. Lead the way swiftly," the blonde warrior interjected, stepping forth. As soon as he spoke, the others expressed eagerness to join, their newfound power from the holy artifact igniting their desire for action. "You all seem to play your parts quite well," Colin observed, his expression complex as he scrutinized the blonde warrior, suspecting he might be a plant. Without delay, under the guidance of several soldiers, they hastened towards the southern part of the town. The town was not large, easily visible in its entirety. After only a few minutes, they could see clouds of dust rising from the south, faint cries and the roars of monsters resonating in the air. On the road, numerous individuals fled in panic towards the opposite direction. This summoning of heroes was likely not a first. Perhaps previous so-called heroes had been summoned before, giving the entire process a sense of familiarity and repetition. Colin, grasping the flesh-encrusted longbow, cast a glance at the soldiers leading the way and the terrified residents. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some residents with tattered shoes, their knees oozing fluid, and he could faintly hear the sound of bones grinding together. Such injuries would have incapacitated a normal person long ago. It was evident that these individuals had not merely run a short distance. One could only conclude that they were diligent, seasoned actors in this grim play. He could not help but wonder once more about the shadowy puppeteer orchestrating such childlike games, pondering what ultimate aim lay behind this macabre theater. Reflecting on the colleague who had been turned into a sacrificial artifact, he recalled the dense congregation of corpses within the church, including one resembling today's cardinal. Did the puppeteer intend to transform them into artifacts as well? Had that former colleague perhaps accepted this very task? What trials had he endured before becoming a sacrificial tool? With no time for further contemplation, Colin gathered his thoughts and halted, gazing towards the southern edge of the town, where grotesque creatures, twisted and resembling heaps of flesh, surged forth like an overwhelming tide, accompanied by a nauseating stench. However, an invisible wave emanated from the holy artifact, warding off the foul odor. "There!" someone exclaimed, pointing. Colin and the others followed the direction to see Sister Eliza and a group of soldiers cornered against the city walls by a multitude of grotesque, bloodied monsters. At that moment, she emanated a radiant white light akin to dawn, bestowing blessings upon the soldiers as they clashed with the horde of hundreds of creatures. "Those who dare harm my woman shall learn the meaning of regret for ever setting foot in this world." A warrior, upon seeing some bloodstains on Talisa, roared in fury, brandishing his battle axe and charging forward. As a grotesque creature lunged at him from the side, he effortlessly cleaved it in two, as though slicing through mere vegetables. Chapter 21. Sowing discord, I have come to rescue you. Hold on. Charge with me. Annihilate these oblivious monsters. Protect Sister Talisa. As the situation unfolded, another voice erupted in a shout, brandishing a long sword and rushing forward. Brothers, please stop with the melodrama. I can hardly bear it. Colin exclaimed, goosebumps rising on his skin. Quick, I will provide covering fire. Move away from me. I'm on the verge of losing it. With that, Colin deactivated his true sight, aimed at the horde of monsters, and drew back his longbow. A whirlwind surrounded him as he conjured a wind elemental arrow. Releasing his fingers, the arrow shot forth with the ferocity of a lateral storm, instantly decimating a large number of monsters, their bloodied remnants being swept up into the sky by the tempest. Colin blinked, momentarily setting aside the illusion. The visceral feedback of this scene far surpassed that of any AAA title on a computer. Of course, if the beastification aura were to dispel the illusion, what he would see would likely resemble the actors from a special effects film, however impressive the effects. The reality would be decidedly awkward. Nevertheless, this immersive experience was quite remarkable. If only he could harness this technology to open a game store in the real world. He could charge $998 for a game, and there would certainly be buyers, perhaps with a slight modification to the genre. Even a price increase by 1 or 2 digits might not deter customers. Colin shook his head, raising his bow once more, prepared to provide cover for his comrades. When several monsters attacked from the side, yet, before they could approach, a figure wielding a long sword returned and sliced through them all. It was Lu Dun, who had charged ahead moments earlier. Colin looked at Lu Dun, astonished. Aren't you going to save your sister? No need. The sister should be fine now. These monsters are weak, and you are a sole-ranged archer. Close combat is not your forte, Lu Dun replied, shaking his head. You can trust me. Lu. Keep my word. If I promise to ensure your safety, I will do just that, without fail. Had he not already suspected that the one to betray him was likely Lu, he might have felt a swell of gratitude. However, his thoughts shifted as he smiled and nodded in appreciation. Then I shall leave it to you. With that, he pulled back his bowstring once more, aiding the brave warriors. The rescue proceeded without unexpected complications. After a heart-pounding and perilous endeavor, the little sister was successfully saved. To Colin, it felt akin to an elaborate game of make-believe. Thank you all, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Noticing the injuries of several warriors, she bit her lip, guilt evident on her face. I will use the purification spell from the Church of Light to heal you. Purification? Colin's brow furrowed, tension enveloping him, but before he could react, the sister lowered her head, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands over her chest, as if in prayer. A soft, ethereal light began to emanate from her being. As this radiance enveloped the group, they all felt their fatigue dissipate rapidly. Colin maintained an outwardly serene demeanor, while internally, he remained vigilant of the beastification aura, fearing it might trigger a loss of control. He recalled vividly how an unknown priest from the Church of Healing had caused him to lose control twice with a similar ability. Phew, that was close. It seems the beastification is currently suppressed. Unless I desire it, there is no way it could erupt in the short term. Did Campfire Company perform some sort of treatment before their arrival? However, both the Church of Healing and the Church of Light possess purification magic. I wonder what connection exists between these two churches. Colin initially breathed a sigh of relief, then pondered briefly. But due to his limited knowledge of these churches, he could not deduce anything particularly useful. Yet, he suddenly realized that following this unexpected encounter with Sister Eliza, the bond between him and the world had deepened significantly. For some inexplicable reason, as Colin gazed at the others bathed in holy light, he was reminded of a short film he had seen titled The Life of a Pig. The narrative was roughly as follows: quarantine, factory entry, slaughter, bleeding, cleaning, cutting, packaging, and finally, arriving at the dinner table. They were akin to pigs sent through the assembly line. Well done, my friend. Without your arrows, we might not have succeeded in rescuing her, remarked the blonde-haired warrior, casting a glance at Colin. To be fair, if it weren't for those arrows, we would have been surrounded by monsters, chimed in another. Had I not already traversed to this realm, I might have thought you were the protagonist, another added. The group expressed their profound appreciation for Colin's recent performance. You're too modest, Colin responded, somewhat taken aback. I saw it too. Even Sister Eliza cast a glance your way. I must now acknowledge you as my rival, declared the blonde warrior. Instantly, Colin felt the previously friendly gaze shift to one of distance. Particularly from those warriors infatuated with the sister, their eyes now tinged with hostility. so many hidden thoughts swirling around. He shook his head, resigned, noticing Colin's silence. The blonde warrior turned to Lu Dun, who had been steadfastly protecting Colin. "Tell me, if she chose someone else, what would you do?" Lu Dun paused, his expression contorting with inner conflict. This question clearly troubled him. On one hand, he had only known Colin for a few hours yet trusted him deeply. And on the other, there was the woman he had never met but felt an instant connection with. For him, both were significant and not easily dismissed. He found himself at a loss. "I stand by my previous sentiment. I have no interest in her. If you wish to pursue her, then pursue her directly," Colin stated plainly, lacking any elaborate rhetoric. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to the blonde warrior. "I don't believe I have wronged you in any way, have I?" Determined, he resolved that he would find an opportunity to deal with this fellow. Just as the blonde warrior began to speak, a sudden chill gripped him, as if a terrifying creature had locked onto him. It was akin to the unsettling feeling of a runaway truck barreling towards him. In a blink, that sensation vanished, and he observed the gazes of his companions. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to utter something sharp, but before he could, a soldier unexpectedly approached him, causing Colin's eyes to narrow in intrigue. "Esteemed warriors, the bishop has heard of your triumphant victory over the beast tide and is overjoyed. He has prepared a celebratory banquet for you. Please, noble warriors, accompany me." Chapter 22. The celebration banquet was held within the church. Along the way, Lu Dun approached Colin, as if he had finally made a decision. His face etched with bitterness as he spoke in a low voice only they could hear. "If Sister Elisa truly chooses that path, I will respect her decision. I hope she finds happiness. If it is you, Colin, you will surely bring her joy, won't you?" Colin's expression darkened, and he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he playfully patted Lu Dun's shoulder, interrupting him. "Rather than concerning myself with women, I aim to bring beauty and goodness to this world, so feel free to pursue her." To be honest, while these individuals often uttered words that made his skin crawl, there was a certain simplicity to their thoughts. Goodness was straightforward, as was malevolence. Overall, their understanding was quite normal. Lu Dun was momentarily taken aback, his face softening with emotion. A few meters ahead, Sister Elisa seemed to have overheard their hushed conversation, turning to glance at Colin with a sweet smile before looking away again. Was that intentional? The atmosphere around them stiffened slightly due to her smile, and the tension thickened. Even the comrades nearby wore somber expressions. If it weren't for the lurking presence of a hidden foe, Colin would be inclined to unleash a massacre. However, a thought crossed his mind. Had the shadowy figure revealed itself during the banquet due to a lack of food, or had they been exposed for some other reason beforehand? An elongated table had appeared in the hall, laden with an array of delectable foods that Colin had never encountered before. Juicy meats, expertly seasoned and sizzling, released a fragrant aroma that enticed his appetite, especially after an intense bout of exertion that left him ravenous for protein. Yet, under the lens of reality, these dishes appeared as mere writhing slabs of flesh. With utmost vigilance, Colin took his seat. He sensed that the one who would eventually betray him was none other than Lu Dun, who now sat at his right. Coincidentally, Colin occupied the central position at the table, with 4 companions on either side, and a sumptuous spread of food before him. This scene felt oddly familiar. He mused that, barring any unforeseen events, a betrayal was likely to transpire during the banquet. According to his foresight, these individuals had likely set their sights on him. Colin steeled himself, ready to respond to any sudden incidents, discreetly retrieving a time-stopping device from his storage. The moment any hint of danger arose, he would activate it. Yet, as the banquet drew to a close, no attack materialized. "Esteemed heroes, after your endeavors today, you must be weary. Please allow me to escort you to your resting quarters," the elderly man in a red robe announced, leading the group alongside Sister Talisa to the second-floor accommodations of the church. Colin followed the crowd up the stairs, outwardly expressing delight over the food while internally grappling with confusion. Had the timeline shifted once more? That shouldn't be possible. Even if he intended to trigger it, he couldn't. Was the Book of Fate, the fragmented tome, truly effective? Perhaps his performance had been so convincing that his true nature as an infiltrator went undetected. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he knew that as long as he prevented betrayal, the situation wouldn't escalate too severely. His greatest advantage lay in the fact that his strength surpassed theirs. If he could escape, even after being stabbed, then it was all the more manageable now that no knife was aimed at him. However, he couldn't shake off the discomfort regarding the betrayal he had foreseen in the tome. What had that traitor used to wound him? Colin couldn't help but mentally grumble. If only he had another fragmented tome, it was truly a useful tool, But alas, he possessed only one. Suddenly, as he ascended the staircase, his foot halted abruptly. Had he just uncovered something significant? If this monster was indeed connected to the death of his former colleague, could it be that the creature possessed its own fragmented tome? And did the current circumstances arise because it had anticipated his foresight, thereby altering its actions? Colin dismissed that thought. Logically, he should have accounted for the opponent's predictions and his own. Even if they utilized the fate paper, he would still detect it. Unless they had realized something was amiss and employed another one, or perhaps they had acted before him. Cursed be the existence of the Book of Fate, a truly vexatious entity. How could he possibly deal with such convoluted matters right now? Feeling trapped and in a precarious position, Colin lamented internally. When he had wielded it, he hadn't felt its weight, but now that it was turned against him, it was particularly nauseating. Fellow countrymen, you have truly put me in a bind. At that moment, under Miss Talisa's guidance, they arrived at their lodgings. These are rooms prepared for each of you, she announced. Although there were 9 of them instead of the initially anticipated 8, they had still managed to accommodate the additional hero with a suitable room. Colin did not refuse. In the absence of betrayal, his greatest fear lay in the possibility of the enemy refraining from action. Now that everyone was separated, it likely signified that the threat was about to strike. Upon entering his room, he cast a cursory glance around. The space was approximately 50 to 60 square meters, illuminated by candles that flickered brightly, revealing an ostentatiously decorated desk, a plush bed, and a ceiling adorned with mysterious carvings, all resting upon a luxurious crimson carpet. After closing the door, Colin refrained from stepping inside or hastily engaging with any items. Instead, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a monocle, and adjusted it to his left eye, surveying the room. Richly adorned with exotic decor, yet alas, everything is merely a relic of a bygone era. Aside from that, there does not appear to be any threatening entities present. Lines of text emerged on the transparent crystalline lens of the monocle. No danger? Colin nodded slightly, stowing away the analytical lens. Did his adversary intend to prolong this encounter? Yet, time was not on his side. He had merely 2 hours remaining. The only certainty was that the foe lay beneath, yet he had not caught a whiff of their presence, rendering him unable to pursue them. Knock. Knock. At that moment, Colin was startled by the sound of a knock at the door behind him. Chapter 23. The Undead Night. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Judging by the distance, it likely came from another room down the corridor rather than from Colin's own. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a door opening could be heard. Colin turned his body slightly, straining to listen, and discerned the faint murmur of a conversation between a man and a woman. However, the acoustics in the building were excellent, and by the time the sounds reached him, he could grasp only fragments, enough to ascertain that someone had entered that room. The door then closed once more, and soon after, knocks resonated from the other rooms in the corridor. Again, the sounds were indistinct. If only he had brought a stethoscope, he mused. Just then, a knock sounded at his own door. Was it finally time for action? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he called out. Who is it? Lord Hero. It is I, Sister Eliza, came a sweet, youthful voice from outside, and Colin could easily imagine her standing at the door. Yet, incongruous with her melodious tone, he felt a fleeting, malevolent gaze sweep over him. Colin sniffed the air, detecting a faint, elusive scent. He realized that he was likely on the verge of a moment of revelation. Have you already fallen asleep, brave hero? No, Colin replied. But before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open. Standing outside was a beautiful girl clad in a flowing white robe. She appeared to have just bathed. Her hair slightly damp, her delicate face flushed, and her emerald eyes glistening with moisture as they fixated on Colin, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden. May I come in for a moment? Colin hesitated for half a second, time seeming to pause as he nodded. At this moment, he was not afraid of an attack. Rather, he feared the intentions behind it. Sister Eliza seemed oblivious to his apprehension, her face breaking into a smile as she gracefully entered the room, turning her back to close the door before facing Colin once more. After a moment's hesitation, she appeared to make a decision and said, "Brave hero, please allow me to ease your weariness from this world." As she spoke, her pristine robe suddenly slipped to the floor, revealing a slender figure clad in a sheer gown beneath. The curves of her body became tantalizingly visible as the fabric swayed. It seemed that by merely tearing away this garment, one could behold an infinite beauty. However, with the knowledge that this was a corpse, Colin's heart remained unmoved. He even felt a smirk rising. Was this the test for a hero? Surely, a real person would suffice. What value was there in a rotting corpse? What hero could be daunted by such a trial? Before he could finish that thought, A high-pitched, satisfied moan drifted from the neighboring room. Colin sighed internally. The undead knight was truly formidable. He then raised his monocle, bringing it to his left eye. A corpse long devoid of life, perhaps once possessing a pleasing visage, now serves merely as a puppet, manipulated by profane magic, spreading illusory falsehoods. Severing the neck or damaging the skull will disrupt the blasphemous spell. Brave hero. Is that a girl? Sister Eliza approached Colin, her beautiful eyes fluttering with curiosity as they focused on his monocle. She could not see what was displayed within. It's a special kind of lens. I have poor eyesight and needed to see clearly, Colin replied nonchalantly, pulling open his coat to tuck the monocle into an inner pocket while rummaging for something else. And the girl lowered her head shyly, a deep flush spreading across her face, even her ears turning crimson. Gathering her courage, she lifted her gaze, ready to speak. However, just as her enticing lips parted to form words, a sudden explosion shattered the moment. With a resounding bang, the lovely girl's head erupted. In her final instant, she glimpsed as the hero tucked the transparent glass into his pocket, followed by the extraction of a metallic object. In the next heartbeat, Colin's finger twitched, and flames flickered from the dark aperture. Then, there was nothing more. Her exquisite head shattered like a fallen watermelon, scattering into countless fragments. The headless body in white garments collapsed to the ground. Colin stood there, his right hand gripping the still-smoking weapon, the reverser, his gaze warily fixed on the beautiful corpse below. Initially, he intended to wait a moment longer, but as the girl had taken a small step closer, an intense sense of unease surged within him. The effect of deadly insight activated. Without hesitation, he fired a shot that obliterated her head. The corpse that fell to the floor did not bleed. Instead, it rapidly decayed, evaporating and emitting a foul stench, transforming into a skeleton within mere seconds. This was clearly not the appearance one would expect after a human's death. At that moment, Colin observed a drastic transformation in his surroundings. Everything within the room aged rapidly, becoming desolate and dilapidated, the air thick with the putrid scent of decay. He then noticed a dagger-like bone spike beside the left hand of the skeleton, riddled with dark fissures. It resembled a fragment of an arm's bone. An exceedingly perilous item. Possession will induce continual edema, ultimately leading to drowning. Victims pierced by it will feel as though submerged underwater, struggling to breathe. Was this the object that pierced me? Colin's pupils dilated, transforming into slits as he fixated upon it. After confirming that touching the hilt would pose no danger, he picked it up. He inhaled deeply, detecting a faint but distinct aroma, likely the scent of the entity lurking in the shadows. But why was this the only corpse that attacked me? Colin's brow furrowed as he stowed the item away, sniffing the air once more. A sudden chill coursed through him, and he rushed past the skeleton, kicking open the door to the corridor. As expected, the room was empty, devoid of any presence. The sense of others had vanished. The room appears to show signs of a short-distance unilateral teleportation. Not just this room, the other nearby chambers yielded the same consistent readings from the lens. Damn it, the fiend has fled, either striking from behind or making a getaway. Is he truly not a man? Why act so cowardly? Colin gritted his teeth in frustration before springing into action. The lens indicated a short-range teleportation. Though he was uncertain of the distance, he believed there was still a chance. With this thought, he immediately began searching the vicinity, drawing upon the information he had gleaned previously. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally discovered some clues within an unremarkable small building outside the church. A hidden entrance lay concealed beneath the floorboards of the tiny dwelling. Chapter 24, Pursuit, a man-made tunnel entrance, long untouched, suggests that the individual concealed beneath it remains oblivious to the existence of this passage. At this moment, a faint, putrid scent of blood and decay wafts through the tunnel's opening. It was fortunate to have found a lead. Colin exhaled, retracting the lens and wiping the sweat from his brow. After multiple consecutive uses of this device, his mind felt utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, its consumption was significantly less than that of the fragmented tome of fate. It merely required frequent use to cause weariness. He could not afford to rush. A 10-minute respite was necessary. Colin inhaled deeply, finding a spot on the ground to sit, retrieving a nutty chocolate bar from his pocket and placing it into his mouth. The crunch of nuts and the sweet flavor of chocolate melted in his mouth, swiftly replenishing his mental energy. Colin glanced outside the small dwelling. Beneath the dim, overcast sky, desolation reigned, with not a soul in sight. He had anticipated that after revealing his identity, he would be besieged by a relentless tide of adversaries. To his surprise, That individual had merely sent the corpse of a young nun as a means of probing before fleeing decisively, without a hint of hesitation. If he had sensed through foresight that Colin could counterattack, then entering the underground in pursuit of him might lead him into a trap. Colin recognized this possibility. Yet time was of the essence. Even if it were a trap, he had to plunge forward and take the risk. Shaking his head, Colin stowed the remnants of the chocolate wrapper into his pocket, rising to dust off his trousers. He retrieved protective clothing and a gas mask from the storage room, donning them with care. He then squeezed a dollop of shower gel onto his protective gear, applying it as a safeguard against potential accidents with the blending oil he would use shortly. With the tunnel entrance before him, he cautiously descended, navigating the crevices in the wall. After descending approximately 2 or 3 stories, Colin arrived at his destination, a modest yet not entirely spacious underground fissure. Its stone walls adorned with luminescent moss. Such glowing flora also existed in the dilapidated town outside. Colin had never encountered this plant on Earth, but its presence spared him from complete darkness. He pondered whether this world possessed gunpowder or nitrate refiners. In videos he had seen, such caverns often bore traces left by nitrate refiners from the last century. The purpose of refining nitrate was rooted in the chaos of that era. With an abundance of rudimentary firearms, and some villages even possessed makeshift cannons, nitrate was a crucial component for operating such devices. Shaking his head slightly to dispel the clutter in his mind, Colin lifted his mask to sniff the air, faintly detecting a barely perceptible scent. He then produced the analytical lens to gather further information. A pungent, blood-laden odor replete with suffering wafts from this direction. Colin muttered in disbelief at the absurdity of being able to discern suffering from a mere scent. Without further hesitation, he lowered his profile and advanced cautiously towards the source. Before long, he encountered a fork in the path. After a brief consideration, he chose the rightmost route. Minutes later, Colin stepped out of the natural cave-esque confines and onto a man-made pathway. It resembled a corridor, its gray stone tiles extending alongside walls topped with faintly glowing stones. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have taken the opportunity to collect a few of these luminous stones. After several twists and turns, he found himself in the presence of a remarkably vast underground structure. Its sheer size and complexity were astounding. With every few steps, he encountered numerous branching paths and empty rooms, as well as hidden doors that could not be discerned without the analytical lens, truly a labyrinthine underground maze. These concealed doors appeared above, below, or in some forgotten corner, each seemingly extending infinitely into the unknown. Who could have constructed such an extensive underground maze? Remarkably, ventilation appeared quite adequate, though how that was achieved remained a mystery. As Colin continued his journey, he marveled at the vastness and wonder of this subterranean realm. After traversing for several more minutes, he crossed through a tunnel and suddenly halted, detecting a faint, mingled stench of blood. "I am close." Colin slowed his pace, peering into the corridor, revealing an exceptionally spacious hall, potentially spanning thousands of square meters. Unlike the previous desolation, the hall was illuminated by several candles, casting a gentle glow over a massive oval table set at its center, adorned with exquisite tableware. In stark contrast to this serene ambience hung the grotesque, bloated corpses from the ceiling, alongside the anguished cries of a dying individual emanating from a large door at the far end of the hall. Colin squinted, refraining from immediate action, instead lifting his gaze to the morbid display above. Many of the corpses appeared familiar. Indeed, they belonged to the villagers he had encountered before. A quick glance revealed the number of bodies exceeded 200. He raised the analytical lens for a closer examination. A collection of dormant puppets, serving merely as macabre decorations, incapable of exerting any real function. It seemed they had not detected his presence. Nodding slightly, Colin stealthily entered the hall, cautiously approaching the door. He angled his body to peer around the edge. His pupils dilated as more light flooded his vision. He beheld a grand kitchen sprawling about 5 meters down the corridor. Within, a towering figure, at least 3 meters high, stood with its back to him, engaged in some grim task. Its back was covered in grotesque, human face-sized lumps, each lump a visage of a person. Atop this grotesque form was an enormous head composed of exposed muscle, blood vessels, and brain matter, adorned with continually rotating eyeballs, while many arms dangled limply beneath it. To an untrained eye, it resembled an oversized couch potato wearing a jellyfish headdress of eyes. Beneath it, a swarm of legs scuttled about like a centipede. Just as Colin focused on this monstrosity, he witnessed it tear the right arm from a hero nailed to the table, subsequently inserting it into its own head. Astonishingly, the arm could be utilized. What a horrific amalgamation of human flesh. Colin's eyelids twitched at the memory of the last plug-and-play he had encountered, none other than the dance master Uchiha Madara. Scattered throughout the kitchen-like chamber were various fresh ingredients: glistening eyeballs, lung sashimi, blood tofu, raw brain matter, spicy seaweed salad, caramelized ribs, and bursting intestines. Meanwhile, the individual who had seemingly fainted from pain was jolted back to consciousness by the agony of having an arm severed, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 25. The Cunning Otherworlder. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the screams, the colossal humanoid amalgamation seemed to derive immense pleasure from it. Its back, reminiscent of a marsupial, were faces with hollowed-out eyes, each one dripping with blood tears, all revealing an unsettling grin. Scream. Scream. Only you fools would believe in some summons from another world. Convinced that upon arriving here, you would become the heroes destined to vanquish all, believing that you would rise as revered figures in this realm. Do you truly fancy yourselves as saviors? What fosters such misplaced confidence within you? Ha ha ha. As the creature spoke, dozens of faces on its back simultaneously echoed, producing a cacophony of disorienting laughter. With each utterance, it wielded sharp instruments, etching shallow net-like incisions upon the surface of the heroes' bodies, reminiscent of carving a steak. Strangely, despite the depth of these cuts exposing flesh, little blood seeped forth. Help me. Spare me. Ouch. Please don't torment me any longer. Just kill me. Ah, kill me. Ah, mother. Kill you? Ha ha. How could I? Without your shared essence and fleshly materials, how could I open the grand gateway of flesh to your world? You ought to be grateful to become a part of me, a cornerstone of my monumental success. Once all is in place, I shall tread upon that land. Ah, compared to here, it is but a paradise. A land replete with sustenance, where all can live free from the shadows of calamity, basking under the sun. In your memories, I even glimpsed the long-lost sun. How splendid it was. Yet you have relinquished it all? Simply because you uttered a few words of courage during the summoning? Ha 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 ha. You forsake a bountiful world, betraying the warmth of the sun. You aspire to save us, the ignorant and uncultured natives, to impart your advanced and noble ideals upon us. Just because you are modern folk, you believe that your failures there grant you a throne here? Ha ha ha. What a grand jest. What folly. With such thoughts, if you were to truly arrive in this realm, even without encountering me, those affiliated with the ecclesiastical tribunal would deem you heretics, and your demise would be most gruesome. They would not be as wise as I to grant your death any semblance of value or meaning. Ha 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 ha. A wretched swarm of ants. Why should beings as inferior as you partake in his warmth and blessings, to bask in the sun's grace? The towering humanoid amalgamation, its emotions swinging wildly, suddenly erupted in fury. Why? Why must the sun forsake us? Those who hold steadfast faith in it, abandon this earth. As it spoke, the creature abruptly paused, seizing one of the heroes and carelessly casting him into a cage filled with coarse salt, soaked in blood. Instantly, a hoarse, piercing scream erupted as the coarse grains aggravated the wounded nerves, causing him to writhe in agony amidst the salt, rapidly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. Witnessing this, the creature broke into a grin, dancing with unrestrained laughter. Meanwhile, Colin squinted, contemplating a chance to strike, only to observe the creature suddenly cease its mirth, its tone shifting. Speaking of which, one of you managed to slip in, a certain individual. Upon your entrance, I detected something amiss. Among 9, he alone stood outside the altar's position. How amusing that he remains oblivious. I intended to strike during the feast, but alas, he suddenly grew cautious. Such a reaction indicates he must have discerned something. Ha ha ha. He likely does not comprehend that the usage of that artifact possesses a fatal flaw. Those who foresee the future will inevitably be on guard against it. His sudden vigilance confirms my suspicions. He may have uncovered something. Moreover, the fact that he hasn't fled suggests his prowess exceeds mine. If I were to attack, I risk being countered. However, that foresight requires a direct or indirect connection between us. As long as I withdraw all elements from the scene, he will be unable to perceive me in his foresight. Ha ha ha, foolish, despicable foreigner. In matters of dealing with the arcane, I far surpass you. Furthermore, there is another point. At this juncture, the massive amalgamation paused, and Colin awaited its continuation, eager to glean knowledge from the tome of fate, when a vivid image suddenly flooded his mind. Dozens of arms emerged from the darkness, reaching for him. Had he been discovered? Was all this dialogue merely a lure to ensnare him? Cunning otherworlder. Colin, unfazed, drew his revolver and fired thrice at the shadows behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! A shrill cry pierced the air. Colin swiftly rolled aside, turning to find the humanoid amalgamation, previously in the kitchen, now looming behind him. It could teleport. Due to its massive form, the shots had not been aimed precisely. Yet they found their mark, creating 3 gushing wounds upon its contorted body. A gun. The amalgamation covered its bleeding wounds with several hands. Seemingly aware of the weapon that had harmed it, Colin was not surprised, for he had long suspected this creature had captured more than one group of souls. But at that moment, he noticed that all the eyes of the creature suddenly fixated upon him. This is bad. Those previous shots had little effect on it. It feigned injury to lull me into complacency. This creature thrives on distraction. Colin realized the danger. Indeed, the next second, a sharp pain pierced his mind, causing him to stagger. His brain was boiling. A wave of intense dizziness assaulted him, and the world around began to spin. Clenching his teeth, Colin remained composed. Reaching into his pocket to grasp a handful of powdered substance, which he hurled towards the creature's head. The prepared quicklime dust, upon contact with the multitude of eyes, immediately heated up, releasing a cloud of steam. Aha! The amalgamation screamed, clutching its head as blood seeped from its eyes, desperately attempting to counter the effects of the lime. However, this disruption halted the continuous mental assault. Observing the creature in agony, Colin felt a surge of temptation. If he were to leap forward now and employ the time-stopping ability, he could eliminate it in an instant. Yet, despite the undeniable aura emanating from the creature, its actions contradicted the vigilance it had previously exhibited. Given its cunning and cautious nature, if it had foreseen the future, approaching it could easily become a trap. No, based on the creature's habits, it should not confront me directly. If it were indeed its true form, it would summon a horde of zombies to attack while hiding behind them. Now, it seemed to be intentionally presenting a flaw. As Colin's thoughts raced, he opted to retreat further, maintaining distance. His formidable strength allowed him to continue evading while gathering more information. Simultaneously, all the faces on the amalgamation's body opened their mouths, and an intangible sound reverberated, causing the air to tremble. Suddenly, Colin felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Looking up, he saw all the drowned corpses overhead turning their gaze towards him, their milky eyes emanating a profound malice. One by one, they began to detach from the ceiling, descending upon him. Chapter 26. It is time for me to uncork the champagne, a considerable quantity. It is time to apply the oil. Colin squinted, his hand reaching into the storage compartment to retrieve 3 glass jars filled with 1.5 liters of blended oil, which he hurled forward. At this sight, every face on the creature composed of human body parts simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting a silent shriek. The glass jars shattered midair, the viscous liquid inside splattering, some of it staining the creature while the majority pooled on the floor. Is that all? Ha ha ha, then you shall perish. The creature, grinning wickedly, felt a flicker of panic upon contact with the substance, but upon realizing it bore an unusual odor yet no apparent toxicity, all the faces erupted into laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived. Colin, confirming that the translucent, slightly yellow liquid had tainted the creature, decisively produced a can of Pepsi from his pocket. The can was filled with a custom concoction, created by purifying various firecrackers and blending them with other chemicals. He had nearly purchased an entire street's worth of firecrackers to craft this. The blue can arced through the air, seemingly colliding with an invisible barrier. That minuscule impact led to a thunderous explosion. The spectacle was formidable, yet the explosion's potency was relatively low, at least for the creature. Just as it expressed confusion, some sparks from the explosion landed on the viscous liquid on the ground. In an instant, boom, a tremendous fireball erupted like a mushroom. But upon reaching the ceiling, it burst open, sending countless tongues of flame cascading across the dome. The fierce blaze consumed the creature within moments. The temperature in the hall surged dramatically with the fire's eruption. A piercing scream emanated from the flames, and Colin witnessed the creature's massive form erupting from the inferno. Its body charred and ignited. The searing agony compelled it to instinctively attempt to extinguish the flames consuming it, only to find this effort futile. As it swatted at the fire, it only spread, clinging to its hand like a parasite. Within mere seconds, its colossal frame was rendered blackened by the incendiary concoction, emitting a series of sharp, piercing cries. Colin, behind his gas mask, could not suppress a smile. Damn ants, die for me. The creature roared in fury, all its faces opening wide to release another silent howl. An invisible wave of force washed over Colin, leaving him momentarily dizzy as a horde of corpses surged forth, even overpowering the blazing inferno in the hall. He did not allow himself to be overwhelmed. Instead, he calmly retrieved the ring of fire manipulation, infusing it with spirit. and pointed it at the creature. With a swift motion, he clenched his fist. Flames surged from all sides, enveloping the creature in a fierce blaze, and as it suffered, the corpses ceased their movements. At the same moment, Colin inhaled sharply, feeling the heat sear his skin, sending tingles of pain through his scalp, and clearing his mind in an instant. The flames not only scorched his exterior, but seemed to sear his very insides, as if threatening to burst forth. His entire body trembled, his mind momentarily blank. After enduring less than 10 seconds, he relinquished his connection to the ring of fire manipulation, a wave of coolness washing over him. In that brief interval, sweat beaded all over him. Damn it, no wonder no one would pay $300 for this. Which fool in the company devised such a useless prop? If I find them, I will shove their head in a toilet. Colin cursed inwardly, feeling his body teeter on the brink of collapse, nearly fainting. Although he was not in a state of beastification, his tolerance had been enhanced. Yet he still struggled to withstand it. Fortunately, this ordeal would not inflict any substantial harm. As the creature in flames grew weaker, the charred flesh on its vast body cracked and fell away, and the elongated oval table in the hall was upturned during its thrashing. Why? Why is my psychic shock ineffective against you? The colossal being, engulfed in flames, emitted a cry of defiance, its multitude of singed eyes glaring at Colin with intense resentment. Its life force was rapidly waning, on the brink of extinction. Yet, Colin did not feel a sense of victory. Instead, an ominous sensation loomed. A hazy image began to form in his mind. At that moment, an enormous shadow suddenly plummeted from above. It quickly coalesced, revealing yet another creature composed of human parts. Its entire form adorned with twisted, grinning faces. I've got you. The recent reaction stemmed from a crisis detection ability, correct? Ha ha ha. I shall not falter in the same manner twice. What does foresight matter? What does danger insight matter? Outsider, you are far too arrogant, as your people say. Ignorance is not a sin, but pride is. Before me, such abilities are meaningless. Outsider, I have long asserted that my comprehension and response to the mysterious far surpass yours. Ha ha ha, perish. These words did not merely escape its lips. They surged alongside the psychic shock, exploding in Colin's mind, transforming into a cacophony of nonsensical chatter that rendered focus impossible. As he had suspected, this creature excelled at disrupting foes through language. Noticing Colin's unstable posture, countless arms from the enormous being stretched forth abruptly, akin to a jellyfish ensnaring its prey. However, midway through their advance, they halted suddenly. The creature realized, to its astonishment, that the corners of Colin's mouth had curled into a slight smirk. You are already dead. Colin displayed a pained yet radiant smile. What? The creature gasped, suddenly witnessing the figure before it swell, transforming into an inhuman form, unleashing a wave of unseen brutality. This terrifying aura, filled with torment, even devoured its psychic power. Yet, in that instant, Colin's smile brightened. He flipped his left hand, revealing a golden card. There is no time left. It is my moment to uncork the champagne. In the next heartbeat, the roar of an engine ignited, and the world seemed to be drawn into a standstill by an invisible force. Tick, tick, tick. Within the sound of the clock's hands turning, everything within a 10-meter radius of him froze in place. Smash the Voluto. Chapter 27. Atrocities, smoke, dust, flames, drowned corpses, and grotesque amalgamations of flesh. All motion ceased in this place. It resembled a meticulously crafted three-dimensional painting. Within this still tableau, Colin's form swelled rapidly, tearing through his attire. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal beast, rivaling the grotesque entity before him. Massive claws swung through the suspended air, and within mere seconds, shadows flickered as countless limbs splattered, leaving behind a multitude of punctures and rips on his opponent. As 5 seconds elapsed and time resumed, the humanoid amalgamation remained tense, its hundreds of eyes frozen in their pre-stasis state. However, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the ominous crimson creature, an expression of terror overtook its features. An overwhelming sense of peril surged within. Yet, before it could react, it was struck by excruciating pain from multiple torn sections of its body, followed by a collapse akin to a toppled stack of building blocks. Chunks of flesh tumbled in all directions, and among the debris, a feeble, skinless mass of blood vessels and muscle emerged. It resembled an oversized infant with a colossal head, or perhaps an adult whose limbs and torso had drastically withered. Colin, with no hesitation, extended his claws, skewering the mass like a shish kebab and raising it to his gaze. Is this your true form? He inquired, surprised to discover that this creature, much like the initial unit, concealed itself within a vast and distorted shell. Following his question, the exposed brain, writhing like an intestine, transmitted a torrent of information through psychic waves. How is this possible? What manner of monster are you? Why do you exude the essence of ancient gods? No. I realize you are here to rescue them. Spare me. Without me, they will all perish in 30 days. They arrived here of their own volition. The fault lies entirely with them. If they hadn't deluded themselves into believing they were special, the so-called protagonists, and clung to those absurd notions of crossing into another world to save it, they would not be in this predicament. Their reckless fantasies have led to their demise. Not me. Spare me. It is not my fault. I have even imbued their lives with greater significance. You and I are extraordinary beings, not the inferior ones. You should not take action on behalf of those lesser beings. We can join forces. I am of noble blood, possessing vast knowledge. A wave of intense fear emanated from the creature's massive head, its communication occurring directly through thought, far more efficient than spoken words. Not wishing to entertain further meaningless discourse, Colin flung the creature to the ground, raising a foot capable of crushing half an adult, and stomped forward with force, resulting in a sickening squelch. No. The incessant beeping abruptly ceased. You die. I complete my task. It is as simple as that. Why waste time on trivialities? Colin ground his foot on the ground, blood and flesh bubbling up around his foot. He felt a sense of catharsis for his inner brutality. The creature's words were of no concern to him. In this day and age, who does not harbor a fantasy? If daydreaming were a crime, then surely all of humanity would face extinction. In this light, the mass of flesh beneath his foot seemed utterly reprehensible, and he found himself cursing it simultaneously. Upon vanquishing the creature, the task was complete. A familiar transparent vortex materialized before him, accompanied by a pulling force that drew in the fragmented remains and the charred, still burning carcass in the distance. Soon after, a notification of task completion echoed in his mind. Time remaining, 17 minutes and 27 seconds. It was over. Colin shook his blood-red fur, allowing blood and fragments to fall away, glancing at the aftermath surrounding him. There was indeed a chance of failure. However, in the end, it appeared the adversary could not resist engaging directly. Colin wore an expression of peculiar amusement. He had not anticipated the villain would speak truthfully. Yet, it was uncertain whether it truly intended to convey honesty. Pondering this, he dismissed the thought and turned his gaze toward the raging flames and the scattered corpses. Beneath the inferno, the already decayed bodies exuded a foul stench. The Campfire Company had only taken 2 portions emanating the essence of the original, leaving the other remains untouched. The concoction from the prison system was formidable. He hoped the individuals inside had not perished in the flames. Covering his nose, Colin retrieved a glass jar filled with a milky powder from his spatial inventory and tossed it into the fire. As the glass shattered, a large cloud of dust and oil mixed, expanding like a mythical serpent. The majority of the flames were swiftly extinguished. Subsequently, he navigated through the dimly glowing embers to the kitchen. A pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. However, the now beastly Colin felt no revulsion, but rather an inexplicable delight, even entertaining absurd thoughts. Such sins, he mused, suppressing his errant ideas. He noted that the beastly transformation, after company training, was easier to control than before. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the familiar dishes strewn about. A blood-red hero, trapped in a large salt container, lacked the strength to resist, merely emitting pained groans as his skin became grid-like under the salt's irritation and seepage, revealing tender red meat beneath. Despite his wretched state, he clung to life, passively enduring the agony. Kill me. Kill me. The hero seemed to sense someone approaching and uttered a garbled plea. Colin regarded him briefly, offering no words. He stepped through the pool of blood and approached the salt container, piercing the hero's skull with a single claw, ending his life. As death approached, a rare tranquility graced the decaying visage. The task required him to keep individuals alive as long as possible. Surely allowing you to live would yield a higher score for my task. Alas, I am of a compassionate nature, unable to bear witness to others' suffering. Thus, I shall end it. Shaking his head, Colin flicked his claw, dislodging remnants of tofu and red grape juice. He then turned, and upon a kitchen table lit by a white candle, he beheld the humanoid amalgamation preparing to process its next material, Lu Dun. Chapter 28. Rust and the gates of war. Lu Dun lay bare, his chest faintly rising and falling, a testament to his lingering life. Though his condition was far from optimistic, his body was impaled by a rusted nail, pinned to a blood-soaked table, in stark contrast to the serene visage of another victim within the salt cage. While his limbs remained intact, the musculature beneath his skin was grotesquely torn, the monster having severed all his tendons. In the room, Colin observed 5 other valiant souls, suspended in midair like butchered swine, their collarbones pierced by hooks. Fortuitously, they were still alive, their limbs unbroken, albeit in a state of unconsciousness that Colin deemed a stroke of luck under the circumstances. Regrettably, their muscles were equally mangled, indicative of some gruesome treatment, and the remnants of agony etched upon their faces suggested that even in their slumber, they were far from at peace. Silently lamenting their grim fates, Colin stripped the tattered remnants of his clothing and draped them over Ludon. He then approached the other 5, lowering them gently from their hooks and placing them side by side upon the table. He refrained from removing the hooks from their collarbones. His current state rendered him incapable of such meticulous actions. From his own body, he severed some bloodied strands of hair, covering them with a semblance of dignity. 7 souls remained, yet one was conspicuously absent, the yellow-haired one. As Colin pondered, he spotted a patch of torn scalp at his feet, the golden strands matted with dried blood. Among the 8, only one bore that yellow hair, and indeed, he was missing. Colin offered a silent tribute for him, wishing he had the chance to avenge him. But it seemed that opportunity had vanished. Unless by some miracle he could resurrect him, there was little to be done for the deceased. Yet, the living posed a dilemma of their own. An unusual scent lingered in the air, prompting Colin to retrieve his analysis lens from his spatial pouch. Clutching it between his blood-stained claws, he peered through. They have been implanted with a unique set of organs, currently in a dormant state, significantly enhancing their vitality. They will not perish or suffer severe infections for 30 days, yet their lifespans have been drastically curtailed. Contemplating this revelation, Colin resolved to save them if possible. If not, he would grant them a painless departure using his time-stopping abilities. Of course, if he could not return, he could only hope they would remain in slumber until the end. Given the dreadful tableau before him, it seemed preferable to sleep until death rather than awaken to such horror. The implications of their condition were troubling, hinting at a history of similar occurrences. Yet, only 8 remained, and no further hidden doors were apparent. Before he could ponder further, a 10-second countdown appeared, signaling the end of this event. Ding, ding, ding. The surroundings blurred, swiftly transforming into a mist-laden expanse. An unexpected occurrence unfolded. Even as the ancient chimes ceased, he remained suspended in the swirling gray, unable to discern the next development. Suddenly, Colin sensed a shift, raising his gaze to witness points of light dancing within the fog, sketching the outline of a door. In the blink of an eye, the simplistic drawing morphed into reality, materializing as an ancient and formidable portal, adorned with mottled red rust and scars of warfare. To Colin's astonishment, the door creaked open, releasing a dense, gray-white mist that billowed forth. The scene beyond was obscured by a writhing veil of fog, shrouding it in mystery. The door swung wide, resembling welcoming arms inviting the chosen to enter. In that moment, a piercing alarm echoed in the minds of all employees in the real world. Save for Colin. Instantly, they recognized the commotion emanated from the Bonfire Company. What could have transpired? A stunned silence fell, and those who could retrieve parchment hastily did so, while others sought refuge in restrooms, frantically pulling out their scrolls. What was happening? Why had a siren suddenly blared in their heads? Some speculated a nuclear threat from Old Me, while others mused about an impending apocalypse and the resurgence of spiritual energy. Employees buzzed with excitement, the unheard alarm resonating for a full 30 seconds before subsiding, at which point the parchment revealed a striking line of red text. Detection confirmed. An infiltrator from the descendant faction has breached our company. All personnel are advised to prepare for defense and avoid falling victim to deception. The task Unyielding Guardian has been assigned to all employees. Those who complete or assist in fulfilling this task and achieve significant merit will be awarded an additional 1,000,000 points and may opt for a direct promotion to B-level privileges or select an A-level ultra-rare item as a reward. Whoa, I just checked the task details. Even providing a single clue will yield a minimum of 10,000 points. One exclaimed. B-level privileges and ultra-rare items. How enticing. Another chimed in. LMAO, the newcomers are still pondering which reward to choose while the veterans know better than to get their hopes up. We've already chosen to take it easy, a seasoned employee remarked. Wow, just as I join, the company is invaded again. Should we make a run for it? Another asked, addressing their peers. I think we should escape. Let us meet privately to discuss this, someone suggested. What is going on? Why does it seem impossible to complete this task? Aren't you tempted by such high rewards? Another inquired. Do you think that task concerning the interaction hall, aimed at expelling invaders, appeared out of nowhere? Look around, who has managed to complete it? Came the retort. Don't panic. As long as the company stands, we'll continue our work. If the sky falls, there are higher-ups to bear the burden. I feel the real issue is that such incidents seem to be happening more frequently, another voiced. Indeed, it used to be a stable task each week, but now, we might see 2 or even 3 a week. While the rewards have increased, so too has the difficulty. Is this world finally descending into chaos? Coin collector, regardless of whether the apocalypse is approaching, I offer a conversion rate of $300 for points. Unyielding soul, who will come to my rescue? I have been trapped for 2 months. I humbly bow to the esteemed gentleman. If you save me, all that I possess, aside from my life, shall be yours. Chapter 29. Merely reimbursement. What is the situation? The door to the boss's office? It shouldn't be. There is a distinct aura of the Bonfire Company emanating from behind the door. It likely isn't a trap. Unaware of the events unfolding outside, Colin, having confirmed his observations, strides toward the grand entrance. The moment he crosses the mysterious threshold, a familiar sensation of weightlessness envelopes him. This feeling arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. The beastification syndrome is once again subdued by an unknown force. Colin then raises his gaze to survey the woman seated behind the desk. She maintains an impeccably poised posture, her figure elegantly accentuated beneath her professional attire. Her long legs gracefully positioned to the side. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Colin perceives her face yet struggles to form a clear mental image, leaving him with only a vague impression of her undeniable beauty. It is rather peculiar. At this moment, she sets down the document in her hands and looks over at him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known within the company as Rabbit. You may address me as Rabbit or Ms. Rabbit. Henceforth, I shall be the sole overseer of your incursion project. Rabbit? What a refreshing name. Colin can't help but compare it to the monstrous IDs he has encountered in the company's internal chat, evoking a sensation akin to Beauty and the Beast. At this juncture, Ms. Rabbit extends a document towards him. Upon grasping it, Colin notices the title at the top, Incursion Project, World Number 13, Undefined Territory, Various Provisions. It appears to pertain to the details of the incursion project. As Colin silently contemplates its contents, which align closely with his task, he discerns that it speaks of an unexpected signal from a former employee, leading to the discovery of that world. While Colin examines the document, Ms. Rabbit continues to speak in a calm and measured tone, articulating clearly, this is an exceedingly crucial and dangerous object that the Bonfire Company has lost. Of course, your responsibility is solely to gather information. As long as you collect sufficient data, that will suffice as completion. Furthermore, the second task involves addressing the beastification syndrome. If you manage to advance in rank within the next month, it will pose no immediate threat. However, to resolve it entirely, you must attain a C-level status or utilize certain special tools. I would recommend the former. Should you fail to achieve C-level within a year, you will have no choice but to resort to special equipment, which could significantly impact your health. Additionally, this task will commence every Monday from noon to 3 o'clock, lasting a total of 3 hours, with only 1 session per week. Each session will be accompanied by 3 books of destiny, and other tools may be provided as necessary. In addition to the evaluation rewards, there will be a fixed remuneration of 1,000 points, and I will assist you in acquiring some straightforward side missions. Should your rank rise subsequently, additional compensation will be granted. Is there any way to decline? Colin instinctively inquires. Upon asking, he shakes his head, realizing the answer is evidently negative. Otherwise, the internal chat would not unanimously regard this as an inescapable and lethal task upon acceptance. Very well. But you have only this single opportunity for choice, Ms. Rabbit replies with an unwavering demeanor. At this moment, Colin finds himself in a quandary. He is acutely aware of the dangers associated with the task, having experienced them firsthand. While his journey thus far has been fortuitous, he knows such luck may not persist. And without it, he could easily meet an inexplicable demise. Dark nights, sudden daylight, and incomprehensible phenomena beyond human understanding. Nevertheless, the rewards truly are substantial. Colin recalls others mentioning the time taken for a typical F-level promotion to E-level, with the fastest record being a year, and under less fortunate circumstances, 2 to 3 years. If he adheres to the conventional path, he is likely to succumb to the gradual freeze syndrome. He can distinctly feel that while the illness has not been eradicated, its progression has merely been slowed. If he has a responsible guide, things might not be insurmountable. Moreover, there is the beastification syndrome and others awaiting rescue. Ultimately, he resolves to undertake this task. With this thought in mind, he inquires of the woman before him, will my safety be ensured during operations in that world? While I cannot guarantee absolute safety, I shall endeavor to assure it, she replies. Very well, Colin concedes, feeling that this is hardly a reassuring answer. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively inscribes his name on the document. Upon handing the document back to her, Colin moistens his lips and, before she can speak, interjects. May I pose a few questions now? Certainly. Regarding the individuals previously drawn into that world, has the company made any subsequent arrangements for them? None, as we can ascertain that there exist exceedingly perilous entities there. To mitigate unnecessary complications, we shall refrain from further arrangements until we have gathered over 60% understanding of world number 13. Ms. Rabbit pauses for a moment, then adds, however, if you have ideas in this regard, I can assist you in applying for side missions focused on rescue efforts. Applying for rescue-focused side missions? Colin furrows his brow upon hearing this. His desire to save others is genuine and not motivated by the concept of tasks. Transforming such intentions into a mere task format makes him feel akin to a puppet on strings. This is something he must refuse, under normal circumstances. If you save even one or two of them, you could earn around 2,000 points, though specific rewards will depend on your performance and final evaluations. Understood. Thank you. Ms. Rabbit, Colin nods, sitting up straighter. He suddenly realizes his naivety. He knows little about the company and requires guidance on numerous matters. Applying for side missions is not a significant issue, akin to expense reimbursements for business trips, and does not warrant excessive gravitas. By the way, regarding the additional mission S-Boss, the creature resembling a human patchwork, I cannot shake the feeling that there is more to this situation. Colin cannot help but bring it up. The more he contemplates it, the more he senses something amiss. The most critical point is that this summoning of heroes does not seem to be a first-time occurrence. Yet, the apparent victims seem to be limited to those 8 individuals. Chapter 30. The illusion of beastification. Indeed, there is no such affliction as beastification. However, it is not entirely incorrect to assert that this entity, based on our examination, can be classified as both its true self and not its true self. What does this imply? Colin tilted his head, struggling to comprehend. Through the means of hypnosis, this branch individual has been led to believe it is its true self, allowing it to sever many trails of pursuit. It must have been preparing for such occurrences long before. Of course, this is merely a simplistic analogy. The actual situation is likely far more intricate. So the true self deceives the manifestation, and in turn, deceives itself? Colin pondered, feeling as though he were witnessing a toad masquerade as a frog, ugly yet captivating. Miss Rabbit, unaware of his musings, continued, upon reflection. Colin confirmed that they were not the only victims in this scenario, and inquired further, how many victims are there? Globally, the number exceeds 1,000 individuals, each with varied professions, yet the sole commonality lies in their marginal social standings. The earliest confirmed case dates back 3 years. Over 1,000? Colin's eyes widened, questioning whether he had misheard. This figure is not excessively large. Among 7 billion people worldwide, the probability of being targeted is merely 1 in 10 million. Had recent activities not been alarmingly frequent, it might have gone unnoticed. Therefore, dealing with him moving forward will likely prove formidable. Additionally, his awareness of our realm is directly linked to that former employee. His distress signal was intercepted, revealing our coordinates. Upon hearing this, Colin could not help but interject. I recall this creature possesses some capacity for memory extraction. Over 1,000 individuals. Does this not mean it comprehends our world in its entirety? The multitude of victims from diverse backgrounds almost grants it a comprehensive understanding of the planet. According to what that creature once articulated, it seems to have been relentlessly seeking a means to traverse into our world. Should it succeed, it could very well ignite a catastrophic war between 2 civilizations. Colin, still unfamiliar with the state of this world, had encountered little beyond the bizarre meteorological phenomena. Other monsters did not appear overwhelmingly formidable. The ramifications are simply unfathomable. Not to mention, if the beastification affliction were to be unleashed upon us, Colin could foresee certain behaviors manifesting in various regions. There is, in reality, no beastification syndrome. It is merely a fleeting episode of mental instability. The key to safeguarding the economic future of humanity lies in the administration of a remedy. Once contaminated by beastification, there is no need for excessive concern. Immunity will develop over time. It is not as dire as it appears, so let us refrain from spreading anxiety. Those who fear beastification may choose to seal themselves away for eternity, yet they cannot deprive us of our right to breathe the sweet air. That would be a violation of our freedom. Please restore confidence to the common populace. The beastification has erupted. They behave akin to zombies. Throughout this duration, What has the Beacon Nation been doing? Why have they not raised alarms in advance and fortified defenses? Damn it, we have been betrayed. We must sever the ties between the Beacon and the foes of this other world. There is much to be concerned about. Such worries are indeed valid. But they are not paramount. Given his vigilance, capturing him will not be an easy feat, and in the short to medium term, there is no need for excessive trepidation. The reasons pertain to certain core secrets within the company that cannot be divulged at this moment. Very well, if you believe there is no issue, then so be it. Colin shrugged at this statement. After all, when the sky falls, it is better to have a towering figure to bear the brunt. As a mere employee, his concerns bore little weight. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Colin's mind raced, and he asked about the interactive hall. Although those robots seemed somewhat foolish, they occasionally exhibited an unsettling demeanor. Upon hearing this query, Miss Rabbit, engrossed in her documents, replied without lifting her gaze, "This information is classified and only accessible to those with sea-level clearance or higher." Sea level and above? Colin was not particularly surprised. Yet he pondered the rank of this rabbit lady. Her tone suggested she surpassed D-level. As for the relevant matters, the only information I can share is that as long as you do not disclose your immediate coordinates, you need not worry about them. They pose a threat only when you reveal your coordinates. Furthermore, if you possess confidence, you could draw out some ill-intentioned individuals by indirectly revealing your location. This would not attract their attention. However, I advise that you possess at least D-level clearance and approach the matter with caution, especially regarding escape preparations. Immediate coordinates refer to those robots, while indirect exposure pertains to certain nefarious entities. Colin nodded thoughtfully. He refrained from probing further, however, upon seeing his lack of further inquiries. Miss Rabbit retrieved a thick stack of documents from her drawer. These are files on various individuals. You may select 3 to accompany you on your next venture into number 13. We can choose teammates? Colin eagerly grasped the files, which contained the information of over 100 individuals. Unlike him, many appeared to possess genuine abilities. Some were elite soldiers with combat experience, while others were academic prodigies or business savants. These resumes nearly induced a sense of inferiority in Colin. He began to question whether his selection was due to his mysterious parentage, akin to a tale from a novel, suggesting they were high-ranking officials within the company. Perhaps he bore some legendary bloodline? Surely, it could not simply be due to his looks? It seems he was merely chosen as expendable material. Akin to a game of dice, whoever rolled lucky would be selected. It resembled Russian roulette. He was left wondering how many had perished before him. Miss Rabbit did not disturb his contemplation. Instead, she produced another document, diligently writing as if she had an endless stream of paperwork since Colin's arrival. After an indeterminate amount of time, having perused the resumes of all individuals, Colin discovered that while each was remarkable in their own right, they shared a singular trait. They all bore terminal illnesses, disabilities, psychological disorders, blood diseases, genetic defects, or even cancer, with some afflicted by the fabled pancreatic cancer. The Bonfire Company certainly has a penchant for recruiting those with limited lifespans, Colin mused, selecting 3 individuals. A woman excelling in surgical procedures, yet battling mid-stage pancreatic cancer. A retired individual with a unique background but physical impairments, and a civil engineer who, while unremarkable in skills, possessed a commendable mindset. They may not be the most exceptional candidates, but their attitudes and adaptability are commendable. As for their physical conditions, Colin felt no concern. For the Bonfire Company would likely arrange for their souls to traverse into a new existence. Chapter 31. It seems that they have indeed perished. I shall inform them. Yet I cannot guarantee that everyone will respond positively. Occasionally, there are those who decline the company's invitation, preferring death over acceptance. It is quite reasonable for you to reject what is not clearly articulated. Colin perused the list of over 100 names for a while longer and selected 5 alternatives. Very well, the specifics of the incident will be conveyed to you in the form of a task, said Ms. Rabbit. Additionally, as the task executor designated as world number 13, I shall grant you access to an office. By Sunday, you may use the office to make preliminary contact with them. Instructions on how to utilize the office will be provided upon activation. Such benefits exist? Colin was taken aback but nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, there is one last matter to address. The company is currently unaware of what may transpire next. So I advise you to remain vigilant and limit your use of the interaction hall. You may observe, but refrain from sending more than 30 messages per day. Has the company been infiltrated? Colin was puzzled by the need to reduce his messaging but nodded in understanding nonetheless. He glanced at the clock on the wall. April 1st. Wednesday, 3 p.m. I forgot to inquire about the timing with Ms. Rabbit. Why does it feel as though the time is amiss? This duration seems significantly longer than the last time, yet why does it feel consistent, all 3 hours? Based on current speculation, it appears that the activities in the other realm occur every Monday from noon to 3, and it is unlikely to extend beyond this. It is quite lenient, working merely 4 days a month while earning millions. However, it seems I neglected to ask Ms. Rabbit about the level of authority she possesses. Colin mused, suspecting that she might be one of those elusive C-grade employees rumored to be seen only in the interaction hall. He picked up the parchment from the bedside table. The details regarding the task guest settlement had appeared. The event call from afar has been completed. Your evaluation for this event is B. You have earned 1,000 bonfire points from this event, totaling 1,600 bonfire points, and received 1 silver completion voucher. All items have been transferred to the storage room. Please check. There are fewer rewards this time. However, the points are substantial. Is this 1,000 what Ms. Rabbit referred to as the extra guaranteed points? Colin was somewhat surprised, having anticipated that the guarantee would commence next week, not realizing it was already applicable. Regarding the evaluation, he considered it rather favorable, especially since, despite any justifications he could muster, 2 lives had been lost, and 6 were in critical condition. Taking a deep breath, Colin did not rush to purchase equipment. Instead, he rose from his bed, settled into his wheelchair, and allowed the sunlight to warm his body, closing his eyes to conduct a brief review of the events. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when his expression turned increasingly pale, his throat constricted, and a wave of nausea surged from his stomach. The blood-red menus from the kitchen flashed through his mind, and Colin's face paled as he could no longer suppress the dry heaves. Aside from knowing a few details about the Book of Fate, there was little to reflect on. Colin pressed his hand against his stomach, kneading it while swallowing repeatedly. During the beastification episode, the kitchen scenes had not affected him much. He even considered sampling a taste. Now, as a human, the mere thought was repulsive and nauseating. He took several deep breaths before retrieving the parchment to glance at the comments from his rather eccentric colleagues, only to discover they were discussing some task. Unyielding guardian. The crimson letters struck a chord of trepidation within him. Wow, 1 million points, an ultra-rare item, a guaranteed B-grade opportunity. Colin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Regrettably, Ms. Rabbit had informed him that this task was unattainable, and he was unaware of who the descendants were. Otherwise, even a hint would have secured him 10,000 points, an enticing prospect indeed. Shaking his head and reflecting for a moment, he began to search for equipment worth purchasing. With money in hand, his desire to indulge was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. However, after a brief period of browsing, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a post that piqued his interest. The fleeting golden legend. Minter, has anyone seen Brother Shun? He hasn't spoken for 3 days. Perhaps he has indeed perished. What a pity. A golden item appeared only to vanish. Let us honor the lost golden legend. May it find a more stable master in its next life, perhaps someone like me. He has been missing for ages. My golden legend is gone. I cannot accept this. Fake. It's all a lie. There was never any golden equipment. You all conspired to deceive me, didn't you? It doesn't matter if he has died. He still owes me 100 points. It's painful. I feel cheated. They truly wish for nothing but my misfortune. He had been busy preparing for tasks over the past few days, thus having little interaction, only to find everyone lamenting his absence, or rather, mourning the loss of his equipment. His gaze lingered on the ID of the one who lamented. While others were inconsequential, why was he joining in? Did he fear that I might not log in? Colin muttered, recalling that he had interacted privately with this individual, who was likely more aware of his fate than anyone else. Yet, not having encountered this person, he almost forgot about the 100 points owed. Without any intention of shirking his debt, Colin initiated a private chat. Upon entering, the equipment he possessed was no less than that of those who had idled for a year. In terms of quality, it was a complete triumph. A single golden legend could ensure safety in F-grade routine tasks, practically eliminating any danger. Regrettably, the counterpart was engaged in a descent project. With wealth comes swift demise. How shall I repay you the 100 points? Colin inquired directly. Just wait. I will soon list a somewhat useless special material for you to purchase. Isn't ordinary material sufficient? Ordinary items cannot be listed on the auction house without prior application. Only special materials obtained from task events qualify. Otherwise, you would find an abundance of weaponry, not these trivial items. By the way, ensure you remember the name when you purchase. Understood. Before long, Colin examined the name sent by his associate and searched the auction house. An oddly hard stone for sale, 100 points. Quantity, 1. Note: this item cannot be extracted into the real world without prior application. Description: a stone found during a museum event. Believed to be part of a certain doll's core. Thought it useful at the time, but later deemed rather useless. Seller: arsonist, glutton. Colin quickly verified the name and made the purchase, with the item promptly appearing in his storage bag, intending to use it as a makeshift weapon in the next dungeon. After all, it was an item bought with 100 points. Then, Colin glanced at the posts from others, embracing the joy of sharing good fortune with friends. He casually edited a title. What? How did you know I acquired another orange item? Just got my hands on the revolver. The reverser. It's quite decent. As soon as the post was published, numerous online colleagues flocked to see what was amiss. Chapter 32. Good people reap good rewards. May we converse offline? It is truly distressing. Please refrain from sending any more. Witnessing your equipment drops pains me more than a mortal blow. How infuriating. 2 pieces, my heavens. 1 gold, 1 orange. What sheer luck. Why cannot such fortune be mine? Front row luck is truly vexatious. Who proclaimed that Brother Shun was deceased? Come forth and apologize. Little building, last night's eastern wind. Brother Shun. $300 million, $300 million for your 2 pieces of equipment. If you're hesitant, we can negotiate further, at the very least. Sell me an orange for 100 million. You may have perished, but surely you would not wish ill upon your family. Unnamed 123456, Brother Shun, I implore you for assistance. Please rescue me from the non-existent hospital on the 18th floor. 6,000 points, 6,000 points. I beseech you, great master, save my life. Brother Shun, let us venture to another world together. I shall assist you. Colin chuckled at the fervent messages of these individuals. Although the revolver did not seem particularly remarkable during this incident, he believed that its designation as a rare item, second only to gold in quality, must hold significance. Aside from further repairs, its special properties had yet to be activated. It was likely that only upon complete restoration and activation of all abilities would the true strength of this equipment be revealed. He was momentarily distracted by the so-called non-existent hospital, having seen that individual several times, either pleading for help or en route to do so. However, this person was an E-grade employee, possessing a physical prowess that surpassed Colin's by a considerable margin. Even if he wished to assist, he would find himself powerless. As for the predicament that befell this individual, Colin recalled having heard that during a perilous mission, he had been compelled to use 3 lifebooks in a single day, though he managed to escape. He had rolled poorly on the dice, subsequently unwittingly accepting a D-grade mission that led him into the infamous hospital. He had managed to survive for 6 months, though not without attempts from D-grade personnel to rescue him. Alas, once they learned he had descended to the 18th floor, they all abandoned hope. After a brief observation, Colin opened a post he had made a few days prior regarding a con for equipment, preparing to gather new gear for the next mission. Soon enough, he made some intriguing discoveries. Name: gluttonous power mark, quality, defective, status, stable, 48 integrity, energy level, F, suitable for employees within the FE range, affect gluttonous power, while possessing the mark. 1 can absorb nutrients from ingested food, rapidly restoring stamina and injuries. This power can also be transmitted to others through touch. Affect special taste, while possessing the mark. Taste buds will develop in the small intestine, allowing one to savor the flavors of digested remnants and discern which items provide more nutrients or waste. Negative effect: transitional hunger sensation. It is easy to overindulge and risk self-harm through overeating. Price: 1,400 points. Note: our evaluation department discovered that the special taste ability can be utilized in the oral cavity, yet you have applied it to the small intestine. Was this intentional or accidental? I did it on purpose. Proud. JPG, the oral cavity merely breaks down food for initial digestion, lacking the capacity for superior nutritional analysis. Thus, to enhance this ability, I transferred it from the oral cavity to the small intestine. Angry. JPG, what manner of bizarre individuals are the creators of equipment at Bonfire Company? Colin was rendered speechless by the effects of this item. However, it must be noted that in the trading arena, items with healing properties tend to command higher prices than their counterparts. The previous individual's equipment had incited a stir for this very reason. The item before him was already the least expensive available. Colin briefly examined it. For 1,400 points, one could acquire an E-grade item, yet for healing types, one could only procure a defective F grade. Indeed, such a low grade likely stemmed from some personal grievances. Setting aside the physiological discomfort associated with its abilities, this item, aside from its low energy level, appeared to be an exceptional item with minimal negative effects. However, the notion of a special taste was somewhat daunting. Colin did not wish to fathom the experience of taste buds in the small intestine, nor did he aspire to undergo such an experience. Nonetheless, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to purchase it. After all, he had subordinates. If he could not utilize it himself, it would serve them well, and in a certain sense, it could transmit effects to teammates with almost no side effects. The several thousand points he sought to earn for rescue would make this item indispensable. Upon receiving the item in his storage, Colin observed it through the storage compartment. It appeared to be a sticker-like mark resembling a mouth. This item seemed destined to connect with his teammates. He silently uttered a phrase and glanced at his remaining 11-15 points, unable to suppress a sigh over the expense. Merely swapping out one piece of equipment had consumed a significant portion of his resources. Afterward, he browsed the auction for a while and found a fragmented lifebook, promptly purchasing it without hesitation. Although Lady Rabbit had informed him that each purchase would include 3, this item would not expire, and it was prudent to accumulate as many as possible. Most importantly, Colin wished to ascertain the differences between what was available here and what Lady Rabbit provided. After securing his acquisition, Colin continued to browse but found no more suitable items. He then activated the 2 features of the revolver, Blade Draw, American, and Adaptive Aiming. Blade Draw, American within 0.2 seconds, complete the series of actions from drawing the gun to firing. Each use requires restowing the weapon. Exclusive feature Adaptive Aiming. With this, even a 3-year-old can effortlessly shoot the heads of well-off enemies from 80 meters away. Excellent. Another 600 points vanished. With 323 points remaining, Colin replenished his ammunition, purchasing 33 rounds for 99 points. That left him with 224. He intended to reserve this amount for a lifebook fragment. Next, he turned his attention to preparations for real-world resources. This was not a significant issue, as he still possessed a considerable amount of cash. A few days prior, in a gesture of kindness, he had not forgotten the hard-working populace and had attended a charity event in a wheelchair, donating a modest sum. Though the amount was not vast, it came from the heart. Subsequently, he participated in a raffle organized by the venue and inadvertently won a grand prize of 200,000. This affirmed that good deeds indeed bear fruit. Independent of mere chance, it was entirely a result of his benevolence. After deducting taxes amounting to 40,000 and later spending tens of thousands on various purification and blending equipment, he still retained several tens of thousands of dollars. Chapter 33. When night falls 3 days passed, and on Sunday at noon, Colin received a message on parchment right on time. Office permissions have been activated and can be utilized when in a non-execution task state. You may summon any employees who have signed contracts to the office. Currently, 3 individuals have signed, and you may summon them at any time. Li Ming, Linalon, and Tenkin, all 3 have agreed. Colin pondered for a moment, refraining from calling them immediately. Instead, he decided to familiarize himself with this new feature before summoning them. However, upon entering the office, he noticed that his desk was devoid of the usual mountain of company documents. With a mere thought, the desk drawer slid open and then shut with a clatter. Everything here seemed to be under his complete control. Colin rested his fingers on the armrest of his chair and surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though the entire office was at his command. Unfortunately, although spacious, the office's decor left much to be desired. It was rather plain. Meeting the 3 employees in such a stark environment would seem rather shabby and unbefitting for impressing newcomers. He shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the missed opportunity for grandeur and splendor that would leave a lasting impression. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the office began to tremble unexpectedly. In an instant, the entire scene blurred, and a beam of orange-red light cascaded from above. Colin looked up, his pupils constricting in astonishment as he beheld a colossal fireball, continuously spewing flames from the sky. Under its fiery glow, the heavens were painted in deep crimson and twisted forms. It resembled a celestial body crashing into this realm, rendering all who gazed upon it feeling minuscule and awestruck. The office transformed dramatically, morphing into a mysterious and solemn hall, infused with the remnants of war and rust. Within this hall stood a dilapidated long table made of gray stone. Beyond the hall, smoke billowed, obscuring vision. Colin sat at the head of the gray stone table. Utterly astonished, he had not anticipated such a dramatic change from a mere complaint. The massive fireball above appeared to span at least 1,000 meters in diameter, incessantly belching flames. At this distance, he could easily have been roasted to a crisp. In terms of visual effects, he deemed it the utmost pinnacle. He wondered what Lady Rabbit was thinking, creating such an extravagant office, akin to a small company's cubicle. At that moment, a task notification appeared in his mind. The Uncharted World task has been altered to world number 13, with updated event series. Please refer to the taskbar for details. Similar to when executing tasks, the parchment's functions transferred to his mind. However, during task execution, there was no interactive hall, only a task and storage room, while the office lacked such restrictions. Colin stroked his chin, bemused by why the Bonfire Company insisted on utilizing parchment in reality instead of directly uploading everything into their minds. The text on the parchment was visible only to its holder in the real world. Puzzled, he didn't dwell on it further and opened the taskbar to examine the newly added events. Event 2, due to technical reasons. Employees are unable to accurately arrive at the bonfire's sacrificial point. Please guide them to the point for marking upon entering this world. Event 3, carry token 13 to world number 13 to investigate all anomalies potentially related to hunger. Event 5, survive in this world for a duration of 7 days. The mention of the bonfire church caught Colin's attention, and under the guidance of the task, he immediately realized it referred to the multitude of corpses within the church. He was fairly certain that this bonfire church was likely established by a former colleague of the company who had already passed away. Or perhaps there were more former colleagues in that world. Establishing a church in another realm would require a colleague of at least a D rank. Miss Rabbit seemed particularly interested in the whereabouts of a certain containment item he carried, whatever it might be. Colin mused that the experiences of his deceased colleague must have been quite intriguing. Alone and bewildered in another world, they must have gradually established themselves, founded a church, and eventually reached the pinnacle of their existence, only to meet a grim fate of having their heads severed for use as a ritual artifact. Truly tragic. After death, their name would be relegated to former employee in the company's tasks, exempt from even the compensation for work-related injuries. Colin then refocused his thoughts on Event 3. Investigating all anomalies related to hunger? Could beastification qualify? The sensation beastification invoked in him was twofold: an insatiable urge to tear apart, filled with brutality, and a persistent, albeit somewhat weaker, feeling of hunger. However, the specifics wouldn't be clear until he entered world number 13 the following day. Moreover, what was this token 13? As he contemplated the item, information related to it surfaced in his mind. Upon seeing the description, Colin's first impression was that it resembled an enigmatic object linked to fate, something akin to the red thread of destiny in mythology. One end anchored here, the other unknown, yet inevitably leading to a mutual destination someday. Without further contemplation, he reached for token 13 on the stone table to examine it. It was shaped like an octagram, with an imprint of a figure holding a torch on its face. Strangely, upon seeing this image, Colin couldn't help but envision a scene, someone raising their right hand high, clutching a burning, pulsating heart, akin to a torch, dispelling the darkness. When night falls, someone must ignite a fire to illuminate all directions. Chapter 34. The phobia of giants. The time had come for him to summon the 3 employees for a meeting to discuss the events of the following day. Compared to him, their initial circumstances seemed decidedly more favorable. Firstly, they were granted the exceptionally liberal G-level permissions by Miss Rabbit, a temporary special arrangement that, while limited to a 10-unit storage compartment, inexplicably included a feature reset capability. In simpler terms, this was akin to a resurrection ability. To ensure they could successfully converge around the campfire, this group was allowed 3 reset opportunities during the first week. Only after exhausting all 3 chances could they face finality in death. Why was this ability bestowed upon them and not upon him? Colin felt a pang of discontent. He had started with merely 3 pieces of paper, significantly diminished, and had it not been for a stroke of luck, another individual might well have been seated in his place. Even if such privileges were not granted at the outset, they could certainly be provided now. Unfortunately, he had no means to contact Miss Rabbit and could only await her unilateral summons. In the past few days, Colin had attempted to gather information about Miss Rabbit, but regrettably, he had found little. Her existence was shrouded in mystery. Fleeting thoughts danced in his mind, but before he could grasp them, they vanished. Shaking his head, he clutched the personal resumes of the 3 individuals, half closing his eyes in contemplation. In that moment, he felt 3 distinct threads emerge in his mind. His thoughts transformed into hands, gently tugging at these threads. In a hospital bed within a facility near Black Forest Park, Lenny Lawn lay connected to a ventilator. Clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, her complexion was alarmingly pale, resembling a specter, with her body emaciated to the point of being skeletal. Her hair had long since fallen out, and only a few teeth remained. Her frail limbs bore no muscle. At not yet 30 years of age, her life seemed to be at its twilight. Even her previously vibrant eyes had become clouded through repeated chemotherapy and surgeries. Once fair of face, she now resembled Gollum from the Lord of the Rings. The cancer cells within her had long since metastasized, and every moment of survival was a profound torment. Despite her expression being largely devoid of emotion, her body trembled under the weight of immense pain. At this moment, painkillers had all but lost their efficacy. Her perseverance stemmed solely from her desire to confront her suffering rather than submit to it. Just the day before, a mysterious letter had unexpectedly appeared beside her, a Campfire Company job invitation. The insistent beeping of her phone alarm jolted her awake from her fatigue. Upon opening her eyes, nothing had changed, and the invitation she had anticipated had yet to materialize. It seemed she had indeed succumbed to hallucinations, yearning for something unattainable. Lenilon managed a bitter smile at her own folly. How could she believe in such an unscientific notion? The idea that completing a task would yield rewards and provide a chance for survival seemed absurd upon reflection. Suddenly, Lenilon felt a jolt of realization as a dense fog surged toward her, enveloping her entirely. In the next instant, deep crimson flames descended from the heavens. A colossal fireball, like a dawn breaking in the sky, banished all obscurity and darkness. She held her breath, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed upward at the immense sphere, radiating flames in a breathtaking display, sending tremors through her spirit. In that moment, she experienced a suffocating sense of fear, akin to a phobia of giants, as she beheld the sun at such proximity. My body. Lenilon touched herself in disbelief, stunned to discover that her pain had vanished and her body had returned to its former state, as though she were free of illness. A rhythmic knocking echoed from the oval table, where a man enshrouded in smoke, seated in a high-backed chair with the sun as his backdrop, commanded attention. His form was obscured, draped in an air of mystery. Lenilon inhaled deeply, acutely aware that this individual was no ordinary human. A potent aura emanated from the figure cloaked in smoke. As she sensed his almost tangible gaze piercing through the haze, Lenilon felt a surge of trepidation and reverence. Instinctively lowering her head, reluctant to meet his eyes. Greetings, I am Tang Ken. Are you the representative of the Campfire Company mentioned in the invitation? What are we required to do? A voice came from beside her. Lenilon turned her gaze to the source, noticing two others seated at the lower table. One was a young man in his 20s with an energetic demeanor and slightly darker skin, while the other appeared to be a composed middle-aged gentleman, possibly in his 40s or 50s. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lenilon felt she could see them but could not form distinct memories of their features. It was peculiar. Campfire representative? Is this how Miss Rabbit described me in the invitation? Colin pondered, nodding slowly. Leaning against his chair, he reflected on the details of these individuals while speaking. Your task is quite straightforward. Tomorrow at noon, find a suitable location to rest, await your arrival, and collaborate with the company on site. Specific details will be provided upon entry. As he spoke, the specifics of the three individuals' permissions materialized in their minds, and they quickly realized that their initial task involved registering at the campfire sacrifice point. After that, there would be little else to do, primarily awaiting instructions from their team leader. At that moment, Lenilon raised her hand slightly. After a brief gesture, she spoke, Mr. Campfire Representative. May I inquire whether I will appear in that world in this current condition or in my original form? If it is in my authentic appearance, then there is little hope for any endeavor. She was barely able to walk, let alone undertake any tasks. The other two held their breath, understanding that while they were unaware of Lenilon's situation, their own conditions were equally dire. Upon hearing her question, they all exhaled in relief. Though uncertain of the nature of the other body, they were just glad it was not their own. Tang Kin, who appeared composed and reserved, raised his hand for attention before asking, Mr. Representative, could I inquire about the environment there? I wish to know what items would be most appropriate to bring, and whether there are any restrictions on what we can carry. As he finished speaking, the other two adjusted their postures, leaning in to listen intently, as this too was a matter of great concern for them. Chapter 35. The rescue of the fallen hero. He was not particularly surprised by the mention of any monster. After arriving here, he would believe anything, even if the person before him claimed that tomorrow was the apocalypse. Observing the two who had posed questions, Li Ming, the civil engineering fellow, hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether he should also inquire about something. Thus, he raised his left hand and asked a trivial question. Mr. Bonfire Agent, Will we be required to engage in those inhumane and gruesome acts? To this inquiry, Tang Kin appeared rather indifferent. In his estimation, venturing into another world, encountering conflicts, and even fatalities were foreseeable occurrences. Linilon, on the other hand, seemed to care, yet her resistance appeared minimal. Colin took note of their expressions. If one were to quantify their moral perspectives, it would likely be Li Ming, Linilon, Tang Kin. Probably not. It seemed that the 5 incidents this time indeed did not reference the human suturing monster. To Colin, it was astonishing that such a significant crisis had remarkably little follow-up. Seated in his wheelchair, he pondered over the tasks updated for the day. It was evident that the Bonfire Company did not seem overly concerned about this matter. However, upon further reflection, the Bonfire Company had already mastered the means of interdimensional arrival and could even craft time-related artifacts. Their exhibited capabilities transcended the boundaries of reality. The only uncertainty was their origin and allegiance. Colin did not simply believe that this was something achievable by Earthlings. If it were possible, Earth would have long since transitioned into an interstellar civilization. The following day, Monday, at 11:59 in the morning. Ding, ding, ding. As Colin opened his eyes, he beheld the overwhelming gray mist gradually dissipating, revealing a familiar church interior within his sight. This time, there were no unexpected occurrences upon his arrival. The somber church. The multitude of corpses sprawled on the ground, the oppressive air, and the locked doors. Colin surveyed his surroundings. Everything appeared much the same as it had when he departed last week. His body had reverted to its normal state, yet upon closer inspection, it did not feel entirely like his own. Although healthy, there was a lingering sense of discomfort. Colin examined his hands. Apart from the pale skin and slightly longer hair, there was little indication of being a patient of beastification syndrome. Nevertheless, he sensed that the condition's symptoms had indeed intensified. Utilizing this aspect of power would necessitate caution, otherwise, he might unexpectedly descend into madness. The tasks belonged to the company, but his life was his own. He certainly did not wish to hear the next successor refer to him as a former employee in the context of their assignments. Taking a deep breath, Colin collected his thoughts and noticed the tattered remnants of his clothing. He pursed his lips, relieved that he had foreseen this. Retrieving a pair of undergarments and a set of pajamas from the storage room. Subsequently, he donned a set of villager's attire to obscure his incongruous outfit. It seemed the inhabitants of this realm had no custom of wearing undergarments. During his previous imprisonment, his pants had felt rather empty, and he found it somewhat uncomfortable. This time, he had deliberately brought along several additional pieces. Afterward, he silently recited the name of the Bonfire Company in his mind to strengthen the connection, then prepared to undertake the task of establishing a bonfire sacrificial point. However, just as he reinforced the connection, he noticed the taskbar in his mind flickering incessantly. This seemingly indicated that some tasks had already been completed. Strange, I haven't even begun the tasks yet. Colin instinctively opened it and was taken aback by the information within. He saw that what he had initially thought to be 5 tasks had suddenly expanded to over a dozen new ones, with nearly half already completed. Event 17. Breathe a breath of fresh air from world number 13 completed, 20 bonfire points. Event 18. Observe the architectural features of world number 13 completed, 50 bonfire points. Event 21. Take the first step for humanity from Earth onto world number 13 completed, 20 bonfire points. Event 9. Witness the forms of life present in world number 13. Goodness. Tasks can be approached in this manner? Is this the advantage of having leadership? Colin stared in astonishment. Within just 2 minutes of his arrival, he had already amassed nearly 300 points. Miss Rabbit was indeed generous when assisting with the application for side quests. Moreover, most of the incomplete tasks were not overly demanding, simply requiring time to be completed naturally. This meant that the bare minimum here guaranteed him 500 points. As for those with certain requirements, such as Event 6, find the child of that beastification syndrome mother, and Event 7, slay the monster guarding the entrance, they would require a bit more effort. Colin glanced at these tasks with specific demands and found those related to the heroes. Event 9, rescue the fallen hero. This task bore resemblance to the one from his first arrival, when he sought out a former colleague. As he focused on it, Colin sensed a signal emanating from roughly 1.5 o'clock in his current position. The distance was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly much farther than the first time. Continuous travel might take 2 or 3 days to reach it. Colin furrowed his brow. The remaining time for Event 5 had reset, and now there were 167 hours, 57 minutes, and 31 seconds left until its conclusion. His head throbbed. Oh well, it's not like the prison days. He wouldn't he be sent back to the Holy Healing Church, wouldn't he encounter that foolish priest, nor would he meet him. Therefore, as long as he bided his time, he should be fine. Colin mused, feeling that the only concern was the potential scarcity of food. However, if he rationed it, enduring for 7 days would pose no issue. Chapter 36. The Bonfire Sacrifice Point. Taking a deep breath, Colin turned to glance at the large pit filled with ashes at the farthest end of the church. Deciding to gather everyone here, he would establish a bonfire sacrifice point and then summon the staff to descend. The task of piling the corpses together was not overly complicated. However, there was a faint reluctance within him when lifting the lifeless bodies, a subtle aversion to the deceased and to death itself. Nearly an hour later, Colin had gathered all the bodies into the church's pit, a total of 197, fewer than he had initially estimated. He clapped his hands, surveying the enormous mound of corpses before him. The desiccated, moisture-deprived bodies intertwined like logs of aged timber, forming a large circle. The height of the pile reached 3 meters, and the withered remains emitted no significant odor, not even a foul stench, merely presenting death in its stark, silent reality. While arranging the bodies, Colin made an observation. They bore little of value. Most of their clothing was patched, and even those adorned in red robes with flame patterns possessed nothing of worth. This could only imply that someone had scavenged the area or that they had relinquished their valuables to others prior to their demise. Given the lack of disturbance around the corpses, Colin inclined towards the latter conclusion. Regrettably, he found nothing to salvage, nor did he receive any offerings. As he pondered, he lifted the last few bodies and cast them atop the pile. Thus, the corpses of the bonfire cult's followers were finally amassed. Only the final step of igniting the pyre remained. He reached into his pocket for a bottle of oil, preparing to pour it over the pile, but reconsidered, deciding that using such a substance in the church seemed inappropriate. Instead, he opted for alcohol. With a crack, the alcohol ignited, its distinctive blue flame bursting forth. In that instant, an extraordinary atmosphere emanated from the pile of corpses used as fuel. The flame appeared to be under some unseen control, swiftly enveloping the entire mound and transforming into a towering bonfire that reached several meters high. The blue flame shifted to a vibrant orange-red, roaring with intensity. Remarkably, despite the flames nearly scorching the church's ceiling, nothing was charred. Even Colin, standing beside the towering inferno, felt no oppressive heat. Moreover, if one listened closely, they could almost hear the soft, indistinct whispers of prayers arising from the flames, as if the voices of the long-deceased had been resurrected. The long-abandoned church took on an inexplicable aura of the uncanny and the sacred. Simultaneously, a new coordinate seemed to materialize within Colin's consciousness. Wherever he roamed in this world, he could sense the bonfire's location, using it as a reference to determine his direction. Was this not akin to a save point in a game? Gazing up at the immense flames, Colin suddenly recalled that the church was now sealed. Would he succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning? Although his body had been enhanced, he had not yet attained the ultimate form capable of surviving without air. Just then, a line of text appeared on his retina. Bonfire Sacrifice Point established. Information related to the Bonfire Sacrifice Point flooded Colin's mind, ignited by special fuel authorized by the Bonfire Company. This unique flame serves as a coordinate reference for the Descent Project G1. Additionally, it embodies all the positive human imaginings of fire, including but not limited to warmth, brightness, and the dispelling of darkness. It sounded impressive, yet it failed to address whether he would perish from carbon monoxide poisoning. Colin scoffed inwardly, noticing additional data surfacing in his mind. Bonfire Sacrifice Point, Level 1. Remaining burn time, 29 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. Note: the bonfire will soon extinguish if no additional fuel is added. You must procure more formidable biological remains to sustain the flame and extend its duration. 1 murky energy block will be produced after 23 hours and 57 minutes. Had a game designer or two infiltrated the Bonfire Company? Colin blinked. His curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the murky energy block. Unfortunately, no further details were provided, and he would have to wait a day for answers. Nevertheless, despite the lack of information about the flames before him, the sheer size of the fire suggested that if there were an issue, it would have consumed the oxygen by now. The absence of suffocating symptoms indicated that all was well. Next, it was time to summon the staff to confront the entities outside. Ding, ding, ding. The distant, ancient chime gradually faded away. Looming propped himself up, shaking his head, and opened his eyes, scanning his unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of confusion. He quickly froze in shock. Surrounding him was a desolate wasteland. Terrifyingly, just beside him lay 4 or 5 corpses scattered about. They had long since perished, their flesh desiccated, leaving only bones wrapped in tattered rags. Was this the welcome he was to receive? A shiver ran down Li Ming's spine, and it took a couple of deep breaths for him to regain his composure. Then, he noticed his own mutilated right hand and the amputated right leg, along with various burn scars, which had all miraculously healed. No, to be more precise, his current body was not his own. This was the soul transference mentioned in the meeting? Li Ming savored the sensation of his now whole body. At that moment, a message surged into his mind. Can you see me? Yes. Then let's sense the task and start moving. It shouldn't be far. I'll be waiting here for you. All right. Just as Li Ming was about to inquire about the other person's location, another message flooded his mind. Event 1. Locate the bonfire sacrifice point. Description. Your squad leader is waiting for you there. Please act swiftly to complete the rendezvous. As he focused on this, he, like Colin, noticed signals emanating from a certain direction. It was as if he were a receiver, able to sense a bright flame even with his eyes closed. However, upon opening his eyes, he saw nothing particularly distinctive. Everything was hazy at a distance, as if shrouded in a thin, veiling mist. Chapter 37. Could this be dangerous? It feels rather distant. Perhaps I should procure a suitable weapon for self-defense before embarking on my journey. Li Ming wasn't entirely unprepared. He had brought along some means of protection, albeit not the most appropriate for the current circumstances, nor effective for unforeseen emergencies. Scanning the surroundings, he soon found himself awkwardly realizing that there appeared to be no sizable stones in sight, rendering any useful weapon non-existent. However, at that moment, he noticed a pair of bleached leg bones scattered on the ground. Li Ming glanced at his companions and suddenly recognized that there were indeed resources to be found, though morally questionable. Friends, you wouldn't want to become mere carrion in this desolate wilderness, devoid of a proper resting place, would you? It was fortunate that no unclean entities accompanied him. After taking a few breaths, he examined the 4 sturdy femurs he carried, silently expressing gratitude for nature's provisions. Subsequently, he discarded 3 of them by the roadside, deciding that since there was no immediate threat, there was no need to bear such a burden. After all, they were rather heavy. As he continued on his path, Li Ming surveyed the eerie scene of death around him, feeling a perplexity akin to what Colin had experienced initially. What could have transpired here to result in such complete annihilation? There were no answers. After a couple of hours, feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Ming spotted a desolate small town. Captain, I believe I have found the town you mentioned. Are you inside? Yes, there is a white church here. Come directly. Li Ming observed an enormous, inhuman footprint on the ground and swallowed hard. Boss, could this be dangerous? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I be idly waiting for your arrival? Colin did not conceal the presence of danger outside. After all, the group had several lives among them. If they were not to sacrifice themselves during such times, when would they? If memory served, the creature's attack would inevitably expose its vulnerability for a brief moment. At that instant, employing time stop and concentrating fire for 5 seconds should suffice. At least, that was what the remnants of the Book of Destiny indicated. Reflecting on this, Colin closed his eyes to sense the information he had gathered through the use of fate paper during their journey. You await your subordinate to arrive at the church's entrance. Touch the door, and as he is attacked, decisively use time stop to freeze the scene, striking the adversary with that dagger and defeating it under a barrage of concentrated fire. Following this, the Book of Destiny noted that after meeting Li Ming, he would successfully locate the next employee. This foresight did not culminate in death. Instead, it extended until the 3rd day, after which the paper, filled with writing, vanished. The Book of Destiny occasionally concludes with death. However, if all proceeds normally, it will continue to predict the future until the paper runs out of space and disappears. Colin recalled what he had seen in the company's internal chat group. Yet, just as he had previously surmised, the information provided by the fate paper became increasingly unreliable over time. Generally, any forecasts beyond 7 days were virtually untrustworthy, as they pertained to events that might occur only under ideal circumstances. Nonetheless, one point remained. Under normal circumstances, most employees utilizing this tool would not meet their end. Only he, to date, had drawn 5 cards, resulting in 4 deaths. Without further contemplation, Colin donned a level 3 helmet, wielded time stop in his left hand, and gripped the revolver, the reverser, in his pocket, approaching the church's entrance. Approximately 10 minutes later, amidst the stillness of the small town, sounds began to emerge. Simultaneously, he received a message from Li Ming. Captain, I can see the church now. What should I do next? Continue approaching. First, reach the front door. Colin recalled that he had been attacked the last time he opened the door. Prior to that, knocking and calling had gone without incident. Before long, he heard Li Ming's footsteps not far from the door. Colin held his breath, clutching the golden card, prepared to employ it at any moment. However, just as he had anticipated, as long as Li Ming refrained from attempting to open the door, no lethal attack would ensue. Outside, the footsteps halted roughly 2 meters from the door, leaving Colin and his subordinates separated by just a door. Once Li Ming's steps ceased, a message swiftly arrived in Colin's mind. What now? Prepare to open the door. Remember to push it open with force in an instant. And be cautious of what lies behind you, as an attack is highly probable. Colin silently transmitted a message to his subordinate, who stood 2 or 3 meters away. Moreover, various signs indicated that the company indeed possessed technology beyond human comprehension, summoning agreements, soul transference, and those colossal, terrifying fireballs all attested to the company's formidable nature. Regaining his focus, Li Ming pressed his hands against the door seam and exerted all his strength to push it open. The heavy door only creaked ajar slightly. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, he employed time stop. In that instant, as the scene froze before him, Colin drew his gun, aimed, and fired 3 bullets towards the empty space behind Li Ming within a mere 0.2 seconds. Yet, Colin was taken aback as the bullets effortlessly passed through. There was nothing behind him. If there were a corporeal form, such a phenomenon would be impossible. At that moment, within the frozen space, he sensed something attempting to escape the range of time stop from a distance of 10 to 15 meters. Chapter 38. The Corruption of Virtue at 11 o'clock. Something was fleeing outside. Although Colin had not detected anything with his eyes or nose, he trusted his instincts and decisively drew a cracked bone spike, charging toward that direction. This was the very object that had once stabbed him in the waist during a previous incident. If it struck him again, his organs would swiftly fail due to edema, a fate he could hardly withstand even in his beastly state. As he approached within 10 meters, he heard the sound indicating the time-stopping effect was about to end. However, he had already reached his target's position. With a battle instinct guiding him, Colin gripped the bone spike tightly and thrust it forcefully into the air ahead. In a flash, a vision struck him. His head was severed, as if experiencing another beheading. Without hesitation, before the time-stop effect completely vanished, Colin released the dagger and rolled to his left. A deadly, subtle sound sliced through the air above him. After rolling, Colin did not rise immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum to lie flat on the ground, swiftly drawing his gun and aiming at what appeared to be an empty space, then firing. As the trigger was pulled, flashes of fire erupted. Yet several bullets vanished into thin air. Did he hit anything? The absence of the sound of bullets striking a target suggested that, under normal circumstances, they would have struck the house behind. The only possibility was that the bullets had indeed struck something. Yet, as he could not see the target, he was left unaware of the outcome. The sensation was akin to hitting a fist against cotton, truly disconcerting. Cursing under his breath, Colin pushed himself up and reloaded his revolver, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. There was no way he could emerge unscathed if that dagger struck him. Now, all he could do was wait. Sure enough, mere seconds later, he heard the sound of liquid dripping from the 3 o'clock direction. Instantly, he turned to see a humanoid silhouette becoming increasingly apparent in the air. The figure's cloaking ability was fading. Colin's spirit surged as he realized that the bone spike was taking effect. With a watchful eye, he observed a creature draped in tattered armor, a pristine bone spike embedded in its chest, gradually becoming visible. Beneath its armor lay not flesh and blood, but a grotesque, black gelatinous substance. It wore no helmet. Its head was wrapped in filthy cloth, resembling a mummy, with dark, tainted blood seeping through the fabric, obscuring any semblance of features. In its remaining left hand, it clutched a broken, rusted sword. Colin even noticed the bullet holes he had inflicted, yet they seemed to have little impact on the creature. At that moment, as the dagger continued to exert its effects, the creature's body swelled further, akin to a corpse rising in a pool of water. A nauseating stench permeated the air, indicating it was no longer a living being. Colin's eyelids drooped slightly, his body inclined forward, his left hand clutching the golden card, his right hand steadying the gun, adopting a predatory stance reminiscent of a cheetah. Just then, the armored humanoid monstrosity, dragging its rusty sword, took deliberate steps toward him, preparing for a final charge. However, after only 2 steps, its swollen body seemed to reach its limit. Like an overinflated balloon, as black pus oozed from its pores, pooling on the ground. The creature's enormous, distended form struggled to move, let alone charge. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps, Colin waited until it approached within effective range before using the golden card once more. This time, the loaded bullets discharged, leaving 6 holes in the creature's surface. As time resumed, Colin felt a jarring sense of temporal disarray before noticing that the humanoid monster had collapsed, 6 holes continuously leaking repulsive black pus, akin to a rotting watermelon being punctured. The foul liquid flowed freely, creating a grotesque scene. Was it really this gruesome after being stabbed by the dagger? Colin's breath caught in his throat. He estimated that even without delivering a finishing blow, the creature would not last long before exploding. The first practical use of this dagger yielded a chilling outcome. Concurrently, as the monster fell, task information surfaced in Colin's mind. You have successfully slain a corrupted virtue knight. Corrupted virtue knight? Colin finally learned the name of this creature, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Although this confrontation lasted less than a minute of read-time. Excluding the 10 seconds of time stop, the psychological pressure it exerted was substantial. It wasn't that the creature was particularly strong, but its abilities were exceedingly bizarre. Fortunately, all was said and done. However, as he turned around, he noticed his subordinate's expression was amiss. He was staring at Colin, lips moving as if attempting to speak. But before any sound emerged, his head suddenly detached from his neck. With a thud, it struck the ground, blood erupting in a mist from the severed neck, spraying skyward like a rain of crimson. He managed to save him in time. Colin was momentarily stunned. He believed his reaction had been sufficiently swift, perhaps taking only a tenth of a second. Yet even so, he failed to protect Li Ming. Was the speed of the strike truly that fast? And why did the head take so long to fall? It defied logic. Nevertheless, the blood rain did not last long. As Li Ming's entire body rapidly disintegrated into gray mist, being swept away by the flames within the church. Colin surmised the cause, but had no idea how long this process would take. Reluctantly, he turned to the ground where the body lay in a grotesque puddle, retrieving a monocle from his pocket. This was a being capable of actively diminishing its presence, concealing its aura, thus becoming difficult to perceive. In life, it was indeed worthy of being called extraordinary. Based on the formal name of Virtue Knight, it can be inferred that its abilities are related to the 8 great virtues, perhaps representing humility. Humility here signifies a tangible force, not merely moral honor, Colin pondered. Noticing that upon the creature's death, numerous footprints and a distinct odor lingered at the scene. It had not only diminished its own presence, but also that of everything associated with it. Compared to simple invisibility, this ability proved far more troublesome to contend with. If each virtue represented a unique power, what might the effects of the others be? If one was already so formidable, what chaos could ensue if all 8 were combined? Just the thought gave Colin a headache. Meanwhile, he was curious whether the 8 great virtues of this world bore any correlation to the 8 virtues of Earth. Was it merely coincidence, or were these artifacts created by former employees? Unfortunately, Colin's limited understanding of this world left him with few conclusions. At that moment, another message unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Agreeing to submit the body of the fallen Virtue Knight will grant you an additional 1,000 points and a corresponding item. Will you submit? Chapter 39. Missing Colin decisively agreed. After all, there was no point in submission. And the grotesque mass of blackened ichor before him was of no use whatsoever. Once the decision was made, a transparent vortex materialized in the air, under its gravitational pull. Every drop of liquid and fragment oozing from the corpse was drawn into it, vanishing without a trace. 1,000 points, accompanied by an item corresponding to the nature of this creature. Were all the peculiar items within the Bonfire Company derived in such a manner? Colin stood still, surveying the remnants around him, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He glanced at the golden card in his hand, uncertain of what it might have contained. Presumably, it was not crafted by a trivial being. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, Colin's gaze shifted to the prominent bone spike on the ground. He hesitated to pick it up, considering it had just been submerged in ichor. Who could say if it harbored any viruses? Cautiously, he retrieved his analysis lens once more, gripping the edges with his right hand, positioning it before his left eye to capture a close-up of the bone spike. A dagger crafted from the remains of a deceased female cleric, processed with simplicity. To be pierced by it is to experience the horrors she endured in life. As one's body is incessantly infused with foul waters, ultimately dragged into the abyss of the deep sea, gasping for breath until death. Prolonged possession will similarly induce symptoms of edema, and after 30 minutes, one may inadvertently perish from organ failure due to systemic swelling. The absence of any mention of contamination suggested it was safe. However, it was curious why the description seemed markedly more detailed than before. Yet, was the female cleric referenced the one named Talisa? Did she perish by drowning? It seemed implausible that mere drowning could lead to such circumstances. Colin pondered this with intrigue, stepping forward cautiously to collect the item, storing it within his inventory. There was still no sign of activity within. The resurrection progress appeared to be ongoing. At this moment, the flames within the church remained unchanged, yet the corpses had all turned to ash, nearly 200 bodies reduced to a mound of gray. Outside the bonfire, wisps of ash occasionally coalesced, seemingly forming a human silhouette. Noticing that resurrection would likely take some time, Colin closed the door, glanced around for a place to sit, retrieved some food from his pocket, and silently endured the negative effects of the golden card's time distortion. Having utilized this ability twice, the symptoms became slightly more pronounced. Time felt both fleeting and prolonged. The short distance he traversed upon entering felt as though he had spent several days within it, or, in the blink of an eye, he experienced a fleeting sensation akin to a dream, where time slipped away. Yet, according to Task 5, merely 2 minutes had elapsed. Fortunately, the frequency of use was limited, rendering the symptoms manageable, and as time progressed, the adverse effects gradually dissipated. After 20 minutes, noises emanated from within the church. Colin, seated beside the altar, turned his gaze to see the ash figure finally consolidate into a bewildered-looking looming, standing before the massive bonfire, seemingly at a loss. He nervously touched his neck, as if the memory of death lingered from mere moments ago. Did resurrection require approximately half an hour? Colin calculated the time, and then popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, rising to address Looming. How do you feel? Looming now appeared to be a man in his 20s or 30s, with brown hair, a medium build, and darker skin, perhaps under 1.70 meters. I feel all right. Just a bit of an indescribable discomfort, but it doesn't hinder my movement, he replied, twisting his neck. At some point, Looming might find himself running down the street, despair etched on his face, exclaiming, I can't distinguish reality from illusion. Not overly concerned with this. Colin and Looming exchanged brief introductions. It was then that Colin realized Looming did not recognize his identity as the bonfire agent. Hence the use of Captain to address him. Captain, what shall we do next? Looming inquired. Colin chose not to disclose his identity, merely stating, You stay here and safeguard the bonfire. I need to search for the others. I suspect they may have encountered some trouble. The situation was not merely intermittent. It had been almost entirely a state of disconnection from the outset. For reasons unknown, Colin could not ascertain the precise location of the others. Only that they were generally in the same direction, albeit at varying distances, specifics he would only uncover upon arrival. Yet, did signal strength correlate with distance? Colin pursed his lips. He sensed that the Bonfire Company's technology could be remarkably adept at times, while at others, rather lackluster. Particularly with this so-called arrival protocol, if it were not impressive. It could traverse countless distances across light years to transport individuals to unfamiliar worlds. Conversely, if it were commendable, it seemed to misplace individuals with each transport. That is fine. But Captain, Looming hesitated before asking, shouldn't we band together to search for them? No need. They are not close by. It would take me a considerable amount of time alone, and bringing you along would likely prolong the endeavor. Colin dismissed Looming's suggestion. Recognizing that he was unlike himself, unable to traverse long distances without rest, bringing him along might delay their arrival until the following day. Moreover, the Book of Destiny indicated a smooth journey ahead, with nothing to fear. Thus, efficiency was paramount. Once arrangements were made, Colin prepared to depart. But noticed Looming standing awkwardly to the side, seemingly harboring something to say. Colin spoke first. If there is something on your mind, go ahead. Captain, do you have any food? You didn't bring any provisions? Colin frowned at his nod, recalling that during the previous meeting, they had discussed the local conditions. How could one arrive without sustenance? However, he did not wish to make it difficult for Looming. As he retrieved a Snickers bar from his pocket, he inquired, What did you bring? Upon seeing the assortment of items Looming extracted from his 10-liter space, Colin fell silent. Chapter 40, The Children's Rifle, a collection of metal components. Both long and short, swiftly assembled in Looming's hands, transforming into a rather compact black rifle. Subsequently, Looming brandished the weapon and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, I brought along some local specialties from America. Goodness, so while your teammates are stockpiling food, you're hoarding firearms? Colin observed the rifle in Li Ming's grasp, remaining silent for a few moments before offering his elongated Snickers bar, saying softly, "If I recall correctly, you studied abroad after university, right? At that Pineapple University for Civil Engineering?" Li Ming was not surprised that the captain was aware of his background and responded, "St. Paul University. I ran into some trouble and just got out." Colin was not well acquainted with this university, but he had heard some tidbits about the area's industries. He extended his hand, asking, "What sort of gun is this? Let me have a look." Li Ming nodded and handed over the weapon, confident that this captain would not pose a threat by taking his firearm. After all, he had witnessed his superior perform a remarkable flash step before losing his head twice. No less. As Colin examined the rifle, Li Ming took the initiative to provide details about the weapon, an AR-15 modified version, approximately 78 centimeters in length and weighing only 2 kilograms. In its place of origin, it bore the notorious title of the Children's Assault Rifle. Pointing to a cartoonish skull with a pacifier imprinted on the side of the firearm, he added, "The inscription roughly translates to, 'Shoot like mommy and daddy to boost your child's confidence.'" Colin sighed, reflecting on the seemingly innocent upbringing fostered across the ocean. "Aside from the rifle, the only other weapon I brought is a dagger. The rest is ammunition, over 200 rounds, so I didn't bring any food." Li Ming scratched his head awkwardly, adding, "I assumed there would be some basic provisions here." He held the rifle and couldn't help but inquire, "How is it that, despite studying civil engineering, you seem so adept with firearms?" The speed with which Colin had assembled the parts into a functioning gun was impressive, not at all resembling a mere spur-of-the-moment effort. "Our instructor took us to the shooting range during the first week of classes, telling us that in this place, civil engineering students must know how to defend themselves before heading to the construction site. Otherwise, not only would they struggle with their tasks, but even their shovels could be stolen." Colin wanted to scoff at the absurdity of such a notion, yet upon considering the geographical context of his subordinate, he found the ridiculousness to carry a semblance of logic. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. "I didn't bring much food either. Make that Snickers bar last. Especially at night, it can be perilous here. Merely having a gun won't suffice." He recalled his first night navigating through the darkness, feeling an ominous presence lurking just out of sight. Fortunately, he had managed to remain within the protective glow of his fire, avoiding any encounters with danger. However, luck might not be on his side this time. After reiterating the importance of caution and indulging in a couple of test shots, Colin returned the rifle to Li Ming and closed the church door, setting off toward the location of the second employee. If it weren't for the limited stamina of the staff and their inability to discern locations other than the bonfire, Colin believed it would be more efficient to send them out. Alas, everything now fell upon his shoulders. An hour later, he emerged from the desolate forest, where the atmosphere of death began to dissipate, revealing a semblance of normal vegetation. Although he did not spot any large animals, he occasionally caught sight of birds darting low across the wilderness. Furthermore, he collected some beetle-like insects along the way. Knowing through his analysis lens that they were likely edible, removing their heads could yield a protein content potentially exceeding that of beef. Naturally, he intended to save such delicacies for his subordinates, as he himself could hardly stomach the thought. "Are there earthworms here? And such a large one at that?" Colin mused, picking it up and storing it in his spatial compartment, contemplating the possibility of concocting a soup with wild vegetables and insects, hoping to preempt any future requests for food from Li Ming. After all, if no supplementary food sources were located within the next 7 days, his supplies would dwindle. As he trudged onward, diligently gathering what appeared to be edible provisions, Colin paused after several hours. The scent of humanity wafted through the air. With a cautious sniff, he narrowed his eyes, detecting the unmistakable odor of human excrement mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. Not far ahead, a sparsely wooded area revealed signs of significant human activity. There seemed to be quite a number of people, at least 100, who had likely been there for a day and a half. Colin silently assessed the sense that an average person would overlook. The signal from the second employee had abruptly ceased in this vicinity. Optimistically, he pondered that it might simply mean death. Following the trail of odors, he ventured deeper, soon encountering more signs of human habitation: footprints, bloodstains, excrement, torn fabric, and skeletal remains. He was drawing closer. In a desolate grove a few hundred meters ahead, he spotted a gathering of emaciated individuals, some sitting, others lying down, their tattered clothing barely concealing their gaunt frames, revealing every rib. Strangely, many of these frail bodies possessed distended bellies. A friend had shared a story about this, though he couldn't recall its origin, so he switched to an ice cream bar. Chapter 41. The stench of spoiled bread. Is it the result of consuming indigestible food that has led to bloating and ascites? Colin observed a frail child, scarcely taller than 1 meter 20, gnawing on a wooden block, methodically breaking it apart and swallowing the fragments with great effort. The child possessed a belly larger than a basketball, with an umbilical protrusion visible. The sight of such individuals reminded Colin of the images he had seen depicting famine in Africa. Was there a famine in the vicinity? Or had some calamity befallen the area? As Colin walked among the victims of this disaster, he thoughtfully surveyed his surroundings, noting the stripped bark on the trees and the numerous pits in the ground, where even the roots of the grass were absent. Everything edible within sight had been consumed by the refugees. Even more unsettling was the sight of some relatively healthy refugees, their eyes hawk-like, fixated on the injured and dying, as if they were waiting for something. The atmosphere in this region was oppressively grim. Suddenly, Colin felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed several malevolent gazes directed at him from the crowd. He was being targeted. Almost simultaneously, he realized the reason for their scrutiny. The refugees were clustered together in groups, while he stood alone, isolated and vulnerable, making him an ideal target. Before he could ponder further, a rustling sound drew near as a few individuals approached him. There were only 5 or 6 of them, encircling him like a pack of hyenas. Although they were also dressed as refugees, they exuded an energy that starkly contrasted with the lethargy of those around them. As the circle tightened, they ceased their attempts at concealment. One man, dark-skinned and weathered, caught Colin's gaze and grinned, revealing a predatory smile filled with unmasked greed. It was evident that he had already deemed Colin a delectable prize, quite literally. Despite the grim situation, Colin felt no fear. Rather, he was almost amused. While these individuals radiated an unsettling aura, they were ultimately just a group of ordinary people, not like that warden who had transformed into a towering brute. He could easily handle them with the right tools at his disposal. They had chosen their perilous path. However, they seemed reluctant to disperse, perhaps due to the absence of immediate danger, which likely lay with this very group. As Colin pondered the fate of his missing colleagues, he surmised that they might have met their end at the hands of this pack. The manner of their demise would likely be unpleasant. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the pack of predatory individuals began to move in. The closest one was now within 10 meters of Colin. Just as he prepared to draw his weapon, a sudden sound of bells echoed from afar, halting their advance. Then, a commotion erupted from deep within the crowd of refugees, shattering the tension. Food had arrived. The noble benefactor from the previous day was back to distribute provisions. Someone shouted, and the previously oppressive atmosphere erupted into chaos. As even the most feeble among them struggled to rise and rush toward a specific direction, akin to a horde of monkeys vying for food. Even those who had regarded Colin as a potential meal retreated into the throng upon hearing the bells. Before departing, one of them, who had locked eyes with Colin, remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. Should we apprehend them all now?" Colin squinted. With the activation of the 2 traits of the regressor, he could instantly strike at his chosen target. However, he decided to bide his time. He had already marked all the individuals in question. Acting impulsively could alert them and disrupt his plans. Instead, he would follow them and see if he could glean any information regarding his missing colleague. After all, he had a task related to investigating all anomalies connected to hunger. Everything before him was clearly related to that very theme. Moreover, their sudden withdrawal struck Colin as peculiar. If they were leaving in pursuit of food, why would they abandon their intention to attack him? According to the prophetic writings, when he and Looming arrived here, they had seen numerous injured individuals, corpses, and signs of conflict, and shortly thereafter, they found the second missing colleague nearby. Colin glanced around, but he saw no evidence of the described clashes. Could it be that his solitary arrival had altered the course of events? At least, the fierce battles mentioned in the prophecies seemed not to have occurred. Perhaps he had arrived too early. As he moved with the throng, he soon spotted a bustling scene ahead, a sizable convoy of wagons. A handful of soldiers clad in iron armor guarded the area, wielding longswords. They were few in number, merely 20 or so, strategically positioned around 10 or so wagons, each manned by 2 or 3 soldiers, effectively deterring the refugees from charging forward. In front of the convoy stood a woman cloaked in gray, her features obscured by her hood, commanding the soldiers to distribute the food from the wagons to the ravenous refugees. The provisions were blocks of dark bread, exuding a foul odor. Under the soldiers' watchful eyes, order was maintained, with no instances of trampling occurring. Even those who attempted to cheat and take more bread were swiftly caught and tossed aside. The soldiers demonstrated remarkable strength, easily lifting adults weighing over 100 pounds as if they were mere feathers. While not as formidable as the warden, they were certainly more than a match for his subordinates. Yet, were these loaves truly so delectable? Colin observed the refugees who received the dark bread, their faces lighting up as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. They devoured the loaves ravenously, almost frantically, contemplating the scene. Colin maneuvered through the crowd and joined the queue, eager to procure a piece of bread for himself. His keen senses suggested the bread would be quite unpalatable, yet the joy exhibited by those consuming it piqued his curiosity. Perhaps, like stinky tofu, it would smell terrible but taste delightful? Chapter 42. The assailants. Colin was filled with curiosity about the food in this world. After squeezing through the crowd and waiting for over 10 minutes, he finally obtained a piece of bread. It was a dark lump, roughly the size of his palm, with a slightly dense texture, resembling a hard clod of earth. Make way, make way. Step back and don't block the line, barked a soldier in charge of distributing the bread. Colin did not mind. He stepped out of the throng, and amidst the covetous gazes of others, he, driven by intense curiosity, broke off a small piece of the foul-smelling bread and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes narrowed slightly, his body quivered, and a sudden thought struck him. Why hadn't he brought looming along? Such a unique delicacy from another world. And he had no one to share it with. What a profound regret in life. As the bread disintegrated under his saliva, Colin could no longer contain himself, his face contorted, and he could not help but spit it out onto the ground. It was not bread at all. It was replete with a rancid odor and the taste of earth, mixed with wood shavings, grass roots, dirt, and sand, everything but the flavor of bread. Compared to this, even the likes of Laotian grass water seemed trivial, and only canned herring might rival it in odor. Though the joy of sharing may arrive late, it would never be absent. A pained groan came from nearby. Colin turned to see a filthy, small child who had been jostled out of the line and fell to the ground. The child, suddenly alert, turned his head and locked eyes with Colin. His dirty face bore a wary expression, but upon realizing there was no threat, his gaze shifted to the bread in Colin's hand, swallowing hard and longing. However, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Colin appeared imposing among the diminutive beggars, causing the child to hesitate and prepare to crawl back into the crowd. But Colin's words halted him. Do you want this? Colin offered a friendly smile, tossing the piece of bread in his hand. The child momentarily froze, hesitatingly nodding, a look of desire on his face, yet his body instinctively recoiled. He feared more becoming food than receiving it. At that moment, the child witnessed Colin tossing the bread towards him. Quite perceptive, Colin thought, recalling how the child's sharp intuition had startled him earlier when he merely glanced in his direction. However, it seemed nothing extraordinary. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Yet, before he could ponder further, he suddenly sensed something, catching a whiff of a familiar scent in the air, noticing several unwelcome guests mingling among the queue of beggars. The very individuals who had attempted to assail him moments ago. Was the battle foretold in the Book of Fate about to commence? Just then, a stir erupted at the front of the line. Please, I have 2 small children. I beg you for just 2 more loaves of bread. A frail old woman clutched a soldier's arm, her face as wrinkled as old tree bark, filled with desperation. The rule is clear, a maximum of 2 per person. No exceptions, the soldier declared, preparing to drag her to the back. However, at that moment, a noblewoman standing at the front interjected. It's all right. Give her a few extra loaves. We are nearing Blackstone City, and it would lighten our load to distribute the food now. After she spoke, a weary-looking old steward approached her and whispered, Miss, I do not oppose your kindness, but we really should depart soon. Nightfall approaches, and if we continue distributing food, we may not make it in time. Perhaps it would be best to leave the food here for them to take. The old steward's suggestion was abruptly cut off by the noblewoman's wave. Before we escape the great disaster, you must have seen what happens when we do this. The steward opened his mouth but, knowing her nature, closed it again. He understood that such an action would incite the refugees to surge forward like rabid dogs, trampling, fighting, and killing. Casualties would likely exceed half. Yet, in the steward's eyes, these were merely the lives of the wretched, ignorant, and filthy, devoid of any dignity or worth. What significance was their survival? When did the lives of the lowly become of any consequence? Their sole purpose was to consume the food at an inflated cost. My command is my father's command. Do it immediately. Witnessing the steward's reluctant demeanor, the noblewoman delivered her final order. The steward nodded resignedly. Yes, Mississippi, alas. It was all due to that so-called saintly maiden. Had it not been for her, the noblewoman would have disregarded these so-called wretches entirely. Thank you. Thank you. You are truly like saints. The old woman cried, stepping forward to receive the loaves from the soldier. Yet, in that very instant, calamity struck. What are you doing? The soldier's expression changed as he saw the woman, who had just been sobbing, suddenly brandish a dagger and lunge at him. In a flash, he drew his short sword and parried the attack, swiftly severing the old woman's head before kicking her body aside. Simultaneously, amidst the chaos, numerous figures surged from the crowd, raising their right hands, brandishing wooden spears aimed at the horses of the caravan. Before anyone could react, the horses, pierced by the spears, let out agonized cries. Most of the remaining refugees, startled by the sudden turn of events, scattered in panic. Some, in their flight, seized a few loaves of bread from the chaos before fleeing. Attack! We are under assault. The old steward quickly recognized the danger, positioning himself protectively in front of the noblewoman, his physique transforming in that moment, muscles straining against his attire. Just then, dozens of wooden spears soared through the air. The trained soldiers reacted swiftly, deflecting the onslaught. Yet their hearts raced as they noticed a group of similarly garbed refugees encircling them from all sides. This group numbered over 100, small in stature, yet formidable, advancing without a word, each carrying multiple spears, launching a barrage at the caravan. Many who could not escape were immediately skewered like hedgehogs. Colin, caught in the fray, stood behind a tree, peering out at the assailants, sensing a familiar aura emanating from them, a scent that stirred a profound hunger within him. Chapter 43. The followers of the glutton. Is it possible that matters related to hunger have arisen so swiftly? Colin stood behind a tree, fending off the occasional javelin that flew in his direction, suddenly realizing that the events unfolding were likely influenced by that artifact. Token 13. However, he had not anticipated such rapid repercussions. Minutes passed, and over 100 assailants continued to hurl javelins until they finally ceased. The original caravan, save for the noblewoman closely guarded in the center, had suffered injuries among its soldiers, many of whom were not dead but nonetheless wounded. What compounded their troubles was that every horse had been transformed into a porcupine of sorts, making any escape exceedingly difficult. Witnessing this scene, the assailants slowly approached, intent on reaping the fruits of their victory. Armed with ordinary weapons such as pickaxes and stone axes, they were not particularly refined. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and their eyes glimmered with insatiable greed. Ha ha ha! Ordinarily, they could only feast upon emaciated two-legged swine, but today, fresh and delectable horse meat and capable women were at hand. Ah, noble women. Nobility would be offered up to the glutton. I understand. I am truly curious about how a noble tastes. Damn it. The old steward gripped his cross sword, scanning for a viable escape route. Yet, he found no suitable position. This group had clearly come prepared. Ambushes lurked everywhere, and any hasty movement could easily lead to a trap. Conversely, remaining passive would mean certain death if surrounded. No. Regardless of the circumstances, I must ensure Miss Helena's safety. She cannot fall into the hands of these wretches. When the conflict ensues, you must take the lady and break through. I will hold back this group. Once we reach Blackstone City, everything will be well. The old steward made his decision, convinced that this attack was premeditated, as refugees could not possibly exhibit the discipline displayed by these assailants. Ordinary folk would never dare to strike against nobility, even if a noble were alone in the wilderness. Just then, one of the attackers seemed to notice something, pointing towards a tree. Wait, look, it's that plump, fragrant piece of meat that just ran away. Several familiar faces recognized Colin. They had sensed an indescribable aroma emanating from him earlier and had intended to capture him before assaulting the noble caravan, but they had unfortunately arrived too late. Under his guidance, a few ruffians turned their attention to Colin, their mouths watering uncontrollably. The scent was sweeter than that of the noblewoman, akin to the glutton. No, even more fragrant. So hungry. I want to eat him. The encroaching mob displayed signs of disarray, their greedy gazes fixed upon Colin. The commotion caught the attention of the caravan. Although they could not comprehend the meaning of the words spoken, they noticed Colin's peculiar demeanor. While they had all suffered from the javelin assault, this man stood as if unfazed. Your Grace, though I do not know your identity, I implore you to collaborate with us. Only together can we escape this encirclement. A woman's voice reached his ears, and Colin turned to see the cloaked noblewoman facing him. However, the hood obscured her features, leaving only a few strands of pale blue hair visible, confirming her extraordinary appearance. Escape? Colin pursed his lips, feeling indifferent to her plea. Regardless of whether he fought or fled, he had at least 9 methods to address the impending crisis. Yet, His concern did not lie with these individuals, but rather with what might be lurking behind this chaos. Colin had learned the cunning nature of the locals firsthand from his encounters with the stitched monstrosity. Furthermore, he had not come here to play the role of a gallant savior. At that moment, amidst his hesitation, a new event materialized in his mind. Event 22. Capture at least 10 followers of the glutton alive, ensuring their brains remain intact. Note: capture as many followers of the glutton as possible. When this task emerged, Colin, who had been uncertain of his next move, immediately devised a plan. He turned to the caravan and called out, "We can cooperate. But my demand is your assistance in capturing as many of these individuals alive as possible." Alive? Helena's expression beneath the cloak was peculiar as she stared at the seemingly unremarkable figure, doubting her own hearing. "Your Grace, do you not comprehend the gravity of our situation? You possess no magical aura. How can you make such a claim?" "Aha, did you hear that? That big piece of meat wants to capture us alive." One of the glutton's followers laughed uproariously. Having finished, a vicious grin crossed his face as he picked up a javelin, preparing to hurl it at Colin. "My good sir." Times have changed. Colin sidestepped the sluggishly flying javelin, expressionless as he drew his revolver and aimed it at the man's knee, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the man collapsed to the ground. The remaining assailants froze, staring at their fallen comrade in bewilderment. Before they could react, Colin's arm moved swiftly, targeting several individuals' knees, his finger repeatedly squeezing the trigger. Bang, 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 3 more fell in succession. Only at that moment did the group seem to grasp the situation, snarling as they charged at Colin. "Damn it! Take out that guy with the strange weapon. He is alone. Kill him!" One of the ruffians shouted, attempting to attack, only to be felled by a bullet to the knee. It was no surprise. Confronting bullets with mere flesh was an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the fall of one ruffian did not deter the many others who charged forth recklessly. Excellent. They possess far more spirit than that stitched monstrosity. Colin felt a sense of relief as he retrieved bullets from his pocket to reload his revolver, aiming it at the advancing mob, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger to shatter their knees. Simultaneously, the caravan, having formed a temporary alliance under Helena's command, surrounded and obstructed the charging crowd. Chapter 44. A Missed Fortune. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed incessantly, with each flash of light marking the fall of yet another rebel, clutching their knees in bewilderment. It was only in their final moments that they realized their knees had been shattered. The gruesome wounds, raw flesh and splintered bones, were accompanied by an unnerving absence of pain. They felt nothing but a chilling numbness, a sensation far more terrifying than a mere cut. Crucially, the presence of the noble's guards rendered any escape futile, and within mere minutes, 30 to 40 of their own had succumbed. Yet, the results were almost negligible. For every rebel that fell, the interval between shots seldom exceeded 3 seconds. At this rate, even if they fought to the last man, they would never be able to subdue their adversaries. Retreat. From somewhere within the forest, the sound of bells rang out. Upon hearing this signal, the rebels hastily withdrew, fleeing in all directions like madmen. Colin, undeterred by their retreat, continued to fire, emptying another magazine before he halted his onslaught, leaving a few followers to pursue the fleeing rebels. Once their withdrawal was confirmed, the old steward of the carriage convoy turned his gaze to Colin, tightening his grip on the crossed sword. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. At such a range, employing the knight's 6 techniques, one could dispatch an opponent within a heartbeat. He found the circumstances of this ambush too coincidental, first encountering a group of suspected nobles laying in wait, and then being fortuitously aided by an ally wielding an unknown weapon that repelled the attackers. It felt rather contrived. Yet, he could not ensure that he would decisively subdue Colin. That metallic weapon was shrouded in mystery. Although it appeared to have discernible flaws, seemingly incapable of attacking anyone after the 6th shot, it required reloading, but he could not be certain this was a weakness to exploit. Had hostility been temporarily suppressed? He had expected a treacherous turn of events. Colin had become acutely aware of the steward's hostile gaze, which had seemingly been fixed upon him even before their alliance. Just moments ago, he had sensed an impulse to strike. Although unsure why he ultimately refrained, if conflict ensued, he would not hesitate to teach the steward a lesson about the disappearance of kneecaps. "My lord, how do you intend to deal with these individuals?" Helena, cloaked and standing behind the guards, cautiously approached Colin without overstepping. Her inquiry stemmed from the fact that their initial demand was for the rebels to be captured alive. After a moment's contemplation, Colin, lacking any pretense, instructed them to bind the captives. In total, there were more than 20 individuals. Once secured, Colin found himself perplexed about the next steps. The objective had merely been to capture them, with no further instructions provided. As he stood there, bewildered, a transparent vortex materialized. This time, it did not consume everyone but rather felt as though an invisible hand emerged from the whirlpool, reaching out toward the captives. Colin observed their expressions turn dazed. As if struck by a hammer. They were not being pulled away. What had just transpired? Had their memories been rifled through? Curiosity piqued. Colin scrutinized the captives, noticing only a decline in their mental state, with no other symptoms manifesting. The other onlookers seemed entirely oblivious to the actions of the Bonfire Company. Without further thought, Colin turned to address the crowd, but was suddenly struck by the emergence of a signal source in his mind. Second employee. Yet, upon a brief assessment, Colin frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could ponder further, the individual he had been unable to contact reached out with a message. Captain, I have revived in a place resembling an ancient town and have just been thrown into a dungeon. Now, I am being moved into a prison cart. They seem intent on transporting me somewhere. A town? Colin's heart raced. The signal had revived nearby. The Book of Fate had indicated a revival in this vicinity. Yet the individual was not present. He cast a skeptical glance at the nobles, wondering if their interference had somehow altered fate. Perhaps the vessel for revival had not been destroyed as originally intended. Sighing, Colin became increasingly aware of the limitations of the Book of Fate. Each time he grasped a glimpse of the future, it seemed to shift the very fabric of what was to come. It was no wonder that both the forums and Miss Rabbit had cautioned against reliance on the Book of Fate. Well, regardless, it appears I must make another journey. Colin mused internally with a silent sigh. Before he could contemplate further, a feminine voice broke through. My lord, I thank you for your assistance. May I ask if you would consider becoming our protector and accompany us to Blackstone City? After a brief pause, she added, of course, upon arrival. I shall compensate you with 10 measures of first-grade refined gold as remuneration. Should we encounter further assaults, I shall increase the payment. Confidently, she awaited his agreement. Gold, one of the highest and most universally accepted ritual consumables in the mystical realm, was undeniably a hard currency, and 5 measures were sufficient to procure the services of a formidable second-tier warrior. Unbeknownst to her, Colin was left utterly bewildered by her offer. 10 measures? What unit is that? And what does first-grade refined gold even mean? Is it pure gold? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. But then a sudden realization struck him. A measure was roughly equivalent to a tael. However, the specifics of first-grade refinement eluded him. Was she genuinely prepared to offer a pound of gold for my assistance? In the past, he would have eagerly accepted, but alas, he was no longer the man he once was. Colin shook his head, rejecting her proposal. I have other matters to attend to. I fear our paths do not align, so I shall not accompany you. With that, he decided not to linger further and made his way towards the source of the signal. Mere seconds later, his figure vanished from their view. However, as they watched him depart, both Helena and the old steward exchanged glances filled with unspoken intrigue. Well, if my memory serves me right, that direction leads to Blackstone City, does it not? Helena pondered, her tone tinged with uncertainty. The individual just now. He should pose no threat. In that case, let us follow him. I suspect he is not aligned with those individuals, Helena instructed, raising her hand. The remaining members of the convoy, comprising only 2 or 3 weary horses, resumed their journey. Chapter 45. Acquaintances outside the city of Blackstone, at an inconspicuous dungeon entrance. Warden Calder was preparing to transfer a batch of prisoners sentenced to death into a carriage, destined for the Church of Healing within the city. The church's recent actions had become increasingly frenzied, as they had begun to experiment on the living. Calder, with a girth reminiscent of a pregnant woman in her 8th month, could not help but shake his head. At that moment, a tall, slender young man beside him spoke up. The number of capital sentences issued by the court has been rising sharply. Even a mere slip of the tongue can lead to execution. Yet these individuals are not executed outright. Instead, they are sent to the Church of Healing. I can't shake the feeling that the judges have struck some unspoken agreement with the church. Before he could finish, Warden Calder raised his hand to interrupt. Stop. Do not specify who you are referring to. If you must speak of it, please distance yourself from me, lest I find myself drenched in blood when the heads begin to roll. He then turned to glance at the iron cages behind him, where several figures were shackled and confined. Ordinarily, those in the carriage would not be additionally restrained, but since the incident a few nights prior, protocols had tightened. Now, Even those locked in cages were bound to prevent any unforeseen events. Should a similar incident arise again, he too might find himself imprisoned and sent to the Church of Healing to be subjected to their madness. Truth be told, he opposed the idea of experimenting on these condemned prisoners. However, this was the Church of Healing, a formidable force and the undisputed ruler of the Southern Realm. Even the city lord had to heed their demands. What good would his objections do? At that moment, a white-feathered raven suddenly flew in from afar and perched upon his shoulder. Calder hesitated for a moment, grasped the raven, and retrieved a rolled-up note from its talons before releasing it. Upon opening the note, he found it devoid of any writing. This method of communication was indicative of the secret of Knights of Virtue. After pondering briefly, he crumpled the note and swallowed it. A faint revelation beginning to form in his mind. What task awaited him? It instructed them to pause all activities and head west to greet a group of nobles fleeing the cataclysm of the Pale Mountains. Hadn't he expressly stated he would not accept them? Why were they still following? Perhaps the misunderstanding had been resolved, as his previous wariness had significantly diminished. However, as he continued walking, Colin suddenly sensed something amiss. The destination he was heading towards, as described by that staff member, was supposed to be a town. And given that the group had just faced an attack, their options for refuge were likely quite limited. His recent experiences had taught him that human settlements in this cursed place were scarce. In that instant, he realized that both parties were likely headed to the same location. Am I being taken advantage of? He thought. This is absurd. I've lost a pound of gold. Colin found himself both amused and exasperated. But approaching the matter now would be somewhat embarrassing. Just then, the footsteps behind him quickened and soon closed the distance. My lord, nightfall approaches. We should hasten our pace to reach the vicinity of Blackstone City as soon as possible. Once darkness falls, even you may be in peril, the old steward cautioned. Is it already nearing night? Colin looked up at the sky, where a hazy light filtered through thick clouds, offering no indication of impending darkness. The nights here were indeed perilous. As they walked, the old steward could not help but inquire about Colin's tattered appearance. My lord, did you also escape the magical mist disaster from the Pale Mountains? What on earth are the Pale Mountains and the magical mist disaster? Colin thought, though the term magical mist disaster sounded vaguely familiar. Ah, so that is what they call it, he mused. You weren't aware? A voice, soft yet surprised, emerged from beneath Helena's hood. At that time, the situation was dire. We were focused solely on our escape and did not perceive the chaos unfolding around us. Curious. Colin pressed for details. Helena fell silent for a few moments before admitting, I am not entirely certain myself, but then proceeded to share what she knew. A seismic calamity had struck the Pale Mountains, splitting the earth and unleashing the sealed magical mist, which transformed into countless monstrous entities that engulfed several small nations. They had narrowly escaped, their city's population dwindling from over 100,000 to merely a handful, with the fate of the rest unknown. Indeed, a truly terrifying disaster. Colin echoed, his mind recalling the previous task when the creature known as the body-sewing monster had mentioned such events as mere background lore. He had assumed it was mere embellishment, yet here it was, all too real. Looking at the beleaguered noblewoman beside him, Colin suddenly realized that the body-sewing monster, despite its many flaws, had not been insincere in its recounting of events. He recalled how those around him had expressed shock and curiosity upon seeing him draw his firearm, indicating that they had never heard of such weaponry before. Had that creature failed to disseminate knowledge of such matters? Or did it simply regard the power of gunpowder with disdain? Before he could ponder further, Colin abruptly halted, catching a whiff of something in the air, his eyes narrowing in alertness. Someone is nearby. Remain vigilant. At his words, the old steward promptly unsheathed his cross-shaped sword, and the soldiers positioned themselves defensively. However, when the figures ahead came into view, Colin's expression shifted to one of surprise. It appeared he had run into acquaintances. Chapter 46, Are You Enhancing the Church? Before the gathered crowd, a contingent of over 30 individuals approached swiftly on steeds of varied hues. As Helena and her companions beheld this sight, a palpable sense of relief washed over them, as if the atmosphere had grown a touch more secure. Are these the rescuers you mentioned? She inquired, her tone noticeably brighter. Seizing the opportunity to speak, Colin's gaze flitted over the faces of the group, assuring himself that there were no signs of undue emotion. Upon catching sight of the warden, a fleeting sensation of exposure washed over him, as if he were ensnared in a trap designed to facilitate his capture. However, the expressions on the old steward and the soldiers indicated that no ambush awaited. Indeed, they were entirely unaware of his presence, even in a conspiracy. It could not be executed in such a manner, nor could it involve these individuals. As his thoughts settled, Colin found his composure restored. Given his current prowess, it would require at least one extraordinary being akin to a tainted virtue knight to pose a genuine threat. Could the warden and his motley crew truly challenge him? At that moment, the silver-haired steward approached, cradling a neatly folded gray hooded robe. "My lord, would you care for a cloak?" he offered, pausing briefly before adding. "This will effectively shield you from their scrutinizing gazes. Should word spread of a lady associating with someone in the guise of a vagabond, the ensuing rumors could be quite troublesome." Colin accepted the gray robe, casually inspecting it before donning it without hesitation. After all, though the others appeared somewhat disheveled, none could rival his own appearance, akin to a mere sack patched haphazardly. Shortly thereafter, the warden, accompanied by a dozen hastily summoned subordinates, dismounted before Helena and her companions. With a hand to his heart and a slight bow, he greeted them. "Praise be to the god of knights, I am Calder. It brings me great joy to see you safe." Helena nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from speaking. Instead, it was the elder steward who responded, his tone laced with reproach. "Are you but a squire? Where are the first-tier members of the Virtue Knights?" His skepticism was palpable as he scrutinized the portly middle-aged man before him. Calder, taken aback, felt a twitch in his mouth. Upon receiving the urgent missive, he had prepared to accompany his superior but discovered he was, in fact, the leader of this endeavor. According to the laws of the knightly kingdom, when a noble sends a distress signal to a nearby city, there must, barring unforeseen circumstances, be at least one official member of the Virtue Knights within the rescue team, capable of wielding any one of the virtue powers. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely that Blackstone City was garrisoned by 1 to 3 first-tier members of the knightly order. "I beg your pardon for our rudeness, but allow me to explain. There is but one Virtue Knight, Sir L, in Blackstone City. Regrettably, he has been dispatched on an urgent mission to Grainspike City to combat a cult known as the Devourer's Feast, and thus cannot be present. That is enough. No further explanations are needed. Take us to Blackstone City," Helena interjected, gesturing for Calder to cease his elaboration. He nodded eagerly, ushering them into the carriage. It appeared they had not discerned his presence. Colin mused inwardly, feeling a wave of surprise wash over him at the mention of the Virtue Knights, realizing that he had overlooked this crucial detail in his observations, while he remained unaware of the specific abilities held by the other virtues. The possibility of a humble knight infiltrating their midst sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, hearing that the knight had already departed brought him some relief. If that were the case, their forthcoming actions should proceed with greater assurance, perhaps not entirely foolproof, but a solid chance nonetheless. The mention of the Devourer's Feast cult had unwittingly aided him. Its very name evoked connotations of consumption and hunger, warranting careful vigilance. He resolved to seize opportunities to gather information, particularly as Lady Rabbit seemed particularly invested in this matter. As Colin climbed aboard one of the carriages, he chose one alongside the group of soldiers. Rather than the stewardess, due to his prior striking display, the soldiers made space for him, even amidst their cramped quarters. "My lord, are you a thunder priest of the Deep Blue Church?" one of the guards inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "The Deep Blue Church?" Colin pondered. "Is it a faith that grows stronger with enhancements?" Through a brief inquiry, he learned that it was one of the mainstream churches dedicated to storm and thunder, typically situated near the sea. However, within the knightly kingdom, its places of worship were scarce. It was recognized as a legitimate faith, yet not predominant. He neither confirmed nor denied their assumptions, leaving them to speculate. If you believe it to be so, then so be it. Those who comprehend will understand. Those who do not will remain oblivious. His assumed identity as a follower of the Deep Blue Church suited his portrayal of someone unfamiliar with the intricacies of this land. Through further conversation, Colin gleaned insights into the knightly kingdom, a realm founded by the legendary King of Knights, who governed the 8 great virtues. Numerous knightly orders served as the kingdom's direct forces, with the Virtue Knights being the most esteemed. Beneath the kingdom lay the church, with the official religion being the Light Church. However, for reasons unknown, the Light Church held a lofty position without substantial power, overshadowed by the 3 major churches that, while nominally subordinate, wielded greater influence: the Church of Holy Healing, the War God Church, and the Church of Earth and Nature's New Spirit. Why does the third name have to be so lengthy? Colin pondered, wishing to inquire further about these entities. He believed that gathering this information could yield significant rewards for his mission. Unfortunately, the soldiers possessed limited knowledge, mostly retaining only names. His curiosity piqued. Colin sought information about the Devourer's feast, but the guards were entirely ignorant of it. One guard, nursing a minor injury, a broken arm, let out a sigh. Alas! During the recent outbreak of the mist disaster, even the Holy Maiden of the Light Church was caught in it. We were surrounded by the mist. And had it not been for her, we might not have escaped. After rescuing us, she ventured deep into the heart of the disaster to save more souls. We can only hope for her well-being. As they spoke of her, gratitude mingled with concern among the guards, leaving them with little recourse but to silently pray. Noticing the somber atmosphere within the carriage, Colin refrained from interjecting. His interest in the Holy Maiden was minimal. His thoughts were consumed with strategizing how best to orchestrate a prison break. The second confirmed associate, Dan Kin, awaited him within the confines of the prison. Chapter 47, another colleague? However, the prison conditions described by Tang Kin seemed increasingly familiar to Colin. The more he listened to Tang Kin's words, the more he sensed something was amiss. Could it be that they were indeed in the same dungeon? With growing suspicion, Colin asked a few more questions and soon confirmed his fears. It truly was the same old place, but it was not a single cage, nor did it harbor any signs of beastification. Moreover, through his exchanges with Tang Kin, he unraveled several of his lingering doubts. For instance, the latter had already experienced death once, and the location of his demise corresponded precisely with the last point where the signal had been cut off. As for the manner of his death, it aligned closely with Colin's previous conjectures. Upon opening his eyes, Tang Kin discovered that while he could not send out information, he was able to ascertain the location of a campfire, accompanied by a task directing him towards it. Consequently, he chose to separate from the group and set off. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he was dragged into a pit by a horde of ravenous mobs, who invited him to partake in a grotesque feast. The main course was none other than himself. The only stroke of luck was that while he was bound to a stone table and had his abdomen sliced open, watching in horror as his entrails were devoured, he managed to break free of his handcuffs. In a desperate struggle, he met his end when a stone crushed his skull. Upon awakening, the agony ceased, and he found himself in a dungeon, commencing his second life, being dragged away to an undisclosed location. In stark contrast to those marauding mobs, the guards in the dungeon exhibited a much more favorable demeanor. Listening to Tang Kin's ongoing reports, Colin reflected on his seemingly fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, they appeared to be quite favorable. At least he no longer had to worry about being consumed. By the way, Captain, I just recalled that I might have seen a traveler in that pit. I'm not entirely certain, but I vaguely remember someone dressed similarly to a monk, who was held in high regard. A monk? Colin felt even more perplexed. As far as he knew, this world's aesthetic was reminiscent of ancient Western civilization, or more accurately, akin to that depicted in Western fantasy works. The sudden appearance of a monk seemed quite out of place. There was a high probability that he was a compatriot. I can roughly ascertain that he wore a robe akin to that of the Tangsin from Journey to the West, though he only donned that single garment, exposing his left chest, and I couldn't see much more as I was bound. Understood. Colin stroked his chin, speculating that this individual might very well be the glutton, a potential colleague or another traveler. Ah, right. The previous additional task from Bonfire Company regarding the capture of the glutton's followers, had the company made any discoveries? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he resolved to search that area once he rescued Tang Kin. With my current abilities, even if I were to confront an employee with full D-level permissions, I could at least flee if a confrontation proved futile. Although the ability of time stasis hadn't granted him invincibility, it had provided him with the means to escape danger. Furthermore, by utilizing a divination book to gauge fortune and misfortune before heading there, the risks should be manageable. With this in mind, Colin gathered his thoughts and turned to observe the scenery outside the carriage. At that moment, they traversed a high terrain, allowing a clear view of a towering cityscape in the distance. The city walls were a dark gray, and on them, he spotted numerous patrolling soldiers who appeared no larger than ants from afar, alongside formidable defensive structures resembling giant crossbows. Through discussions with the soldiers, Colin learned that this city was named Blackstone City. It was the largest city he had encountered since arriving in this world, dwarfing even the city of the Death Zone and the one housing the human amalgamation creature, which together might not measure up to its size. The only other contender of similar grandeur would likely be the miraculous underground labyrinth. The defensive structures atop the city walls lacked cannons and relied predominantly on cold weapons, albeit possibly enhanced with a touch of magic and lethal ranged weaponry. Colin widened his eyes, allowing more light to enter, and, taking advantage of the elevated terrain, He scrutinized the city's outline several kilometers away. From this vantage point, it seemed that the knowledge of the human amalgamation creature had not spread. Otherwise, one might expect to see magical cannons in use by now. He then shifted his gaze to an area beyond the city, which was an expanse of boundless plains. The very location of the dungeon. Colin hesitated. Taking action would mean jeopardizing his current identity. He still wished to leverage this identity to explore the town. Perhaps he could find an opportunity once inside the city. Colin made his decision. Before long, the carriage arrived at the foot of Blackstone City, and a wave of nauseating odors assaulted him. Colin covered his nose, noticing the large number of ragged beggars outside the towering city, at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands. However, due to the lack of proper sanitation, excrement was strewn about, with flies buzzing incessantly, creating a stench reminiscent of a cesspool. It was only upon arriving at the city gate that conditions improved slightly, given the presence of nobles in the carriage. They faced minimal scrutiny and were permitted to pass through without impediment. Some beggars gazed longingly at the carriage entering the city, their eyes filled with envy. Alas, the towering wall seemed insurmountable to them, a barrier many would never cross in their lifetimes. As the carriage rolled over the deeply rutted earthen road at the city gate, it entered Blackstone City. The interior was not particularly impressive. Rough buildings of earth and stone were haphazardly erected, and many residents dressed slightly better cast curious glances their way. After a while, the chaotic structures began to take on a more organized form, the materials transforming into neatly arranged rectangular blocks of yellow earth and stone, with the ground paved with stone bricks. Soon, the carriage halted in front of what appeared to be a modest tavern. "Sir, do you have a destination in mind?" As Colin disembarked, he was approached by Helena, accompanied by the warden and the elderly steward. Why would Lady Helena address an ordinary person with such formality? Warden Calder gazed at the figure before him, one that had struck him as familiar even prior, causing a flicker of astonishment within. Moreover, the tone of her inquiry hinted at an invitation. Could this individual be of some significance? Calder found himself scrutinizing Colin more intently, and the longer he looked, the more familiar Colin seemed, though he could not quite place him. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby street. "Help!" Chapter 48. The rescue. A resonant voice echoed from afar. Colin and the others turned their heads in unison, drawn by the sound, and witnessed a conflict unfolding not far from their location. A man, distinctly attired, exhibited a frenzied demeanor as he savagely gnawed at the person beside him. With protruding fangs, he bit off the individual's ear in a gruesome display, splattering blood across his face. Although some onlookers hesitated to intervene, paralyzed by the man's madness, Colin, unlike Helena and the others who were baffled, immediately discerned the manifestation of beastification syndrome. He sensed an overwhelming aura of brutality and madness emanating from the man. How curious, he mused. Just moments ago, there was no indication of such an outbreak. How could it have erupted so suddenly? Colin pondered that had there been any telltale signs prior, as a higher-level contagion carrier, he would have undoubtedly detected them. Yet, he only recognized the threat upon its eruption. It either suggested the existence of an incubation period or the possibility of random infection. Such an affliction, if it were to emerge on Earth, would indeed spell trouble. As he contemplated, a small squad quickly advanced towards the deranged individual, successfully apprehending the afflicted man. Initial infections merely heightened physical strength without significant alteration of character, making them relatively easy to subdue. The capture was remarkably efficient. The crazed expression exhibited by the man was not one typically displayed by an ordinary individual. This peculiar malady, rampant in recent months, rendered its victims immediately deranged, devoid of familial recognition. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. This condition afflicted only the general populace and was not a threat to them. They would exert every effort to ensure the safety of their own. Calder, hearing the noble's first address to him, quickly bowed slightly to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by a panicked scream from nearby. In that moment, his expression darkened. Colin glanced in that direction, observing yet another victim of beastification syndrome emerging at a most inopportune moment. "Are you certain this affliction will not manifest among us?" the old steward questioned, furrowing his brow. "What an unfortunate day. Then perhaps we should take refuge here for a while. We might need to recuperate," Helena suggested. "Was it because of my prowess that they now sought to win me over as a safeguard against potential threats? Might they be overly eager?" Colin considered briefly before gently shaking his head. "No, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." If he remained among this group, would he still be able to rescue his teammates? "Thank you, nonetheless." With that, Colin turned and departed towards another direction in Blackstone City, his figure vanishing around a corner. After leaving them behind, he swiftly navigated through the narrow alleyways. A few turns later, reassured by the absence of pursuers, he made his way towards the city gate. With the warden preoccupied with Helena, the dungeon's defenses were likely lax. He needed to seize this opportunity to extract the necessary individuals. As Colin contemplated, he hastened his pace. Soon arriving at the city walls, where he caught a whiff of various unpleasant odors wafting through the air. Coming to a halt, he peered from beneath his head towards the city gate. Noticing that the soldiers were preoccupied with inspecting incoming travelers while seemingly allowing those exiting to pass unimpeded, he strode forward, once again crossing the drawbridge secured by chains. He then turned and quickly approached the location where Duncan was stationed. Outside, refugees, entrenched in the stench, appeared to have endured this condition for an indeterminate duration. Each exhibited signs of malnutrition, with hunched figures and diminutive statures, whether curled up, lying down, or leaning against trees. Their vacant stares and numbed expressions rendered them akin to the living dead. As Colin hastily walked past, they offered little reaction, too weary to lift their gazes. After all, any movement expended energy, diminishing their chances of survival until the morrow. Their existence had been reduced to mere survival. Colin surmised they may have lost the capacity for thought itself. However, he dismissed these reflections, and after several minutes navigating through the foul crowd, he finally located the familiar entrance, where a guard stood watch. Colin pursed his lips, then, without hesitation, stealthily circled around to the guard's side. He executed a swift maneuver, incapacitating the man and dragging him into the woods. There, he rendered him unconscious, stripped him of his garments, and stuffed a cloth into his mouth, binding him with rope before discarding him aside. Next, he donned the guard's attire and confidently approached the dungeon entrance. The grand door was locked tight, without a moment's hesitation. Colin lifted his foot and, gathering force, delivered a powerful kick. Within 3 seconds, the wooden door splintered under his assault, the sound echoing as dust cascaded from the ceiling. Having encountered trouble before, he wondered why they had not replaced it with an iron door. Colin muttered under his breath as he beheld the descending corridor. Propelling himself forward and swiftly descending to the lower level, where he encountered the death row inmates flanking the hallway. At the corridor's end, 3 guards displayed a mixture of confusion and astonishment, seemingly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Less than 5 seconds had elapsed since the door's thunderous crash, and their ability to seize their weapons and respond so swiftly was commendable. Yet, they could not fathom that the one charging down was one of their own. Captain, a disheveled man, his feet shackled with chains, rushed to the bars of his cell with a look of surprise. Duncan? Colin observed him closely, confirming he was indeed the person he sought, and approached decisively. Captain, I have assessed the situation. The keys are with that, Duncan began, but was abruptly interrupted as Colin raised his leg and delivered a kick to the iron bars. With a resounding thud, dust fell from the dungeon ceiling as one of the bars snapped cleanly in two. This unexpected display left Duncan, still within his cell, utterly bewildered. Is it really possible to do that? Chapter 49. The ceremony is about to begin. Are you not coming out? Are you planning to spend the new year in there? The defenses of the first basement were significantly inferior to those of the third. If it had been the third level, he would have had to find a key unless he chose to unleash himself. However, the iron bars on the first level were too slender. A mere kick would suffice. Throughout this endeavor, the 3 guards maintained their distance, wielding short knives, alert yet unmoving. They were indeed well trained under the old warden's guidance. Colin was not particularly surprised by this, listening to the sounds of hurried footsteps echoing from other parts of the dungeon. He had already departed with Tang Kin before this group could fully assemble. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded grove, Tang Kin walked beside Colin, disbelief still etched on his face. We just escaped like that? Traversing the woods, he felt a surreal sense of ease. Is it really this simple? To his astonishment, reality proved otherwise. The door was kicked open by the captain, the prison yielding to a single powerful blow. The guards, endowed with strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans, dared not intervene, allowing them to saunter out with audacity. Certainly, the captain's display of power was staggering. Colin mused that even someone like Tyson might struggle to withstand such a force honed over decades. In the absence of the Virtue Knights, he could traverse Blackstone City with a sense of invincibility, provided he avoided certain peculiar locations. The word invincible could be written across his visage. As Colin discarded the guard's uniform into a storage compartment and donned a gray robe anew, he inquired, "Have we yet to locate that female staff member?" Tang Kin asked, now certain of his and another's identities. The sole enigma remaining was Linilon, whom they had met during a Sunday meeting, but news of her was still lacking. The only certainty was that she had succumbed to death, and remarkably, she had not revived since. Typically, revival could occur within half an hour near a bonfire, or at most, within 2 to 3 hours. Yet, she had been absent for at least 10 hours without a signal. Colin felt a gnawing apprehension, suspecting she might have encountered some unknown terror that rendered her incapable of revival. Such occurrences were not impossible in this world. However, before he could ponder further, an unsettling weight settled in his chest as he glanced skyward, observing the churning clouds and the encroaching darkness. It seemed the night would soon descend. Promptly, he quickened his pace, leading Tankin to the city gates just as the drawbridge was about to close. Without a moment's hesitation, Colin produced a gold card. With a resonant hum, everything within a 10-meter radius came to a standstill around him. He then grasped Tankin's shoulder, propelling them through the frozen throng, directly into the heart of the town. As time resumed, Tankin wore a bewildered expression. What just happened? A teleportation? Weren't we just outside the gate? Those outside the effect momentarily felt something was amiss, but could not quite pinpoint the discrepancy. Suddenly, a burst of flame ignited within their line of sight. In the center of Blackstone City, atop a towering edifice, a massive inferno blazed forth, radiating a brilliant light. The flickering flames distorted the surrounding air into shimmering ripples. At that moment, beyond the brilliance, everything else succumbed to darkness. The previously stark contrast of light and shadow reemerged. Only this time, the illumination enveloped the entire city. What a peculiar situation, Tankin gasped, overwhelmed. In some respects, the world beneath that fire was more luminous than day, considering it had been overcast all day long. Let us not linger. We should find a place to rest. Meanwhile, outside a magnificent cathedral in Blackstone City, a contingent of guards escorted 20 or so prison carts to the grand entrance of the city's largest church. As a priest clad in pure white garments adorned with a ruby pendant approached, the escort captain stepped forward. The tall figure of Father Elena, draped in pristine ecclesiastical robes with graying hair, nodded. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. We shall take it from here. He waved his hand, and a group of individuals in silver masks and white robes stepped forward to take over. By the way, have we located that special case yet? Not yet. The escort captain replied, elaborating on the prior situation. Before long, after the handover was complete, Father Elena traversed the Healing Miracles Hall, adorned with countless sculpted ecclesiastical wonders, and entered the room of Bishop Lawrenson. Within the spacious yet austere chamber, a colossal figure sat in a chair, facing away from him. After cautiously closing the door, he heard a raspy voice, seemingly burdened by immense pain, ask, "What news?" Father Elena glanced at the bishop's arm resting on the armrest, only to find that beneath the holy sleeve, a massive, clawed beast's paw emerged instead of a frail elder's hand. Since entering that vast wasteland, the search party has uncovered nothing, Elena relayed the escort captain's words. Following his report, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, accompanied by heavy breaths laden with fury. The critical example had been lost, and the wardeness transgressions could no longer be absolved. The Knight of Virtue, Sir Ael, has departed today. I shall contact the judges of the tribunal to sentence him to capital punishment. Indeed, came the anguish-laden response. After some time, the bishop's voice returned, forget him for now. Tonight, gather all the blood of the sacred beasts and the afflicted. I can no longer suppress this turmoil. The ceremony must not be delayed. Chapter 50. The attempted escape in the dead of night. Within a modest inn on the 3rd floor, Colin suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright. A furrow creased his brow, an unsettling sense gnawing at him, as though something ominous were imminent. What is the matter? Inquired Duncan, who was keeping watch in the same room. Curiosity evident in his gaze. Not sure. Let me calculate, Colin replied, offering little explanation. He glanced out the window. The city was illuminated, far clearer than during the day, yet eerily deserted, with scarcely a soul in sight. Beyond the city, an impenetrable darkness enveloped everything, rendering it utterly invisible. Overall, everything appeared normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Based on the information gathered earlier, aside from the beastification syndrome, there seemed to be no imminent threats in the vicinity. Surely, trouble cannot follow me wherever I go. I am not a harbinger of doom, Colin muttered, the unease within him intensifying, primarily fueled by the unrest of the beastification syndrome coursing through his veins. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense that he might have overlooked something crucial, yet he couldn't recall what it was. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to consult a divination book. He instructed Duncan to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences outside, but to avoid gazing into the darkness, then closed his eyes, allowing 3 fragments of the divination book to materialize in his mind. 2 of the fragments were adjacent to one another, while the third lay separately. Colin had previously compared their differences, but aside from the introductory remarks, he had not discerned anything particularly unusual. One version was purchased by him, mentioning the probability dice, while the other, provided by Miss Rabbit, made no such reference. Both had yielded similar results in terms of effectiveness. The only discernible difference might be the addition. Dismissing such thoughts, he succumbed to the anxiety induced by the ferocity of the beastification syndrome and engaged one of the divination fragments. Half the night has already passed, and your heart is shrouded in an ineffable unease, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. You sense that something significant is approaching, yet its nature eludes you. You pray that, even if something is amiss, it will not occur at this moment, at least not until you have departed from this place. However, in the latter half of the night, screams begin to echo from various quarters, the instances of the beastification syndrome escalating, and you start to realize that a dreadful event is indeed imminent. What terrifies you more is the dawning realization that, come morning, you will find it impossible to leave this city, as if some unseen force has enveloped the area, imprisoning all within. With barely 1,000 mundane soldiers, there is no hope of quelling such widespread chaos. Countless tragedies unfold in the streets, and what was once a tranquil town is reduced to ashes in an instant. The turmoil of the beastification syndrome within you becomes increasingly unmanageable, and you comprehend that unless you address the source, your path forward leads only to despair. With this thought in mind, you head toward the ominous threat that resonates with you, believing that by confronting it, you may escape this place. You make your way to the Holy Healing Church, forcibly entering, where you encounter a horrifying entity beyond imagination, radiating a brutal aura. The most powerful being you have ever laid eyes upon in this world. Its body is festooned with various weapons, drenched in blood, suggesting a fierce battle had already transpired, one which concluded with its victory. In this confrontation, you give it your all, yet cannot withstand its might. Desperately fleeing the battlefield, it does not pursue you. Instead, it commands other beastification victims to hunt you down. You find yourself evading capture within the city until exhaustion overtakes you, ultimately leading to your demise. In the end, you become a part of it during an unfinished ritual. Damn it. Colin could not help but curse under his breath. Thanks to this divination fragment, he finally recalled a lurking trouble in the vicinity. A significant trouble. He had met his end at the hands of this being on his first 2 encounters with the divination book. More accurately, he had become a part of it. I should never have entered this city this afternoon. I thought that once the so-called virtuous knight departed, I would be invincible. Yet it turns out this is the true embodiment of invincibility. This battle cannot be fought. Even with every ounce of strength, it is futile. Colin pressed his temples, realizing that his only recourse was to hastily escape with Duncan, leaving this place of turmoil behind. The divination fragment hinted that attempting to flee at dawn would likely end in failure. However, it made no mention of the possibility of escaping under the cover of night. Colin sighed. The last time he had managed to procure a stroke of luck through the probability dice, yet now, uncertainty loomed. At that moment, upon seeing Colin rise, Duncan quickly inquired, "What has happened?" He had noted the increasingly grave expression on his captain's face, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. "We must prepare to escape and see if we can flee the city tonight. If not, we shall reconsider our options." Colin donned a robe that lay at his bedside while simultaneously verifying the time elapsed for this endeavor through Event 5. The remaining time was 150 hours, 27 minutes, and 34 seconds. I recall that I initially embarked on this journey around 167 hours, having used a divination book. Calculating conservatively, I can utilize the third book at approximately 143 hours, leaving me with just over 7 hours. As Colin mulled over these thoughts, he gathered his belongings and descended the staircase, with Duncan promptly following in his wake. Chapter 51. Sudden death departing from the small inn was met with little resistance. Colin and Tonga stepped into the cool, tranquil night air, which carried a faint whiff of local refuse mingled with other unpleasant odors. The streets were nearly deserted, save for the occasional sight of a patrol. Even the individuals who had been sprawled on the pavement during daylight seemed to have vanished, hiding from the ominous darkness above. Although Colin perceived that the chances of escaping at night were slim, he felt compelled to try. Should their attempt fail, he would seek out that noble woman to see if he could orchestrate an assault against him. As Colin pondered, he swiftly navigated the alleyways. After deftly avoiding a few patrols of the Blackstone City Guards, they arrived once more at the city wall. taking in the myriad scents in the air. Colin identified a less guarded, sparsely populated area. Gazing at the towering wall, which loomed about 10 meters high, he turned to his companion. Can you climb it? Having confirmed their ability, they proceeded with urgency to avoid detection. In a minute, they successfully scaled the wall, which would have been insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Beyond the wall, a multitude of impoverished souls congregated, huddled together at the fringes of the city's flickering lights, struggling to survive. Occasionally, small campfires flickered, though their flames were feeble. If the fires within the city were extinguished, it was likely that most of these people would succumb to the perilous conditions. Colin glanced at them, recalling the ominous predictions from the Book of Fate, which had mentioned that the greatest calamity would commence from this very place. They were the lowest tier of society, the first to be sacrificed. Before him, at the boundary of the firelight, a thin veil of black mist wafted. It lingered at the edge of the light, clinging to the surrounding darkness, almost imperceptible unless approached closely. Suddenly, Colin threw a bottle of mixed oil into the mist, expecting it to pass through effortlessly. Instead, it rebounded and shattered upon landing. Without hesitation, he retrieved a lighter, igniting a tissue and tossing it into the abyss. A tremendous conflagration erupted, waves of heat crashing against them. However, the roaring flames had no effect on the black mist. What on earth is that? Tonga inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I'm not certain, Colin replied, hesitating as he produced a monocle from his pocket, carefully positioning it over his left eye. In that moment, as the lens neared his eye, his heart raced violently, an overwhelming sense of dread surging within him. A vivid image flashed in his mind, his own eyes widening as he collapsed, lifeless, in a pool of blood. Instinctively, Colin shut his eyes and attempted to discard the lens. Yet even as he flung it away, he glimpsed a colossal, terrifying form lurking within the mist. Its body resembled that of a half-mountain, perpetually emitting a deafening wail of fury. "Ah!" Colin cried, clutching his left eye as blood seeped through his fingers. His mind ablaze with agony, feeling as though his very soul quaked. He crouched down, overwhelmed by the pain. Tonga, bewildered, reached out to assist, only to be seized by horror as he noticed crimson tendrils sprouting rapidly from Colin's body, akin to spring bamboo shoots. An intangible, ruthless aura spread swiftly around them. Even more unsettling, the shadow beneath Colin writhed as though something was striving to emerge from it. "Stay back. Don't come near me," Colin managed to utter, his body tense as he fought against the relentless waves of pain assaulting his mind. His left eye was ruined, all from a mere glance. Cold sweat dripped down his brow, and he gasped for breath, his ears ringing incessantly. Tonga's voice reached him, but it was a distant murmur. Colin glanced at the shattered monocle on the ground, now marred with cracks, rendered useless. He accessed the information related to it. Monocle severely damaged. Inoperable restoration to minimum usable condition requires 813 points. Note: I have shattered. Warning: this item is contaminated. The contamination type is ancient god aura. Holding it for more than 10 minutes may result in being observed by an unknown entity and possibly developing beastification syndrome. It was ruined. Colin inhaled deeply, astonished that his mere curiosity had nearly cost him his life. He dared not contemplate the colossal entity he had glimpsed. Instead, he shifted his focus, examining his personal status, only to feel a grimace form on his lips as he noted an array of debuffs. These included, but were not limited to, physical weakness, nerve fatigue, left eye hemorrhage, dizziness, and temporary tinnitus. In discomfort, Colin sat on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, his thoughts muddled. After a prolonged moment, he regained some composure. Captain, Tonga's voice broke through the haze. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Colin waved him off, retrieving the cracked monocle and placing it in his pocket. He then took out a nut chocolate bar, savoring the sweetness that spread across his palate. Subsequently, he produced the mark of gluttony, feeling the nutrients from the chocolate rapidly distributed throughout his body, restoring his functions within minutes. Yet, as he used this item, a complex expression crossed his face. As he reflected on the plight of the assessment committee member, feeling an unspoken kinship with their experience. However, before he could dwell further, a new mission materialized within his mind. Chapter 52, Seeking Assistance. Note: completing this event will yield a special reward. How curious that this task could encompass another. What, then, is the true significance of this endeavor? It offers no assistance whatsoever. No, that is not correct. Colin sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand grasping the imprint of gluttony as he consumed his meager rations, while his thoughts diverted attention from the peculiar sensations within his abdomen. He soon realized that this event seemed to be guiding him in some manner, as if suggesting, do not attempt to flee, do not resist, simply endure. If you can survive until the 7th day, all troubles shall be resolved. This revelation sparked a flicker of determination within Colin, who had recently suffered a grave blow and was uncertain of his next steps. If confrontation could be avoided and escape was unnecessary, merely holding on for 7 days was indeed a possibility. First and foremost, he needed to alert the soldiers within the city, ensuring they remained vigilant to prevent a surprise attack from the out-of-control beastified populace outside the walls. Then, he would seek to disrupt that peculiar ritual tonight. If he could halt it outright, perhaps everything would unravel favorably. As thoughts cascaded through his mind, Colin felt his physical state gradually improve, apart from his eyes. Most of his body had recovered sufficiently, prompting him to rise. He resolved to seek out the noblewoman, for through her, he might indirectly rally the strength of the city. However, a sudden doubt arose. Was this noblewoman perhaps orchestrated to arrive here from the very beginning? Such a coincidence, in every sense. Colin harbored suspicion, yet he could not afford to dwell on it. Regardless, he desperately required their assistance at present. Just as he was about to act, a thought struck him, and he turned to his companion. Tankin, I haven't yet inquired, what did you bring with you? I had initially intended to bring a mini Uzi, but space constraints made that impractical, so I left it behind. After a brief pause, he continued, I had no inkling I would be here for such an extended period. Had I known, I would have brought more provisions. However, rationing should suffice. Colin found his reliability far superior to that of Looming, who had come unprepared. The civil engineering student had produced a child's rifle when Colin had least expected it. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them at the church, where they might scavenge a morsel or two. Even if all else failed, he reasoned, 7 days shouldn't lead to starvation. And if it did, he still had his life. There was no cause for alarm. By the way, how did you come to be captured by those people with a firearm? Colin noted this detail. Had he brandished his weapon at the time, it was likely he could have escaped. Tonkin's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. I had disassembled my handgun to store it, intending to reassemble it once I was out of the crowd. However, before I could do so, I was struck unconscious. Well, let us prepare. Numerous troubles await us, and we must be mentally ready to confront them. Although Colin was aware that Tankin had likely seen bloodshed, he felt compelled to offer this caution. Seeing Tankin nod, Colin refrained from further comment and returned to the base of the wall he had just scaled. Still, he sensed no trace of the beastification affliction among these individuals. Thus, the Book of Fate posited that the large-scale outbreak of beastification was either a result of human intervention or some unknown cause. After effortlessly scaling the wall, Colin and Tankin swiftly made their way to the inn where Helena was staying. Compared to their own modest lodging, Helena's accommodations were significantly more opulent, with soldiers stationed to ensure her safety throughout the night. Halt! Who are you? As Colin approached, a voice rang out in admonition, and several figures emerged. It is I. Please inform Helena that I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Colin advanced steadily, neither hesitating nor concealing his identity. You? Who do you think you are to call a noble by name? Do you believe such esteemed individuals are accessible to anyone, especially at this late hour? The guard furrowed his brow, suspecting Colin's intentions, and slowly drew his sword, prepared to dismiss him. Yet, members of the noble guard accompanying him recognized Colin. Wait, do not draw your weapons. You are the esteemed Thunderpaster from earlier today. Indeed, Colin affirmed with a nod, neither confirming nor denying the title bestowed upon him. After all, those who understood knew the truth. The Thunderpaster? The soldier hesitated, his fear palpable as he worried about incurring Colin's wrath. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but Colin gestured dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary. It seems your class distinctions run quite deep, Colin observed, piecing together the reactions he had witnessed throughout the day in the city. After a brief interval, hurried footsteps echoed from above, and the noble guard returned with a report. Esteemed pastor, Miss Helena awaits you upstairs. Please follow me. With that, he led the way. Colin trailed behind, ascending to the 3rd floor, where the grand parlor awaited him. Seated upon a wooden chair was Helena, the noblewoman, while her aging steward stood nearby. Visibly weary yet maintaining a facade of alertness, his bloodshot eyes betraying his recent awakening. Motioning to an adjacent seat, Helena, still draped in her gray robe, finally addressed him. What brings you here at this hour, my lord? Her tone carried a hint of irritation. Understandable given that they had only just reached a place of safety, only to be disturbed from their rest. Colin dismissed the fleeting thought and spoke directly. I have observed that a calamity is imminent, one that may spell doom for the entirety of this city as populace. If no action is taken, it matters not whether it is I or you. All shall perish without exception. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room, palpable as a pin drop. Chapter 53. Assembling the troops. The scene fell into silence for several seconds, as if everyone present was stunned by the revelation, only gradually regaining their composure. The elderly butler, his hair graying and weariness etched upon his face, uncertainly spoke. "My lord, if I am not mistaken, you just mentioned that a catastrophe would befall this city?" He could not help but glance out the window, beneath the glow of the lights. Everything appeared tranquil, utterly devoid of any signs of impending disaster. Moreover, the area was over 1,000 miles away from the region afflicted by the miasmic calamity. Even if it were to spread, such rapidity seemed implausible. Indeed, that is why I require your assistance to mobilize the city's defenses. We have one night to prepare before this disaster becomes inevitable. Colin pondered for a moment, recalling several key points from a previous foresight. The initial wave of large-scale assault was set to occur after daylight. Then there was that individual. He seemed unable to depart from the sanctuary of healing, as it was mentioned that he had failed in his assault on the church and retreated without being pursued. However, he possessed the ability to control the beastification syndrome, ultimately leading to his own exhaustion and demise amidst the relentless onslaught. Now, with the guidance of his mission, Colin would no longer engage in direct confrontation. Furthermore, it appeared that a group had discovered the sanctuary's predicament prior to his arrival and launched an attack, inflicting some damage upon the adversary. Clearly, a team capable of harming such formidable beings was commendable. Although the identity of this group remained unknown, it was essential to seize the opportunity, lest it be squandered. At that moment, the elderly butler's expression flickered between uncertainty and resolve. He intended to speak but hesitated, casting a glance at Miss Helena. "Are you certain?" Her voice emerged from beneath her gray hood. "Absolutely," Colin replied with unwavering conviction. "Once the orchestrator of this ritual has commenced, there can be no cessation. The entire city is sealed for a reason. Firstly, to prevent external knowledge or interference, and secondly, it indicates that this individual is in a desperate battle, unable to relent. As for why he chose not to conduct the ritual in a secluded area, it is evident that he requires the sacrifice of the entire populace. However, such assertions lacked sufficient evidence to gain trust." As he spoke, Colin lifted his gray cloak, revealing his current state, a pale, weakened visage, with bloodstains marred across the left side of his face, and one eye sunken, with blood faintly oozing. Upon witnessing this harrowing sight, every individual present, including Helena, the elderly butler, and the soldiers standing guard, could not suppress a gasp. Colin appeared far more wretched than when they had seen him by day. After a lengthy silence, the elderly butler broke it. "What has transpired? What has transpired?" Colin thought to himself, the folly of youth, gazing upon that which should not be seen, suffering the consequences. He had indeed merely glanced out of habit, never anticipating that single gaze would nearly cost him his life. Of course, he could not voice such sentiments. Instead, he inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "It is the price paid for glimpsing the impending disaster. Moreover, there is an additional point to substantiate the truth of my words. From this moment forth, one cannot leave the city. An immense power has sealed it. You may attempt to venture outside for confirmation, though I do not recommend it, as it may expose us." Following his declaration, neither Helena nor the elderly butler spoke immediately. After a few moments of silence, Colin prepared to urge them, but Helena interjected. "Please allow me a moment to deliberate. Do we still need to consider after I have made myself so clear? Do you not recognize that time is of the essence?" Once inside the study, Helena turned to close the door and retrieved a delicate pouch from her waist, producing a golden ring adorned with a pure white crystal. She donned the ring on her right middle finger and then took out a sheet of gold, upon which a sun was depicted, composed of a circle and a straight line. Lowering her head, she clasped her hands before her chest in a gesture of prayer, seemingly invoking the name of a revered figure. Soon, the gold ignited as though it were mere paper, emitting a pure, radiant light. Helena swiftly processed Colin's recent revelations alongside the unusual events of the day. Before long, a thin layer of pale light enveloped her, akin to a sacred veil. "I have sensed the presence of the impending disaster. However, I remain here and cannot easily depart, nor can I offer substantial assistance." While his words contained certain ambiguities, they were of little consequence. Assisting him seemed prudent. He must possess a solution to this calamity, worthy of trust. Yet, her request was that, if possible, he should strive to save as many lives as he could, regardless of their status or wealth. Naturally, This would depend on circumstance, and there was no need for undue pressure. A chorus of ethereal, melodious female voices resonated in her ears, instilling a profound tranquility within her, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Yes, my lady. In the hall, several minutes passed, and Colin's complexion had improved slightly since before. Upon seeing Helena emerge, he turned his gaze toward her. I will assist you in all matters, but I have one condition. What condition? Colin inquired with curiosity. Although he found it peculiar that the noblewoman's demeanor had shifted so dramatically following her brief sojourn into the study, he could not afford to dwell on such matters in the face of impending disaster. To save as many lives as possible during this calamity. To save more lives? Colin retorted, I can scarcely save myself, let alone others. Am I to be regarded as an omnipotent savior? If I possess such power, why would I seek your aid? At that moment, were it not for his need, he would have suggested she seek counsel elsewhere. Noting Colin's furrowed brow, Helena continued, Of course. I only mean to do so to the best of our abilities. If it proves impossible, it is of no consequence. Now that is more reasonable, Colin nodded. I can only promise to do my utmost. Helena ceased her discourse and shifted the conversation. What shall we do next? What must I do? Given that our forces are too scattered, and the situation is unfavorable, we must first assemble our troops. Chapter 54. Gathering the assembly requires a certain amount of time. How long until disaster strikes? 7 days? Helena interjected, taking note of the term. Indeed. For instance, if we could find some knights of virtue, a humble collaboration would significantly alleviate the pressure. Such a diminished presence is undeniably problematic. Often, one only realizes the danger when one's head is on the chopping block. Regrettably, Helena shook her head. Communication is impossible. This place is indeed shrouded by a formidable force, rendering us incapable of seeking help from the outside world. Very well, then. I cannot elaborate on why 7 days guarantees safety, but you must trust me that by then, I can assure the resolution of the calamity. After a brief pause, Colin continued, We must swiftly gather our forces. Reluctant to speak. It seems that what His Highness remarked is indeed true. This individual harbors many mysteries. Helena pondered momentarily before articulating. The power of a city is typically managed concurrently by the Church, the knightly orders, and the Lord. However, due to a cult-related incident, both the Knights of Virtue and the Lord are absent. We can seek assistance from the Church of Healing. I will contact the Bishop, Lawrenson, stationed here. What I fear is this Bishop, Colin sighed, interrupting her. If nothing unexpected occurs, the source of the disaster will likely originate within the Church of Healing. How could that be? Helena began, her tone suddenly faltering. She had not perceived any issue before, but now, combined with Colin's mention of tomorrow's disaster, she recognized something alarming. She quickly realized the gravity of the situation. That is a local bishop, on par with members of the Knights of Virtue who wield but 1 or 2 powers of virtue. Without considering the Church, we need the assistance of Warden Calder. Although he is merely an ordinary warden, he possesses ample knowledge of Blackstone City, having participated in multiple expeditions to eradicate the mist. Though his strength within Blackstone City may be limited, his reputation is substantial, which is why he has been dispatched here for reception today. If we wish to learn more, it would be prudent to summon him. Then let us find him swiftly. Colin could no longer concern himself with discretion. In truth, he held a certain fondness for the warden. After all, aside from his slippery nature, he posed no significant issues. Before long, a corpulent middle-aged man entered the modest inn with a broad smile. Upon stepping inside, he sensed the tense atmosphere and recognized the familiar figure from the afternoon. Helena recounted the details of the impending disaster, but omitted any mention of the Church. After listening, Warden Calder raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Though uncertain, he cooperatively remarked, A dreadful calamity? This disaster could not have arrived at a worse time. Sir Knight Al has led his elite away, and the Lord has taken some of the town's guard with him. Currently, accounting for the city guards and other miscellaneous troops, there are barely over 1,700 soldiers. Thus, I suggest, Miss Helena, that you leverage your noble rights to request Bishop Lawrenson as assistance. As far as I know, while he may not be primarily a combatant, his level is sufficiently high that even Sir Knight Al of the Knights of Virtue may not stand against him. If he intervenes, matters would surely become more manageable. We indeed need to pay a visit to Bishop Lawrenson, but prior to that, we must prepare for potential conflicts. Conflicts? What kind of conflicts could arise? Calder paused, surprised, and then quickly sensed something amiss, soon realizing deeper implications. Miss Helena is not ignorant of the situation in Blackstone City. Knowing of the impending disaster, the first course of action should have been to seek help from the Church. Yet, In our recent dialogue, this noble lady seems to imply that I should contact other defensive forces, subtly suggesting leadership, while neglecting to mention the church, which is undeniably the more pertinent contact. Coupled with the recent beastification crisis, Calder, whose sensitivity to such matters surpassed that of Helena, suddenly entertained a rather audacious and unclear notion. The disaster is linked to the Church of Healing. As Calder's mind spiraled into turmoil, Colin interjected, "Our first priority should be to assess the state of Bishop Lawrenson. We require ample preparation and strength, as the calamity may very well originate from there." Indeed. I suspected as much. The Church of Healing is embroiled in something nefarious. Calder felt a mix of surprise and inevitability, as if a burden within him had finally been lifted. He had long harbored doubts about the Church of Healing. He then realized that both Sir Al and the Lord had departed simultaneously, likely not merely due to the Feast of Consumption, but perhaps also because of some covert machinations at play. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden revelation struck him, and he gazed at Colin with a look of disbelief. "It's you who caused me to lose a year's salary while I was bedridden for days. You are. Let us not dwell on that now. We should focus on addressing the issues surrounding the Church of Healing." Helena, already alerted, spoke up. "I am willing to vouch for Sir Colin in the name of the Hurton family." Upon her utterance, the most fervent reaction came from the elderly steward standing behind her, but before he could voice his thoughts, Helena waved him off. "The Hurton family, indeed. If any issues arise, they cannot be laid at my feet. My lowly status leaves me with little recourse against these high-born nobles." Calder mumbled to himself, rising and wearing a conciliatory smile, nodding in agreement. He had no hesitation in his subservience. After all, whether it be the Lord or Sir Al's arrival, he could only say, "Yes, Miss Helena. Take this and summon a gathering of people, ensuring that the Church of Healing remains undisturbed during the process. Miss Helena's status appears to be more esteemed than I initially surmised." When she mentioned the Hurton family, it seemed to startle the warden. Colin mused while seated in the plush fur chair, his expression contemplative. Meanwhile, the old steward behind Helena stole a glance at her, draped in her gray robe, reflecting on her earlier skeptical demeanor when entering the study and her now unwavering stance, unable to suppress a quiet sigh of resignation. Chapter 55. The indisputable divine to pledge the name of the Hurton family is no trivial matter. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she guaranteed it under her family's name. Fully aware that should the family seek accountability later, Miss Helena would likely face dire consequences. It is evident that this entire scenario has been orchestrated by the revered saint. It seems that the once proud and aloof Miss Helena has been molded into a figure who obediently heeds the saint's every command, willing to risk her life multiple times for her sake. Alas! Now, as a steward, all he can do is comply. Meanwhile, Colin, oblivious to these intricacies, was deep in contemplation, formulating strategies for the impending actions. The living room fell into a tranquil silence. Minutes later, footsteps echoed from the street as Warden Calder ascended the stairs, flanked by a dozen men. "Miss Helena, the garrison of Blackstone City, consisting of 1,760 soldiers, is at your command." Upon hearing their declaration, Colin commenced his arrangements. In truth, there was little to arrange. It merely involved positioning a group outside the Sanctuary of Healing, waiting for an opportune moment to gain entry, assessing whether they would be granted passage. The remaining soldiers would head to the Lord's residence in Blackstone City, retreating to the small castle should the situation at the sanctuary turn unfavorable. "What of the civilians?" Helena inquired, noting that Colin's plan seemingly overlooked this aspect. The onset of calamity would not be immediate. During that critical moment, we must strive to rescue as many as possible, though the exact number remains uncertain, and we can only do our utmost," Colin replied, admitting that had it not been for the humanitarian concern, he had considered a more drastic measure to eliminate most people, thereby addressing the outbreak of beastification at its source. He had come to understand that in this world, amidst the cloak of night, even the most virtuous knights or bishops, should they find themselves exposed in a darkened environment for too long, would succumb to death. No one knows what horrors await when darkness descends. For those who have dared to discover this truth have perished, leaving nothing but pools of blood in their wake. However, setting aside such thoughts, perhaps capturing a couple of the sanctuary's priests could shed light on how this beastification spreads and potentially resolve the issue. Shaking his head, Colin quelled the tumult of thoughts within him, then rose to accompany Helena and the others as they exited. Below, a group of men, lanterns in hand and swords at their waists, stood ready. Without further ado, Colin, Helena, and their guards made their way toward the grandest sanctuary of healing cathedral in Blackstone City. Minutes later, Colin beheld the cathedral structure, reminiscent of the Church of Light, yet adorned predominantly in crimson, its insignia depicting a figure in prayer, cradling a chalice. Surrounding the church, he observed several exceptionally tall figures clad in white robes, their silver masks obscuring their features, each bearing enormous iron swords. The iron boots worn beneath their robes hinted at their full armament. From these individuals emanated a palpable sense of threat. What manner of sustenance could yield such formidable beings? Colin pondered, relieved that, for now, they merely appeared robust, muscle-bound, where a single bullet could potentially incapacitate half their fighting capability. Moreover, he was not alone in this venture. A well-placed explosive could unleash at least 500 soldiers under Calder's command. Yet, heavier than the threat posed by these individuals was the oppressive sensation that emanated from within the cathedral, a weight born of the beastification affliction itself. Just as Colin and his companions arrived, a slender figure robed in white, adorned with a pure silver mask, approached them. "Who are you?" The old steward stepped forward. "I am of the Hurton family, and this is Miss Helena Hurton, the third daughter of our lineage. We have urgent matters to discuss with His Excellency Bishop Lawrenson. Please notify him at once." The mention of the Hurton family momentarily stunned Father Elena, who had intended to dismiss them. He had not anticipated the offspring of such a significant lineage appearing here, akin to a peasant encountering a royal minister. The engraved spiritual emblem upon their presence evoked the image of a colossal being demanding reverence, wielding a black scythe and radiating an aura of inexorable death. A vast haze composed of the souls of countless deceased. This being, a mythical centaur rumored to have fought alongside the Night King upon this darkened land, trampled the bones of the fallen beneath its feet, a testament to its valor. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a glimmer of purifying light enveloped Elena, dispelling all illusions. "It is real. By the heavens, why does the scion of such a prominent family grace this place?" Elena raged inwardly. Under normal circumstances, he would hesitate to refuse the request of such an esteemed lineage, but at present, the bishop's rituals were underway and could not be interrupted. "I beg your pardon, but Bishop Lawrenson is currently engaged in critical matters and cannot be disturbed," Elena asserted, forcing the words from his lips as he waved his hand. Behind him, several towering sanctified enforcers unsheathed their colossal swords, plunging the atmosphere into a tense chill. "Are you certain you wish to deny my request? Are you questioning my identity?" "Nay, I would not dare to question the validity of your lineage. Yet Bishop Lawrenson is presently engrossed in resolving the crucial issue of beastification, and any disruption could be viewed as a grievous act of sacrilege, potentially inciting dire consequences. Indisputable is the divine." Just as Colin prepared to call forth 500 swordsmen, an unexpected commotion erupted from within the cathedral, accompanied by a piercing scream. Chapter 56. The third stage of beastification enemies. The cries echoed from within the vast cathedral, accompanied by the urgent tolling of bells. Simultaneously, a cacophony of screams, roars, and the metallic clang of weapons clashing erupted from the interior. Clearly, a battle had ignited in an instant. Colin and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that the turmoil within had no direct bearing on them. What in the world was happening? How could intruders have suddenly breached their sanctuary? Father Elena cast a glance at Helena and the others, noting their evident shock, as if they were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. "If you can assure me that you will not interfere with Bishop Lawrenson's ceremony under any circumstances, I will permit you to enter. Please trust that our ultimate aim is to address the beastification syndrome and save more lives." Father Elena, hearing the commotion within, gritted his teeth and made his decision. As he spoke, he glanced back at the group behind him, faintly perceiving shadows moving in the streets. He feared that if he did not grant them passage, they might resort to violent measures, exacerbating the already chaotic situation. "I will allow Mr. Colin and a few guards to enter in my stead. Should they encounter Bishop Lawrenson, he will handle the matter." Helena pointed towards Colin, who was clad in a gray robe. Listening to the sounds emanating from behind, Father Elena fidgeted anxiously, realizing that it was indeed unwise to allow a nobleman into the fray at such a precarious moment. "Very well, as long as you can guarantee it. Rest assured. We merely wish to observe. We will not interfere unless absolutely necessary," Colin interjected, silently adding the condition that there must be no issues within. He too was curious about the identity of these sudden intruders who dared to disrupt the sanctity of this moment. The Book of Fate had mentioned previous attempts to confront him, yet he had always assumed those individuals were aligned with Warden Calder. Now, seeing these people standing alongside him, It was evident that his earlier assumptions were misguided. Moreover, he discerned that Father Elena appeared to possess only a limited understanding of the beastification syndrome. "All right, follow us. But only you few." Father Elena ultimately relented, turning towards the grand cathedral that resembled a palace, with the church's armed forces trailing behind him. "Keep up," Colin instructed, leading Duncan and several guards in pursuit. Navigating through the dimness felt disorienting, but he relied on his sense of smell to view his surroundings. Inhaling deeply, an array of scents flooded his senses, forming a vivid mental image. The battle must be taking place in a hall beyond the cathedral, where the church's guards clashed with a peculiar group of assailants. The oddity of these intruders sparked a fierce hunger within Colin, compelling him to urgently ascertain their condition. Before long, as they crossed the cathedral's foyer and turned into a hall through a side entrance, Colin beheld the chaotic scene within, his expression shifting to one of perplexity. Inside the cathedral hall, a horde of diminutive yet robust figures relentlessly battered against the grand doors at the rear. They appeared to be rabble from outside the city, though Colin was baffled as to how they had gained entry. The floor was littered with numerous bodies. Among this tumultuous crowd, Colin's gaze fell upon a striking figure, a gaunt man draped in a red and yellow silk robe that hung askew on his shoulder, exposing a portion of his chest. His head was devoid of hair, yet it was covered in grotesque, fatty protrusions. A powerful odor of flesh emanated from him, causing Colin's mouth to water and igniting an overwhelming desire to feast. Devour him! Devour him! Devour him! Bloodthirsty thoughts surged through Colin's mind, struggling against this absurd impulse. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain spreading through his mouth and subduing his ravenous cravings, restoring clarity to his right eye. Observing the incongruous appearance of this man, Colin began to understand Duncan's earlier mention of having seen a transmigrant. How could such a fantastical world permit an outsider like this monk to intrude? The only plausible explanation was that he, too, was a traveler from another realm. In that moment, upon arriving, Father Elena grasped the situation and charged forward to engage with the intruders. What should we do? Duncan's thoughts echoed in Colin's mind. Frowning, Colin originally intended to seek out an ally with the intruders to confront the source of the chaos. However, upon seeing that figure, he sensed they might not share common goals. Yet, despite their differences, both parties seemed intent on breaching the great door leading to the rear. Find a way to open that door at the back. We will adapt to the situation as it unfolds, Colin resolved, his aim being to launch a surprise attack on the individual he had observed. Even if he could not vanquish the creature, he could deliver a significant blow, buying himself precious time. Just as he prepared to act, a resounding thud of heavy footsteps echoed from behind the cathedral's great door. Before anyone could react, with a thunderous crash, the door was forcefully breached from within. The unexpected event left everyone momentarily stunned, their eyes fixed on the shattered entrance, peering into the abyss beyond. Then, a terrifying silhouette emerged, accompanied by the sound of dragging chains, causing all to collectively gasp in shock. Damn it, Colin's heart raced as he beheld a colossal creature. Towering over 3 meters, its massive form cloaked in coarse, long fur, resembling a monstrous beast. With its appearance, an overwhelming aura of savagery and bloodlust erupted within the cathedral. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Colin's mind. The creature before him was not merely a singular threat. It seemed to herald even greater dangers to come. Chapter 57. Miscalculation. At that moment, he drew forth a golden card, gripping the bone spike, marred by black fissures, in his right hand, poised to initiate his action, intending to first administer a debuff needle. Indeed, arriving here in advance had afforded him the opportunity to thwart everything. Upon hearing the roar, Colin was momentarily stunned. Not by the terror of the sound itself, but by the singular message it conveyed. Flee. Flee? As doubt flickered in his mind, Colin felt a sudden prickling at the nape of his neck, his eyes widening as he beheld a grotesque, skinless hand, its veins and muscles exposed to the air. Emerging from the pitch-black doorway, the sound of crunching and swallowing resonated from the shadows beyond the door, rapidly approaching. Before long, everyone beheld a colossal beast face materializing behind the door. The church's towering entrance, measuring 3 to 4 meters high, could scarcely contain its massive visage. What in the world is this abomination? Colin's entire being trembled. At that moment, he felt akin to a tiny mouse beneath a bed, with a gargantuan head looming above. He could scarcely fathom the sheer size of the bloodied, skinless creature lurking behind that door. Not just he, but everyone in the hall was paralyzed by the horrifying scene. Some individuals even collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Flee. The sole thought that surged within Colin was this. He began to question whether the Book of Destiny had deceived him, for it claimed he would engage in a brief struggle with this monster, exhaust all his efforts, and ultimately escape. Could he truly contend with such a being? Was the foresight overly flattering? However, before Colin could make his escape, a figure broke the oppressive silence and terror of the scene, a red-clad individual, whose appearance starkly contrasted with the others, seemingly having arrived from an alternative, non-corporate channel. With hands clasped together, he dashed toward the massive beast face that loomed behind the door with astonishing speed, akin to that of a cheetah. With a sickening crunch, the skinless beast face chewed, and the red-clad man was crushed like a sweet tangerine, crimson juice splattering everywhere. My goodness, are you here to amuse us? Colin was left bewildered, unable to discern whether to laugh or cry at this human's bewildering actions. Yet, before he could ponder further, a profound sense of crisis surged within him. In that moment, Colin realized something crucial. Without hesitation, he activated time stasis. Almost simultaneously, the bloodied, exposed hand surged forth from the doorway, stretching out dozens of meters, targeting Colin in the center of the hall. The speed was so tremendous that few could react. Those in front of Colin were merely touched and fell lifelessly to the ground. Yet, as the hand approached within 15 meters, its speed abruptly slowed, evidently affected by the time stasis. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of beastification, though the elongated limb suggested a new ability. Colin glanced at the massive, blood-red claw and, without a second thought, seized the shoulder of his companion, Duncan, swiftly retreating. As for the other guards, he could not afford to concern himself with them at that moment. Upon the cessation of the time-stopping effect, the enormous hand slammed down, causing the entire church hall to quake. Run! Colin evaded the sudden assault and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to flee, driven by an urgent instinct. The situation had exceeded his expectations. The enemy was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Looking at the glimpse of the monster behind the door, he sensed that its sheer size likely surpassed 10 meters. Indeed, such a form could only correspond to a life form of unimaginable horror. Only in this form could it render an entire city utterly sealed off. Colin felt that dealing with a creature of such proportions would necessitate military intervention, tanks, and aircraft. Yet, even that might not suffice, given its lethal perception ability. Achieving a one-hit kill would be exceedingly difficult. Bishop Lawrenson had already failed. At any cost, control it. It must not be allowed to leave this place, or the entire southern region would face a dreadful calamity. The furious shout of Father Elena resounded from behind. Colin, taken aback by this voice, realized that the battles referenced in the Book of Destiny were waged by these priests, who had likely prepared for failure even before the ritual commenced. Thus, the unprecedented beastification had been confined within the hall, unable to break free for the time being. However, this was merely temporary. Colin could discern that the monster was currently in an incomplete state. Once it attained its full form, nothing within the town would be able to contain it. It was impossible to confront the creature directly. He needed to devise a strategy to manage the outbreak of beastification outside, at the very least identifying the cause of the outbreak. As Colin sprinted for his life, he rapidly formulated a plan in his mind. However, halfway through his escape, he began to sense something amiss. Why were the members of the Holy Healing Church not fleeing, let alone the rioters? Chapter 58. Reinforcement. Could that group of individuals have deliberately come to deliver themselves? Colin pondered, suspecting that the one who had fed the colossal creature with a swift shovel was not the only one. The other rioters, who had not been attacked, surely had a few who could have escaped. Yet, it seemed not a single one had fled. Instead, they appeared to charge forward with fervor, seemingly courting their own demise. This led Colin to question whether they had indeed come to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, it appeared they had entered through some clandestine passage, without guidance from someone within the church. Such a feat would likely be impossible. Coupled with that event, the feast of devouring had drawn others away. There was likely a scheme at play that he was unaware of, and their bewilderment at the situation was probably part of the plan. Before he could contemplate further, a violent tremor reverberated behind him, and several stones fell from the ceiling. Colin swiftly adjusted his position, narrowly avoiding the debris, regardless of their machinations and conspiracies. In the face of such a massive creature, all he could do was choose to believe. Colin felt that the description in the mission indicated that the Bonfire Company might intervene directly. Regarding the company's strength, he held a certain degree of trust, believing they could handle the terrifying entity within the church, barring the dissent agreement. God only knew if their intervention would somehow skew the situation drastically. He hoped the company would prove reliable when the time came. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Colin resumed his steps and quickly exited the precarious church, finding himself outside. At this moment, apart from Duncan, only 2 of the original 6 guards had escaped with him, while behind him, several panicked church members were rushing out. What is happening? Upon his emergence, Helena and her companions surrounded him, her entourage of several hundred soldiers casting apprehensive glances at the occasionally trembling church. What could possibly cause such a seismic disturbance? Let us retreat, Colin replied succinctly, conveying his intent with a single word. As they moved, he quickly relayed his observations within the church to Helena. A shapeless entity exceeding 10 meters in height? Moreover, compared to those encountered during the mist catastrophe, the one within the church would likely be even more terrifying. Was it attempting to offer all the city's inhabitants as sacrifices, paving the way for its true arrival? Such an elaborate ritual? Had Lawrenson gone mad? Did he not comprehend the force he was summoning? The old steward exclaimed, the malevolent deity may very well descend because of this. It is likely that he orchestrated everything himself. However, it is too late to discuss this now. That creature is currently beyond our capacity to confront. Colin and his companions hastened toward the castle in the city. For at least the next few days, it should be unable to break through. Our primary concern lies with the beastification afflicting ordinary citizens. In this regard, he was equally at a loss, unsure why common people were suddenly falling ill. Caldor, the prison warden accompanying him, interjected, I shall apprehend those from the Holy Healing Church for interrogation. I refuse to believe they have made no progress over these months. Good. If these matters cannot be resolved, any subsequent rescue efforts would merely jeopardize ourselves. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted from an alleyway, blocking their path. A pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light fixed upon them. Beside Caldor, a tall, lanky individual grasped his cross-sword, crouching slightly as he stared at the creature. Leave this to me. Without waiting for Caldor to restrain him, he lunged forward, akin to a cheetah accelerating in an instant. Racing to the side of the monster, his longsword swung, aiming to decapitate the afflicted beastification victim. This sudden burst of energy was intriguing, Colin mused quietly. If given the opportunity, he would do well to learn from it. His current prowess relied heavily on various enhancements, with little rooted in his innate abilities. However, just as he finished his assessment, an unexpected shift occurred before him. With a resounding bang, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The lanky individual let out a horrific scream. Propelled backward, his right arm shattered, hanging grotesquely from his torso, while his long sword clattered to the ground. He had no time to dwell on this. As the beastification victim retaliated, he gasped, his pupils constricting. Boom. In that moment, a flash of fire erupted behind him as a bullet struck the enemy's forehead. The beastification victim's assault halted abruptly, yet it did not collapse. Its body stiffened in place. At that moment, a robust figure surged forth, Caldor, now transformed from flab into muscle, wielding a heavy sword that cleaved the monster in two. What are you still hiding for? In the ensuing counterattack, had the lanky individual not reacted in time, he might have been pierced through the heart by the creature's claw. He was not unfamiliar with the ability employed by the beastification victim, Fatal Insight. It allowed one to perceive impending lethal attacks a second or two in advance. In life-and-death combat, such a skill was utterly lethal. Its weaknesses were glaring. It could not perceive multiple lethal threats in quick succession, nor could it function when the mind was disturbed. During his encounter with the stitched monstrosity, Colin had been rendered vulnerable to mental assault, disrupting his fatal insight. For those prepared and knowledgeable, such a passive ability was not difficult to counter. Could it be that the emergence of that entity had enhanced the beastification in all afflicted? As Colin speculated, Caldor approached his assistant and helped him to his feet. I told you, don't charge ahead recklessly, even if you don't consider your own life. Think of your father. He likely does not wish to see his son meet a fate akin to his own. Thank you. The assistant offered no further words. You should be grateful to him, Caldor gestured towards Colin. Had Colin not intervened in time, it was uncertain whether he could have saved the individual intact. Though he was now aware of Colin's true identity, a veil still separated them, yet to be pierced. At that moment, anguished cries and low growls echoed from other parts of the vicinity. Chapter 59. Hunger, let us hasten forth. Colin inhaled deeply, detecting a myriad of scents in the air. Acutely aware of the presence of beastification patients permeating various corners of the city. Their numbers were steadily increasing, and due to the ongoing rituals, the beastification affliction had intensified significantly. Upon reaching the former Lord S. residence, Colin promptly ordered an interrogation of the clergy from the Holy Healing Church who had recently escaped. Soon, he gleaned some information. The mechanism of the beastification infection remains unclear, yet one certainty emerges. It is likely to erupt among those who suffer extreme hunger and lack sustenance. Thus, instances of beastification predominantly arise outside the city, with only a few cases occurring within, as the presence of adequate food generally prevents the illness. However, in states of acute hunger, if coupled with heightened emotions, such as fury or rage, the likelihood of an outbreak escalates. Extreme hunger combined with intense negative emotions? Colin was taken aback by the simplicity of the trigger for the outbreak, and it became evident why it was often stated that it primarily affected impoverished populations. It is only those who face food scarcity that confront such predicaments. This preys upon the vulnerable, he mused. Recalling the Book of Fate, which had prophesied a significant outbreak of beastification among the destitute outside the city come morning, Colin sat in a chamber within the castle, sighing as he regarded the holy healing church clergy, tightly bound by the soldiers. We are unclear about the origins of this affliction. Furthermore, aside from hunger, exposure to the blood of too many beastification patients can lead to infection if it seeps into wounds, as was the case with Father Lawrenson. So, you imply that as long as there is sufficient food, a large-scale outbreak of beastification can be averted? He inquired. Indeed, if hunger is alleviated, the probability of infection diminishes. Colin fell silent for a moment before turning to Calder. How many days can the food within this city sustain us? If we were to gather all the provisions in the city and allocate them solely to those within the castle, even with an additional 10,000 individuals, it could last at least half a month. Colin gestured for him to cease. No, I am referring to the entirety of Blackstone City, including the destitute outside. Under optimal distribution, perhaps a week, Calder added, pausing for emphasis. Yet, this is nearly impossible. There are tens of thousands within the city, alongside over 10,000 outside. It is impractical to manage such a vast distribution. Having participated in various military campaigns focusing on logistics, Calder understood the challenges of equitable distribution. There would inevitably be instances of food hoarding and uneven allocation. Should those within the city discover their rations were diverted to the destitute outside, it would incite a dreadful uprising. Furthermore, the pervasive fear from beastification would only exacerbate the chaos. This presents a quandary. If we cannot effectively distribute food, the entire populace may succumb to beastification, and we are unlikely to withstand that, Colin lamented, rubbing his forehead. He was unaccustomed to such matters and could not offer any constructive advice. He had not anticipated that the most significant challenge in confronting the beastification patients would not be how to eliminate them, but rather the scarcity of resources. Mishandling the situation could lead to famine, directly resulting in a widespread outbreak of beastification. A few afflicted individuals may not pose much of a threat. But if their numbers swelled and escape was impossible, it would become a dire stalemate. Let us do our utmost, ensuring our own food supply is secured, he resolved. After a brief pause, Helena interjected. This conversation must remain confidential. If I discover any leaks, I shall have the perpetrator hanged. Understood, Calder replied, refraining from further comment. In ordinary circumstances, he would seek to delegate such troublesome matters to others. Yet, in this instance, he found himself deeply entangled, and his stature made him hesitant to entrust the task to anyone else. Previously, he had dispatched individuals to the outskirts, but now both the inner and outer areas were sealed, rendering escape futile. Rest assured, once this crisis is averted, I shall ensure my father conveys your merits to his majesty, and you shall be inducted among the knights of virtue. Indeed, Calder nodded, accepting the charge before departing briskly. I shall accompany you, Colin declared, feeling a twinge of unease, resolved to observe how they planned to address the situation. Remaining idle stirred a profound sense of apprehension within him, as if he could sense the Holy Healing Church's ominous gaze upon him. My lord, do you truly believe that in 7 days, circumstances will improve? Calder inquired, unable to suppress his skepticism. He could not fathom how they might confront the creature presumably summoned by an ancient god's ritual. Yet, this individual appeared to be the sole anomaly since the onset of beastification. His situation was equally enigmatic, claiming that in a few days, all crises would be resolved. Truth be told, had it not been for Helena, a scion of nobility, vouching for him, Calder would have deemed Colin the true suspect. For according to his assertions, delaying for several days without restrictions could allow the entity within the church to fully materialize. At that juncture, nothing could hinder its arrival. Everyone would perish without exception. It might be wiser to act decisively now, to seize the moment. I cannot divulge specifics, but you must trust that the issues will be effectively resolved in due time. Colin replied, cautious not to overstate his confidence. He was uncertain of the company's intended course of action, whether it would intervene directly or manipulate events through him. He would need to consult his colleagues about how to confront a creature of likely immense proportions, perhaps exceeding that of a blue whale. In the ensuing 7 days, he would hasten to enhance their capabilities, hoping to procure some lethal weaponry. Before long, 1,000 soldiers within the castle were organized into several squads, dispersing throughout the city with a singular objective: to gather provisions. Colin led a contingent laden with food, making his way toward the city gates, intent on addressing the plight of the destitute outside. Chapter 60. Relief and Manifestation. First, gather some of their minor leaders to make a unified arrangement for the distribution of food. Colin began to attempt contact with the refugees, having previously recognized that most of them existed in groups with apparent leaders. If he truly wished to initiate relief efforts, it would be best to start by persuading these individuals and, through them, reach out to the refugees behind them, ensuring effective assistance. Otherwise, attempting to rescue everyone at once would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Initially, Colin set the relief group to around 1,000 individuals, planning to save these people first and then entice them with food to share the good news with others. This method would allow for a ripple effect, whereby the initial rescue would inspire further assistance and broad communication of their efforts. Of course, this was an opinion offered by Tankin, which Colin intended to follow. However, the selection of refugees also required discernment. Following his suggestion, Colin instructed some soldiers stationed outside the city to identify suitable individuals. These soldiers had long been on guard and were more familiar with the refugee groups than others. Soon, a batch of refugees was selected from the crowd. Perhaps due to their higher status, they appeared in better condition than the others. Though dressed in tattered and drab clothing, they did not seem utterly destitute. At that moment, they dared not meet Colin's gaze, standing nervously beside him. Colin mused inwardly. I would have thought they were beggars. He then assured them that he would allocate bread to all, but only those who were genuinely sincere would receive the gift of sustenance. He randomly selected a dozen sincere individuals and immediately dispatched several carts of bread. Upon witnessing this scene, the refugees were momentarily stunned. Had he truly come to their aid? In the past, there had been instances of nobles showing fleeting kindness, but those were mere empty promises, luring them to labor in the mines where they might find food, yet risk exhaustion. To their astonishment, this man had begun by distributing food. As they watched the carts filled with dark bread come to a halt nearby, some of the less sincere individuals felt their eyes welling with tears. I too praised the noble lord. Sweet holy water, crispy bread. Colin smiled and nodded at their praises, wearing a benevolent expression. The bread he provided was the kind he himself found unpalatable, while the holy water was a concentrated liquid carried by Tankin, which, when mixed with well water, tasted sweet. Compared to Colin and looming, it was evident that Tankin understood better what food would be most effective to bring. In addition to a few days' rations, he had also brought several bottles of essential nutritional supplements and concentrated syrup. The representatives of the malnourished refugees felt an immediate boost to their vitality upon tasting the mixture, as if they had suddenly regained strength, believing it to be a divine blessing. They quickly developed an affection for this scientific blend of low-cost dietary fiber and high vitamin content. With each sip, they consumed not merely sustenance, but a marvel of modern science. However, amidst the praises, there were some discordant voices. You must be sent by the Lady of Light to save us. I knew it. Praise you. Praise the Holy Lady. Colin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the unexpected attribution of credit. Yet, he was not unfamiliar with the title of the Holy Lady, which often referred to the current saint of the Church of Light, a legendary figure held in high esteem among the lower and middle classes. However, according to news he had received from Helena's guards, this living saint was currently embroiled in the terrifying mist disaster in the south, and no one knew if she was alive or dead. Colin then addressed the less sincere individuals. If you wish to obtain food, you still have an opportunity. You must spread my name, my goodwill, to more people. I will bring you bread and sweet water. Go forth and let others know that the world is not devoid of hope. I shall provide food to alleviate hunger and genuine kindness. At this juncture, Colin's tone grew serious. Observing this, Tankin quickly ignited a basin filled with oil. In an instant, a towering flame erupted. Colin, wielding the ring of flame control, gestured, and the fire coalesced in mid-air, forming a massive fireball 3 meters in diameter. The searing heat spread rapidly, creating an atmosphere of tension. As the flame pulsed like a heart in the air, the onlookers could think only of destruction. Colin, shrouded in flames, was rendered nearly indistinguishable, his figure enveloped in smoke. resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The refugees had never witnessed such a sight. The firelight illuminated their faces, instilling fear that made them tremble. They instinctively sought to flee, yet soldiers surrounded them, preventing any escape. Even the soldiers who had accompanied Colin were taken aback, astonished by his unexpected display of power. Excellent. It seems this effect works quite well, Colin thought, maintaining an authoritative demeanor while secretly pleased with their reactions. In truth, however, if it weren't for the overwhelming crowd, he would have struggled to contain his urge to roll on the ground in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. Colin felt as if his entire body was being scorched, trembling beneath his gray robe. The sensation of burning was akin to being roasted over an open flame. The ring of flame control, which only cost a few hundred points, indeed had its reasons for being so inexpensive. He considered selling it, as the pain was becoming unbearable. Suppressing his discomfort, he completed his speech. After a minute, Colin shakily waved his hand to dissipate the flames and, with his arms crossed, gazed at the crowd, desperately needing a moment to recover. Of course, to the ordinary locals who had not witnessed any special effects, he appeared as an enigmatic figure, standing still and exuding an aura of profound mystery. After a considerable pause filled with reverence, they finally heard Colin's words again. Chapter 61. Do not question my words. Well, I have once again discovered a few individuals sufficiently sincere. Colin casually pointed out 2 or 3 people, initially offering them a sweet treat, followed by a sharp reprimand, and then presenting them with a morsel, reigniting their appetite for food. Go forth, spread my name, disseminate my goodwill, and inform the starving populace that salvation has arrived with my presence. Remember, do not question my words, nor misconstrue my benevolence. Having spoken, Colin waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to escort the group away. With no outsiders remaining, he inhaled sharply, feeling a slight crack in the stoicism beneath his gray robe. After taking a few breaths to regain his composure, Colin turned to Tankin and inquired, "Where did you learn all these skills? You exhibit such remarkable proficiency." Although the exertion of performing miracles was arduous, the results thus far were quite satisfying, certainly more favorable than his own expectations. During his time aiding in Africa, it proved futile to speak of scientific efficiency and resisting superstition to those in need, often in impoverished villages, to ensure the success of his efforts. One had to seek out local churches and have them proclaim him a messenger sent by a certain sect. Only then would they listen and show respect. Otherwise, no matter the goodwill he brought, the people would merely think of how to seize it. Ironically, those seemingly ignorant and primitive beliefs were often more effective. Tinkin briefly reminisced about the past. In his homeland, where regulations were stringent, many were unfamiliar with such mystical and beguiling matters, unaware of their true power. But once he ventured beyond, he realized the profound influence and mobilizing effects of churches. However, since being invited by the Bonfire Company, he found himself increasingly susceptible to superstition. At times, he pondered whether many historical myths might indeed have been grounded in truth. Yet, in his 30-plus years, aside from the Bonfire Company, he had not encountered anything peculiar. Perhaps it was simply that he had never believed before, rendering him indifferent to such matters. I can see that each of you possesses remarkable talents. Colin shook his head. The employees' resumes did not detail these individual specific experiences, merely stating their previous occupations. Thus, he was astonished to discover Tonkin's capabilities. If he were to recruit locals in this area, it seemed Tankin would be the more suitable candidate. He couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary skills the third employee, the elusive Linalon, might possess. As Colin mused, a group of displaced individuals approached, prompting him to refocus and, under Tonkin's guidance, commence the management of the refugees. Thanks to the successful opening and the recent display of flames, not only was the situation here manageable, but many had also witnessed it from afar, ensuring a smooth process. He hoped that no troubles would arise. Colin had done what needed to be done. Now, he could only wait and see whether the dawn would bring forth a calamity of beastly transformation. If the reports from the ecclesiastical authorities were to be trusted, after a night of urgent measures, hunger would be mitigated, and even if disaster struck the following day, it would not instantaneously afflict everyone. However, he dared not make any guarantees. As time passed, the remaining hours slipped away amid the bustling duties of leadership. There were a few disputes within the ranks, yet Colin endeavored to resolve them with virtue and righteousness. His resolute and noble demeanor, coupled with the sweet holy water and a small piece of bread, quickly elevated his standing among the refugee community. Some even knelt before him after consuming the holy water, displaying a fervent faith as they regarded him as a divine messenger sent from a great entity. At the very least, he noted a decrease in those invoking the name of the saintly maiden, while more began to call upon his name. Consequently, matters progressed increasingly smoothly. A calamity may soon befall us, but there is no need for alarm, for I am here. I shall guide you through this disaster and crisis. I will bestow blessings upon you, but only if you are devout. Should your faith falter, you shall be cast out from the ranks of the saved. The promised goodness shall not manifest in your lives. Colin's words flowed more easily as he spoke. Initially awkward, he found a certain inexplicable enjoyment in his oratory. Distributing another batch of food, he noted that over half of the individuals had now accepted the blessings, oh no, rather, the aid. Praise resonated from every corner of the refugee crowd. With 2 bottles remaining, approximately 2 liters, he could dilute it to serve 500, perhaps even a ton of water. Tankin had not anticipated that this substance could yield such significant results. Regrettably, with only 10 liters at his disposal, he had brought merely 3 bottles, intended for dire nutritional supplementation. However, it was evident that providing for everyone over 7 days was unrealistic. Henceforth, they would need to ration it. Only those who demonstrated good behavior would be granted the opportunity to partake, instilling an understanding of its value and fostering discipline for the tasks ahead. Tankin continued to offer his counsel. Indeed, Colin nodded, poised to respond, when he suddenly sensed a heavy pressure dissipate. The dawn had arrived. He lifted his gaze, witnessing a thin veil of black mist through which the dim light filtered, resembling a dark paper obscuring a bulb. As the day brightened, the interior and exterior of Blackstone City grew darker. The bonfires within seemed to have fulfilled their purpose in combating the night, their illuminating effect significantly diminished, compounded by the encroaching black mist, casting the area into a deep gloom. At that moment, Colin felt a chill run down his spine. As if a tremendous beastly roar echoed within his mind, a dreadful creature conveying commands. Disturbing cries resonated throughout the city, a foreboding herald of unrest. It did not manifest during the night. Was it weary of the darkness? Hence, it chose to emerge in daylight? Colin speculated internally, but before he could ponder further, screams erupted from the refugee crowd. The symptoms of beastly transformation had begun to surface. Chapter 62. Within 7 steps, the gun is swift. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the throng of refugees, igniting a swift wave of panic. Fortunately, the anticipated large-scale outbreak had been curtailed, leaving only a handful of cases. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Had a massive surge of beastification occurred, his only recourse would have been to flee. After all, confronting hundreds or even thousands afflicted by beastification was no trivial matter. Yet, for now, the situation appeared manageable. Colin quelled his thoughts and, wielding the reverser revolver, surged towards the most chaotic cluster of people nearby, raising his weapon and decisively firing a single bullet that struck true. Just before he pulled the trigger, the target exhibited a clear instinct to evade. Evidently, his presence had triggered its passive ability. Alas, within 7 steps, the gun was not only swift but also precise. Even if it sensed the imminent threat, it mattered not. Otherwise, he would have needed at least 2 or 3 shots to secure the kill. As Colin speculated inwardly, his hands remained busy, his arm pivoting to aim at a nearby figure, bloodshot eyes glistening with malice. With a resounding bang, the muzzle flashed, and a bullet tore through the air, claiming the life of an enemy amidst the explosive force of the gunpowder. He maneuvered through the crowd, deftly dispatching those already beyond salvation, while hundreds of soldiers coordinated seamlessly with him to quell the turmoil within half an hour. Seeing the situation stabilize, Colin breathed another sigh of relief. He then observed the mass of people ahead, and, with the aid of the ring of the flame sovereign, assumed a sacred demeanor despite the searing pain of the flames, soothing the distressed refugees. With the outbreak effectively suppressed, he left Tankin in charge, accompanied by several hundred soldiers to guard the refugees, and hastened toward the inner city. Inside the city, chaos was unmistakably evident. Colin inhaled deeply, various scents flooding his senses, granting him a vague yet comprehensive awareness of the area he occupied, within a radius of 1,000 meters. The stench of at least a dozen infected with beastification wafted through the air. Fortunately, most were being managed by the soldiers of Blackstone City. Compared to the dire predictions from the day prior, the current situation appeared significantly improved. Had he allowed hunger to spread unchecked, the numbers would have swelled at least tenfold. Compounded by the 10,000 afflicted outside Blackstone City, it was no wonder that reports indicated the entire town could be decimated within a single day. Taking a deep breath, Colin focused his mind and quickly discerned the scents in the air before striding purposefully toward a specific direction in Blackstone City. Moments later, upon his arrival, he was met with a gruesome sight. Several soldiers and civilians lay torn apart, intestines and other organs strewn across the ground, their blood congealing like jelly, pervading the air with a nauseating stench. Amidst the dismembered remains, a beastification patient, half man, half wolf, was hunched over a corpse, ravenously tearing into the nutrient-rich organs. It appeared utterly inhuman, save for a tattered, blood-stained garment that hinted at its former humanity. As Colin approached, the creature, sensing his presence, abruptly leaped aside, a bullet striking the ground where it had just been, sparking upon impact. Its diminutive frame resembled that of an ordinary human, frail and emaciated, akin to a starving dog with protruding ribs. Yet, having feasted considerably, its belly bulged, a testament to its bountiful meal. Then, without further ado, Colin seized the opportunity. Activating time stop. As the world froze, he produced a jagged bone spike and plunged it into the creature's exposed eye. The effect was consistently terrifying, no matter how many times he witnessed it. Observing the beastification patient gradually succumb to silence, Colin extracted the bone spike from its eye, shaking off the blood before stowing it away. The sight of the liquid elicited an intense craving within him. Resist, he thought, you must not succumb. Biting his tongue, he forced himself to redirect his focus. The substances on the ground were untainted by the black water. Yet ingesting them posed a significant risk of losing control to the beastification within him, not to mention the perils of the unknown, murky liquids. Just as he prepared to depart, a mission prompt emerged in his mind. Event 24, collect an unlimited amount of beastification transformation liquid. Would you like to submit? The Bonfire Company had a demand for such substances. He wondered what they intended to do with them. Perhaps for crafting equipment? Regardless, it was a reward not to be dismissed. Without a second thought, he affirmed his choice. Instantly, a transparent vortex materialized, siphoning away every drop of liquid, leaving the ground pristine, devoid of any trace of moisture. Chapter 63. Joining the hunt. When it comes to collecting items, the actions are swift. However, when rescue is needed, the response is sluggish, requiring a countdown to conclude before assistance arrives. At this moment, chaos reigned within Blackstone City, as civilians fled in terror from the threat of beastification. Today, I, Colin, have joined the hunt. A playful thought flickered in Colin's mind as he grasped the reverser and maneuvered against the tide of the crowd, advancing in the opposite direction. His busy life commenced amidst the rush of travel and the hunt. This injury was sustained while confronting a second-tier beastification. Colin had fired 3 shots at its head, believing it to be dead, only to discover upon closer inspection that the bullets had merely lodged in its skull without penetrating or delivering a fatal blow. As he approached, the seemingly lifeless creature suddenly sprang back to life, nearly catching Colin off guard and tearing a chunk from him. Perched by a window on the 3rd floor, Colin applied some Yunnan medicine to staunch his bleeding, then lifted his gaze to the magnificent white cathedral within Blackstone City. It seemed that after the daytime roar, which heralded a surge of beastification, nothing else had transpired. Everything appeared to have fallen into a hushed stillness. Following the initial outburst, it seemed to wither, no longer capable of resurgence. Something felt amiss. As Colin observed the silent cathedral, he pondered whether to send someone to investigate the situation there. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a piercing roar resonated in his head. Immediately, screams erupted throughout Blackstone City. Just as he doubted, assistance arrived, did it not? Rubbing his forehead, Colin leaped from the window, dropping 3 stories with a thud as he landed, then continued toward the source of the commotion. This time, the number of beastifications was significantly reduced compared to the initial wave during the day. In just 2 or 3 hours, Colin and his companions had largely tidied up the aftermath. However, shortly after resolving this incident, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. An inexplicable sense of pressure weighed heavily upon his heart. Night had fallen. Fires were lit within the city, illuminating everything in Blackstone City, while outside, it remained shrouded in darkness. With the arrival of night, the beastification cases ceased to appear. The first wave of turmoil had passed. Returning to the castle, Colin breathed a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that the monster would transform into its complete form and break through all constraints, bursting forth from the cathedral. That would truly spell disaster. Nevertheless, even if such an event did not transpire, today's chaos from suppressing beastification had already claimed over 300 lives, with 500 to 600 others injured, some gravely. This was under prepared circumstances. Had they done nothing yesterday, it was likely that few would have survived. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Colin and esteemed knights. Helena appeared in the hall, accompanied by maids carrying various dishes. Although most of the food appeared unremarkable to Colin, no one was concerned about taste after a long day of exertion. Thank you for the warning yesterday. Without your intervention, we might have perished. The warden, Calder, approached Colin with sincere gratitude. Yet, those who were less fortunate had already reported to their masters. In the hall, aside from Helena and a few attendants, everyone bore injuries. It's nothing. Let us rest quickly and prepare for tomorrow, Colin replied, feeling little desire for conversation. He nibbled on some food before seeking a place to rest. A day filled with travel and combat had taken its toll. However, as he stood up, Helena approached him. He suspected that her intention was not merely to engage in pleasantries. I have heard that you possess a rather unique relic from the Light Church? The relic from the Light Church? Colin paused, quickly recalling the bone spur. If anything on him was related to the Light Church, it could only be that. Without further contemplation, he nodded. Yes, I do. What of it? Please forgive my audacity. I wish to inquire if, once the disaster in Blackstone City passes, I may exchange other items for that relic. After a moment, Helena added, it holds special significance for me. May I assume from your statement that you intend to have me eliminate someone? Colin responded nonchalantly. If she could provide him with suitable lethal weaponry, he would not mind the exchange. Lethal weaponry, you say? Thank you. Helena bowed slightly, and then turned to leave. Colin muttered that it was unnecessary as he watched her retreating figure, his mind sharpening with caution. Should he survive, he would need to be wary of her potential treachery. However, given the current situation in Blackstone City, he did not fear any sabotage. With 134 hours remaining on Task 5, time pressed on. Just over 5 days remained. Now that the time for the Book of Fate had arrived, he could open it to gauge what might transpire next. Contemplating this, Colin rose and walked toward the room prepared for him in the castle, planning to rest for an hour or two to alleviate his fatigue. His body could endure without sleep for long, but he needed at least a brief respite. Yet before sleeping, he resolved to consult the Book of Fate to gain a glimpse of what lay ahead. Chapter 64. He ended with a sense of unease. You succumbed to slumber. And the night passed peacefully, nearly devoid of incidents, until the dawn of the following day. As you anxiously opened your eyes and inquired about the state of the town, you discovered that although a new batch of beastly afflicted individuals had emerged, their numbers were less than one-third of those from the previous day. After half a day's efforts, the turmoil was once again subdued. As night fell, Looming expressed his discomfort from hunger. You advised him to venture beyond his comfort zone to excavate worms and hunt birds about 10 kilometers east of the small chapel the following day, before abruptly severing communication. That night, nothing unusual transpired until the deep hours, when you unexpectedly entered a state of lucid dreaming, once more hearing the roars from an unknown creature. The roar began to weaken for reasons unbeknownst to you. Yet before you could comprehend the situation, you awakened to the light of day once more. This marked the 3rd day of your confinement within the castle, with the number of beastly afflicted diminishing and everything seemingly on the mend. You suspected that something had gone awry at the Cathedral of Redemption Miracles, leading to the failure of the ritual. However, as you drew nearer, a sense of panic enveloped you, accompanied by premonitions of your own demise. On the 4th day, the beastly affliction erupted anew, albeit on a smaller scale, less than 1/10 of the initial outbreak. Strangely, you noticed that your own violent tendencies were also waning. Yet, as you attempted to approach the chapel on the 4th day, the dangers and terrors intensified. That night, the haunting howls returned, sounding as if they were on the brink of death. By the 6th day, the howling ceased, and the beastly affliction vanished. However, a dark greenish haze lingered near the Cathedral of Redemption Miracles, neither spreading nor dissipating, merely existing in that vicinity. You could distinctly sense that a brutal force had perished. Before you could observe further, you awoke from your dream to find a faint greenish mist enveloping the castle, accompanied by horrifying screams emanating from all directions. As dawn approached on the 7th day, you met your demise just hours before the countdown concluded. Shortly thereafter, you became a part of it. As the Book of Destiny faded, Colin faintly perceived a sound of gnawing and swallowing from an unknown source, a profound hunger surging from his stomach. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, vanishing without a trace mere seconds later. What transpired back there? Colin, bewildered by the information swirling in his mind, felt a sense of confusion. He foresaw that the forthcoming days would grow increasingly arduous, with daily encounters of numerous beastly afflicted individuals, teetering on the brink of calamity. He could be torn asunder by the impending tides of affliction at any moment. Yet, the signs above presented a contrasting omen, leaving him utterly perplexed. It was not entirely lost on him, however. He vaguely grasped that the mention of the beastly affliction worsening day by day likely stemmed from consuming that toxic meat. Those individuals clad in monk-like garb, had they poisoned themselves to offer to him? Did that individual not notice the danger, knowing it was toxic yet consuming it anyway? Colin inhaled deeply and gazed at the familiar line of text, feeling somewhat exasperated. So, I cannot escape becoming a part of it, can I? Just as he voiced his grievances, Colin suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed he had transformed into it. Was this referring to the entity that devoured him, now morphed into another? This third-person pronoun typically refers to divine beings, does it not? Linking this to the earlier mention of brutality's demise, Colin blinked, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This was undoubtedly connected to the poisonous meat. Had he been replaced by it due to consuming that tainted flesh? Thus, the key to unraveling the predicament likely lay in how to harmonize these two entities, ensuring that he did not perish too swiftly. If death were to come, it should wait until my rescue arrived. There remained a sheet of fate, which could be utilized to see what transpired within that chapel. Contemplating this, Colin felt compelled to lend a hand to the afflicted, though he was at a loss as to how. It seemed he would dream of him tomorrow night. Perhaps then he could decipher the matter. With this thought, Colin closed his eyes, calming his mind, and lay serenely on his bed, entering a state of repose. Knowing that the night held no threats, he relaxed his vigilance, intending to rest more deeply. Time passed, and suddenly the sky outside darkened, a heavy weight lifting. Daybreak arrived. Colin opened his eyes, initially catching a faint roar resonating in his mind. Accompanying this sound, calamity once again struck the outskirts of the town. He took a deep breath, rose, and armed himself with a revolver, embarking on today's hunt. This day unfolded without incident. The scale of disaster was significantly reduced compared to yesterday, and within half a day, everything was resolved. This positive shift brought smiles to everyone's faces. Colin, however, felt no joy, for he understood that the main event lay in the dreams of the night. As time slipped away, darkness descended once more. After an indeterminate period, Colin, deep in sleep, suddenly sensed something and became alert. Still within the dream, he observed his surroundings. Cloaked in a gray haze, everything shrouded in obscurity. At that moment, the mist enveloping him began to swirl, as if stirred by a colossal hand. Following this, a piercing howl echoed from a distant direction. He turned towards the sound, and through the gray fog, he perceived a massive beastly creature. Its size was comparable to that which he had seen behind the chapel's grand door, likely exceeding 10 meters in height. Yet, the commotion it emitted was filled with an indescribable agony. Was this he or the source of the beastly affliction? Or perhaps it? Colin's thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, his ability to maintain composure waning in this dreamlike state. Just as he beheld the colossal creature, it abruptly turned its head toward him. In that instant, as he was ensnared by its glowing red eyes, another deafening roar reverberated, and Colin was swept away into unconsciousness by the force of the sound. Chapter 65. Doubts abound. With a sudden jolt, Colin sprang upright from his bed. The left eyelid, sunken and bruised, throbbed painfully, seeping blood and fluid. Meanwhile, his right pupil uncontrollably morphed into a beastly vertical slit, devoid of any white. After a considerable time, the agonizing sensation in his mind gradually subsided, restoring his right eye to a stark black and white, albeit bloodshot. Raising his hand, he casually wiped the blood-like tears from the left side of his face. It seemed he had heard it uttering a plea for help. Colin was uncertain, as the overwhelming sound had shattered his consciousness within the dream realm. He could only vaguely discern an emotion within that roar. Perhaps a translation into human language would render it as "save me, help me," or "I am in great pain," conveying a desperate cry for assistance. Why shout so loudly? He could barely comprehend it. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he pressed a tissue against his left eye with his left hand while massaging his temple with his right, alleviating the lingering pain. If it was indeed a cry for help, what could he do to assist? Colin pondered, feeling at a loss. Charging into the church was out of the question. His instincts warned him it would likely lead to his demise. Yet, if he did not extend a helping hand to that individual, he might face death regardless. The crux of the matter was that he had no idea how to genuinely assist, to ensure that the violence did not claim a life before his departure. He resolved to consult the Book of Fate tomorrow to predict what might transpire upon entering that grand cathedral. Colin had one final fragment of the Book of Fate remaining. As time slowly progressed, the third day dawned. As before, a mournful howl echoed from the depths of the beastly affliction that ravaged the afflicted. With the emergence of that howl, more patients afflicted by the beastly malady appeared. However, as the Book of Fate had indicated, today's occurrence was less than 1/5 of the first day's chaos, with the outside world eerily quiet. Upon opening the door, Colin was greeted by Warden Calder, who wore a look of excitement. Ha ha ha, Lord Colin, today is brimming with hope. The affliction has scarcely manifested today, likely indicating some failure in the ritual that has led to this unfortunate descent. Perhaps soon, we shall storm the cathedral and hunt that monstrosity. In contemplation of his recent performance, Warden Calder could barely contain his glee, envisioning himself reaching the pinnacle of life, becoming a knight of virtue, and marrying into the aristocracy. While marrying a grand noble like Miss Helena was beyond reach, securing a union with the offspring of lesser nobility seemed entirely plausible. Colin nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from expressing much joy, preparing to address the afflicted as he had the day before. Yet, a thought struck him, and he paused. Turning to Calder, from today onward, all patients afflicted with beastly malady are to be captured alive. Make arrangements to confine them. Alive? Warden Calder was taken aback, but quickly assented. He was filled with curiosity about why these individuals could retain human form. As the situation began to calm, he started gathering the fluids from the patients. This act reminded him of Bishop Lawrenson, and a troubling detail. It seemed that all the cases of the beastly affliction he had dealt with lacked corpses. Could it be? With a sense of unease, Calder enlisted several officers from Blackstone City and sought out the heavily guarded Helena within the castle, explaining the circumstances. However, he refrained from disclosing Colin's true identity, instead emphasizing Lawrenson's earlier actions while subtly linking the two occurrences. Proceed as I have instructed. Without hesitation, he commanded. Helena, upon hearing this, maintained her unwavering support for Colin, trusting every decision made by the Holy Maiden. Isn't it clear enough? And yet, you still support him? Calder couldn't help but wonder if Helena had developed feelings for that individual, perhaps love. Otherwise, why did she seem so entirely submissive to him? In recent days, it appeared she adhered to his every request. So this is what love is like? Calder even speculated that should Colin ask Helena to visit his chambers at night, she would comply without question. Confounded, Calder departed the floor with his entourage. Warden Calder, are you perhaps being overly sensitive? Interjected his tall, slender assistant, who believed Colin to be quite admirable. Each day, he had been at the forefront, decisively vanquishing the enemy and earning the respect of many soldiers. Begone. What do you know, you blind fool? Colin is merely a man we apprehended together, and now he disguises himself with nothing more than a robe. Yet you cannot see through it. You're more blind than a bat. Calder shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. After all, his objective was achieved once he reported to Helena, delegating the matter to her. Thus, any decisions made would be attributed to Helena, shielding him from responsibility should complications arise in the future. Nonetheless, the thought of Colin potentially becoming Helena's suitor evoked a twinge of jealousy within him. This would undoubtedly elevate one's status in life, granting everything one could desire all at once. He could effortlessly deflect all of Colin's assaults. After a series of battles, Colin seized an opportune moment, pulling the trigger. A single gunshot rang out, and a beastly afflicted individual lost their kneecap. Then, as if dealing with a crab, he snapped the limbs of the creature with precision. Nearby soldiers rushed forward, binding it with iron bars and dragging it into a cage for confinement. A few hours later, this wave of beastly affliction was quelled, with 40% successfully captured alive. With daylight still to spare, Colin confirmed that enough time had passed since consulting the Book of Fate. Finding a secure location, he adjusted his mental state and utilized the book once more. However, this time, before 2 minutes had elapsed, everything came to a swift conclusion. You approached the cathedral with confusion, only to find it enveloped in a dense, dark haze. You ordered a soldier to enter, yet he quickly succumbed to madness, frantically gnawing at his own flesh. This horrifying realization dawned upon you regarding the nature of the dark haze. Just as you contemplated retreating, you noticed that you, too, had been engulfed by the thick, dark haze. In an instant, you lost your sanity, resorting to self-cannibalism. The ritual of consumption commenced. Before long, you became a part of it. As the effects of the Book of Fate waned, an overwhelming hunger erupted within Colin. Chapter 66. The ritual of feasting. Colin tightly shut his eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound and insatiable hunger that surged from the depths of his soul. An indistinct sound of gnawing, chewing, and swallowing echoed in his ears, seemingly from nowhere. His stomach rumbled, voicing its discontent with a deep growl. At that moment, the sense of the world around him became irresistibly enticing. Stones, bricks, wood, human flesh, and blood, all radiated an intoxicating aroma. The intensity of his hunger grew incessantly. I crave something to eat, he thought desperately. No, I must not eat. Colin's features contorted as he bent slightly. One hand clasped over his mouth while the other pressed against his abdomen. His vision blurred under the weight of overwhelming hunger, his consciousness clouded. Despite the gnawing need for sustenance, he dared not consume anything, fearing he would lose control the moment he began. I must endure. After several agonizing minutes, the fierce hunger gradually subsided. Shaking his head vigorously, he realized he had unknowingly squatted on the ground, clutching a stone, its surface marred with teeth marks. The metallic taste of blood mingled with the grit of crushed stones in his mouth. Had I just been eating stones? Colin blinked in shock, suddenly jolted awake, and flung the stone away. It was only then that he comprehended the extent of his actions. Driven by the overpowering hunger, he had found a stone from who knows where, squatting and ravenously gnawing at it until his mouth was bloodied and his teeth were nearly ruined. Yet he had felt nothing. The pain in his throat suggested that he had likely swallowed some of the stones whole. He spat out the fragments and licked at his injured tongue, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. His incisors were nearly obliterated, and his molars ached fiercely, exposing the nerves within. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on these trivial injuries. With his awareness restored, he immediately began to review the information he had gleaned earlier. Did they die upon approach? Is the intelligence from the church truly that poor? That creature is certainly not a result of beastification. What transpired within? Sighing, Colin touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, his thoughts muddled. He understood that using the Book of Fate would subject his body to a hallucinatory experience of the events, but never had he encountered such severity. Had he delayed waking for even a few more minutes, he might have consumed the entire stone. Now, he had abandoned all thoughts of approaching the church. On the following day, he could still have charged into the church and battled the being behind the door, but now, he found himself unable to even enter, left out in the cold, and nearly tainted without ever stepping inside. Clearly, the situation inside the church had undergone a radical transformation in just a brief span of time. The source of the beastification was likely already devoured. The distinction lay solely in the timing of death. Colin gazed at the oppressive black mist that enveloped the outside of Blackstone City, now certain that it was not of his own making, but rather a creation of the entity that sought to consume him. What troubled him further was that he remained uncertain which method might grant him an advantage, suspecting that merely avoiding the beastification did not provide him with absolute assurance. Had it not been for his deliberate choice of a secluded location while using the Book of Fate, those around him might have also faced contamination, sharing in his misfortune. Sighing, he felt his teeth ache from the wind that slipped through his mouth. Closing it, he made his way toward the castle, knowing that all he could do now was wait for nightfall to see if any insights might emerge from his dreams. In the castle, the first floor buzzed with activity as numerous beastification patients were closely guarded. Colin observed them, briefly contemplating whether to incorporate them into his own being. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed, as such an action would not yield a better outcome than approaching the church, both fraught with unpredictable consequences. Without the safety net of the Book of Fate, the risk was simply too great. Embracing this line of thought, Colin sighed once more. Feeling as though he were traversing a precarious suspension bridge, aware that safety lay ahead, yet fearing that the very ropes supporting him might snap at any moment. His teeth may remain irreparable, but he needed to tend to the wounds in his mouth. As night fell, the turmoil within Blackstone City subsided. Colin lay in bed, eyes closed, silently awaiting the arrival of his second dream. When consciousness began to fade, he was uncertain how much time had passed before he suddenly awoke within the dream, hearing a mournful howl from a distant corner of the grayish landscape. Compared to the previous day, this sound was weak, akin to the lament of a being on the verge of death. Yet, it was precisely due to its frailty that Colin was not jolted awake by the sound. The ritual of feasting, sacrifice, blood, sacrifice? Colin discerned the message within the cacophony and instantly understood that the sacrificial offerings referred to the beastification patients. The method of sacrifice required merely pouring the liquid over the thin layer of black mist outside Blackstone City. At least 10 portions were necessary for it to take effect. However, it seems that the disaster on the first day was mitigated not solely by my efforts. That entity must have lent a hand in the shadows. In that case, my interference allowed it to devour the beastification with such ease. Colin began to piece together the events of the past 2 days, surmising that 2 entities beyond his reach were engaged in a conflict within a dimension unknown to him. The presence that incited hunger was attempting to consume the source of beastification. In this way, he had been utilized to resolve the outbreak on the first day. Yet, The familiar phrase at the end of his premonition troubled him. Damn it, is it truly intent on pursuing me relentlessly? Colin felt that this entity was excessively cruel, using him and then turning against him, leaving him no escape. Otherwise, he would not be so desperate now, as his thoughts spiraled out of control. Another howl pierced the air, conveying a singular message: do not sleep. Chapter 67. On the night of the 6th day, do not sleep? Colin was momentarily taken aback. And before he could contemplate further, a sudden wave of intense palpitation surged within him. He instinctively turned to gaze toward a certain direction in the murky world of his dreams, and his body froze. There, at an indeterminate distance, sat a statue resembling a mountain, dark and imposing, perched halfway up a slope. 18 grotesquely elongated arms writhed softly in the darkness, accompanied by the eerie cacophony of thousands of mouths emitting bizarre roars. At that moment, one of its hands abruptly reached out towards him, a colossal palm sprouting a gaping mouth devoid of a tongue. Colin's heart raced in shock, his entire being tense. He longed to escape, but found himself utterly immobilized. An unseen force bound him within the dreamscape. However, just then, an unexpected change transpired. The statue's abdomen swelled ominously without warning, causing its arms to momentarily falter, followed by a roar filled with intense fury emanating from the distended belly. This sound wave struck Colin's consciousness, shattering it into countless fragments. Colin jolted awake in a panic, gasping for breath, his mind a blank slate. After a considerable time, he gradually calmed himself, closing his mouth. The vivid images of his recent dream surfaced in his mind. If he had been captured by it, he would likely have perished. He swallowed hard, the thought crystallizing clearly. What on earth was that creature? To nearly lose his sanity during the premonition was one thing, but to come close to death in a dream was another. Had it not been for that final roar, he surmised he might not have awakened at all. What was that statue? It resembled a Buddha statue, seated on a lotus pedestal at a mountainside. With 18 arms, was there such a figure in Buddhism? Could this be the target that Miss Rabbit was seeking? Colin's thoughts churned like dumplings boiling in water, producing numerous baseless conjectures. However, he did not dwell on it for long and instead organized his thoughts. The significant information gleaned from this dream was essentially twofold, the second being the imperative to prohibit everyone from sleeping henceforth to avert impending crisis. Before long, Colin summoned Calder and the others, articulating his demands. Pouring the liquid of beastification disease onto the black mist outside the city, Calder was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before consulting Helena once more. Only after receiving her nod did he commence assisting Colin in executing the order, to prevent alarming others akin to cultists. The entire operation was conducted in secrecy, involving merely a handful of participants. Soon, Colin and his companions arrived beyond the city walls, quickly confronting the black mist that enveloped the entire city. Dark red liquid was poured as instructed. This time, unlike the previous instance where objects rebounded, the black mist appeared to welcome all the blood, voraciously swallowing it whole. Yet, apart from this, no discernible changes manifested, and the mist showed no signs of thinning. Warden Calder approached. "My lord, may I inquire what you anticipate will occur from this?" "How would I know? I feel no change whatsoever," Colin muttered inwardly, though his voice retained its calm beneath the hood. "It is merely to ensure our survival until aid arrives." After a brief pause, he added, "Have you not noticed that while the number of beastification disease patients has diminished, the mist remains unchanged?" It seemed Calder was indeed the first to notice this. Moreover, he observed that not only had there been no change, but the mist appeared to have thickened slightly. However, before he could ponder further, he suddenly grasped a key term within Colin's dialogue: aid. Indeed, Colin refrained from elaborating, recognizing that the more he explained, the more vulnerabilities he unveiled. However, in the entire southern region, there were only 2 virtue knights, each presiding over 3 virtues. One was dispatched to aid during the outbreak of the magical mist disaster, and the other guarded the main city of the southern region. It was impossible for both to arrive. As for the knights of the 5 virtues, they resided solely in the royal capital and the most prosperous northern and eastern regions, making their arrival even less likely. Additionally, neither Sir El nor the city lord were within the city. Suddenly, Calder's expression shifted as he realized that, from the kingdom's perspective, the entirety of Blackstone City might hold no value for salvation. What they were facing was likely a divine calamity. Such disasters often led individuals to forsake everything. Before he could dwell on this revelation, Colin's voice broke through. "Why? You need not know that now." With that, Colin turned to depart. Observing Colin's retreating figure, Calder hastily pursued him, eager to inquire if he possessed deeper insights. A night passed without incident, and as dawn of the 4th day arrived, Colin once again heard the roars. However, the incidence of beastification disease had significantly decreased compared to the previous day, and Colin began to sense a waning restlessness within himself regarding the disease. Hang in there. Don't succumb so early. He inwardly encouraged the creature whose roar echoed from an unknown place in his dream. Thus began a new day of action. Yet, before he had made much progress, Calder and the others had already taken the lead in addressing the beastification disease. Time swiftly passed, and as the fifth day unfolded, Colin, deprived of sleep, could distinctly feel his previous ferocity diminishing. Even when he actively sought to evoke that volatile temperament, transforming into the beastification form, the signs of uncontrolled rage were absent. Nevertheless, this tranquility seemed merely temporary. As the fury subsided, an unprecedented hunger began to replace it. Haven't we followed the instructions? Just hold on a little longer. There's still over 40 hours to go. Another night passed, and the sixth day dawned, the roars having completely vanished. Yet, Colin sensed the resurgence of the feral essence within him, albeit with a disconcerting distinction. This time, the fury stemmed solely from hunger rather than a desire for destruction. At Colin's insistence, Calder and the others, who had been sleepless for several days, also detected something amiss. The patients of beastification disease had ceased to appear. Yet why did the black mist persist? As night fell, an unsettling transformation began to unfold. Chapter 68, Shadows in the Mist at Night, within the castle. A granary heavily guarded by numerous soldiers found several sentinels succumbing to fatigue, with one soldier unable to resist the urge to lean against the wall and close his eyes. Do not sleep. Otherwise, you may face execution. I merely rested my eyes, it is of no consequence. One sentinel, clutching his spear, languidly remarked. I wonder if that esteemed figure's claim that everything will improve after another day holds any truth. The weariness became palpable as the night deepened, overshadowing the earlier battles of the day. I'm uncertain. Rather than fatigue, I find myself a touch hungry. I too feel a pang of hunger. The soldier, eyes shut whilst cradling his spear, suddenly felt his stomach churn, emitting a rumbling protest. In response, another soldier's belly echoed a similar sound, creating a chorus reminiscent of frogs croaking after rain in the fields. Shall we eat a little? They only instructed us to stay awake. There are no other demands. And soon we shall be safe. Indeed, safety is but a moment away. I am so hungry. With a clang, one soldier could no longer resist and set down his spear, his gaze growing increasingly vacant as he approached the granary, fixated on the dwindling supplies of jerky and bread within. As one soldier seized a piece of dark bread and stuffed it into his mouth, it was as if a dam had burst, and the rest followed suit. Meanwhile, in a hall within Blackstone Castle, Colin stood by the window, observing a vast throng of people outside. At his behest, the castle had accommodated all manner of individuals, be they refugees or common folk, without conducting a proper census. He could only estimate that over 50,000 individuals were gathered there. Due to the sheer number, management was rudimentary at best, and inadequate sanitary measures resulted in a foul stench permeating the area, rendering the hygiene conditions nothing short of disastrous. Even Colin, within the castle, felt as though he was surrounded by a farm undergoing fertilization. Yet, Colin found himself preoccupied with a vague sense of impending crisis, an unshakable feeling that something dire was about to transpire, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the impending trouble. I have done my utmost to ensure they remain awake. I can only hope this will resolve the issue. Pressing his hand to his forehead, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Even with his strict orders, instances of covert napping continued to occur, leading to rumors that he was a demon preventing the common folk from resting. The beastification affliction had only recently subsided. The source of such rumors originated from a group of judges within the city, who, despite being restrained by Helena, still engaged in subtle plots. Colin did not indulge them, apprehending several and executing a few as a stern warning. However, the rumors had spread, leaving those who were already skeptical of him grasping at straws of hope. It would be best not to jeopardize my survival, otherwise, none within the prison shall escape unscathed. Colin exhaled, increasingly restless. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, his nose twitching as he detected an unsettling odor wafting through the air. The granary? He pondered, connecting the dots to the source of the intense hunger that had arisen. Without further contemplation, he grasped his revolver and made his way toward the source of the disturbance. What is occurring? Calder, noticing his urgency, swiftly followed and summoned a small squad. Something feels amiss. I have not concealed the granary's location from you. Our collaboration has been satisfactory, despite your constant reports to Helena. How could this be? The granary is one of the most fortified areas. Aside from being near Helena, it should be secure. If something were amiss, we would have heard something. Surely we cannot face total annihilation? What is transpiring? How would I know? I merely sense that something is off, Colin muttered flatly, his expression unyielding. We shall find out upon arrival. Calder attempted to inquire further, but Colin abruptly halted, his expression grave as he gazed outside. At that moment, he scanned the area only to find it devoid of life. Where is everyone? Hurry to the granary. Upon uttering these words, Colin dashed toward the granary. And within a minute, he heard faint rumblings emanating from that direction, akin to some bizarre amphibian call. What troubled him most was the faint layer of white mist that had begun to envelop the surroundings. Not the dark mist, Colin observed, feeling a slight relief. It was typical for Blackstone Castle to accumulate ground mist at night. Narrowing his eyes, he transformed his pupils into slits, peering through the fog. It soon became evident that the absence of soldiers was due to their collective migration toward the granary, with the ground littered in their tracks and discarded weapons. Clearly, something had transpired unbeknownst to them. As Colin hesitated, torn between investigating and retreating, he suddenly heard unsteady footsteps emerging from the thin veil of white mist. A figure stumbled forth. Is that you, Wood? Calder recognized the silhouette immediately. How did you come from there? What has happened? Colin furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the figure. His right hand slipping into his collar to grasp the gun's handle, while his left hand clutched a golden rectangular card. Behind him, Calder and the others unsheathed their swords, readying themselves for whatever awaited them. Moments later, as the figure stepped further into view, all present froze in shocked silence. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 69. The beginning of consumption. Undoubtedly, the figure before me was Wood, yet his face was marred by grotesque injuries. His nose had been bitten off, leaving only 2 holes, while his cheeks bore an array of pockmarked wounds, rendering him utterly hideous. The muscles of his face were exposed to the air, blood continually oozing from his ghastly visage. Judging by the marks around the wounds, they appeared to be inflicted by human teeth. I am so hungry, insatiably hungry. I cannot endure this, he lamented. No, I must not eat. I must report the situation to the commander. I am starving. My stomach aches with hunger. I cannot eat. Must not eat. It is a disaster. I must inform everyone. His murmurs were disjointed, as if 2 personalities were vying for dominance within his body. Suddenly, he drew a dagger and plunged it into his own abdomen. The searing pain jolted him, and for a fleeting moment, clarity returned to his tattered face. Yet he soon noticed a throng of people ahead. Commander Calder? Wood paused, doubting his own perception. Lord Colin, please allow me to handle this. Calder, a towering figure, spoke softly beside Colin before stepping forward, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as he unsheathed his sword. What transpired over there? Why are you like this? Madness has engulfed us. Everyone has gone insane. They cannot be stopped from consuming. I am so hungry. It is meat. So delectable. It belongs to me. Those who deny me food must perish. As Wood spoke, a twisted smile contorted his face, and hair sprouted wildly from his body. He took a step toward the flesh before him, but suddenly halted, grasping at his own hair in anguish, as if that act could anchor him in place. Kill me, he cried out. Before he could finish, Calder lunged forward with blinding speed, severing Wood's head with a swift strike of his sword. At that moment, a corpse on the ground convulsed, its abdomen swelling, and a bloodied intestine erupted violently from the navel, slithering toward Calder's neck. Bang! A bullet struck the intestine, severing it cleanly. Calder, seizing the opportunity, cleaved through the corpse with his sword, organs spilling forth and writhing on the ground before collapsing in a heap. What should we do now? Colin began to inquire, but was interrupted by the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps emerging from the mist, shadows of large figures barely visible. Beastification and the scent of hunger. Have they been drawn by the gunfire? Colin thought frantically, turning to flee. However, the figures behind him pursued with alarming speed. Before he could gain distance, several grotesque forms caught up. They were far more transformed than Wood, grotesquely rotund, resembling a monstrous meatball, covered in coarse black hair. They blocked his path, eyes gleaming with frenzied hunger. Seeing such grotesque beastification for the first time, no. It was more accurate to describe it as an amalgamation of beastification and some other abomination. Colin wondered what had been devoured in that dream. As Colin faced the creatures, he hesitated but then drew his weapon, firing directly into one's eye, the bullet exploding its orb and sending fragments into its brain. Eat, eat, eat. The master declares that all is to be consumed. The grotesque beast, despite having its eye shot out, did not falter. It lunged at Colin like a writhing mass of flesh. Soldiers swung their weapons in defense, But the creature suddenly raised its claws, thrusting them forcefully into its own navel, grasping both sides and yanking with savage strength. With a sickening rip, a mass of intestines burst forth, and one soldier, caught unawares, was ensnared by the warm tendrils, dragged into the creature's belly before he could even scream. Is that intestine sentient? Colin felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing the intestines seemed to be the true essence of these monstrosities, even if their heads were severed, their intestines would continue to attack. It was indeed a ravenous horror. Colin, startled, raised his arm and fired several shots before the creature could consume him, shattering the viscous oil surrounding them, and then tossed a blue soda can. Boom! Flames erupted in midair, scattering sparks across the ground, igniting the oil beneath. With a thunderous roar, deep crimson flames mixed with thick smoke surged upward, enveloping several of the grotesque figures. Heart-rending screams emanated from the inferno, their intestines thrashing wildly, emitting ghastly sounds. Transformed into such a state, had their deadly insight failed? Noticing their lack of evasive maneuvers, Colin began to formulate a hypothesis, but had no time to ponder as he shouted for a retreat, sprinting toward the castle. Simultaneously, Colin was suddenly overwhelmed by a cacophony of frantic screams from outside the castle, accompanied by the relentless tolling of bells echoing within. The calamity that had been lurking in the shadows erupted in an instant. What sent chills down his spine was the realization that the previously white mist seemed to be transforming into a dark, foreboding hue. I must escape before the mist fully transforms. Colin, preoccupied with his own survival, could scarcely concern himself with the chaos outside the castle. As he retreated, he felt an intense hunger gnawing at him, an instinctual urge threatening to consume him. Around him, figures lurked in the mist, closing and yet maintaining their distance, emitting strange gurgling sounds as though reciting some unholy incantation. Occasionally, massive intestines would dart from the fog like serpentine tongues, ensnaring those nearby. One or two might be manageable, but soon dozens would emerge in relentless succession. Some soldiers, unable to evade the onslaught, were dragged into the mist, and soon the sound of their bones being crushed and chewed reverberated in the air. The voice of the old steward emerged from the fog, exclaiming, "Damn it! What on earth are these things? They are even more troublesome than beastification." Chapter 70. Retreat. It was unclear when the castle became shrouded in a dense mist, accompanied by an ominous gurgling sound emanating from an unknown source. As Colin and his companions rushed to the second floor, they immediately spotted the old steward and his group engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, the old steward's team was shielding Helena and the others from a peculiar breed of beastly infection that had infiltrated their ranks. Without exchanging pleasantries, Colin fired several bullets into the vital points of the infected, swiftly aiding his allies and dispatching the foes. What transpired? The old steward furrowed his brow, forcefully kicking away a segment of soft, writhing intestine that lay nearby. I cannot ascertain the details, but I implore you not to consume anything from this moment forth. Colin shook his head. Despite his gnawing hunger, he managed to maintain his composure. After glancing out the castle window, he observed that the outside world was enveloped in a thick white mist, obscuring any signs of life. However, faint, anguished screams echoed from both inside and outside the castle, indicating that the calamity extended beyond their immediate surroundings. What unsettled him most was the transformation he perceived in the mist. It appeared to be shifting into a dark, ominous haze reminiscent of gastric fluid, as if they were the food being digested within. Before he could ponder further, shadows suddenly flitted past the window, long, crimson intestines resembling snares. Colin raised the iron sword he had previously picked up and deftly severed the appendages. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy footsteps reverberated from below, causing the floor to tremble beneath them. Once again, they faced the threat of the formidable beastly infection. Colin narrowed his eyes. These unique forms of infection proved to be particularly troublesome, as their tendrils could reach over 10 meters. To make matters worse, the mist was thickening, rendering anyone beyond 10 meters increasingly indistinct. However, there was a glimmer of hope. They had over 3 hours remaining. If they could endure this span, salvation would be within reach. At that moment, Calder shouted, "We cannot remain here. The mist is too dense and the space too confined. If more infected converge upon us, our fate is sealed." "Where do we go?" the old steward inquired. "I suggest the basement. It is sturdily constructed, and these creatures cannot easily breach it. With only a narrow entrance to defend, we could hold out for at least half a day." Before he could finish, Colin interjected, "No, we must go to the rooftop." "The rooftop? Are you certain?" Colin peered out at the lower-lying areas now shrouded in mist, where the gurgling sounds persisted. The higher we ascend, the less dense the mist becomes. If we linger too long in this fog, we will encounter dire consequences. Without waiting for their agreement, he sprinted towards the staircase, with Duncan and Helena closely following. The castle, a grand edifice with 5 stories, was the second largest structure in Blackstone City, surpassed only by the church. Colin's ascent was relatively smooth. Utilizing time-stopping abilities, he swiftly dispatched several infected and reached the summit. Fortunately, the rooftop appeared free of any transformed soldiers, and the visibility improved as the mist dissipated, revealing the guards stationed there. They too faced challenges, but had managed to handle the situation without significant casualties. Upon reaching the rooftop, Colin noted that the mist thinned considerably, likely due to the blazing bonfire illuminating the night, which warded off the fog in its vicinity. At that moment, Colin exhaled in relief, realizing he had indeed chosen the right course of action. The rooftop was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of individuals, with a towering bonfire at its center. The fire's flames, fueled by a sizable red crystal, cast a warm glow, ensuring the absence of mist in the surrounding area. Upon arrival, Colin wasted no time in organizing the defense alongside his comrades. With the fire dispelling the fog, visibility was clear, and the encroaching tendrils posed little threat, as their agility diminished with distance from their source. However, as time passed, some infected began to grow restless, bursting forth from the mist to engage directly, escalating the struggle. The relentless combat over the course of an hour or two began to take its toll on Colin, while the old steward, Calder, and others bore numerous injuries, their hands trembling as they gripped their swords. The remaining soldiers on the rooftop dwindled from several hundred to merely a couple of hundred. At this moment, they had lost all awareness of the situation outside the castle, relying solely on the diminishing cries and the increasing number of enemies to gauge their dire predicament. Suddenly, a colossal arm emerged from the rubble, its skin bearing a stone-like, dark hue, grotesquely elongated, resembling a human hand stretched to an unnatural length, measuring over 10 meters. As it appeared, an overwhelming aura of dread swept through the air, akin to a sandstorm consuming everything in its path. Colin and his companions, even from a distance, felt their bodies stiffen and their souls nearly rupture from the sheer weight of the presence. In a moment of clarity, Colin's pupils dilated as a fleeting vision of a possible future surged into his mind. Without hesitation, he shouted in alarm, "Run! Follow me to the other side." Barely 3 seconds had passed when a massive, dark hand descended from above. Chapter 71. The Judgment Protocol D. 4 Boom. Amidst a thunderous noise akin to 1/3 of a castle was shattered. Those unable to escape, along with a portion afflicted by the beastification syndrome, were reduced to a pulpy mass along with the remnants of this section of the castle. A colossal, dark green hand, after delivering its devastating blow, swiftly dissipated into a cloud of shadowy mist, vanishing into thin air. Yet, despite its disappearance, the residual force lingered. The ground continued to tremble faintly, and the scene fell into a profound silence following the impact. A persistent buzzing echoed in everyone's ears, causing even the physically weaker, like Colin, to bleed from his ears, succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the spreading aftershocks. Gulping, Colin stared at the spot where he had been standing moments earlier, unable to suppress a gasp of horror. Had he hesitated for even a few seconds longer during his hasty retreat, he would have become a mere puddle of flesh. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Fortunately, the force of the strike did not seem to alter course. Otherwise, even fleeing would have been futile. Regrettably, their lives hinged solely on the prospect of another strike. Clatter. A weapon fell to the ground, followed by a cascade of others, creating a symphony of sharp sounds. The catastrophic impact of that blow instilled a profound sense of despair in everyone. It exhibited no ostentation, nor did it carry any unapproachable taint. It was merely a hand swung from an unknown distance of several kilometers, reminiscent of a higher being whimsically demonstrating its might before mortals, nothing more. Such a display effortlessly shattered the collective psychological defenses, extinguishing any thought of resistance. The old steward, seemingly lost in thought, glanced at Helena and then at Colin, eager to speak but was interrupted by a few coughs, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Ignoring his own condition, he urgently addressed Colin. "My Lord Colin? Your support. Wait, let me check." Just as Colin attempted to access his mind, his voice faltered, and his pupils constricted as he realized the absence of the taskbar in his consciousness. No, it was not merely the taskbar, apart from the storage room. Everything related to the Bonfire Company seemed to have vanished. In an instant, Colin's eyes widened, a chill creeping down his spine. rendering him as if frozen in an icy abyss, struggling to articulate words. If memory served correctly, the countdown for Task 5 should have reached its conclusion by now. But have I been abandoned? Colin's mind went blank, and apart from this thought, he could not fathom why support had not arrived, nor why the Bonfire Company's system had vanished. At that moment, he recalled a former employee and the possible fate that befell him. He envisioned the polished skull that had been ground to a shine. Noticing Colin's silence, the old steward's expression gradually morphed into one of despair. Their perseverance from day one until now had relied entirely on Colin's unwavering support. As for the present, not even the virtue knights of the three virtues could make a difference. Even with the king's presence, it would only serve to delay the inevitable, not to save anyone. No force in the southern region could defeat him. Defeating him was one thing, but few places could withstand his might. Calder murmured to himself, a grim smile adorning his face. Although he did not abandon his weapon, he half knelt on the ground, thrusting his broken sword into the earth, struggling to maintain his composure. Not only he, but even the previously composed Helena was now wavering. The blue eyes beneath her gray had betrayed a glimmer of despair. Unless the Holy Maiden herself were to descend, there would be no further opportunities. The Holy Maiden, you say? Calder chuckled weakly, his face pale, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately he remained silent. The arrival of the Holy Maiden would likely change nothing. He was unaware of the power possessed by the legendary terrestrial angel, but in his eyes, the fallen Holy Maiden of the Light Church seemed utterly insignificant compared to this successfully descended evil deity. What could she do even if she arrived? Did she intend to rescue them from an unknown evil god? It was utterly impossible. Moreover, the current state of that Holy Maiden was precarious, trapped within the miasma disaster. Unable to extricate herself, let alone save them, thousands of miles away. As for the esteemed Lord Colin beside him, truth be told, Calder harbored little hope. He even suspected that dragging things to this point might have been Colin's true objective. After all, he had repeatedly asserted that everything would come to an end in a few hours. Calculating the time, it was indeed close to the moment he had referred to. When that colossal hand appeared, everything truly came to an end. Shaking his head, he glanced at the one-third of the castle that had been reduced to dust, observing the blood seeping through the ruins. At that moment, a sound of a body collapsing nearby caught his attention. The dying gasps of a severed trachea echoed through the air. A reasonable choice. It's just that one must suffer a bit before death if the neck isn't entirely severed. Far preferable to facing the terrifying pressure of that monstrous hand once more. Yet, just then, amidst the palpable tension, Colin, who had remained silent, suddenly uttered a sound of relief. We are saved. At that moment, lines of information began to materialize before his eyes. Application for the activation of Judgment Protocol D4 submitted. Target, partial object containment 0-9 foot hunger. Initiator, Rabbit. Protocol summary. This protocol is a spontaneous external armed intervention agreement, requiring the employee to initiate it independently, and its activation necessitates the fulfillment of the following conditions. 4. The initiator must sign Accountability Protocol L1, ensuring that activities outside the agreement, Judgment Protocol D4, will not be conducted. 5. A complete report must be submitted, along with evidence and several related documents regarding the current status of the containment object. 6. Not displayed requires sea level clearance or above. 13. Not displayed requires sea level clearance or above. Under review, review approved, application completed. According to the protocol, the Bonfire Company will assist the initiator through means including but not limited to the Descent Protocol, Judgment Protocol, Containment Protocol, Bonfire Protocol, and related content. Designated execution unit for this incident, 1st Legion of the Zoological Corps, F-level employee Colin. Judgment Protocol D, for activation in progress, Judgment Protocol D for activated. Chapter 72. A piercing arrow through the clouds. Have we been saved? The gathering was a scene of chaos, with some collapsed and others seated, all struck dumb by Colin's words, their faces contorted in despair and confusion. What nonsense was he spouting? Had he not witnessed the calamity that had just befallen them? Boom. Before anyone could respond, the ground trembled once more in the distance, a tumultuous surge of dark, ominous mist swirling forth like a colossal tsunami unleashed by an earthquake, consuming everything in its path with an unstoppable force. Within mere moments, this overwhelming fog would engulf them, devouring all in its wake. Even before it truly arrived, an intense, insatiable hunger erupted within them, rendering rational thought a fleeting memory. Ding, ding, ding. A distant, resonant, ancient chime echoed in everyone's ears. An intangible presence descended quietly, swiftly quelling the maddening hunger that had gripped their insides. Simultaneously, as the tsunami-like dark mist approached the vicinity of Blackstone Castle, it appeared to collide with an invisible wall, halting its advance. In the wake of this inexplicable force, the fog receded, and Calder and the others abruptly broke free from their ravenous despair, regaining their senses. What just happened? Confusion washed over their faces. Only moments ago, they had felt themselves teetering on the brink of death. Yet, unexpectedly, the tide had turned. Before they could articulate their thoughts, a new disturbance arose, accompanied by the slithering sounds of movement from all directions. The beastification subjects seemed to have renewed their assault, rapidly crawling up from beneath the castle in a menacing throng, their numbers resembling a dark tide that sent shivers down their spines. "Lord Colin, did you mean?" The old steward glanced at Colin anxiously, but before he could finish, Colin gestured for him to remain silent. Observing the horde of beastification subjects that had encroached upon the castle, now less than two-thirds intact, Colin drew his revolver and retrieved a bullet from his pocket, loading it into the chamber before raising his hand and pulling the trigger skyward. The flash of the gun's muzzle illuminated the air like a beacon. Coordinate extraction complete. The first legion of the zoo, the rabbits, is poised to engage in battle. As information flickered across their retinas, the entire world was suddenly awash in crimson light, accompanied by a cacophony of elongated sirens. With this sound, everyone felt their strength rapidly rejuvenate, as if imbued with a potent enhancement. Shortly thereafter, Calder, positioned near Colin, noticed the sudden appearance of 9 imposing doors. They appeared ancient and heavy, encrusted with rust and marred by the scars of war. The blaring sirens emanated from behind these doors. Colin had encountered such doors before, leading to Lady Rabbit's office, but these were evidently much larger. Boom! The doors burst open, revealing a mysterious and roiling gray mist beyond. At that moment, a creature resembling a rodent, with long ears and red eyes, emerged, walking upright like a human. Clad in a peculiar yet fitting military uniform adorned with various vials and gadgets, it wielded an exquisitely crafted longsword, producing mechanical sounds as it moved, suggesting it was not purely organic. Upon stepping through the threshold, it surveyed its surroundings, first acknowledging Colin with a salute of its right hand, then brandishing its drawn sword towards the heavens. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from beyond the misty portal. Everyone collectively inhaled sharply as towering figures, standing 2 meters tall, emerged in formation. Their formidable frames were clad in heavy steel plating, with packs slung over their backs and metallic weapons in hand. Beneath the sturdy helmets adorned with metallic ears, ominous red glows flickered in their eyes. What in the world are these creatures? Calder swallowed hard, his expression a blend of shock and terror, momentarily forgetting his resolve to end his own life. The oppressive aura they exuded far surpassed that of the corrupted entities under the malevolent god, especially the formidable steel armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, which made him question whether his blade could even inflict damage upon them. Yet, he discerned a profound connection between these beings and Lord Colin, for their weaponry bore striking similarities. Suddenly, one of these peculiar entities raised its long gun towards him and pulled the trigger. Boom. In an instant, it was over. Ignoring the frozen Calder, the towering metallic beings immediately opened fire upon the surroundings. In a flash, countless bursts of flame ignited, with deafening explosions following suit. Dozens, if not hundreds, of beastification subjects, which had previously instilled dread, were obliterated into fragments beneath the relentless onslaught of these terrifying weapons. Safety seemed to have been restored in a heartbeat. After swiftly clearing the area, the armored figures leaped from the towering heights of the 5-story building. Their descent was as smooth as a hot knife through butter, their momentum shifting the tide of battle in an instant. Region A has detected a plethora of aberrant creatures, requesting fire coverage. Region B has identified a source with extremely potent contamination characteristics, mist-like and dark greenish-black, contamination level 5, requesting fire purification. Numerous severely injured individuals detected. Medical teams, please respond immediately. Speed. Speed. Do not panic. The rabbits will spare no effort to safeguard the survival of every rational life. The rabbits are about to feast. Increase firepower. Increase firepower. Increase firepower. A chorus of voices reverberated in their ears, leaving the crowd in a daze as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Among the severely injured, some lay motionless on the ground, yet still breathing, were being lifted onto stretchers by smaller, more agile figures clad in white, who hurried them through the misty portal, offering a glimmer of hope for rescue. In that moment, a profound sense of security blossomed within the hearts of the crowd, shielded by the imposing presence of those clad in heavy metallic armor. However, just then, a jolt of fear coursed through them as they glimpsed a horrifying figure emerging from the isolated dark mist. It slowly raised its hand, reaching towards the castle. The massive, dark hand that had appeared once before loomed back into view, seemingly intent on reducing everyone to mere dust. Chapter 73. Departure and Return. Detection of biological type eldritch life activity detected. Correction. Detection of original containment object 0-9 foot hunger activity. Its revival level has reached 4% and is continuously reviving. Danger. 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 Request to activate the Bonfire Protocol barrier. Request for rabbit anti-contamination and anti-psychic heavy firepower intervention. As these messages appeared on the retina, a deafening rumble resonated from beyond the mist gate, followed by several cylindrical metallic tubes bursting forth. Trailing long streams of smoke, they advanced with an unknown guidance, precisely targeting the outstretched dark blue hand. Boom! Amidst the thunderous noise, the outstretched hand of the malevolent deity was obliterated under the incredulous gazes of Calder and the others. At that moment, a heavy sound of metal treads grinding against the ground echoed from behind the gate. What kind of artillery cult is this? Colin gasped in shock, noticing that immense armored vehicles were slowly emerging from the 9 mist gates, adorned with cannons, machine guns, and even launch silos. They resembled mobile fortresses of war. At this very moment, the thick cannon muzzles vibrated incessantly, unleashing a relentless barrage of various calibers of ammunition, all aimed at the sinister figure obscured by the blue haze, maintaining a continuous suppression of fire. From the flanks of this war fortress, heavily armored rabbit soldiers wielding grenade launcher-like firearms surged forth from the mist gate, charging outward and leaping from the castle. All teams, please note, evacuate all innocent personnel as soon as the revival level of original containment object 0-9 foot hunger reaches 7%. Simultaneously, the astonished Calder and the others heard a series of repetitive warnings, unfamiliar yet comprehensible. Warning: Rabbit Legion is intervening. All unrelated personnel must swiftly evacuate the combat zone under the green light guidance. Warning: Rabbit Legion is intervening. All unrelated personnel must swiftly evacuate the combat zone under the green light guidance. Warning: Rabbit Legion is intervening. All unrelated personnel must swiftly evacuate the combat zone under the green light guidance. Ahead, figures adorned with long-eared helmets waved glowing green sticks at the sides of a smaller mist gate, seemingly signaling for entry. However, everyone hesitated, looking towards Colin for guidance. Go. Colin did not speak, merely gestured, for the cacophony of explosions rendered verbal communication futile. After glancing at the ceaselessly emerging rabbits from the 9 gates, he steeled his resolve and led the charge. The information flashing across his retina made him acutely aware that neither side had yet fully unleashed their fury. The rabbit forces aimed to rescue, while the malevolent deity remained incompletely revived. He feared that once the full-scale battle commenced, this town might not survive. No wonder Lady Rabbit once told him that such combat did not require his direct involvement, merely his investigation, Colin muttered. The intensity of this battle was indeed beyond his capacity to engage in. Let alone himself, even D-class personnel would merely be expendable once the conflict escalated to its zenith. Those clad in heavy mechanized armor, wielding firearms that discharged explosive rounds, were labeled as rabbits. Yet they were simply individuals with 2 metallic ears affixed to their helmets, each one stronger than most present. Without a doubt, the thick metal armor alone instilled despair in everyone. A single one of those beings could likely slice through the beastly horde effortlessly, even if they stood still. It would take a considerable time for their defenses to be breached. Yet now, hundreds of them were deployed, and their numbers continued to swell. Clearly, their true objective was not merely to combat the beastly affliction, but to confront the incarnation of the ancient deity. It also highlighted the significance Lady Rabbit placed on the previously lost containment object. However, considering the towering figure, several dozen meters high, such concern was indeed warranted. What level of authority did Lady Rabbit possess? How could she command such forces? Colin sensed her depth was even more profound than he had initially imagined. If he commanded an army of such caliber, he was uncertain if they could contend with the 5 great nations. But he was confident they could sweep through Africa with ease. With a strong sense of intrigue, he plunged into the mist gate. Upon passing through, Colin and the others immediately realized they had seemingly arrived outside Blackstone City, witnessing individuals being carried out on stretchers and various tents. There were also several gates, behind which citizens of Blackstone City were being evacuated. Lord Colin, what exactly was that back there? Warden Calder approached, his voice tinged with lingering trepidation. A group of individuals clad in heavy armor exuded a formidable presence, while the roaring metallic entities were sights they had never encountered before. How would I know? If I didn't have some insider information, I might suspect the 5 great nations had allied with the United Nations to attack us, Colin replied, turning to face the odd expressions directed at him. This is the rescue I promised. Thank you for your integrity. In response to his words, the crowd bowed in unison, expressing their respect and gratitude. Just as Colin was about to speak again, a distant, ancient bell chimed in his ears. The surrounding scene rapidly blurred, as though coated in layers of mosaic, transforming into a gray, isolated space. He shook his head. The familiar small room felt somewhat foreign after their prolonged absence, though this sense of unfamiliarity quickly faded. Sunlight streamed through the window, where 2 doves perched, seemingly awake. The familiar din of modern city life filled his ears, the sounds of vehicles, people, and a myriad of noises. Colin sat on the bed, momentarily lost, struggling to distinguish between reality and the otherworldly. After a while, clarity returned to his gaze as he glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. It was afternoon. 3:00 p.m. Chapter 74, Rewards and New Equipment Monday, 3:00 p.m. Colin was momentarily taken aback by the time, shaking his head as he quickly regained his composure and realized something was amiss. Had only 3 hours truly passed? Was this a peculiar characteristic of all descent-related tasks? No matter how much time elapsed there, here it seemed to be consistently calculated as 3 hours. Otherwise, how could one explain the phenomenon where less than 10 hours counted as 3 hours, while over 10 hours also counted as 3? And even a week was still considered 3 hours? Colin pressed his hand to his forehead, pondering this enigma, and gradually formed some hypotheses. He felt a twinge of astonishment regarding the situation, but not excessively so. He wondered about the ongoing events on the other side. If he were to return next week, would he appear as he did upon his exit, or would everything have concluded, leaving him to vanish before Helena and the others? As his thoughts ebbed and flowed, Colin reached for the parchment on the bedside table, unfurling it before him. His attention was swiftly captured by the lines of text that emerged on the parchment. Your evaluation for this event is A. The following are the rewards from this event. Campfire points 11700, F-grade genetic compensation agent 1, E-grade genetic compensation agent 1. Silver task vouchers 5, excellent. Random item extraction voucher 1, turbid energy crystal block 7. All items have been transferred to the storage compartment. Please check. Gasped. Over 10,000 points. Colin's eyes widened, his attention fixating solely on this astonishing figure. He had amassed more than 10,000 points from this task. This amount of points is equivalent to a staggering 10,000, but that seems somewhat redundant. Perhaps I am overly exhilarated. Colin took a deep breath, reining in his thoughts, and opened the storage compartment to examine the rewards from this task. His gaze skimmed over several familiar items, landing on the new acquisitions: E-grade genetic compensation agent, excellent. Random item extraction voucher, and turbid energy crystal blocks. E-grade genetic compensation agent, a special potion provided by the Campfire Company for E-grade employees, which, when consumed, can comprehensively enhance bodily functions. Each individual may use a maximum of 3 vials. Note: do not use this potion unless your authority has reached E-grade. Violators will bear the consequences. The description was quite similar to that of the F-grade agent, with the addition of a usage restriction. Additionally, he had also received an extra F-grade genetic compensation agent, bringing him to 3 in total. It seemed prudent to consider a promotion in authority, as E-grade privileges appeared to offer multiple enhancements, along with a more enriched personal resume. Turbid energy crystal block, usable on weapons or oneself. Upon use, the item or individual will enter an energy-infused state, wherein all attributes typically receive an increase of about 120%, lasting from 3 to over 60 minutes. Note: the maximum usage per hour should not exceed 10 units to avoid significant side effects. Is this what the campfire produces? The description seemed reminiscent of a certain enhancement, yet collectively, he only possessed 7 units. Colin retrieved the item, a square crystal approximately the size of a sugar orange, with no discernible weight, translucent with a faint yellow hue, and clearly containing some particulate impurities. As for its application, it likely involved a forceful tap on some part of his body. However, the thought that this item might have originated from corpses left him with a rather peculiar expression. Could this be considered a form of living relic from another world? Amused by the thought, Colin stored it away, reasoning that in times of crisis, who would care about the origins of such power? He then turned his attention to the excellent random item extraction voucher for a closer inspection. Excellent random item extraction voucher allows for the random acquisition of 1 to 3 items manufactured internally with special functionalities. Would you like to use it? The potential to draw up to 3 items at once? Splendid. First, I shall prepare for a shower, then proceed to use it. Colin aimed to replicate the miraculous extraction he had achieved previously. Moments later, a purple glow manifested across his retina, followed by a series of descriptive lines. Name: Illusory Champion. Quality: excellent. Status: all is well. Integrity 58. Energy level: D grade. Effect: when affixed to one's person, within a 1 kilometer radius. For every individual who harbors a sufficiently strong thought of you, the Illusory Champion will be triggered, genuinely augmenting your strength. The Illusory Champion grants a foundational enhancement of 20% to basic attributes. Subsequently, for each effective acknowledgement, your physical attributes will increase by 10%, with a maximum enhancement allowing the user to reach the physical limits of a C-grade employee. Moreover, when the number of individuals triggering this effect exceeds 1, any weapon held by the user will activate the aura of recognition from the champion. Champion's recognition: the weapon will receive a degree of enhancement, along with some visually appealing but ultimately inconsequential effects to better trigger the Illusory Champion. Applicable to employees of C-grade and below, excluding C-grade. Usage recommendation: E-grade and below employees should not exceed 3 continuous hours of use. D-grade employees should ideally limit to 9 hours. C-grade employees face no restrictions. Additionally, avoid arousing suspicion regarding the source of your power, as this may cause the recognition effect to fail. Note: extreme caution must be exercised regarding the negative effects of arrogant individuals. Remain vigilant about your psychological state. A senior employee from the evaluation department, who streamed a ceiling fan under the influence of this effect for 4 hours, remains anonymous. Manufacturer Huang He's recommendation: insider information. There is a conspiracy. The evaluation department maliciously suppresses new creators. At least the orange tier items received an excellent rating. Condition for restoring status: consuming 1451 points will enhance duration and effect range. This item has been transferred to the storage compartment. Please check. Chapter 75. The third gene compensation agent. The purple artifact. Colin was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that this was a rare item of the 3rd quality, following gold and orange, and only a select few could possess such a treasure. It seemed that only about 20 or 30 such items were openly displayed in the entire interactive hall. Upon examining the item description, he confirmed its exceptional nature. After use, one's physical constitution could reach a maximum limit of C-grade, and even F-grade employees could utilize it. Colin was astounded from what he had learned over the past few days. D-grade employees possessed a physique that could rival Batman, and upon arriving in Gotham City, they would start at a formidable level. While there was currently no data on C-grade, it certainly wouldn't be insignificant, though the item's effect appeared somewhat ostentatious. Colin's gaze roamed over the artifact, and in essence, its effect could be summed up as show off and gain strength. However, the negative consequences accompanying such formidable power were not to be underestimated. He gasped upon reading the note: live broadcast A5, electric fan? And couldn't help but reflect on the plight of the evaluation department at Bonfire Company. He had thought that the intestinal taste buds had reached their zenith, only to discover that there existed a false king even more absurd. The employee who evaluated this artifact had likely seen the end of their career, and Colin suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He was grateful that his role involved executing various tasks rather than testing newly minted artifacts, where he might encounter some extraordinary contraption devised by a genius. Nonetheless, Bonfire Company's evaluation department was shrouded in mystery. It seemed disconnected from their side. Colin recalled not having seen any relevant information in the interactive hall. Some veteran employees speculated that their side was likely the task execution department on the company's front lines. Of course, this was merely conjecture, as Bonfire Company had not explicitly stated which department they belonged to. After witnessing the formidable presence of those army groups during the recent mission, Colin felt those individuals were the true front line. Not dwelling on it further, Colin took a glance at the false king. It was roughly the size of a palm. Resembling a cheap, transparent tattoo sticker, its roughness reminiscent of the stickers that came with bubblegum during childhood. The tattoo depicted a black and white fist, with the words beneath it reading, "My strength relies solely on myself. What does this shabby sticker have to do with it?" The method of use was straightforward. Affix it to any part of the skin and ensure it wouldn't easily come off. If the duration of use did not exceed 3 hours and one paid attention to their physical condition, there should be no significant issues. Colin contemplated how to utilize this artifact, suspecting it would be more effective than the orange grade reverser. It appeared that the lower the grade, the more extravagant the effects. For instance, the time stop card had a simple function and far less elaborate description. Muttering softly, Colin stowed the artifact in his pocket, only to discover that his storage bag seemed to contain an additional item, a ring. Where did this come from? As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. He had actually drawn 2 items in the recent lottery. One was the false king, and the other was this ring. Just then, the information regarding this artifact began to appear in his retina. Slave of money. Quality, ordinary. Status, excellent. Integrity 77. Energy level, F. Effect, upon wearing it, one can conduct a special summoning ritual to summon the financial slaves who perish due to their insatiable greed for money. Their individual qualities are relatively uniform, akin to ordinary people, and they will remain loyal to the summoner during the effective summoning period. Usage condition: each summoning requires the expenditure of 100 yuan or an equivalent foreign currency in cash as ritual materials. One may offer more, but not less. A maximum of 10 financial slaves may be summoned daily. Each summoned individual can last for a maximum of 12 hours, provided they do not suffer fatal attacks. With summoning counts refreshing at midnight. Note: 100 yuan won't buy you a house or a car, but it can procure a diligent and devoted brother. Additionally, if you do not understand foreign languages, please refrain from using foreign currencies. Otherwise, your summoned brother may not comprehend your words. As Colin contemplated its potential applications, he retrieved it from the storage compartment. Externally, it appeared to be an opulent pure gold ring, yet its weight felt somewhat off. After weighing it in his hand, he quickly deduced that it was likely only gold-plated on the surface, with the interior possibly being plastic or something similar. It would undoubtedly float if placed in water. Well, this lottery draw was acceptable. Although it yielded neither gold nor orange, the items were quite suitable for his use. Colin was unconcerned, viewing it merely as a variation in batches. After all, a good cat is one that catches mice, regardless of its color. He rolled up his left sleeve and, with a needleless syringe in hand, prepared to self-administer the injection. As he pressed the plunger, a slight sting coursed through his arm, followed by a warm sensation that began to spread from his muscles throughout his body. Colin's skin flushed slightly, and he felt a growing heat within. It seemed his body was undergoing a transformation. Moments later, as the warmth subsided, Colin distinctly sensed a newfound vigor. The effects of his previous affliction had further diminished. Even without considering the beastification symptoms, with his current physical condition, running a kilometer or 2 would hardly leave him breathless. Subsequently, Colin spent 1,000 points on a silver task voucher to procure another gene compensation agent. This too was of the needleless syringe variety. However, just as he was about to inject the third compensation agent and embark on an ascension task, a warning appeared before him. The effects of the last injection have not fully worn off. Please wait 3 hours before administering another injection, or bear the consequences of any negative effects yourself. Chapter 76. The prevailing unwholesome atmosphere. I had initially assumed that each injection would have an immediate effect. However, it appears that some digestion time is required. Colin was not overly concerned, as 3 hours was a manageable wait. He gazed at his remaining balance of over 10,000 points, momentarily unsure of how to expend such a sum. Should he offer a vial of F-grade gene compensation fluid to both Li Ming and Tang Ken? They had performed adequately as support during this endeavor. Li Ming had assisted in defeating the virtuous knight, while Tang Ken had contributed significantly by stabilizing the refugee situation. Yet, Colin pondered, they seemed to possess only temporary G-grade permissions, which likely excluded access to features like the interaction hall. Even if he were to procure items for them, their usability remained uncertain, and he was unaware of the rewards they had secured from this mission. He resolved to summon them to his office later to glean more information. As for the third employee, Linalon, she had completely vanished from his senses. Could it be that she had truly perished in this incident? That seemed improbable. Had she died, he would have sensed her demise from World 13, much like Tang Ken's detectable presence in death. Colin sat at the edge of his bed, leaning against the headboard, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He recalled that Linalon had initially arrived in World 13 successfully, but her signal had quickly faltered, and she had not resurfaced since. It left him pondering what could have transpired during that time. After a moment's reflection, Colin speculated on 2 possible scenarios. The first being that she encountered some dire misfortune in the other world, facing troubles that even a reset could not remedy. He could not pinpoint what those troubles might be, but he felt such a possibility existed. The second, which he deemed most likely, was that Lenny Lon's physical body had encountered grave issues, particularly given her battle with the so-called king of cancers, pancreatic cancer. Her condition was the most precarious among the trio, and the likelihood of her succumbing to her illness during their travels was significant. Moreover, the resurrection opportunities provided by Miss Rabbit were applicable only within the other realm, excluding her physical reality. The specifics remained unclear, yet both conjectures pointed towards death. Should he encounter Miss Rabbit again, there would be a considerable chance of needing to select a new recruit. Colin pursed his lips, though he could not directly reach out to Miss Rabbit. He had an inkling that she would contact him shortly. For now, she was likely preoccupied with the war in World Number 13. It seemed that the rewards for defeating the virtuous night monster had not yet been settled. He would inquire with Miss Rabbit about that later. Colin placed great importance on the potential stealth artifact that could diminish his presence, akin to that of the monster. If he could similarly obscure his existence while employing his time-stopping ability, it would create a lethal combination. As long as the enemy's level did not reach that of an eldritch god, he could stealthily approach and deliver a swift strike to their vulnerable spot. Few, if any, would withstand such a formidable technique. With a sigh of relief, he hoped the task would conclude swiftly so they could distribute the equipment. Colin exhaled, refraining from further contemplation, unfurled a piece of parchment, and opened the interaction hall, intending to review any significant events that had transpired over the past days, while also checking for any new equipment recommendations. He paused, chuckling to himself, as he recalled that although his perspective had indeed traversed 7 days, only 3 hours had elapsed on Earth. Subsequently, he accessed a frequently visited chat room to observe his colleagues' antics, only to be met with a wave of dismay upon reading the conversation within. "Oh, if all goes as expected, Shunzi has not emerged since Sunday, so he is likely dead," remarked a user. "How do you know?" another queried. "Unnamed 114514. If you wish to know, I can enlighten you, but I recommend discussing it privately. Life Coach Kawaii Duo, what he says holds merit." Although information on the descent tasks is scarce, records exist, typically updated weekly. Considering Shunzi's first appearance, yesterday marked the latest possible time for his second descent task, and indeed, he has not spoken since then, having been quite vocal the days prior. "Jiaozi of Heaven, let us commemorate our lost gold card, or rather, our dear Shunzi. Never yielding. This is terrible. Shunzi, please don't die. What will I do if you perish? I will be trapped on the 18th floor of the hospital forever, sobbing. Your bobblehead is huge. Are your sources reliable, my friend? Life Coach Kawaii Duo. It's about an 80 certainty. Confidence. JPG. Master of Fish Ponds, guys. If you have any lottery tickets, hurry and draw. Whether gold or orange gear, starting at $1 billion. If that's not enough, we can negotiate. White Kawaii Duo. Haha. Everyone, it's time for the draw. After 2.5 years of hard work, I've accumulated 6 boxes. Let us see what I get. Anonymous 1999. I don't want a gold card. I want that revolver, the reversed one. The name alone sounds magnificent. Never yielding. Unnamed 123456. I haven't used my lottery ticket for the task yet. Shunzi, may your spirit bless me with a win. Life Coach Kawaii Duo. Hurry up, hurry up. I'm ready to bask in your glory. Remember to send me the detailed contents of the gear you win, so I can see what sets the gold card apart. Colin couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity wash over him. He had merely been absent for a day or two, and already rumors of his demise circulated among them. They were incessantly fixated on the 2 pieces of equipment in his possession. He could feel their excitement even through the parchment. Nonetheless, this rampant negativity needed to be curbed. After a moment's thought, he crafted a message in the familiar format that his colleagues enjoyed and sent it into the chat room. Chapter 77. Trial Dungeon. As Colin dispatched this message, the chat room momentarily fell silent, only to erupt once more in a flurry of activity. Heavenly Dumpling, stop it, stop it. Seeing you acquire gear is more painful than if you had killed me. With over 10,000 points and a purple item, I could never earn that much selling outside. Mysterious Charm. What the hell? What just blinded my eyes? Excluding that purple item, I would have to work for a whole year without food or drink to accumulate that much. Master of the Fish Pond. Unnamed 123456. If you're not selling the golden or orange items, at least leave me a purple one. I'll pay $100 million. I beg you. Never yielding, huh? I knew it. I knew Boss Shun would never perish. Please, Unnamed 123456, save me. Heavenly Dumpling, your bob cut is bigger. Boss Shun is just a newcomer tackling such a difficult mission. What is the issue with that? Facing the wind. What? Just because he succeeded means he is doomed? Cute White, damn. Who said Boss Shun was finished and started a lottery? All 4 of my boxes are blanks. Not only are they useless, but the side effects are severe. Come out. I swear I won't let you off. Double-faced. He believed it. He actually believed it. I just said it casually. Look at Boss Shun. He really believed. Last night's spring breeze. Wow, was Boss Shun's task really that easy? Please, take me along, E-level employee privilege certificate. I promise to obey. Wherever Boss Shun points, I will strike. See God Moonlight. Speaking of which, could it be that Boss Shun has arrived in a relatively easy and non-dangerous otherworld? Can Boss Shun take me with him? Life Minner, be careful, in the otherworld. They might not use anesthetics for your kidneys. You want Boss Shun, but he might be after your kidneys. However, there is another possibility. Maybe Boss Shun is actually a high-level player using a low-level account? Chuckling at these messages, Colin couldn't help but smile, feeling a strange beauty at the final few employees' comments. The absurdity of it all reminded him of Tang Kin's experiences. It was both ridiculous and beautiful. With good fortune, these individuals might end up cooking together with friends and family, becoming a single dish served on one table, consumed by the same person. After observing for a while, Colin felt considerably better, the sense of alienation from returning from another world dissipating significantly. As for the mentions of selling equipment, he had no thoughts on that. Regardless of how cash might serve him, the most crucial point was that he understood from their words that if he ever inadvertently exposed his real location, a horde would undoubtedly come to seize his treasures. Therefore, he had to be cautious of the inherent risks. Aside from occasionally showing his face to quell the unfounded rumors about him in the interaction hall, it was best not to engage in anything else. However, it was rather unfortunate. The false strongman had limitations. If there were no restrictions, he could craft a powerful persona for himself in the interaction hall following Cute White's words, maximizing the effects with every use. Colin pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of regret. After watching for a while longer, he glanced at the electronic clock, noting that the time was ripe for him to use the 3rd injection to commence his promotion quest. At this moment, the conditions for E-level promotion were threefold. The first was that his permission level must reach F level, which he seemed to have achieved due to recent tasks. The second was to undergo 3 injections of the F-level gene compensator, and he only had the last one remaining. Now, after completing the injection, he needed to pass the 3rd requirement for the application of the E-level permission trial to advance. However, before Colin could retrieve the potion from his storage room, a line of text suddenly appeared on his retina. Detected that your task event has met the requirements for the dungeon. Do you wish to submit the world number, 13-second ring task information to create an employee trial dungeon? Note, once the dungeon is created, all employees can pay a certain number of points to participate in the trial, with the proceeds from the dungeon being split with the provider at a ratio of 73. Remark, the provider's information will be removed from the dungeon, ensuring personal privacy and avoiding unnecessary issues. Does this mean that what I just experienced will be transformed into a trial task for other employees? Colin stared at the information on his retina, recalling that he had seen similar information in a post before. Sometimes, after individuals completed their tasks, their experiences would be acquired by the Bonfire Company and sold on the company's task platform. These trial dungeons generally posed higher difficulty than tasks of the same level. Yet their greatest advantage was that there was no risk of death. Additionally, each use typically cost around 20 to 30 points, making them quite popular among employees, as they provided excellent training opportunities. Of course, for most employees whose tasks yielded at most 300 to 400 points, 20 to 30 points was still not trivial. As for the distribution ratio, how could they only take 70%? Colin examined it closely. Oh, it was nothing. 70% was theirs, and he would only receive 30. However, who could blame the powerful platform? 30% was better than nothing. After all, it would be an additional source of income. Many were curious about what the descent task entailed, right? Participating for a few dozen points might even yield a small fortune of a few thousand points. Colin had no reason to refuse. After all, some things only became valuable once sold. Upon agreeing, Colin suddenly noticed a familiar eye pattern appearing on the parchment. Though merely a design, it felt extraordinarily vivid, staring directly at him. Colin felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. Seconds later, the eye vanished. Submission complete. The world number, 13 trial dungeon will be available in the trial dungeon section shortly. Hopefully, it will sell well when the time comes. Colin held a small expectation as he injected the third F-level gene compensator, a wave of warmth spreading throughout his body. It felt as though every cell was undergoing a further cleansing. After a while, as the heat dissipated, Colin felt a sudden lightness in his body. Clenching his fists, he sensed that the impact of his muscular dystrophy would no longer trouble him in the short term. The bad news was that the beast transformation's rage still lingered deep within him. Although it had quieted considerably due to that incident, it had not vanished. It merely lay dormant. Nonetheless, there was no immediate concern for interruption. Colin opened his personal resume and began applying for his E-level promotion task. Chapter 78. The Widow and the Snow Woman. To upgrade to E rank, 3 silver task tokens must be submitted. Note, if the task fails, 1 silver task token must be resubmitted to restart the trial. Would you like to initiate the trial? 3 tokens remain after removing the one just exchanged for the gene compensation agent. According to the previous stipulation, failing once would require the submission of another token, leaving me with at least 4 opportunities for error. After a brief contemplation, Colin chose to commence the trial. Immediately, an inscription materialized on the parchment. Single-player trial task 1-3. The train in the mist has been activated. Please refer to the taskbar for details. Is it true that one must complete a single task before progressing to another? Colin recalled having heard from others in the interactive hall that the promotion trials from F to E rank consist of 2 rounds, 1 individual and 1 team-based. Without further delay, he opened the taskbar, his gaze flitting past the tasks related to repelling invaders in the various world identifiers, until he found the specifics of this trial task. Single-player trial task 1-3. The train in the mist. Description: an antiquated train that may appear at various points of anomaly, shrouded in unsettling gray fog upon its arrival. Requirements: on October 25th, proceed to the Black Forest subway station in the southern outskirts of the Old City. Board the train arriving at 23:15 from entrance 1, and remain aboard until the 3rd stop. Hint: trust your instincts. Do not take a seat that feels amiss. Event reward: campfire points 250. Caution: missing the boarding time or failing to disembark at the designated station will result in failure of this trial assessment. The Black Forest subway station in the southern outskirts of the Old City? Colin was taken aback, recognizing the familiar name and quickly confirming it referred to the place he knew well. He was no stranger to the area, having grown up near Black Forest Park, where the welfare institution he resided in was located, until he left for university. He hadn't anticipated this task would lead him back here, however. It appeared this task necessitated his physical presence, unlike the previous ones that allowed him to remain in bed. This was Colin's first encounter with a local task, and he was curious about its format. Colleagues had mentioned that F-rank single tasks generally posed little difficulty, with the real challenge arising in later team tasks. He wondered if that was indeed the case. Regardless, preparation was essential, as the time requirement was set for the evening of October 25th at 11:30. Colin checked his phone. It was currently October 24th, 3 in the afternoon. Approximately 1 day remained. The southern outskirts of the Old City were only about 70 to 80 kilometers away from his location. A few subway transfers or a direct journey would suffice, and time should not be an issue. However, the task reward of merely 250 campfire points seemed rather meager. Colin pursed his lips, not that he looked down upon the amount, but the points were less than what he could easily acquire through the mere act of breathing fresh air in his current project, leaving him with a feeling akin to that of a mosquito's leg. According to his colleagues, the cumulative points for this single trial task might only amount to around 1,000, which was not a large sum. Yet, for his peers at the same rank, it seemed to qualify as a high-reward task. Nonetheless, Colin was not motivated by the points alone, but rather by the elevation in rank and privileges. He scrutinized the details once more, ensuring he had not overlooked any critical information that might lead to failure later on. After a thorough examination, and satisfied he had noted everything, Colin began to prepare for the task scheduled for the following day. As was customary, he ordered the signature pig trotter rice from the restaurant downstairs, then opened the interactive hall to search for recommended equipment. Unfortunately, after browsing, he found little of value. The majority of the equipment appeared to be optional, providing no significant enhancement to his abilities. Ultimately, after a thorough review, Colin selected 2 pieces of gear he deemed suitable: the Widow's Snow Woman and a fragment of the rule book. This totaled an expenditure of 2,400 points. He pondered the source of these items, curious about who could consistently supply them in such quantities. Opening his storage pouch, he examined the 2 new acquisitions. The fragment of the rulebook was a yellowed, tattered sheet of paper that could establish a temporary reasonable rule within 1,000 square meters. All parties, friend or foe, were bound to comply, or they would face severe penalties. The specifics of the penalties, however, remained unclear. The widow snow woman was a silver ring adorned with a gem resembling an eye, the size of a thumbprint. It felt cold to the touch, and within the gem, it seemed as though a pair of eyes was glaring fiercely at him. Intrigued, Colin slipped the ring onto his left index finger. Almost immediately, he sensed a connection forming with the ring, enabling him to summon a guardian known as the Snow Woman. This could be invoked once every 24 hours, with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. Since the task was scheduled for tomorrow night at 11, and it was only 3 o'clock now, he decided to test it out. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his left hand and concentrated. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and wisps of icy mist began to swirl. A stunning, ethereal figure emerged from the frost, exuding an irresistible allure. Simultaneously, Colin's consciousness expanded to encompass a new perspective, as if he were observing himself seated on the bed, enjoying his pig trotter rice. Yet, a faint malevolence emanated from the snowy figure, seemingly harboring great animosity towards its current wielder. Bound by limitations, it could do nothing but remain under Colin's control. Following its summoning, more intricate information flooded Colin's mind. The entity lacked a physical form and would consume his stamina while in use. Its abilities included granting resistance to freezing, exhaling ice, generating vast areas of mist, providing an additional field of vision, and being controllable by thought similar to a drone. It could even accompany him in flight. Moreover, it had the capacity to possess an enemy. Once touched, the target would feel as though submerged in liquid nitrogen. The downside was that if summoned for more than 30 minutes, it would gradually spiral out of control. Should the duration exceed 1 hour, the ring's restrictions would falter, allowing the entity to escape and promptly eliminate its controller. Chapter 79, The Train in the Mist Indeed. It closely resembles the Snow Woman from the tale. The production department is brimming with talent. Colin beckoned to the ethereal Snow Woman floating in midair, urging her to draw nearer. Once she complied, he commenced a more profound examination, striving for comprehensive understanding to better harness her potential. This entity siphons vitality. Though the consumption is minimal, it can be somewhat exhausting. Subsequently, Colin repaired the analytical lens and took stock of his current array of special items. Time stasis, the analytical lens, the murky energy crystal, the widow Snow Woman, the revolver of the regressor, the fragment of the codex, the ring of the flame manipulator, the illusory sovereign, the servant of wealth, the mark of gluttony, and a bone spur crafted from the arm of a certain female clergy member. To his surprise, upon counting, he discovered that he now possessed 11 various items, a quantity rivaling that of seasoned E-grade and even D-grade employees. In terms of quality, it was undeniably superior. Furthermore, in addition to these items, he had accumulated 7,000 to 8,000 points, ready to procure new enhancements at any moment. Merely purchasing E-grade items, which typically start at 1,000 or 2,000 points, could yield him 5 or 6 more, and the less effective, lower-cost goods could even afford him 10. It seemed his task prospects were secure. Colin nodded to himself, and after enjoying a meal of pig trotter rice and taking a refreshing shower, he retired to bed. Utterly fatigued from the previous 7 days of little rest and his recent exertions with the Snow Woman. October 24th, 6:40 p.m. Nanjiao Black Forest subway station. It appeared to have recently rained. The air was fresh and humid, with numerous puddles lining the road. A taxi approached from afar, navigating the potholes, and came to a halt before the subway station's entrance. The door swung open, and Colin stepped out, clad in a voluminous black woolen coat. Surveying this old haunt he had not visited in years, the changes were minimal. The place still bore that languid demeanor. Back when the subway station was under construction, he had scavenged discarded metal with his well-mannered schoolmates to sell for ice pops. Upon his arrival today, he had gathered some information about the Black Forest subway station online. Though his findings were rather scant, he then set aside the station's details and inquired among his colleagues about the train in the mist. Many had experienced it. After a brief overview, he learned that the experience varied significantly for different passengers. However, generally speaking, as long as one did not exceed 3 stops, issues were unlikely to arise. His mission merely required him to travel 3 stops. Upon entering the subway station, Colin did not rush to purchase a ticket. Instead, he leisurely strolled through the station, memorizing its layout before finally approaching the ticket counter to buy a ticket for the last train, departing at 11 o'clock p.m. The last train at 11, indeed. Colin tucked the ticket stub away. He then deliberately sought out a secluded massage chair, disconnected its power supply, and withdrew a piece of parchment from the pocket of his coat. After shaking it out, he spread it open, engrossed in its contents as if oblivious to his surroundings. At precisely 10:45 p.m., the announcement for the last train echoed through the station. Colin was the sole figure rising from his seat, making his way to Platform 1. The thunderous sound of the last train reverberated through the station, arriving punctually after several minutes. However, Colin did not board. He remained standing, motionless. Yet, it was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, but after the last train departed, everything within his field of vision began to distort. The brightness faded into a ghastly white. Colors bled into blinding exposure, and the atmosphere became increasingly eerie. Is it approaching? Colin squinted, noting the time was 11:10 p.m. With merely 5 minutes remaining until the train in the mist was scheduled to arrive. A couple of minutes passed, and he suddenly observed a faint haze drifting within the subway station, subtle yet profoundly unsettling. The ambience around him grew heavier with the passage of time, as if time itself had slowed. Colin realized that ever since the fog had materialized, he had begun to experience a tendency to lose focus. However, before he could ponder further, a cacophony of clattering echoed beside him, the heavy sound of a train traversing the tracks. Simultaneously, Colin abruptly noticed that the surrounding mist had become distinctly visible, and everything around him, save for himself, seemed to dissolve and disintegrate. Glass, walls, signage, air. Even the dust and microorganisms within it, and light itself, all appeared to dissipate, assimilating into the swirling gray-white haze. At that moment, he felt as though he were not standing at the subway station, but rather marooned on an isolated island, surrounded by an endless expanse of gray fog. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The impending train was. The clattering sound did not resemble that of a typical subway or high-speed train. It bore a closer resemblance to a traditional locomotive, even though this was undeniably a seamless track. Colin listened intently. The sounds of the subway were distinct, lacking the clattering noise, which typically resonated as a rumbling sound. After all, this track did not possess the gaps characteristic of conventional train tracks. The train traversing the subway track emitted clattering sounds. Did that not imply some alteration in reality? As Colin's thoughts wandered, a monotonous and pale train whistle echoed from the dark mouth of the tunnel, growing nearer. With the sound, the surrounding mist seemed to come alive, writhing and convulsing like some internal organ. Soon, Colin glimpsed a faint yellow light emerging from the tunnel's darkness, imbued with an inexplicable malignance, accompanied by the increasingly distinct clattering sound as it approached the platform. Blinking in disbelief, Colin stood transfixed, witnessing an ancient train slowly materializing before him. It seemed to be mere seconds from halting. Yet, how had it suddenly appeared before his eyes? Colin's breath caught in his throat, and he vigorously shook his head, realizing he had momentarily drifted into distraction once more. He remembered watching the train emerge, yet his mind held no memory of its arrival, as though some force had expunged or omitted the entire process from his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the train had come to a stop before him. Chapter 80. Who is the proper person riding this train? Could it be that I have fallen victim to the fabled Crimson King? Reflecting on his own reaction, Colin could not suppress a shiver of anxiety. It felt as though his memories had become somewhat disjointed since the last 5 minutes. Regaining his composure, he lifted his gaze to the ancient train that was coming to a gradual halt before him. The train's exterior was coated in a layer of faded reddish-brown paint, with countless gears slowly shifting, heavy and robust wheels, and various exposed metal pipes releasing plumes of steam. The entire locomotive resembled a colossal metallic beast, exuding a distinctive aura of power that instilled a sense of reverence. Upon closer inspection, Colin noticed that the weathered paint was riddled with bullet holes, shell craters, claw marks, bite marks, bloodstains, and traces of some corrosive liquid, prompting him to ponder the harrowing experiences it must have endured. His gaze shifted to the train windows, which were obscured and unclear, revealing only a few scattered silhouettes of passengers settling into their seats. It appeared that there were still quite a number of people aboard. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. He squinted and quickly realized that these figures sat unnaturally rigid, motionless, presenting an eerie and unsettling sight. Before he could dwell on this further, the train door swung open with a resounding clap. The electronic display indicated that it was precisely 23:15:00, neither a second more nor less. As the door opened, Colin directed his attention inside, but like the windows, visibility was limited. To avoid becoming distracted and potentially missing the departure due to the influence of the Crimson King, he forced himself to suppress his unease and stepped toward the door, which was shrouded in a hazy golden light. Throughout this process, he remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen events. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, no danger materialized. Moreover, the instant he fully entered the train, Colin experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to surfacing from underwater, where the entire world suddenly became vividly clear. He immediately surveyed the interior of the train, only to be taken aback. The carriage was remarkably spacious, evidently larger than a typical high-speed train by at least a factor of 2. With 17 rows and 6 seats per row, 3 on each side, it felt neither crowded nor confined, resembling a business class or first-class carriage. The decor exuded a luxurious yet vintage style, featuring a hard brown-yellow wooden floor, warm, soft yellow gas lamps, and exquisitely carved brass seats adorned with red velvet cushions. On the left side at the rear, Colin spotted 7 individuals. Colleagues? It seemed unlikely. His nostrils flared as he discerned their scent, indicating they were likely ordinary people. However, he quickly reconsidered what ordinary individuals would be found in such a place. Regardless of their identity, given that they remained silent, it seemed prudent to disregard them. After all, who in their right mind would board this train? Yet now, apart from those 7 seated together, he observed no other passengers. No. It appeared that only 1 or 2 individuals had been there moments before. Furrowing his brow, Colin sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Nevertheless, an inexplicable intuition urged him to take a seat promptly. He recalled that there were 2 available seats in the 5th row, one by the window in the 6th row. The left side of the 7th row was fully occupied, and beyond the 8th row, there were several people whose exact locations he could not recall. As he pondered this, he made his way to the 3rd row on the right, a position he had confirmed from outside as completely vacant. Having sufficiently assured himself, he cautiously took a seat. The ominous insight failed to trigger. No danger ensued. A safe landing? He wondered what might occur if he occupied one of the seats with visible figures. Curiosity piqued. He contemplated summoning a companion with $100 bill to test the waters, but ultimately dismissed this audacious thought, opting instead to heed his instincts. He resolved against indulging in unnecessary experimentation. At this moment, he began to realize that the perils of events in his homeland might be more terrifying than those in other realms. Yet, it seemed that this place operated under more structured and orderly rules. Thus, as long as one adhered to the regulations, there would be no issues. He then cautiously surveyed the carriage, noting that when looking outward, the view was clear. Everything in the subway station was visible, unlike any obscured sight. Suddenly, a series of incessant bell chimes erupted. The train doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. Following this, the carriage experienced a slight but discernible jolt. The exterior scenery began to recede, and the fog-laden train that had been stationary for nearly 10 minutes commenced its journey. Once the train was in motion, Colin observed that the previously clear view outside was swiftly enveloped by thick white mist. He could not shake the feeling that those 7 or 8 individuals appeared to be nothing more than ordinary people, devoid of any distinctive traits. But could ordinary individuals truly find themselves aboard such a train? Doubts crept into his mind. With a sense of vigilance, Colin silently strained to listen behind him. After several minutes, his expression began to reveal subtle nuances. "Brother Al, are we really not getting off this train? Something feels off. This carriage is nearly 2 or 3 times larger than the subway we took, right? Did we board the wrong one? What is so strange about it? It's simply a themed carriage. You must not have taken many high-speed trains or subways to have never encountered a steampunk-themed carriage before, right? Getting off now means we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I noticed you barely drank a few bottles, only 3 Budweisers, right? After 10 o'clock. This is the last train. I could close my eyes and wouldn't make a mistake. So relax. Exactly. I think you might be a bit tipsy. Wow, look outside. The fog is rising again. Before them, Colin sat properly in his seat, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. From their conversation, it appeared they were indeed a group of nearby university students, returning from a late-night snack and fortuitously boarding the last train. Though they had caught the train, regrettably, this was not the train bound for the university. Chapter 81. Invasion. Let's see if we've arrived at the station. We should get them off quickly to avoid any further complications. Colin murmured softly, not out of kindness, but from an instinctive feeling that having a group of ordinary people on the train at this moment could not bode well, especially since they were in the same carriage. If this group stirred up trouble, the likelihood of him being implicated was considerable. Just then, Colin's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Almost as if to validate his intuition, A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the back seat. Ah, Qin Xiaoling, what are you doing? Let go of me. Ah, Qin Xiaoling, have you lost your mind? You've bitten off a piece of flesh. Ah, help? My face. Oh, it hurts. Xiaogu, pull her away. Quickly. Hold her down. Damn, how is she so strong? Hurry, I can't hold her. Watch out for her mouth. Is she having a rabies attack? Xiaogu. Look at her eyes. She's gone mad. Truly mad. After a flurry of chaotic commotion, the turmoil finally subsided somewhat. Tang Xiaogu, along with several classmates, managed to pin the frenzied junior down. At that moment, Tang Xiaoji's entire body pressed against the girl, his knee firmly against her neck, holding her down with the assistance of two other classmates who restrained her waist and lower body, barely managing to subdue her. Yet, even then, the woman continued to struggle intermittently, emitting bizarre cries, her face contorted in agony, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. It was astonishing to note that the three of them combined weighed over 500 pounds. Damn it, Xiaogu, is this an epileptic fit? Or something else? How could someone who was fine just a moment ago suddenly go mad with such strength? One of the classmates remarked, feeling the unusual force emanating from the girl beneath him. I don't know. Tang Xiaogu was about to respond when suddenly an unfamiliar figure approached. Who are you? Tang Xiaoji's words faltered as he saw the stranger draw a gleaming metallic object, a gun, from his pocket. Not only Tang Xiaogu, but all the others fell silent at the sight of Colin's weapon. How could someone bring a gun onto a high-speed train? The stranger approached with a seemingly benign smile. Yet that smile, coupled with the revolver in his hand, sent a chill down their spines. Just do as I say, is that a problem? Colin said, casting a glance at the woman pinned beneath the three students. Her neck was bulging with veins, her skin flushed, and her mouth continued to emit strange cries. The lower half of her face was smeared with blood. Colin sensed that something had invaded her body. If all went as expected, she must have taken a seat that was already occupied and subsequently been invaded. She is our classmate, my junior, Tang Xiaogu said, eyeing the gun in Colin's hand, swallowing hard, yet he steeled himself to speak. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. No wonder you seemed to have a backbone in your earlier conversation. He had no intention of forcibly intervening, as it seemed the situation was manageable. A simple rope could resolve it. Thank you, Tang Xiaogu nodded in a daze. He had prepared himself for a desperate confrontation, given their precarious position. But he hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. This stranger not only refrained from using his firearm to threaten them, but also offered assistance. You all should avoid putting her back in her original seat. Based on her behavior post-invasion, the danger should be within my capacity to manage. I just wonder if her condition will improve once we leave here, Colin pondered internally. He had no intention of helping to expel the entity within her. It was not that he didn't want to, but rather that he lacked the ability and the necessary tools to do so. However, while Colin could not solve the problem, he could certainly address the individuals causing it. Damn, why does my mind keep drifting towards violence? Surely there are other ways, like further detaining her. Though it would be a hassle. After several minutes, the chaos in the back finally subsided, and the group, now completely sober, seemed to realize the gravity of the situation on the train. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber. What should we do, Xiaogu? It seems our phones have no signal. They're intermittent, and we can't get through. Every time we try to call for help, the line disconnects before we can say anything. Do we still have a chance to escape? This train has been moving for nearly 3 hours without stopping. Who is that person? He seems formidable. Should we ask him for help? He appeared quite amicable earlier. Ugh, my face hurts so much. She bit off a piece of my flesh. Let us not disturb that guy. We don't know him well, and he has a gun. It's definitely the real deal. Tang Xiaogu shook his head. Compared to the train, he instinctively felt a greater fear towards firearms and their lethal potential. What kind of person can bring a gun through security? And why does he seem so familiar with this train? After a pause, Tang Xiaogu continued, if we reach the station, we should immediately disembark and take Qin Xiaoling to the hospital. The few university students whispered among themselves, unaware that Colin was eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Let us hope everything goes smoothly. Colin silently prayed for them, then took out a piece of parchment. He discovered that, although the trading function was unavailable during this mission, the interaction hall was accessible, albeit without the ability to send messages. However, keeping an eye on their conversations was still a pleasant distraction. Nearly an hour later, a series of metallic clanging sounds echoed through the train carriage. The mist outside the windows began to dissipate, and everyone, including Colin, realized that this signified the train was about to arrive at its destination. Chapter 82. the green light of the first station with a series of urgent chimes echoing. The train gradually decelerated. The mist outside dissipated, revealing a series of images. After 2 more minutes, Colin, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, discerned that they seemed to be in a desolate wilderness rather than a station. More precisely, it appeared to be an endless expanse of rice fields. As the vintage train came to a halt, he noticed numerous dim green lights flickering throughout the fields, reminiscent of fireflies but distinctly not. Upon closer examination, the diameter of the green glows ranged from half a meter to a meter across. Unless fireflies were carrying light bulbs, they could not emit such brilliance. Was the train stopping nearby? Colin pressed his face closer to the window, but saw no station ahead. The train's speed continued to diminish, indicating it was likely to halt in this remote area. A few minutes later, at 4:30 in the morning, the train came to a complete stop. What is this place? There was no station in sight. Surely they wouldn't stop here? His phone seemed to have a signal. Hearing this, Colin pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, there appeared to be a weak signal. However, he could not locate an address on the delivery app. Meanwhile, the group behind him seemed to have already made a call, lifting their bound female classmate to prepare for disembarking. As they passed by Colin, he cautioned, "Are you really planning to get off here?" The description of the misty train had mentioned that it appeared at various points of abnormal significance, and its stop here likely indicated that this place was equally perilous. Before he could say more, one person among them received a message on their phone. Be cautious when communicating with him. Avoid provoking his emotions. Once you leave the carriage and ascertain your location, we will send someone promptly. Leave that ominous train quickly. Police? Did they consider him a criminal? Colin feigned ignorance and remained silent when the so-called brother Xie subtly indicated his reluctance to stay on board. He sensed that this was indeed Earth. Yet the specifics of his location remained elusive. Once the group disembarked, an eerie silence enveloped the carriage. Soon, however, Colin's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the flickering green lights amidst the tranquil green rice paddies had notably increased, drawing closer to the drop-off point. The group standing by the roadside seemed oblivious to the approaching threat. Something was amiss. Colin squinted and inhaled deeply, attempting to discern any sense. But the carriage was entirely isolated from the outside, offering no valuable olfactory clues. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the entrance. Colin turned to see a grotesque humanoid creature with elongated limbs and pallid, gelatinous skin lunging towards the group. Its face devoid of features and hands resembling scythe-like claws. It appeared akin to a human praying mantis. The target, lifting an arm in futile defense, had their hands severed in an instant. Had it not been for someone nearby who kicked the creature away, the attack would have surely resulted in a fatal disembowelment. As this first monster emerged, more distorted life forms sprang forth from the grass, a multitude that sent shivers down one's spine. Help! Senior! The senior has been seized. 2 individuals clutched the bound woman, her lower half still outside the carriage, seemingly pulled back. Others rushed forward to assist. Suddenly, everyone's grip slackened as if the opposing team in a tug-of-war had unexpectedly released their hold, causing them to tumble backward. But before they could utter a cry of pain, one of the 6 students screamed in horror, fixated on the senior being dragged in. Her lower half had failed to board the train, and her abdomen had been neatly sliced open, spilling her entrails and a copious amount of blood. The acrid scent of blood quickly filled the air. The remaining upper half twitched a few times before falling still. Out of the corner of his eye, Colin glanced out the window and gasped. So many? What a joke! In the dim, boundless rice fields, green lights multiplied, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands, flickering as they approached. Yet, inexplicably, the monsters shimmering with green light surrounding the train doors seemed unwilling to enter. Noticing this, Colin felt a modicum of relief. If they charged inside, unless the rabbit lady activated some protocol to assist, it would be impossible to fend them off. At that moment, an electromagnetic crackling sound emanated from somewhere within the carriage, followed by a male voice urgently urging, "Get off the train. It's dangerous. Hurry." The atmosphere turned chilling as everyone beheld a phone lying in a pool of blood, having inexplicably answered a call and broadcasting the voice. Bang! Colin sprang to his feet, drawing a revolver from his pocket and shooting the phone, shattering it. The voice abruptly ceased. The few students still reeling from fear stared at Colin in shock. Simultaneously, whether it was due to the passage of time, the train emitted a series of chimes. The door slammed shut with a thud. The train began moving once again. During this process, the density of the green lights outside the rice paddies grew increasingly thick, yet they made no attempt to invade the carriage. Seconds later, as the mist began to envelop the window once more, Colin exhaled deeply, recognizing that they were likely safe. However, at this moment, perhaps due to the train's movements, a gust of wind swept through, revealing eerie mounds of earth beneath the bent rice stalks. Colin suddenly felt an instinctive urge to look up. Gazing past the grass to the depths, where a vast mound of earth, overgrown with grass, loomed. A human-like silhouette emerged from the darkness atop the mound. Standing in a grotesque posture with arms outstretched and legs together, resembling a scarecrow, exuding an ominous and uncanny aura. Then, the carriage fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of someone retching. Chapter 83. The devoted servant of wealth. A wave of nausea surged through everyone. An involuntary reaction that seemed to originate from an unknown source, causing their stomachs to churn violently. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood mingled with the stench of vomit. Colin remained unfazed, skillfully donning an N99 mask and casting a glance at the group hunched by the door, retching uncontrollably. This scene was perhaps too overwhelming for those who had yet to step into the world beyond their sheltered lives. After a moment's contemplation, Colin rose and approached. Retrieving a thin blanket to cover the lifeless, pallid body, the fabric quickly absorbing the blood and turning crimson. What had just transpired? What manner of train was this? Could someone assist us, please? A voice, strained and desperate, pleaded with Colin, who, in response, produced a bandage, a condom, and a small packet of hemostatic painkillers from his pocket, tossing them over, tend to that severed hand, and staunched the bleeding. The onlookers watched as Colin turned to leave, their mouths opening as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Outside, the landscape was engulfed in a thick, eerie fog. Where had they just been? Did such a ghastly place truly exist in this world? However, compared to world number 13, this locale seemed even more sinister. Colin muttered softly, his curiosity piqued by the terrifying and perilous nature of the place he had just glimpsed. Yet, for the moment, it appeared that as long as they remained on the train after reaching their destination, they need not fear the dangers lurking outside. Those inhuman entities seemed to harbor a profound trepidation of the train, reluctant to board. Otherwise, he would likely be the sole survivor aboard this carriage. It seemed not every creature at the stations was as formidable as the last. Sometimes, they might choose to assault the train instead. Colin recalled the marks he had observed before boarding, likely left by the various monsters inhabiting those bizarre locations. Nonetheless, his concern shifted back to the situation within the carriage. After a brief stop, Colin felt an inexplicable sense of oppression emanating from the iron beast beneath him. Moreover, he sensed a foreboding presence occupying some of the seats. Though neither the odors nor his naked eye could discern them, he could merely rely on his instincts to perceive that something lurked in those spots. It was akin to knowing someone was nearby yet being unable to see them. According to his colleagues, as long as they did not travel beyond 3 stations, they would be safe. There should be no significant issues. Still, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. With this in mind, Colin retrieved a peculiar ring-like artifact known as the Servant of Wealth and slipped it onto his left middle finger. Subsequently, he withdrew a $100 bill from his pocket, pinching one end of the note with the ring-clad hand and extending it forward as though offering it to an unseen recipient. In the next moment, Colin felt the other end of the bill being grasped, pulling it back with surprising force. Although there was no visible entity in front of him, he could sense an unseen force competing for possession of the currency. The tension escalated, the bill stretching taut between them, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart. After a moment of stalemate, Colin relinquished his hold, watching as the $100 bill vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a faint breath brushed against him. Colin's heart raced, and he turned to find a medium-built figure, silent as a ghost, staring intently at him. The figure was clad in a brown shirt of an older style, its head shrouded in a burlap sack adorned with a 9-tube mahjong sticker. It was, unmistakably, the Servant of Wealth he had just summoned. A sigh escaped Colin's lips. The manner of its arrival was always so peculiar. He had experimented with this equipment the previous day, and it had manifested behind him like a specter. A person with a weak heart might have been frightened to death. Nevertheless, he sensed a distinct, intangible connection to this entity he had conjured. In this connection, he was the master, capable of issuing commands for it to obey. The instructions indicated that it would remain loyal to the ring's bearer for 12 hours. Colin murmured to himself, eyeing the creature's 9-tube emblem, contemplating testing this newfound companion's loyalty. Could you return the $100 you just took from me? There was no response. The servant remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his command. Disappointment washed over Colin. It appeared that its loyalty was not absolute. To his surprise, he had discovered a flaw in this newly acquired tool. However, in response to other verbal commands, this companion executed them well, adapting to various poses with ease. effectively following instructions except for returning money. Colin even found that it would unhesitatingly follow even self-harming commands, such as breaking his own fingers, demonstrating its willingness to execute any order without hesitation, except for the one concerning the return of money. Furthermore, it possessed a level of reasoning akin to that of a human, capable of comprehending moderately complex directives. Were the circumstances more suitable, he would have inquired whether it could solve mathematical problems or write essays. After some consideration, Colin initiated a final test by retrieving another $100 bill from his pocket, curious to observe his companion's reaction. Yet again, there was no discernible movement. It seemed utterly fixated on the previous bill, oblivious to the potential of others attempting to seize its master's wealth. No wonder it was dubbed the servant of wealth. Sitting back in his seat, Colin pondered before producing a kitchen knife from his storage room and offering it to the servant, gesturing towards an unoccupied seat beside him. Sit next to me. If any danger arises, protect me at all costs, understood? He was genuinely curious about what would transpire if he instructed his companion to occupy a seat already occupied. But ultimately, he chose to heed his instincts and refrained from doing so. The servant, having already lost a finger, devoid of any life essence, nodded and accepted the knife, positioning itself loyally at Colin's side, ready to act with unwavering dedication. Chapter 84. The dark city. The rhythmic clattering beneath the train's floor echoed through the carriage as Colin checked the time on his phone. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Almost 6 hours had elapsed since their last stop, and it appeared that there would be no halt in sight anytime soon. A glance out the window revealed no signs of deceleration. He had initially assumed the train would stop every 4 to 5 hours, but it seemed that the schedule was somewhat arbitrary. Confined within the narrow carriage, the prolonged journey without any indication of arrival caused Colin's mind to wander. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the origins of this train. Was it a creation of some manufacturer associated with Bonfire Company? Or perhaps it hailed from an extraterrestrial civilization? What purpose did it serve? Merely to traverse perilous locations. Moreover, he contemplated the implications of using time stasis on this train. What would transpire? Thoughts flitted through his mind without the urgency for answers. He simply mused. Behind him, the group remained relatively subdued, though the student with the severed hand occasionally emitted muffled groans of pain. Colin was somewhat surprised that, aside from the occasional expletive, the young man refrained from excessive complaints. If only that hand hadn't been taken by the monster, I might have let him try the gluttony mark experiment to see if we could reattach the severed limb. Colin mused to himself. His proficiency with the various tools at his disposal was still developing. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seek to learn more. For now, however, the hand was lost, the bleeding had ceased, and survival was paramount. He had no obligation to assist further. Shaking his head, he reined in his thoughts, leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and slipped into a state of feigned slumber. Time passed unmarked until he became acutely aware that the intervals between the clattering noises had lengthened, suggesting a reduction in speed. Was the train about to stop? Colin opened his eyes, straightened up, and listened intently to confirm that the train was indeed slowing down. His phone now read 11:53. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Tang Xiao, his expression fraught with unease, advancing from the group behind. Tang Xiao glanced nervously at an individual wielding a kitchen knife and wearing a mask, and if he recalled correctly, this person was likely not human, but rather an inexplicable apparition. What is happening? Colin's gaze prompted Tang Xiao, who trembled slightly before suppressing his apprehension, and inquired, "Will we be able to disembark soon?" At this juncture, he surmised that the person before him, appearing to be of similar age, was likely a specialized member dealing with supernatural occurrences. The only way to survive moving forward was to rely on this individual. Given the recent events, he could no longer afford the luxury of naivety or impulsiveness. Colin shook his head, hesitating to provide guidance, uncertain of the safety of the next stop. Outside the train, the white mist rapidly dissipated, revealing the silhouette of a city adorned with towering skyscrapers. However, before they could express joy, Colin doused their hopes with cold water. "Do not disembark." After a pause, he added, "Check the time on your phones, then look closely at the city outside." Upon hearing his words, the group was momentarily taken aback. Pulling out their phones to check the time before gazing at the dark cityscape, a wave of intense unease washing over them. It was noon, 12 o'clock, 57 seconds. Yet the night still reigned over the land, the dim stars barely outlining the city's contours, casting the once mighty skyscrapers as silent, helpless giants. Colin sat within the train, gazing through the window at the desolate, dark city, his scalp prickling with an indescribable sense of suffocation. What kind of wretched place was this? The presence of the beast transformation syndrome within him seemed to withdraw in terror. Colin felt an overwhelming panic as the sensation of the beastly essence within him shrank and vibrated with sheer dread. This was a first. Not even when confronted with the hunger that resembled a statue of a deity with 18 arms had he experienced such a reaction. Yet now, he trembled uncontrollably without even having encountered anything tangible. This clearly indicated that the terror emanating from this cursed place surpassed anything he had faced in the 13th world. As panic intensified, Colin's thoughts became sluggish. He sensed an invisible, viscous presence gliding over his skin while his limbs felt ensnared in a quagmire. And a suffocating despair seeped slowly into his being. His body quaked uncontrollably, his chest constricting, rendering him breathless, as if a noose were tightening around his neck. But just then, a warm, fiery sensation emerged from the pocket of his trench coat. Upon its arrival, the fear within him began to dissipate. And in verse, Colin broke free from his panic, disregarding the chill brought on by his cold sweat, and retrieved the source of warmth, the orange revolver that had yet to display any notable prowess. For reasons unknown, it radiated heat, flooding his body with a comforting warmth that incinerated the nearly tangible fear he had been experiencing. Now, the orange variant was indeed exhibiting its capabilities. Colin inhaled deeply, gripping the revolver, and used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling considerably better. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and turned to look behind him. The others, although equally frightened, appeared to be reacting within the realm of normalcy. This is unscientific. I'm nearly paralyzed with fear, on the verge of losing my sanity. Yet they are unaffected? Colin pondered briefly before surmising that this phenomenon might be specifically targeting individuals with extraordinary capabilities. Yet, what kind of place was this city? He felt a strange familiarity with its outline, as if he had seen it somewhere before, though he could not quite place it. Just then, after nearly 8 hours of continuous travel, the train came to a halt. However, the doors merely opened momentarily, closing with a sharp click before the train resumed its journey once more.